Well, we do observe a globe Earth. It's in a picture book. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. Or I do observe a globe Earth. I've seen a video of the ISS. That's still not what I'm talking about. Your perspective and what you see the Earth to be, right? Your vantage point, that is most important. What do you perceive? Do you perceive when you walk out into nature that the Earth is a globe? Now, if the answer is yes, then I would say this. Okay, if that is true, that you perceive the globe, then in your perception, because you can perceive it, then it's something you can quantify, meaning there's some way that you can actually get to how you can measure these metrics. Because obviously, you see the globe. That's great. Now it's time to put what you see to a test, meaning that's a great way you can measure it. Well, you see it, now let's measure it. Because it's possible, right? If you perceive it and you see it and it's there, well, then you can put some numbers and some math and you can actually test to see if there's a drop over distance. Because drop over distance would have to be there if you see it. Now, there's a difference if you don't see it, right? There are some globe earthers who say, I don't see the curve. Well, that's great. You don't see the curve. But it still doesn't negate the fact that the 3959 radius was stated within like the method of how they say it was actually where those calculations came from. So we have to figure that out, right? So either way, whether you think you see the globe or you don't see the globe, because there's globe earthers on both sides. Some say, well, I've seen the ship go over the curve. Well, that curve that you saw that ship go over, we should be able to measure the distance between point A, where you're standing at the moment you see that, to point B, where that Earth curvature is, where that boat is going over. That is something quantifiable. You'd be able to measure that distance, for sure, and know that that boat is going over the curve. So from point A to point B, you'd be able to say, well, from me to that edge of the sphere is about, 10 miles away. And then you can say, okay, with all assurance, the curvature of the Earth from point A to point B is 10 miles. That's the gold standard. Now, if you say, well, we can't do that, well, we have an issue here because Earth curvature does not move. It's always there. It's the curvature of the Earth. And besides, didn't you say you claimed you saw the curvature of the Earth? Well, that's the thing. People start to realize, well, yeah, they want to have their cake and eat it too. Either the curve is measurable by way of knowing the distance between where you're standing to where the Earth curve actually is, or it's not. See, that's where you start putting people to the test. Well, didn't you claim you see the curvature? You would respond to them. But if their reply is, no, well, the curvature is there, we just can't see it. Now, they'll start to give you circles around that information. This is what we get. So definitely within the context of this conversation, it should spark some interest within those who are listening. And you can come in here and ask some questions and we'll be on our way. But yeah, I want to kind of put that out there for you guys who are listening. It's important that you know that we go through this information every single day. So we do know what we're talking about. We also give you demonstrations. We're not going to fill your head with nonsense. This is not something that anybody here wants to do. I've been on here. However, at the beginning of the movement, there has been a way of a lot of like refinement in the conversation. And by refinement, I mean that there's been a lot of things that flat earthers carry that probably wouldn't bode well in a convincing way, I should say. Because it's not something that we need to present as and depict it with pictures and stuff, because that's not going to help anyone. Because we know that globe earthers also have images and pictures. So if we show a picture to you about how flat the Earth is, you come back around and show us a picture of how curvature the Earth is. So that's never been the hallmark of measurement. So that's why I'm telling you the reason why I've always looked at flat earthers, and when they're presenting that information, I'll correct them. I'll say, well, if you present that information, they're just going to come back at you with some other images that they have. And even if it sounds for the flat earthers listening that it's a very convincing way to do it, it will fall on deaf ears immediately, because they will not look and listen and hear you out. It just won't happen, because their bias will be in the way, and you haven't removed their bias, which is the model of the globe Earth, which the radius, diameter, circumference are still intact, and you haven't spoken of that shape claim that they adhere to. So with your images, you haven't done anything in the way of convincing anyone. So it's only Of course, flat earthers will agree, like, yeah, it makes sense to them because they already know the earth isn't curving. So for them, it does, does make sense. Just not to somebody new to the topic. So globe earthers will have a difficulty looking at things like that. For me, it's always been easier to just give them something practical, something that you can demonstrate. And an easy way, don't overcomplicate flat earth. If you think you have to speak with eloquent words and come at them with, high knowledge of the universe and, cosmic theories and on, like, don't need to do that. All of that is fluff, and it's really not needed in the case of talking about what truth is. You don't need to meet them on their ground of theories. That's their playground. They love to talk about stories and ideas and how something works in a mind, but never in reality. These things are what make up what these people in academia are presenting to others. And so, they'll kind of thumb their nose up at people who they feel aren't up to caliber to have that kind of conversation. That they want to say like, "Oh, are you a scientist? I need to speak to a scientist." No, these ideas been implanted in your head to create this hierarchy so that you wouldn't be able to ask questions. As in, well, I don't know, the scientist knows, and make you feel like you're not able or capable enough to know about the world around you. That's why we're here. We beg to differ. You do know. You have 5 senses. You're able to detect certain things. That's why you have them, right? So some people say, well, what about mirages? Aren't your eyes fooling you with the mirage? Yeah, but if you didn't have your senses, you wouldn't know that, right? See how that works? If you didn't have your senses, you wouldn't know you were being fooled. But that's the thing. You're able to have discernment within the context of your senses. So it's kind of one of those things that it's a sticky mess when they think they gotcha, mirage. No, you don't. Because people can actually detect that it is a mirage, therefore it negates your idea of thinking that we can't trust our eyes. So therefore you can, because you found out it was a mirage. Otherwise you wouldn't be there knowing it was a mirage. Right? Okay. Or for some people, it takes some time. But yeah, we do talk about practical information. We get people to know a lot of things about the flat earth. So yeah, it's just, I love having this time here, man. This time with you guys to really go over a lot of things about flat earth. Maybe some questions. We'd like to hear from you, though. If you're listening right now on the 24/7 live stream, please come on in here. There's a link there you can click on. Engage with us. Well, we want to know your position and maybe your journey. If you think the earth is a globe and there's ample evidence, we welcome you in here. We want to talk about your evidence. We want to talk about your position, right? We want to get to know who you are. So that's great. Just depends, this server, what time you come in here and what people are in here. Some people are willing to engage. Some flat earthers have been marred and scarred by the mockery, and they just don't want to take anymore. So if people come in here and they show disinterest in the topic and they are not being genuine, then they will be met with somebody who's had enough and will probably shout and scream and things like that. And we try to get everybody in the mindset that that's not the way. The way forward is to have a civil conversation and have people understand both viewpoints and, really get them to engage with the topic. So that's, for us, that's most important. We want to do this in a very professional manner so that people can know that the information that we're talking about is not just a meme on the internet, or it's not just some crazy fad that people are getting with. And it's definitely not something to just jump in and believe. We don't want that to happen. Flat Earth is a journey of self-exploration, looking into the topic yourself and actually discovering for yourself that the Earth isn't a globe. So definitely something in the way of a self-exploration journey. We can talk to you about all the great information that we have, but the biggest part of this is that we want you to do the work. Because without that, you're just listening to people who are talking to you about some points, but we definitely don't want to wrestle you into an argument and think that we're going to win you over that way. I personally don't operate that way. I always tell the person, please don't take my word for this. Go and do the research. Go and search this out for yourself. Please investigate. And there's a great saying, and some people might quote me on who said this actually, but the saying goes that truth never fears the fullest of investigation. Never. You can expose this to this whatever degree you want, and it will always give you the truth. And so that's the most important part for us. It never fears the fullest of investigations. We don't ever fear people being inquisitive about the topic and the method by which we speak on this topic. We want everybody to know. This is out in the open for everyone. This is not something hidden. We don't want people to know and stuff like, no, this is for everyone. You guys can do any of the things that we talk about, demonstrate for yourself. It's very practical. But it's really everybody, and I'll say this, globe earth and flat earth, we've both been scarred and marred and mocked, and just depends on who you are, right? And what you harbor inside. Some people harbor ill will towards others. They just hate talking to people, yet they want to be on here, spouting whatever they want on their position and make their point known. Because for some reason, they don't care about your ideas. They just want to speak what they want. And I really don't like that for any position, for flat earth or globe earth. Because how are we going to know what the other person thinks if you just don't want them to speak, So, we have to allow everybody to have a good conversation. However, if the person is being dishonest and aggressive, then we'll have to either mute them or ask them to kindly step away from the mic and the text. Because we certainly don't want to have animosity where animosity should not be. All right. That being said, it's been a great time here, man. You guys are awesome. This is the morning show with Miggy. So yeah, welcome. If there's any topics that you want to talk about within the context of the shape of the earth, please come in here. There's a lot of people with the mindset that the earth is still a globe, and we do want to talk to them about that and why they think that. If nothing else, I'll just sit here and I'll probably kick the Flat Earth music bot that was playing a live stream, and I'll still be here. I'll also pause when we start getting more people in here. And if anybody wants to ask any questions, I'm here. We can have a conversation, or any of the other flat earthers that are in here will be able to have conversation with you. Or if you want to just talk to me, if you're coming in here, please, by all means, do so. But we do want to have good conversation with people that are inquisitive. I'll sit around a bit and then I'll kick the Flat Earth bot up here in just a moment.
I did make all these memes. It took a while. I made sure to cite a lot of them towards the end. Moving on. The failure of the many attempts to measure terrestrially any effects of the Earth's motion. Then he goes on in the rest of the quote to explain the theory of why you can't detect the Earth's motion. So this is literally just pointing out that all the people that brought you the current paradigm and the very current paradigm you adhere to, if you think the Earth's a ball that spins around the sun, it says that you can't detect the Earth's motion. Okay, the failure of the many attempts to measure terrestrially any effects of the Earth's motion. Any effects, okay? This is Wolfgang Pauli, very famous physicist within the heliocentric paradigm. Next quote. There was just one alternative. The Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil. Physicist Arthur Eddington, from the infamous Eddington experiment, where him and Einstein worked together to allegedly validate relativity by seeing a star behind the eclipse because it allegedly proved the bending and warping of space-time and the star bent around the eclipse. Very infamous relativity and heliocentric proponent. He's talking about the Mickelson Worley, and he's explaining either we had to come up with the idea that the measuring apparatus physically shrank, but we just couldn't tell, and then time slowed down so it looked like it was the same time, or the other alternative was that the Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil, also known as stationary. Moving on. Henrik Lawrence, who is the guy who came up with the Lorentz Contraction, which is what they utilized to say the physical measuring apparatus was shrinking and is still used to this day, the Lorentz Contraction and Lorentz transforms. He said, briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest. I want to come back over here for a second. Physicist Henrik Lawrence. Briefly, everything occurs as if it were at rest. If you believe that the Earth is a globe and we were told the truth about the Earth and it is in fact a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles around at the equator, tilted over, wobbling, spinning 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator and shooting around the sun, and you believe there's something called gravity, and it bends the immensity of the ocean's water around the exterior of the spinning sphere inside of a vacuum with gas pressure sitting next to this vacuum within this vacuum. And relativity is holding all this together and making the Earth revolve around this solar system with other planets. If you choose to believe that, which you certainly have the right to do that, you must understand that your position requires, necessitates, dictates that you can never prove that the Earth is moving from the Earth or with any experiment or with any observation, and it will always look like the Earth's at rest. The universe is just set up in such a way as if to deceive you and trick you into thinking that it's stationary when it's actually tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, getting carried through space by the sun 500,000 miles per hour as the galaxy goes 1.3 million miles per hour. This is the only position you can take. This is like if you're debating someone about the Bible and they tell you that the Bible's real. And then you're like, okay, well, what about where it says here? And they deny it says that and they say it doesn't say that. And then you pull it out and say, look, it says it right there. And then they just say, you're stupid, right? It's the same thing. You cannot have a justified belief if you do not know what your belief is. The irony of people bashing people and ridiculing them because they say the Earth is flat is pretty mind-blowing when almost always what it is one group of people haven't researched it at all. The other group of people used to think what that group of people thought because they hadn't really researched it, chose to research it in depth and then test it and found out it wasn't true. So that's just a fact. If you want to be an honest proponent of the fact that you think the Earth's a globe, you must absorb the position for what it actually is. And that position is you can't prove that the Earth is spinning from the Earth because relativity says it'll always look exactly like it was stationary, and we're in a frame of reference due to relativity. It always looks like the Earth's not moving and is at rest. This is objective. So be a big boy and absorb your position for what it is, please. All right, moving on. In order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets, and comets, there is required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally according to the quantity of matter in each of them and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun, and thus celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest, as in the Tychonic system. Physicist Isaac Newton. This is in there because, of course, for one, he's assuming that the Earth's a sphere and he's assuming that space is a vacuum. With these two assumptions baked in, he's saying for that to be the case and for the Earth to be at rest, this is what's required. He actually then attributes gravity to God, and he said he didn't offer a mechanism, and anyone that thinks that gravity will act on another thing of brute matter through the vastness of a vacuum without some type of medium acting in between is to him so great an absurdity that no man in competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. This is in here because a lot of people bring up Newton, who discovered gravity with 666 newtons on the Earth in 1666 as an apple fell on his head, and I guess it just didn't fall in the water beside him. And he's sitting here saying, yeah, the Earth could definitely be at rest, just like in the Tychonic system. So there you go. Bow bow. Moving on. Next quote. It is both amusing and instructive to speculate on what might have happened to such an experiment if such an experiment could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries when men were debating the rival merits of the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems. The results would surely have been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. Physicist G.J. Whitrow. Thank you, Nominal, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the gravy. Absolutely. Thank you for the support. Greatly appreciated. Much love. Okay, that quote's pretty straightforward there. He's talking about Mickelson Worley. He's like, it's interesting to look at the idea of if that experiment had happened back then when they were debating whether or not the Earth was stationary or not, and apparently, science had this victory that it's revolving around the sun. Well, they would have thought for sure that proved the Earth wasn't moving. Only was it when some crazy fuzzy-haired crackpot came up with the theory that, well, you can't tell, but everything's physically shrinking when you try to measure it to prove the Earth is moving, and time slows down, so it always looks like it's the same time, so you can't tell that it's not moving, or that it's moving, but it always looks like it's not moving, but I promise it is moving. So anyway, there you go. He's sitting here point blank telling you, again, Mickelson Morley showed us that the Earth was stationary. Back in the day, they would have most assuredly interpreted that as the Earth was stationary. So, you can let Wikipedia say what they want to. This is why this conversation's censored. If you found it to this channel, try to be honest. You're not going to get the real information too many places. Next quote. One of the most surprising findings is that the fluctuations in the cosmic microwave radiation temperatures at large angular scales do not match those predicted by the standard Big Bang model. The European Space Agency Planck Probe 2013, and this is where they looked out at background energy in the sky, and it had even distribution from going away from the Earth as the center. So like it says right here, the most surprising findings is that the fluctuations in the radiation temperatures do not match those predicted by the standard Big Bang model, which is that everything came from nothing and there was a pre-existing energy, but we won't talk about that part. And then the universe is just expanding in all directions. The universe has no location preference regarding the Earth, and it's just random. The evidence didn't show us that, though. Another geocentric quote, of course. Again, the European Space Agency. Moving on. Here's another quote regarding that information and data. Quote, looking into this anomaly more deeply, we will find that it remains robust throughout all 7 years of published WMAP data, and furthermore, that it is very difficult to explain within the context of the canonical inflationary lambda cold dark matter of cosmology, also known as the Big Bang. The observations disagree markedly with the prediction of the theory. Now, as opposed to saying maybe our theory is wrong and the Earth is stationary and that's why all the energy looks like the Earth is stationary, we will ignore that and desperately try to come up with some other theory in attempt to save our principle of philosophy. Weird. Astrophysicist Glenn Starkman, Craig Copey, Dragan Huderer, and Dominic Schwarz. Next quote. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. Astrophysicist Ashok Singhal. I'm going to come over here to talk to you for a second. So this is in regard, now I have these quotes kind of all discombobulated, but I'm going to give you context as we go through them. This is in regards to them looking out at energy, the background energy around the Earth when you look out to the sky. And it shows that the Earth is in the center. It's an even distribution, and the temperatures all specifically coordinate with where the Earth is. And it doesn't really make sense. because they're supposed to be all random and have no the Earth occupies no special or unique position in the universe. It's a tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe of nothing. It's purely random, and it doesn't really matter at all. The evidence didn't show us that, though. It showed us that it was literally in the center. So they called it the axis of evil. They gave a moral descriptor, evil, to an observation of the universe. It's a philosophy, and it's a weirdo philosophy, to be honest. So I just want you guys to fully understand what the context, the whole context is, just what the title of the stream is. It's geocentrism. And these aren't just some quotes. This is all built upon the experiments and the data and the studies. I just get tired of hearing people misrepresent what the actual situation is. If you want to believe the Earth's a spinning ball, go for it. At least honestly absorb what your position is. And if you don't know, inform yourself prior to being so sure about your position. That is always the wisest thing to do. See, I would do it like this, but I'm going to block that thing. I mean, I guess you guys can tell me if you want, but it'll be blocking the quotes. I know a lot of people like to take screenshots of the quotes. Here is another quote about this observation. Why is the solar system cosmically aligned? The cosmic alignment was not random and in fact showed that the Earth was the center. Or best case scenario for heliocentrism, all the data makes us look like we're in the center. Astrophysicist Dragon Hooterer. Quote, no longer could astronomers hope that the Copernican dilemma, as in the dilemma with their philosophical preference that the Earth is not special, that the Copernican dilemma would disappear with improved data. The data were in hand, and their implication inescapable. We are at the center of a spherically symmetric distribution of gamma ray burst sources, and this distribution has an outer edge. Oh, it's supposed to be infinitely expanding in all directions with no location preference regarding the Earth. The evidence showed us the opposite of that. And when they first got the evidence showing us that the Earth's at the center, they thought, oh man, this puts the Copernican principle in jeopardy. This is a dilemma. But once we get better, more improved data, then we'll know for sure that we're good. And actually, we're not at the center. And then the more improved data came, and it showed even more definitively that the Earth is in the center. Astrophysicist Jonathan Katz. Next, we have a lot of quotes. Next quote. Well, when you look at the CMB map, that's the cosmic microwave background, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. Or looking out at the whole universe, that would say we are truly the center of the universe. Physicist Lorentz Contraction, who is atheist of all atheists. Crazy. So that's point blank there, right? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe. Is the Copernican principle coming back to haunt us? Moving on. Next quote. All this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there is something special about our place in the universe. You don't say. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe. This is, however, an alternative explanation. There is, however, an alternative explanation. The universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy too. This, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. I'm going to read that again. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. Now, actually, we have tons of evidence against it because all the evidence shows us that the Earth is the center. So they're like, oh, well, it'll just look like you're at the center everywhere. So I'll try to go through the quotes without giving my commentary first. I'm going to start over, sorry. Quote, all this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there is something special about our place in the universe. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe. There is, however, an alternative explanation. The universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy too. This, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. We believe it only on grounds of modesty. It would be most remarkable if the universe looked the same in every direction around us, but not around other points in the universe. Physicist Stephen Hawking. It would be most remarkable because it would mean that the Earth was placed in the center and that it occupies the special, unique position of all positions where everything moves around us. You can call it modesty, but the truth is, you don't want to be humble and modest enough to acknowledge a creator. That's weird. Next quote. Mickelson and Worley found shifts in the interference fringes, but they were very much smaller than the size of the effect expected from the known orbital motion of the Earth. Physicist John D. Norton. Now, if anybody saw the debate I had, he was telling me that they saw nothing. I'm going to come back over for this too. The talking point for this is, in Mickelson Morley, they didn't detect anything and it debunked the ether. They did detect something though. Every time it's ever been done, they detect something. I showed you the visualization, the expected result and the actual result. The actual result did not show them going together perfectly. It showed that there was just a slight difference. Every time that this has been done since then, it always measures a fringe shift every single time. In fact, it was replicated even by the Air Force in 1987, and then it was published. The results were published in a Nature article, and it shows the same thing that Mickelson Morley got. There is a fringe shift, but it's not what was expected. Hillside, cheers. Brother, thank you for the $20 super chat. Greatly appreciated. And cheers back, my guy. Thank you for the support. So in the debate, I was told they didn't measure anything. No, it was nothing because they classified it as a null result, meaning they expected it to be a certain amount because they assumed that the Earth was moving around the sun. They didn't find that, so they said, oh, it's a null result. It's not what we expected to find. And then the experimental error is the excuse. Well, the instruments have an error bar, and so it's just going to fall within that error bar. Even though, in fact, this is the truth of the matter. That's just a talking point because it is a religion. It is a cult. And you must follow the cult script and you must repeat the talking points and the script and be a good boy and don't think for yourself. You repeat what Google and Wikipedia says or we're going to make fun of you. So, like I said, there always was a difference. And the apparatus that Mickelson Morley used was sensitive enough to detect as little as 2 miles a second. And the claimed orbital speed of the Earth going around the sun was close to 20 miles a second. So it was close to 20 miles a second assumed orbital motion speed through the Earth. The apparatus was sensitive enough to detect 2 miles a second. And it did consistently detect a fringe shift, but not what was expected. Less than 1/6 the value predicted by the motion of the Earth. Thank you, Ken Edits, for the $10 super chat. Gravy. Yes, sir. Thank you for the support, brother. Much love. It's greatly appreciated. This is some gravy. Anyone that's honest about this was one of the biggest red pills for me is when I found out, like, oh, wow, you guys know that all the evidence shows the Earth is stationary. And you're pushing this philosophy on me and all my homies and my children and my family. I mean, I don't have children yet, though I do on the way. But all my friends and family, all of us when we're young, as if it's fact. See, it's like science. And it's just your like weirdo philosophy that you're scared of the Earth being special. That's so weird to me. If the Earth is special, it's special, bro. Don't make this weird. All right, let's move on. How dare you? in a world. So again, Mickelson and Worley found shifts in the interference fringes, but they were very much smaller than the size of the effect expected from the quote-unquote known orbital motion of the Earth. Okay. Seems different than the mainstream anti-flat Earth talking points, but what do I know? Next quote. But when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, oh, did we go backwards? In a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe. Physicist Lorentz Contraction. Sorry, I don't know if it went backwards. It did. Okay. Next quote. What happened when the experiment was done in 1887? That's Mickelson Worley. There was never in any orientation at any time of the year, any shift in the interference pattern. None. No shift. No fringe shift. Nothing. As in, the difference didn't change throughout the year in any orientation. What's the implication? Here was an experiment that was done to measure the speed of the Earth's motion through the ether. This was an experiment that was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. It could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 20 miles per second that the Earth is in its orbital motion around the sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Mickelson-Worley experiments? The implications is that the Earth is not moving. Physicist Richard Wolfson. Yeah, you don't say. On its face, we know that the apparatus, the measuring device, was sensitive enough to detect 2 miles a second, and they claim the Earth's moving 20 miles a second. 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to detect the Earth's motion. It didn't. And then if we're going around the sun, we're going around the sun in an elliptical orbit. So what's going to change throughout the year? So they tested it throughout the year, and guess what happened? Nothing. It didn't show any difference, and it did not detect what needed to be detected for the Earth to be moving. Based on this, the conclusion, the implications of the experiment was that the Earth is not moving. Again, physicist Richard Wolfson. Moving on. Next quote. We know now that the difference between a heliocentric and geocentric theory is one of motions only, and that such a difference has no physical significance, the Ptolemaic and Copernican views. When improved by adding terms involving the square and higher powers of the eccentricities of the planetary orbits and physically equivalent to one another. Astronomer Fred Hoyle, who coined the term Big Bang, very famous astronomer, telling you that they're physically equivalent to one another, the geocentric and heliocentric models. That's not what you're told in school, though, is it? You're told it's a definitive fact, and anyone that even dares to question it is crazy. Moving on, next quote. Tycho Brahe proposed a dualistic scheme with the sun going around the Earth, but with all other planets going around the sun. And in making this proposal, he thought he was offering something radically different from Copernicus. And in rejecting Tycho's scheme, Kepler obviously thought so too. Yet in principle, there is no difference. Of course, there is a major difference overall. One is that the Earth's not moving. One is that the Earth is moving. One is that the Earth is a tiny speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe of nothingness, because if it's in a heliocentric model, you're making a claim about the rest of the universe too. Because then you're making a claim about where the planets have to be relative to you and the solar system and all this other stuff. Or the Earth is geocentric in the center of all things. These are drastically different, but they are not different mathematically or in the sense of a coordinate system or in the sense of all physical observations or evidence. You can try to use either system if you apply relativity, which simply says if the earth is moving, it will appear like it is stationary. That's what it says. It says, although all evidence shows the earth is stationary, it's actually moving. That is what relativity is. So that's what he's saying here. Moving on. Next quote. There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries with the telescope can be accommodated to the system invented by Tycho Brahe just before Galileo began his observations of the heavens. In this Tychonic system, the planets move in orbits around the sun, while the sun moves in an orbit around the Earth in a year. Furthermore, the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the sun and planets, so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit. Physicist Bernard Cohen. Now, people, again, the globe Earth zealots, if you will, do whatever they can to try to dismiss this. And they try to claim that these are out of context. They're all in context, and all this is exactly what they said and what they meant. And is just subjective if you even slightly interpret and understand what relativity itself is and what the actual heliocentric model is. What they want to try to say is, oh, well, they're just talking about revolving around the sun. You can't prove it. They don't mean rotating, because they want to claim that they can prove the Earth is spinning with a gyro and the pendulum. Like, they want to come up with whatever they can. Right here, very point blank explains to you, no. First of all, if the Earth is not revolving, it's not rotating either. Okay? If it's rotating, it has to be revolving. They both go together. And that an equally viable system is that the Earth is stationary. And that there's no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. Again, physicist Bernard Cohen. All right, next. Quote, before Copernicus, people thought that the Earth stood still and that the heavens revolved about it once a day. Copernicus taught that really the Earth revolves once a day, and the daily rotation of the sun and the stars is only apparent. Galileo and Newton endorsed this view, and many things were thought to prove it. For example, the flattening of the Earth at the poles, and the fact that bodies are heavier there than at the equator. But in the modern theory, the question between Copernicus and his predecessors is merely one of convenience. All motion is relative, and there is no difference between the two statements. The Earth rotates once a day, and the heavens revolve about the Earth once a day. The two mean exactly the same thing, just as it means the same thing if I say that a certain length is 6 feet or 2 yards. Astronomy is easier if we take the sun as fixed than if we take the Earth. Let's read that again here. Astronomy is easier if we take the sun as fixed than if we take the Earth. Oh, that's how we determine what's true. Whatever's easiest and goes with our philosophy. We should probably teach children this as definitive fact. And this is censored, right? To discuss this conversation, we get censored. Why would that make any sense to anybody that can actually think for themselves and search out the truth? Astronomy is easier if we take the sun as fixed than if we take the Earth. Just as accounts are easier in decimal coinage. But to say more for Copernicus is to assume absolute motion, which is a fiction. All motion is relative, and it is a mere convention to take one body as at rest. All such conventions are equally legitimate, though not all are equally convenient. Philosopher Bertrand Russell. Next quote. I tell my classes that had Galileo confronted the church in Einstein's day, he would have lost the argument for better reasons. You may use my name if you wish, mathematician Carl Wolfman. I tell my classes that had Galileo confronted the church in Einstein's day, he would have lost the argument for better reasons. You may use my name if you wish is a way of acknowledging the fact he has to say you can use my name if you wish just goes ahead and shows you the problem. If anyone dares and speaks just the intellectual truth, they have to be afraid. If you're on the side of that, you're weak. Sorry about it. Next quote. It is very important to acknowledge that the Copernican theory offers a very exact calculation of the apparent movements of the planets, even though it must be conceded that, from the modern standpoint, practically identical results could be obtained by means of a somewhat revised Ptolemaic system. It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth. It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth between Copernicus and Ptolemy. Both conceptions are equally permissible descriptions. What has been considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, as opposed to that of antiquity, is questioned as to its truth value. Physicist Hans Reichenbach. Oh, how dare you. Let's move on. Quote, the Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places of the planets are the same for the two systems. Astronomer J.L.E. Dreyer. I want to come back over here and make sure everyone's understanding the purpose of this presentation. This is it. You will be told that if you dare question that the Earth is revolving around the sun and there's a solar system and we know exactly what it is and the sun's the center of it and we're flying through space, you're crazy. You deny science. You don't understand all the scientific evidence we have. And all the people that say that, they don't even understand any of the core principles of relativity. Some of us have actually read relativity, both special and general, and read Einstein's writings about those theories. And we've read his letters, and we know what it actually says. We read the historical evolution of physics and science, and we know what the truth is. The truth is, if the Earth is a spinning ball, it's going to look like it's flat, and it's going to feel like it's stationary. And all observations are going to show us that the Earth is stationary, even if it wasn't. That is the current paradigm. That is because it has to be the current paradigm, because all attempts to ever prove the Earth was moving has failed. All of them have failed. This is the actual truth. Anyone, I don't care how many degrees they have, that is saying something different is lying. Now, again, that's why I started this off with the quotation, do not attribute malice to that which can be adequately explained with incompetence. But, look, you can't prove the Earth is moving. That's a fact. Don't make it weird, bro. All right, moving on. Quote, the ancient argument over whether the Earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the Earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the Earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening. The Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless. Physicist Martin Gardner, just so you know, pretty much every single physicist, astronomer, astrophysicist, and cosmologist and philosopher on this list are very, very famous and very prominent and very accredited. The reason that they're there is not that you're appealing to their authority. I am certainly not.
What's up, buddy?
It is because the number one weapon used against us as a form of gaslighting,
you're lagging, I can't hear you quite well,
is to try to convince us that we're crazy because we're going against all of the experts. And this is incorrect. And they don't understand what the experts actually say. So, again, one of the last-ditch attempts to dismiss the validity of my presentation here, first it is that the quotes are out of context. They are all objectively in context, and they are saying exactly what I'm saying that the people are stating in every situation. So once that doesn't work, now most of them will just keep saying it. But you couldn't be much more dishonest than to just keep saying it over and over and over once objectively refuted, right? So some people won't do that. And then what they will then say is, oh, it's just talking about the Earth.
I had to pause the bot. Somebody call me?
I did.
Hey, what's up, man?
I said hello. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
You should do your host of the morning show.
I would. I was actually. I had taken a shower. I ate some breakfast. I was getting up, so I was just kind of doing my thing. Meanwhile, Witsit was on a recorded deal that he was talking about. He was I was listening on because I had him on my cell phone. But we do have some new people in here. I now would be happy to do my live show. But what I do is I wait for more people to come in here. And once they do, then I'll jump on and surely go through a few points. But we do have Matters that's just joined us, it seems. Matters, welcome to the 24/7 Discord. And we are live on YouTube. What I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute you at this point. Matters, you have control of your mic. You're welcome to join us in a conversation about the shape of the earth. We welcome all people. Doesn't matter what you think or what your worldview is. We want to get to know you better. So welcome to the morning show with Miggy. And I actually dubbed that today. So everybody that's listening right now, that's what I'm calling it. I have had a show before. And my show that I used to have before was a bit different, but in the same context, I was still doing what I'm doing now. Just talking to people, having an open forum, and listening to people that want to be curious about the topic. So Matters, you are on. If you want to talk, go ahead. If not, if you want to lurk, be my guest. You can sit back and listen. But we do want to have conversation with new people. So Matters, are you there? Alrighty then. Well, it seems like Matters is probably not on at the moment, but we do see Kiwi. Kiwi, welcome. Good morning, sir. Hello.
Yeah, what's going on, homie? How are you?
Sounds like you need a morning coffee, bro.
Yeah, man. Just woke up. Friday, slept in, and just getting warmed up for the morning, man. It's good to hear you on the mic.
Yeah. I'm doing kind of like a show style / open forum / you know what I do.
Yeah, dude.
I'm dubbing it morning with Miggy because it sounds synonymous to my name. So like, yeah, Miggy morning, hey.
It works perfect, man. I love it.
So, and I'm on in the mornings, but I probably won't be for a little bit until I get my job and what I'm going to be doing during the morning times. But while I can, I'll jump on here.
Appreciate it, man.
I love talking to people. We have ECCD LH or IH. I'm not sure, you didn't clarify, but it's just a bit hostile this morning because maybe some people that were in here kind of argued with him, and it just the way it goes. But as you know, the way I am, I open the forum.
I'm not hostile. I don't feel hostile. Actually, I just want you guys to stop spreading propaganda. That's all.
Yeah. So and that usually triggers other flat earthers, right? And somebody will be like, ECCD, what do you mean? And, go on and on. But not me. No, sir. There's no way. I've heard of that before.
I can prove it, but I don't want to.
Yeah, no, sure. But here's the thing, though. Before we get into all that, like I said before, because of the engagement, we got to know who you are as a person. We got to know what you...
No, you're deflecting the conversation. You have a YouTube and you're running 24/7 live talk about the flat earth or the shape of the earth, right? And you're encouraging viewers to go into the show, and you have to tell us more about why do you think the earth is flat, not the other way around, because in that case, you're taking over control of the debate. It's common psychology, man. Come on.
Yeah, well, common psychology would say that you have to allow people to speak as well. So when you don't, you start to bogart the conversation and think that because you have a perception of your worldview, that everybody should think the way you do. Instead of presenting your case and letting others decide, you actually want to make people think what you think, and that's not right. So if anybody does that within the context of either flat earth or globe earth, I would say, then they're wrong. You can't.
You're really good. I can tell you this. You're really good, man. You're
Thank
very
you.
good.
I don't know if that's a compliment or something derogatory, but I would say this.
It is. You're very good. I don't know who taught you this, but you're really good. I'm telling you.
I would say, well, I don't know. See, I listen to people, man. That's what I do. But also, not only listening, it's good to respond. But see, the thing is, when people come in with animosity and anger, then you can see what they're harboring inside, and it's ill will towards others, which I don't have. I just want you to understand that, like, everybody should have a platform to speak. When you shut people down and say you can't have your platform, then you're bull guarding your way through the world, and you just want to impose what your worldview is to everyone. When it's everybody's right to believe what they want. ECCDLH. It's not your right to come in here and say, hey, you can't talk about flat Earth. People are free to think and believe what they want in this world. And you're making people believe what you want them to believe. We're only presenting a case. And they
No. You're misinterpreting my words. Don't do that.
Sure, go ahead.
You're twisting
if I
it.
misinterpret it, I'm sorry. If I misinterpret it, then please, they come in here, because like the way this platform should be operating. Now, mind you, I'll say this. It might seem sometimes that people are that way on flat Earth and also globe Earth, as the way it sounds like you're presenting it. Like, you guys have an open forum to talk about flat Earth. You shouldn't be doing that. You're spreading misinformation or whatever. You feel this animosity towards it, but let the people decide. If it's true that flat Earth is not true, the people will decide that, not you. It's not you. You can't come in here and say you can't speak about something. Then who are you? You can't control people's minds. I can't control people's minds. If you walk away here and think the Earth is a globe, good. That's great. Be happy. But don't come in here saying that you're going to tell people what to do and how to think. You've become somebody of a police of other people's thoughts. Who are you to do that to people? I would ask you that, because if you're in here to shut people down and say we can't do something, then you're in the wrong, sir. I'm not. I'm giving them the option. I'm giving them the facts, letting them decide, and so forth. But if you come in here saying that you want to stop all of this, then you're somebody. Take a look at yourself, man. When you're saying that, I allow people to believe what they want. They can continuously believe that the Earth is a globe, and I will still be their friend at the end of the day. Because for me, I think to have everybody actually have the conversation is the most important thing. Now, when you come in and try to stop that, you're the bad guy, not me. Think about that. It's not about being good. It's about just letting people speak. And you're trying to shut that down in some way. I'm not.
Freedom of information is something that you have to be very cognizant of. The consumption of freedom of information is up to the person consuming it. As somebody who's attempting to stop that will be directly accused of gatekeeping.
Yes, that is what people do. You are gatekeeping from other people, letting them decide for themselves. You are not the arbiter of knowledge. You are not somebody who's going to stand in the way between somebody who says, this is disinformation. Let the person decide for themselves whether it is or not. It is not you're not the one who's gatekeeping that information from them. Because whatever somebody decides at the end of the day has nothing to do with you whatsoever. So you're just somebody just like everybody else who has an opinion. But that's because you were given that opinion. If somebody took that opinion away from you and said, no, I'm going to stop EECDLH before he thinks this, they're denying you the option to think about something differently. Now, you need to really look at yourself and actually think, is this who I am? Am I a gatekeeper? Am I stopping other people from freely thinking what they want? And we're not about that here. So please take that position. If you're going to engage, don't be gatekeeping and telling us what we need to do and how we need to do it. This is our forum. We're going to present information the way we present it. And you're here, so you're going to participate or not. There's other forums to go to. Nobody's holding you here. You can leave if you like, or you can stay here and engage. It's your choice. Just like it is your choice to believe in whatever you want, in whatever way you want. That's your choice. Don't deny others that choice. Don't come in here and tell them you're going to deny them from stopping what we're doing. Then you're a gatekeeper, and you're not allowing people to freely think and to freely...
If you talk so much, I'm not going to be able to respond to anything because you're not giving me the right to.
Well, I'll give you the forum now. So go ahead if you feel like saying something, but don't gatekeep in this forum. That's all I'm asking you.
And all I'm asking you is to present my case. Then we get to the shape of the Earth. How's that? Okay.
No, I set the parameters in this forum, my good man. You don't set the parameters. You're in our house. This is our forum. You abide by our parameters, not the other way around. Make that very clear.
That's censorship, you know?
That's not. Because you're willfully wanting to join this forum where nobody's forcing you to come in here. You came in by your own volition because you decided to. And now you're taking on the responsibility of abiding by that forum, just as you do in any other forum.
At least I want to be heard. That's all I ask. If you keep on saying that it's your forum and that's the reason I have to follow certain rules, you're taking control over the conversation, and that's not fair. We live in a free world and free society.
Listen. I don't want to be pasted in that light, and you're not going to do that in this forum. I said this, and I'm going to make it very clear to all the listeners. When you come in here, I told you I'm going to open up the floor so that you can state your position. You can make it very clear known to everybody what your position is, whether you think the Earth is a globe, whether you think you're on the fence, or you think the Earth is flat. It doesn't matter. We wanted to know and get to know you better. I've made it very clear. So don't you paste me in the idea that I was not allowing you to speak. This is an open forum for everybody. You are the one demanding to have your own way in this forum, and you're not going to. These parameters are set here by this particular forum. If you don't like it, there is the door, my good sir. You can walk out and be happy somewhere else. This is the parameters of this specific forum. You abide by them or you leave. That's just the way it goes. And I'm allowing you, however, to have a floor to say your position, as I said in the previous time. So if you'd like, we can start over.
You're inside Discord, and Discord also has its own rules. So that means if Discord says we don't allow flat earthers here, they should ban you, right?
No, no one said that. So what you're doing right now, and in fact, is you're trying to twist conversations. You just like all the other, and I'm going to start labeling you anti-flat earth because you don't want to speak truth and you don't want to be honest. And that's all we're asking.
I don't want to speak truth. What truth are you talking about? I know for a fact the Earth is a globe, my friend, and you're just trolling, and you have a purpose. You're neo-Nazis of this planet. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
You're spreading propaganda, and you're neo-Nazis, and you're trying to manipulate people by controlling the conversation and threatening people to ban them. Okay, good luck. I mean,
threaten to ban you? Did I threaten to ban you?
What?
Did I threaten to ban you? Explain to the
You will. I'm guaranteeing you will ban me in like 1 minute.
You're projecting onto me what I'm going to do. You're divining my thoughts. How nice. You're divining my thoughts. How nice.
Because you're presenting your authority here.
I'm presenting you the parameters by which everybody abides by in this forum, sir. I'm not saying that I'm going to do anything to you. You are actually assuming a lot of things and making it sound like you think that you said you're very good. Well, actually, sir, you're trying to be very good, but your way of being able to negotiate this conversation is failing at every point. You're not presenting a case. You're only stating your rhetoric, and your rhetoric is a smear campaign. Your smear campaign doesn't work in this forum. Because you have people who are professional and know how to handle.
All right. Let's don't change the subject. Let's talk about what I have just said.
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing the subject, which is your campaign to smear flat Earth. You have no reason to be in here being honest. I gave you the open floor to speak your position. Instead, you want to speak about how we're being Nazis. You've already labeled us, sir.
Can you be honest as well? If you ask the same for me.
I have been, but all you're
then answer my questions. Why are you censoring me?
No, I'm not going to answer I'm not going to answer your questions. Here's what you're doing. You're trying to smear all of the campaign. With what you're doing is trying to paste flat Earth in a light that you want people to see. You're projecting. Your little tricks in your bag of tricks is not going to work here. So people can see right through you. All your deception, your gatekeeping, your lies.
Which people? Which people?
The listeners, sir. We're on 24/7 live stream.
And how many listeners do we have right now?
Who cares? Whoever's listening.
So if you have like 4 people watching this,
that's great.
You think that matters? And I'm trying to deceive 4 people?
Yes. Yes,
wow. There are 99% of the Earth which
It does
doesn't
matter.
believe the Earth is flat. So
It does matter because it's archived. Good. I'm glad you're upset with the information because that's what it's supposed to do. It challenges the mind. And some people can't take it, like yourself. Some people can't take it and they burst out with anger and they want to. Yes, that's exactly what we're seeing here.
I'm a truthful person, and you're the one who's deflecting this. You have a bot in Discord which is prepared with memes. So anything I'm gonna say regarding the shape of the Earth, you already prepared, and you're gonna present me your counter proof. That's your tricks here. No, you do, and your friends does it as well.
There's no tricks. It's the truth, and we're being honest with everybody. You decide. Okay. You decide. Yeah, you're deciding what kind of person you want to be when you're actually acting the way you do.
I'm a truthful person, and I can talk about the shape of the Earth, but you're gonna twist it, and you're gonna confuse other listeners. And it's not what we're trying to do here in this forum, right? Maybe I should be a moderator in this forum and spread the proper truth. What do you think?
No, you have so much anger inside you. EECCDLH, you have so much anger.
I have an anger because I'm a human being. That's emotion. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
I'm a human. You're a human. I have emotions.
You have anger towards the topic. You have anger towards the topic because you think
not the topic. It's because I feel you're being manipulative, and I don't think that's fair regarding other listeners. Because I was skeptical about Flat Earth, to be honest. I researched Flat Earth, to be honest, and I was fooled by Flat Earth, to be honest. So I'm speaking for a fact here and from experience, okay?
All right, but see, when I say vague things, like nobody can understand my point if I say vague things. It's a smear campaign if I'm not being very hyper specific. So if I say ECCDLH, you are a mean person and that's all you are, you're only mean to everybody else, and I'm not giving people specifics as to why you're mean, then it's a smear campaign on my part. But I actually go into an explanation of to what I mean. So by you saying that there's misinformation and there's stuff going on, that's great. That's what your opinion is. But you don't give us examples of what you were taught or why things went bad for you or anything. So without any idea of what's going on with what information was presented to you, we don't even know why you feel the way you do. We only know that you're angry about the topic, which is what most people feel. I understand. That part I do understand. And the feeling that you feel like it's a smear campaign, but still, even after all of that, even if after you called us Nazis and whatever else, people would have banned you in this forum for that. But I understand people are marred and scarred by this information because they don't know, and nobody there is there to teach them. I deal with the hard cases, sir.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Of course, because other people wouldn't. They would just pass you by and probably toss you away because of the way you're acting. You're acting very, very mean towards others. You're bullying your way forward and saying, I want my way or nothing.
Yes, but the people who lie to us, according to you, regarding the shape of the Earth, are better, and they're treating me with respect, and I can have normal civilian conversations with them, and they don't tell me this is the topic. You're gonna get banned if you change the subject regarding the shape of the Earth. State your position. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Do you believe the Earth is round?
They don't give you an option. They don't give you an option, ECCDLH. Know that. There's not an option. There's no other option.
They give us free will. That's not good enough for me.
They take it away. They take it away because they say this is the paradigm, right? They give you the paradigm and you're spoon-fed it all 9 ways to Sunday. And so here we say, hey, take a look at it and examine, and you don't have to trust us and believe us or anything. You can actually dismiss it and say, hey, I like the globe. That's great. We actually encourage people. If that's how you feel,
I tried that, and you guys attacked me with your manipulative tricks.
Listen, let me make my point. So I'm gonna talk to you about them and us, and I'm gonna show you why they're taking away your free will. So you're talking about they at least allow me to say, yeah, because they've already encapsulated your mind in their paradigm. So within that paradigm, so long as you stay in that paradigm, you can't think of anything else. Now, try to freely think about something other than the ever-expanding cosmos and present them with that and see if they're going to interpret it as they're going to accept what you say. I promise you, they'll shut you down as fast as anything else. So this is what we're about against. And you're saying that they allow you the freedom? No, sir, we do. Because otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here calling us Nazis. Think about it. And you're
I
still
already tried. You're contradicting yourself here. Can I explain why without you interrupting me? You said
Absolutely.
you're allowing here even globe earthers, even flat earthers. Okay, that's not true because on the last show I was speaking to your colleagues or whatever you want to call them, and
Yeah.
eventually they're twisting the subject, they're changing the subject and making me look insane or actually be crazy by saying I don't have to get, I don't get the option to choose what I think the shape of the earth is, or I know for a fact the shape of the earth is, because that's not what you guys are doing here. You're enforcing your will upon the listeners and upon me, the speaker here, or at least that's what your the previous people who run the show did, and I'm pretty much sure you're gonna do the same.
Well, let's find out, because instead of you assuming things, I think it's better for us to have a conversation. Wouldn't that be
Assumption comes from experience. Are you familiar with
Yeah.
it? If
Yes,
you
but it's
fall,
not-
if you
you're
fall and break
projecting,
your
though.
jaw, you're gonna be careful next time, right?
Yeah, but you're not going to project onto everybody. Just because your heart got broken by a bad relationship doesn't mean that every single relationship you get into is going to be bad, sir. You can't go into it that way.
Yeah,
Your
of course.
mindset is
But you have to,
of course.
you have
Then you
to
agree with
consider
me.
the
Then you
idea,
agree
right?
with me, sir. See, that's the thing. You agree with me. So then you can't project whatever experience you had before is going to be the same that you have the next time. You can't do that. And I've made it very clear. Everybody understands this concept. Just because your heart was broken before doesn't mean it's going to happen every time. That's a default. Everybody understands that. Except for when you start to like protect yourself from that every single anyway, getting away from that. This was a whole new experience. I even told you at the beginning, I was like, maybe that's what they felt because whatever conversation you guys had, I wasn't a part of, but it might have went in a direction that was not conducive to people maybe listening to you guys bicker and you started to say whatever you want. But I guarantee you in this forum, we do like to keep an open forum. And some people might be thinking, dude, you're crazy. Why are you allowing him to speak? Because here's the thing, ECCD. I always look at people as in, like, even though you think the way you do, and people might not have let you speak, and you say maybe those other guys do. And, it's like, what keeps you here? What is your end point? What are you trying to do? If it's not to sit here and talk about truth and to set the record straight, because that's what I want people to do. If you feel like you got some information, listen. If you're holding a royal flush in your hand, lay your cards down. Let's see it. Demonstrate to the world that you have the information, that it is correct that the earth is a globe. I say that.
What is my purpose here? Can you please talk a little bit less, because I forget what you say and I have to write things down in order to respond to you correctly, because you say a lot of stuff and I forget them, So the purpose I'm here, it's a very good question. Thank you for that. The purpose I'm here is because I'm going to be honest. You like honesty, right? Or at least you say so, okay?
Sure.
I like being skeptical, okay? I like being skeptical. I don't give a fuck if I know for a fact the Earth is a globe. I like to hear the other side. I like to think, okay? I don't give a fuck if you guys made it up. I know for a fact for myself the Earth is a globe, okay? I can prove it. You're gonna disregard the proof or anything, but the purpose I'm here is I just wanted to have a normal civilian conversation and to talk normally without being offended, without censorship, and just discuss things without being censored about what the topic is. This is a really good way of control, because you're the host, you're the moderator. If we turn the tables around, if I create my own Discord channel, if I'm the moderator of the global Discord channel, and you come in there and I propose you the rules, you're gonna be feeling threatened. Otherwise, I could tell you, okay, if you don't like this, the scenario of how the discussion will go, you can leave, okay? But at the same time, I'm presenting my theory upon the viewers, and imagine that millions of people come across the live stream, the YouTube channel. Imagine what influence you're gonna have. I mean, it's okay to have free will, but and free speech. This is democracy, right? But if you have power, influence over other people, this could be a very dangerous thing, my friend, and I hope you understand that. I'm not trying to judge. I'm not saying anything. Don't feel threatened by my words. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to understand your agenda, and I'm trying to keep it really like, I don't want to get into an argument. I don't want to fight. I don't want to throw words at you. But I came here because I wanted to for you guys to do the exactly same thing you ask of us. Think skeptically. Don't just memorize things. Don't just like, even if I gave you the proof, you're gonna disregard it, like I said, because my opinion from my observation. Like, you observe the horizon, you see the world flat. My observation is you have some kind of agenda. I don't know what that agenda is. Like, the same way you don't know why NASA lies to you, right? I don't know what agenda. Money, propaganda. I don't know. Well, maybe you have some agenda. Maybe you do.
ECCD is sit here and listen. That's all you got to do. If you want to hear my agenda, sit here and listen. Be a good listener. For once, instead of coming in here and divining everybody's thoughts and assuming everything, that you know what people are going to say and how they're going to treat you. The reason why you're very hostile is because maybe in the past you were treated certain ways. But I'm trying to show you there's a better way forward for all of us. But you can't be imposing your thoughts onto others thinking that you know the right way. It's not going to happen. I give people the option to think what they want. They can, at the end of the day, and I stated this over and over, and I'll still say it again while you're in here, they can still wind up leaving here thinking the Earth is a globe, and I can still be friends with them. I have no qualms with that. You on the other hand, wait 1 second, because I'm not done. I allowed you to speak, didn't I? So if we're gonna go ahead and say that we're gonna have this as an open forum, I told you one very clear thing. And you said, you're stopping me saying things. No, sir, you're pasting a bad light on me right now. I don't like that when people do that. I said, I'm going to open up this floor so that you can tell us what your position is and whatever you feel like. And if you want to know our position or our agenda or why we're here or any of those other good things, I will be gladly to tell you directly, or you could just listen and you'll know for sure what it is. But I won't ever make you feel like you can't be here just because of you think the Earth is a globe. That will be up to you. And if you leave here, that's on your own free will. But the thing is, if you start being hostile to the point where we're not able to have a conversation, then of course I will remove you because you didn't allow yourself to calm down and you were very angry. And this forum needs
because you have authority, right?
Whatever you say,
and you judge what hostile means. Maybe I have a different definition for hostility, and if I think you're hostile right now, what can I do? Can I remove you from the forum? No, I can't.
No, but see, here's the thing. If you're not allowing for good conversation to happen back and forward and for people to actually look at that information, then you become a gatekeeper. Even if you're somebody who doesn't have authority. You want to impose your viewpoint, your worldview on others without even giving them a chance to think differently. And that's what you're already saying, that flat Earth is wrong without even opening your mind to see maybe you could be wrong. That's your wrongdoing. And that's why you're gatekeeping at the moment. Until you open up your mind and say, hey, you know what? I'll present my side. I'll let the people decide. It's as simple as that, ECC. Simple as that. Let them decide. You speak your position, and if it's truth, people will be drawn to it. If it's not,
so do you promise that if I speak my position, you speak your position, you're not going to convince me or anything? We just state our positions. Is that okay? Yeah. Can you promise it in front of everybody who's watching right now?
This is the way I'm gonna kind of go into a little bit of how I do it, right? So that you'll know. I tell everybody.
It's a simple question. No, just answer it. Don't twist it up. Okay. Just straight answer, yes or no.
ECCD, relax. I'm gonna. That's what I was going into. So what I tell everybody is that I'm not in the convincing business. What I will do is I'll put up a challenge, right? It's a challenge to your previously conceived idea that the Earth is a globe, right? So the challenge is that the Earth is not a globe. So my way of presenting it will be a challenge to you. Whether or not you're convinced by it will be up to the person. They have to do the research. They have to investigate, probably do a demonstration to present it to themselves. And therefore, they convince themselves. I don't convince them. The information and the truth about it convinces them, not me. I take myself out of it. The information itself will convince them. I don't do it. Is that clear?
Yeah, but isn't that enforcing you?
Is that clear? Is that clear? Was I clear on my position?
Yeah, but
Okay,
am I clear on mine?
I'm still kind of grasping why we're trying to present it in a way that you're strong-arming others. So I'm not. I will say this. I'll just present it to you. Whether you accept or deny, that's up to you as a person. That's your free will. You can deny it.
You're not listening to me, and then you didn't respond to my question in a straightforward way.
What question was that? I think I answered your convincing question. I think
you did too.
No, you didn't.
Okay, ECC, go ahead, man.
Can you guys not talk over me and Miggy? Like, we're having a dialogue here, not a group of dialogues, okay? So my question was, you said people come here to state their positions and tell you, I can quote you on that, I think, to tell you what they think the shape of the Earth is. That's what this discussion is about, correct?
For sure.
Okay, so the way I imagine this goes is I state my position, like I say the Earth is flat, blah, blah, blah. Then I mute myself.
You meant the Earth is a globe.
Then you state your position.
Sorry,
you say, okay, man, that's great. That's great. I think the Earth is flat. You state your position. And we say at the end of that, okay, good. Have a good life, for example. Why do you have to present me some evidence? I don't want it. Can we just state our positions and that's it?
Oh, no. See, you're giving parameters already. See, that's your parameters.
No, you're giving the parameters. You want to force me. You want to force me to listen to you.
You just gave us a parameter. Like you want it to be a certain way, like you dictate. No, sir, it's not that way.
No, I didn't. You did it.
You're dictating. You just admittedly said people can hear the way you said. So long as it's this way, that's how I want it. I'm sorry, but that's not how this works, sir. You don't dictate parameters. Like this.
So you're dictating the parameters. Is that correct?
No. This forum, okay, allows for everybody to speak their positions. I'm going to go through it again so that I can be very clear. And everybody that's listening could also make notes of this.
What do you mean by speaking their positions? Be definitive on that.
ECC, I'm speaking, please.
But you have to be...
I'm speaking, please.
Okay.
So other people that are listening to right now, they'll understand when they come into this forum. It's not really a gotcha, now you're here, I'm going to trap you. No, it's not like that. So I usually open up to where I'm asking them, hey, you know what? If you believe the Earth is a globe, that's great. Now, please state your position as to why you believe that it is a globe. Go into some evidence or you present it because we need to hear why we've been believing all of these days that the Earth is a globe and why you believe it's a globe. And then I can say, okay, now we can come to a position where we know your position. We've talked to you already. So now I'm going to challenge you. This is a challenge for everybody, right? So the challenge is I'm going to present the case for flat Earth on the idea that you just told me what you know about the globe, or I'd say it like this, that you know or you don't know, because a lot of people, they don't know a lot of things, right? So either you know or you don't know. And then once after you're done, I'm going to go ahead and give you some demonstrations that you can do to provide more evidence that it's not a globe. And that's it. And then after what point, maybe you have some questions or whatever. Like that's where it goes. That's how the discussion goes. It's afterwards, the questions that you have might be pertinent to your idea of like really that need to be answered, and we can get into why those things are true or not. But so we will discuss that. That is the purpose of this forum. So it's not like what you think, like you're gonna say, well, so long as it's this way, and I'll be happy to get into this. No, it's not. We're going to challenge each other. That's the point. The challenge is the point, ECC. It's the challenge. So people can have the freedom of thinking, critical thinking. I wonder if that's true. Let me challenge that. That's what we're offering here, the challenge. We're not offering here to strong arm people into convincing them. That's it. So anyway, please don't engage anybody else, because it seems like you might be triggered in the live stream. Don't worry about that. Just stay focused. So if we want to begin, we can begin. Like I said, we can start. People, some of them don't even know your position yet. I don't even know your exact position. You say, I have all this evidence for globe Earth. That's great. Now, I just want to hear it. Is that so wrong that I want to hear what evidence you have for the globe? I don't think that's wrong asking you that. Coming
Yeah,
from somebody.
but
It's
can
not
I
wrong, is
respond?
it? No, go ahead. That's what we want to know. Who you are as a person, like why you think
I'm
the Earth is
trying
a
not
globe.
to interrupt you, but
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
well, you accuse me of me wanting to take control and set parameters, which is in
Yes.
fact the exact opposite. Why don't you address that? Why do you accuse me of trying to set parameters when you're doing the exactly same thing? And before you interrupt me again, because you did it for a couple of times now, you said that you're asking people their position, and in this case, you're asking me for my position, right? And then when I respond, okay, I'm a globe further, and then you're immediately going to jump on me. Why do you think that? You just said it. Don't tell me that I'm assuming it. You just said it in your scenario, and that's setting parameters when it cannot go the other way around. I come from YouTube, I watch your live stream, I come here, everybody on everybody on Earth thinks the Earth is a globe. So I have the valid point of taking this the other way around. Like I set the parameters. Hey guys, everybody in the world thinks the world is a globe. Why do you think the world is a flat? State your position, and not the other way around.
Because that's not the base axiom, EC. When you think
That's
about
what
the
setting
Earth,
parameters is.
no, the base axiom. I don't know if you understand what I just said. The base axiom for how you perceive the Earth, and everybody's base axiom of how they perceive the Earth. They're on the Earth. So their perspective is.
Okay, I'm ready to jump into it. Okay,
yeah,
I'm ready to jump into it.
You just-
But
you
can you
just interrupted
go
me.
first? Can you go first?
You just interrupted me, bro. Like you said, don't interrupt me. You've been doing, and now you're doing the same. Like, what is that? Like, I was just explaining.
I'm sorry.
I was just explaining. That's it. I'm not arguing with you. Like maybe, but So let's get down to it. If you want to start, we can do it. I mean, it's. I'm gonna allow you to say what you want. I'm not gonna say, "Hey, man, you're such a glober." I don't care for that. I wanted like the point of this challenge is to actually demonstrate to the world that you know what you're talking about. So long as you're not afraid of that, we're gonna get into it. We really are. This is important. Okay. And so that it sounds like you're holding some really good evidence. And so long as people allow you to speak so they can hear you out, right? Your position. That's what I always said. Open floor, let them hear you speak. So if you'd like to, you want to start? Because I would like to have that conversation with you.
Yes, I would like to know. I'd like to say to you, hello, Miggy. I just saw your video. I came here and I saw you guys talking about the shape of the Earth, and you say it's flat. Why do you think that? Or do you think that? Can you please state me your position and what evidence do you have in it? Why do you believe it?
No. I think you're misunderstanding. You're coming from the globe scenario. I think you believe the Earth is a globe. So your presentation of why you think it's a globe is important.
No, it's the other way around. You guys think the Earth is flat.
No.
Present me your position.
But see, everybody, think about it like this. Everybody knows our position, right? Of course, that the forum is even named 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But see, the reason why we even exist, why these people are here, is because we challenge the idea about the globe. So obviously, we want to know why people think it's still a globe. If we've challenged the idea and we know that it's not a globe. So the people that still think it's a globe, like yourself, have some really great information that we want to know because we found out that it's not. There's no curvature. So if you think that there is, or that you know that there is, like you say, you're stating it with such strong conviction, I love to hear that. Please tell us, what is it that convinced you so much that the Earth is a globe? Because we'll examine it. We'll look into it. Let's say, okay, let's hear it. Because you got the great information, and inquiring minds want to know what that is. And then, of course, I'll tell you because it's important. Truth is important, sir.
No. I stopped myself in the middle of the sentence not to interrupt you. I didn't say why.
Go ahead. Go like that. That's and I just explained the reason why. Because like we challenged the idea already.
I just forgot what you just said because you speak so much.
Sorry,
and I'm not American. You speak English very good because it's your native tongue, but I'm not fucking American, man. And it's really hard for me to go on the speed which you go with I need to take things a little bit slower, because I'm from another planet.
Country. Country. But so let me break this down a little bit. But okay, so maybe a little bit slower. How about we know that the Earth is not a globe because we've examined the claim. So for people to know that it is, because that's the reason why we exist, is for the challenge, right? All of us in here have already challenged the notion that it's not a globe. So there's information out there that people say, hey, it's a globe. And for us, it's like, really? How did you find that out? Because we found out the opposite when we were challenged. So for us, it's like, please tell us how you know that the Earth is a spinning globe. Like, what information do you have that could convince people that it's not flat?
You said you investigated it. What information do you have? Why did you stumble across the statement that the Earth is a flat? You said you discovered this. How did you discover it, and what made you want to discover this in the first place? Because obviously everybody knows the Earth is a globe, and I'm pretty sure you know the Earth is a globe. And if you want to prove to listeners and your friends and everybody who's here on the server that you're actually believing this stuff, you can do a very simple test. I believe in lie detectors. Maybe we should go to a lie detector, and I'm sure I'm betting money on that. Okay, you're gonna be convinced that the world is a globe. Okay.
So now, can you present the information as to why people think? Because you say everybody thinks that the Earth is. So right now, you're controlling information, saying that everybody in the world thinks that the Earth is a globe, when that's not true. There's people in here that don't think the Earth is a globe. But obviously, to that fact, I would say also people want to know why you hang on to the globe so vehemently. You're protecting it, as in it's sacred information. Why won't you tell us why it is that you have the information and you don't want to present it? Because we've looked into it and we know that it's not. So what are you holding on to that you don't want to present that it's a globe? So for us, tell us why. Tell us why.
Because because the Earth is a globe. I mean, why do I have to prove it to you?
I know. That's what everybody believes, man. But what makes you stay to the globe? Like, is it just because somebody said it? Is it because it sounds so convincing? What does it hold you to it? Because we want to know. We were challenged, all of us in here, and we found, hey,
why were you challenged to investigate the shape of the Earth? Can you answer this question, please?
For sure. For one, they tell us that the Earth measures to be a globe with the radius, diameter, circumference, right? Which you can Google it if you like, what the radius is, 3959. And then the radius, diameter, circumference, the metrics of the globe are presented to you, me, and everybody else, right? So everybody grows up with this information. But what happens is if somebody has a different opinion and says, wait a minute, how are we going to investigate if the globe actually measures to those metrics? So the challenge is put out. So the challenge is, okay, can we think differently? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Okay, let me investigate it. Is it what the shape claim is? Let's go and test it out. When you do like a Earth globe curvature test, there's something online that you can actually look at that Mick West, who's a science communicator. Am I speaking too much? I don't want you to get lost.
I'm listening. I'm not trying to interrupt.
All right, so Mick West, who's a science communicator, he devised a Earth curve calculator because of the fact that this conversation came up and he knew about it. So for him, it was important that people knew about what the shape of the Earth was. So he made an Earth curve calculator. You can find that online. Actually, type that into the Google. It'll present itself to you. You'll be able to find out. And this Earth curve calculator, you can input the metrics of the globe and then versus like known distances on the Earth, and then find out how much curvature there is between point A and point B over a distance. So we would be able to get drop over distance within point A to point B over, and I'll give you an example, let's say 10 miles, right? And so forth. And so this Earth curve should present itself in a way that we could all demonstrate that the Earth is curving. So he did this in a mathematical kind of like a program. So it's a mathematical program, and it tells you how much curvature there is going to be between you and point A and between point A and point B. So that's what we've done. We've used that. We've examined the claim about the Earth being a globe, because obviously it is, right? So we checked it out, and the challenge was put up, and we saw that it doesn't measure to be any curvature, none whatsoever. So the question that I have for you, because we've examined the claim, right, of the radius, diameter, and the circumference, which you can look up online if you'd like, and then take that claim, go do the measurement test, and see if you can come out with any curvature, which should be there, right, between you and point A and point B, that's going to obstruct your view from the thing that you see in the far distance. Then it would be absolutely 100% solidified that the Earth is a globe, because there's going to be obstruction, curvature is going to be in the way. And just like Mick West put that program out there, he's definitely a glober because he's a science communicator, would definitely state that the Earth is a globe. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that we've already done that. It doesn't turn out that it's a globe. There is no obstruction blocking our view. We see the thing in the far distance. There's no curvature. So now the challenge is out. So my point to you now, because now you know, right? I've demonstrated to you. This is, and anybody can do this actually on Earth. And I'll give you the method by which we do it. I kind of went into it a little bit, but I'll go into more detail. But anyway, using that method, we can actually challenge people to look at that very question, right? The radius, the diameter, and the circumference that has to depict the Earth as a globe with the set metrics. It can't be a bigger ball. It can't be in different numbers. These are the standard for the globe. Now then, let's get to why you believe that it's a globe. So this is my burning question, and what everybody's mind wants to know. Why does ECCDLH think it's a globe? Because obviously...
Because I'm smart.
That's great. Now, can you explain why okay, you're smart. That's wonderful, right? That's great. But why... What convincing demonstration or, evidence?
Yeah. I'll get to that. Of course.
Okay, let's hear it. This is your time. I've said my time. I've explained to everybody.
Yeah,
everybody knows.
I'm trying to have a dialogue here, not a monologue. I don't want to talk to myself. I want to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, go. But we do need to. If you got to go into an explanation, you can monologue a little bit because we got to hear it. These are the facts coming out from ECC.
Monologues are never good. Two brains are better than one.
Right on. Let's get with the evidence, please. Go for it.
Yeah, I heard your monologue, and I have to address some of the stuff you just said. Like I said, I've been familiar for the last month with Flat Earth. I've read a lot of stuff. They're very convincing, guys. I'll give you that, but it's just very convincing. I'll give you that one more time. And I know what you're gonna say. I already done this 12 hours ago with the other group of people, and I've done it with other people online. Like I've seen both worlds. I dig into it, and unlike you, I don't just say it's flat, space doesn't exist, or something like that. I really think, and you guys, okay, I'm not gonna say particularly you, but a lot of you guys, especially from this server, you just don't give a fuck about what people say. You have a pre-made answer for everything. I don't know why that is. Like, whatever people give you, you're never going to believe the word is actually globe. That's it. You're never going to believe it. Never.
I'll let you continue. But I would just say, let's tone down the language because this is a family show. Okay. So just saying,
what did they say?
Youngsters might be. You dropped the F-bomb. So let's just keep it good for everybody to listen to.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna wash it out. Okay.
But continue. Please continue.
I'm gonna make the side jump. Because you just said about the cursing or whatever. When you watch television and they're live, they can't censor the F word. Okay, so they just put a red dot around the screen and it says age restriction of. You should do the same probably because we're live, right? And you can't edit that out.
We don't know who listens on the internet, bro. That's the thing. We don't know.
You can put a disclaimer. That's the good thing about the internet. You can click. This is a adult website. Are you 18 years old? People. The guy could be less than 18 years old and click yes. So you don't have responsibility over that. You're not gonna get sued. Don't worry.
At the end of the day, it's the internet. We understand that, but just for the sake of the forum, we like to keep it, kind of kosher for everybody.
Yeah, of course.
So. But continue. Okay, so, you were on a roll. Go.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say.
You were talking about the forum. I can get you back on point if you want. Like it's This is what you feel inside. And please, anybody listening to him, just we're having a discussion back and forward. Let's hear him out, because a lot of people have this feeling when they're coming to the glow. When the
Can you please stop? I remembered. So I forgot your question, but I remembered the answer. So when I give me 1 sec. I'm gonna mute myself. 1 sec.
Time. For those of you listening right now, this is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're having a conversation this morning. I called it Morning with Miggy. But anyway, ECCDLH came in here. As you guys can listen, you can chime in. This is an open forum for Flat Earth and Globe Earth. But right now, we are speaking about, why his disdain for possibly the forum, possibly Flat Earth, possibly like why there's information coming out that shouldn't be. We're hearing him out, and sometimes it's good to hear people out, right? Because we get to hear the other side. But at the same time, the flow of information has to be where the topic of the subject of the Earth needs to be discussed. So at some point, let's get back around to talking about the subject, which is the shape of the Earth, and not feelings.
Yeah, okay. So when I was speaking to other flat people from this specific Discord, and I asked one of them, okay, I present to you the proof of gravity, of the curve, of whatever you want, right? What would you do then? Would you accept it? Would you be critical and say, yeah, this shit is real, right? Excuse me for the F word again. So, and the guy, do you know what the guy responded? And I asked him, what if I give you the picture of the curvature? And he said, okay, I'm going to say, cool pig, bro. And I said, that's it? I'm going to waste my time convincing you and other people or whatever in this nonsense, which is not even worth my time. And you're just going to say, cool pig, Earth is flat. This is not what you have been explaining so far, that you guys accept globers or whatever. You are presenting and twisting everything. So there is nothing I could give you that would convince you. And I'm not even trying to convince you. I'm trying to present something to you. Okay? You have to understand that. I am not trying to convince you. I don't care if you believe the Earth is a triangle shape. I don't care. I don't care if you believe whatever. Do your thing, man. Good luck with your life. That's none of my business. I'm trying to make my statement because I live in a free country and in a democracy world. Okay? And people from this Discord, when they make these claims, like, I don't care if you give me a pick, I will just give you, I will just say, cool pick, bro. This is not serious. And you claim to be professionals. I mean, not you. But some of these people, this is not professional at any level. Come on.
Was that end of your statement?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, okay. We've heard these are, once again, I would say ECCD. These are feelings that you feel towards the server and maybe towards the subject matter. But let's. And because because I've stated the reason why you asked, why do you think the Earth is flat? And I went ahead and told you about it, because we went into, like, at first, at least you were being honest with everything and how you feel. It sounds like these are honest feelings, right? I do agree with that. That's how you honestly feel. But the convincing side, or the challenging side, I would say, convincing would probably not be an apt word. I'd say the more challenging side for anyone is presenting the information of what you know to be true for the globe Earth. Because obviously you're holding on to some really convincing or challenging information that the Earth is definitely a globe. So for us, and it's great, you're smart. Okay, everybody heard that. You said, hey, I'm smart. That's great. So let's get into the evidence. Right? That's important, because it's like everybody wants to know from the side of we want to make up our own mind.
Let's get to the evidence. Yeah, you said you investigated flat Earth. No, you said
globe Earth.
You wanted to investigate the shape of the Earth, right? That's what your words. I just memorized them, and I can quote you on that one. And I have a more serious question. Like, why would you want to investigate the shape of the Earth? And instead, why don't you decide to investigate something more interesting? For example, quantum mechanics. And
Oh, yeah.
the double slit experiment, for example.
Yeah.
Why would you want to investigate the shape of the Earth?
Easy, let me respond,
Something
man.
that's stupid and not an advanced stuff. Like you
Yeah, I
have
know,
you derive 9 meters per square inch. You make you twist a lot of words. You make good use
a
of
breath.
refraction, whatever
take a
you
breath,
wanted.
guy.
Yeah,
Easy, relax.
good. That's
Alright,
a
so
good point. Okay,
let me
okay.
respond, bro. You're saying why? He says, why would you look into something so stupid and it's ridiculous, right? A lot of people, listen, bro, a lot of people think this coming into this, right? But you're asking why, and I'm going to give you a simple answer. It's going to blow your mind. Why not? Boom. Dude, why not? Right? It's a question. I'd like to answer it. I want to be critical thinking. You're saying that people can think of these things? It's stupid. You're stupid for thinking that. Well, why not? Let me look into it.
I'm not saying this randomly. I have a purpose behind this statement, and the purpose is most of the stuff when you present your evidence for flat Earth, you mention a lot of stuff like refraction, tides, whatever, gravity, density, buoyancy, curvature. There's no curvature, and sometimes you guys make use of refraction. Sometimes you deny refraction. Like you say, when it suits you better, in order for you to explain certain thing, right? And just try to follow my point here. Why I'm saying this. You base those measurements, whatever measurements you're making, right? Based on some mathematics, eventually. And why don't you, in order to confirm that mathematics is accurate, you have to consider other why don't you dig into other mathematics and physics, like quantum mechanics and the double slit experiment? I mean, we can argue about that if I can twist that about the double slit experiment, and it would make sense to people, and they're gonna be, wow, oh my god, we are really inside a movie. This world is a simulation.
Listen, I don't even deny looking into that stuff, but like because of the form and what we base this on, it's the information for the evidence of the shape claim, sir. So people want, like I said, and we're still waiting. So, and you can go into like different things as to the mind of why we want to investigate the shape claim. But needless to say, the evidence provides us that it's not a globe. So now we're looking at your evidence. At the moment, you seem not to be wanting to get to that. I don't know why. I'm waiting for that evidence myself, and so is everybody else. So you can probably, and the next statement you make, go off into another feeling of why we're looking into this topic or some other thing. But I'm always going to bring it right back to your evidence for why you think it's a globe. And people want to hear because they're like, man, ECCD, he's a smart guy. He must be speaking of something very dramatic. But now they're like, okay, let's hear this. Let's hear this convincing evidence because he's got the golden ticket to this. He's got it, man. Whatever it is, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So we need to hear the evidence. That's going to convince those people who are like, man, they were thinking about flat Earth. Now there's like, man, he put up a really good argument. But if that doesn't get presented, we'll never know. So the floor is yours for giving us the evidence. Let's hear it.
Well, the most basic explanation is obviously gravity, my friend. And don't you start explaining me how gravity doesn't work, okay? Don't do that, okay? I don't need your proof about it. And I'm not going to argue on this regarding gravity. You say, how do I know the shape of the Earth? I don't personally. And you're going to convince me that if I haven't seen it right now, that's the shape of the Earth.
You're divining my thoughts once again, EC. Don't divine my thoughts. You don't know what I'm going to say.
You're interrupting again. You're
divining my thoughts. I'm not going to let you allow you to say what I'm going to say. Can't do that. I can't put words in your mouth. Don't put words in mine. You don't know what I'm going to say.
Okay, we have it on stream. If you say it, then I'm going to revert it back, and I'm going to quote you on this. That's fine.
Oh, stop. Okay. You don't have a crystal ball, man. Relax. You don't know what I'm going to say. But continue, please.
I have mathematics, and I have predictions, right?
All right. Present your evidence already. Gosh. Stop being such a ninny, dude. Present your evidence. Let's go. Evidence. ECC, present your evidence.
He's probably playing in the voice stream. Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
He's
So-
telling people to shut up. Like, stop playing the voice stream and focus on the conversation with Miggy, my friend. Please.
Yeah, just stay here, man. Stay in the
Okay.
conversation.
Yeah,
Evidence.
go.
ECC.
Yeah. Evidence.
Yeah.
Go to space. Okay. Go to space.
Alright.
See the ball.
One
Okay.
and done, huh? Is that it?
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty simple, huh?
How can I get there? Nah, let's make
Well,
it practical.
you have to be smart. You have to study,
Okay.
like I already said in the chat. You have to study. You have to be smart person, not to say the shape of the Earth is flat. That's not smart. You have to be
Well, no,
smart.
no.
I'm not trying to. I'm not being offensive. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm
No,
describing
you're
a stereotype, okay? So
Sure.
you have to be smart. You have to have an education, obviously. Well, it could work without an education, but that's entirely different topic. So we have to stay on topic of the shape of the Earth. So I'm not going to change that topic, okay? So
No,
when you
you're
are smart, when you're educated, then
Mm.
you have to focus on what education you have to get. If you're interested in astrophysics, if you're interested in the shape of the Earth, my friend, you're going to study physics. Okay, that's obvious. Mathematics, physics, everything. Go straight down the learning curve, not learning flatness, the learning curve. Okay, so when you do that, then you can apply for a job like normal people do. I'm assuming you don't pay your bills by just talking over the live stream. Maybe some of the curious people are paying your bills. I don't know how you get your money. Okay, so but obviously you will need money in order to survive, right? You have to feed your family. That's obvious.
Okay.
That doesn't matter the shape of the
Miggy.
earth is. So don't interrupt, please. Miggy is
Just
listening.
triggering
You're
you
not
guys.
listening.
Just allow, because
So
like these.
then you can apply.
Let-
Then you
let-
can
let-
apply to go get a fucking job at NASA, and maybe they will get you on some of their moon missions, which are Artemis 1. Okay, you're gonna see it. I'm assuring you this. Artemis 1, and then you do your debunking stuff like it's CGI, it's on television. I haven't been personally on that ship. I don't know for sure. Yeah, you can say that all day long, my friend. But you're asking me, I'm saying all of this because you asked me the very simple question, how can I go there? Remember? And I'm answering your question. You can ask me any question, no matter the shape of the earth, my friend, and I'm gonna answer you critically of anything because I'm good. Okay? I'm not evil. I can answer any question. I'm not gonna deflect. I'm not gonna try to make you crazy or anything. I'm just going to answer your question. So you ask me, how do I get in space? Okay? And I just answered that question. Okay?
How?
Now you go from here.
Okay. Hey, hi, monologue. Nice to meet you. Hey, come on in. Have a seat.
Thanks.
but anyways, dude, like you went on a rant, bro.
Yeah. I'm
you-
glad I'm amusing you guys. I'm glad, but
No, you're
yeah,
not
you can
really.
laugh.
You're
No
just
problem.
you're just showing a little bit of how questions don't get answered, which
Exactly.
is it's a usual tactic. We're kind of, and I'll let the flat earthers in here. I know they're kind of chomping at the bit to kind of respond to you because of all the stuff you're saying. You're not using this platform, no, sir. I think it's the other way around. We're exposing the people to the type of mentality that people have when the cognitive dissonance sets in really strong. Like just like we're saying with you. We asked you the question for the evidence for the shape of the earth. You went directly to just get on a rocket, dude. Go and check it out. That's the most redundant thing anybody has ever said. Well, I can't say the most. There's probably been a little bit more better than you, but that's pretty redundant, dude. Get in a rocket and go, and that's your evidence. Listen, for everybody thinking about the shape claim, I gave a demonstration. He gave you, go on a rocket and go to space. That's how you see it, and I'm pretty smart. But think about it. Does that sound smart to you? I don't think so. But so now let me go into King's Clown Kiwi. He wants to chime in here. It's an open
It
forum.
doesn't sound smart. It sounds like the ultimate proof.
Hold on. ECC, you had your space. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. So
Go,
my question for you, ECC, is who has measured the floor, the surface? And what was their method?
Why do I even care?
Because in order to establish if there's a floor, you need to first assess it. So my question is, who has measured the floor?
And I have a question regarding if Adam and
You
Eve
gotta
was
answer
the
It
the
is
first
gentleman's
people
impolite to
here.
respond to
How
my
did
question
humanity
with a
happen? Did
question.
they
I have
do?
a question for you.
Okay.
Answer the gentleman's question, please.
I listened
Just
to you
answer the
monologue for 50 minutes, actually over
No,
an
it
hour.
wasn't
I
15
have
minutes.
one
It was
question.
2 minutes tops.
Fine, EC. Answer his question. That's all you gotta do, bro. Simple.
Okay, and I answered his questions.
No, you
I
didn't.
don't care who
We're
measured the
waiting for
floor.
his answer.
What are you asking me, guys? Do you know who
Ask-
invented
All right, one second, EC.
the first
If you don't know,
water
EC,
chip?
1 second. EC, let him get to the point of what he's saying, because you didn't understand. He can repeat the question and you can answer it. Kiwi, if you please.
Thank you so much, Miggy. So again, ECC, for the third time, who has measured the floor and what was their process for measuring the floor?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My next question is, from your observation, is there anything that shows you the floor meeting the ceiling?
We might go into a little detail. That was kind of. You might not
Don't
get
go
that.
from question to question. Make
You know
your
what?
point. Are you asking if I can measure my ceiling level
It's okay.
from my floor? Is that what you're asking me?
You didn't get it.
I'll
You didn't get it.
withdraw on that one question. Thank you.
Can you repeat once again? I didn't hear you.
Kiwi, did you want to
No,
restate that?
it's quite all right. You confirm that no one has in fact measured the floor and is not confirmed. I will withdraw on that second question. Thank you for the question and the concession.
No worries, Kiwi. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see. So it appears that we've already got a concession, which is great. I think are we done here? Okay. Well, we've gotten the concession. That's pretty good. As you well know, we do start off with asking people if they know or if they don't know. Clearly, ECCDLH said clearly he does not know how it was measured. The curvature of the Earth, that is.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you a question now since it's my turn. Because you like to ask questions, right? Do you know for a fact that space does not exist? Have you been there?
No, I've never been to it. I've never been to an imaginary place. So if I told you, have you ever been to Middle Earth from the Lord of the Rings? What would you answer me? That's an imaginary place. That doesn't exist. That's
Maybe
my response.
You think it doesn't exist?
No, it's not about. Well, there's a lot of people that think Middle Earth exists, but it doesn't make it real, sir. That doesn't logically follow. And so the way you present it, it's like, maybe I think Middle Earth exists. Who cares? It's an imaginary concept. It does not exist in a known reality. There it is. Address that. Thank you very much for your time. But onward, right? Because we want to progress this conversation. ECCD, he's just stumbled upon things that he feels he can tackle with smear campaigns. And of course, we've seen this happen a lot. When people distrust or dislike the idea that, the mainstream ideas are being challenged, he's one to say, no, you can't say this. You can't speak this way. Oh, my evidence for the globe Earth is take a rocket and go see the Earth. When things aren't practically demonstrated. See, this is the reasoning behind all these guys. They're caught up in a fantasy idea of the Earth being a globe, which is okay. They can continue to believe that. I don't care if he believes the Earth is a globe. To me, the only thing that matters is that you or the listening audience are able to demonstrate in practical reality a way to see if the Earth is curving or not, and by which you can demonstrate to yourself if the actual curve exists or not. And there you can... make up your own mind.
Man, like I already said, like the ultimate way for you to see the Earth is a globe, so you cannot deny that. Is just go space. If that's out of your reach, that's not my problem.
Yeah, it's also out of reach for you to go to Middle Earth too, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not out of my reach to go to space. Actually, if I focus my mind on it,
we're talking about imaginary concepts. So yeah, go to Middle Earth while you're at it, and tell me what kind of spikes the orcs have on their clubs. Also, can you count how many unicorns are there as well while you're there? You can't do that, can you? It's imaginary,
not
isn't it?
Funny. Mm-hmm. Not funny at all.
Well, it's not funny that you're presenting the globe Earth as a reality when it's not. How about that?
You are not presenting the flat Earth as a reality.
Hold on.
I did.
So ECC, let me challenge you on that. So earlier, my question for you was, has anybody measured the surface of the Earth? You said no, that was a valuable concession. I appreciate that. So earlier in your conversation, Miggy rendered to you the Earth curve calculator. Have you had a moment to consult with that suggested media?
Yes, your calculator is garbage. Not garbage,
Not
okay?
ours.
Let's be honest.
It's not ours.
It works.
Hang
It
on,
works
hang
on
on,
short
time out,
distances, guys.
time out. It's not ours. Sorry, it's not our calculator. That has nothing to do with any flat Earth person. I'm telling you, and I stated before, this calculator was designed to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe by a science communicator who does not think the Earth is flat. That's who. It's not ours. We didn't design it. We're only exposing that calculator is presenting you mathematical ideas about the curvature of the Earth. We didn't make it. We're using it against the idea that the Earth is a globe, and it doesn't present curvature to us. Therefore, whoever invented it, the science guy, you got to look at him. He's on your side, actually. The ones who convinced you that the Earth is a globe, that's who made it, not us.
Exactly.
Sorry, I had to clear that point.
No problem at all. So, and
so you were asking me about the curve, and you could.
No. ECC, 1 second. If you want to self-satisfy, you can simply just go to Google and type in Earth curve calculator and use any resource you would like. The main point of the observation is, can you please take a 100-kilometer sample size, an observation, so we can maybe illustrate the distance that we can't find? Can you use that?
Did he understand you, Kiwi? Or is he not paying attention?
I'm not answering that question before you answer mine, which you deflected earlier.
But I asked you to go to a site that was suggested to you about 45 minutes ago at 8.
Why would I do that? Why don't you go to space? Why should I go to a site and get
Because I don't have the funding to go to space.
I know that Earth is a globe. Why do I need to go to a site and look for some sort of formula you were talking about? Why do I need this?
Because I can check the surface that you claim actually exists before I have to leave the surface and spend money that I don't have. So if a calculator was provided up to observe the surface that we're standing on, I would much rather take that as an option than trying to elevate myself above the surface to see the surface. Does that make sense?
For me, no, but for you, I guess so.
Okay. Well, I guess in that, from a debate perspective, we agree to disagree. I will disengage. Thank you.
Okay, listen.
Okay,
just jump in. No,
don't jump when 5 people jump at me. I can't ever take the word.
Five people aren't jumping at you. It was just acid rain, EC. So it's just acid rain. Each one is taking their turn to ask you questions. Relax. We got this.
We can't have a dialogue this way. Like, if they ask their questions I answer, they're gonna start another topic. It's endless, you know.
This is an open forum, though. You can't dictate how it runs. People are allowed to speak in this forum, including you, so they can speak too. You can't tell us how we're supposed to be in here. You're not policing us, man. Just relax.
I'm not. I'm just trying to have my turn.
I know. Try to keep order, but it's not. You're fine. You're fine. You can hear what the man has to say. Go ahead, Acid Rain.
Okay, thank you. So how do you go to space? ECCD. Let's say you have all the money you want, all the information you want. You had like 8 years into orbital mechanics and stuff. How do you go to space?
I already told you.
Okay, tell me again.
I didn't hear.
Why do I have to repeat myself? Maybe I should. Hey guys, how do I add to the bot with the memes? How do I add my picture there so I can just spam it every time?
Hang on, I'll do that. I'll give you the perms. But honestly, I didn't hear how you go to space. You just said get in a rocket and go there. So I didn't know, like, is there an Acid Rain? You might want to get specific with him because he did say get in a rocket and go there. So
I didn't say get in a rocket. Don't twist my words, man. I said no.
Well, I just
Why don't
joined.
you go and play back? Play back the stream, okay? I didn't say that.
I just joined. Could you help us out?
I said don't. I didn't say go take a rocket. I said go have an education first. Be smart.
Okay, done. Now what?
It's done. Do you have a diploma? Do you have something which proves you're smart?
Well, you said go to space.
What?
So
What's your diploma?
Yeah, we already got the diploma, so now we need to go to space. So how do we?
Yeah,
do
what's
that?
your diploma? You obviously can't be a journalist and go to space. That would be stupid. Why would I waste my money for a
Well,
journalist to go
you
to space?
said
Come
go
on.
to space, bro. So you didn't say go to school. You said go to space.
Hey,
So-
real quick, 1 second. EC, can you put anything in the live stream voice text, or are you having trouble putting like images and stuff in there?
I'm not trying to put any images right now.
No, I know what I'm saying. Do you want to? Because I'm trying to see if you're going to need for presentation purposes.
Oh, to post images?
Yeah.
Sure, maybe, or maybe links.
Well,
I want to
yeah,
post
but
links.
As long as they're not vulgar, dude, just don't do.
No, I want to show links of proof of the curvature.
Alright.
Actually,
All right, 1 second.
Okay, can I
Let me-
just go on?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure he has got the perms for
yeah,
that.
go ahead. I asked about your diploma. Is it journalism or is it astrophysics or
No, it's
mathematics
fine,
or
Miguel,
something?
no worries. It's fine, Miguel, no worries. Thank you. So yeah, I was saying, how do you go to space? You get a rocket, right?
I said you go to the people, to the agencies that obviously deal with rockets.
Oh, so you have to
Isn't
hitchhike a ride.
does that make sense to you? Like, if you want to go and make movies about NASA faking the space and that everybody's lying that we live on a flat Earth, where would you go, my friend? Would you go to YouTube? Would you go to GitHub using open source code, which is going to be looking amateurish compared to the Hollywood real deal? Or you're gonna say Hollywood does not exist? Come on, it's a common sense.
Okay,
just go
listen,
outside.
If you want to learn about, if you want to learn more about filmmaking, would you go and study filmmaking instead of going into YouTube or take your P900 and try to shoot a movie? Come on, where would you go with people with education?
Okay, I'm being
right?
no, listen.
Do you agree on this
Okay,
one?
stop 1 second. Listen, I'm being really calm right now. Okay, so I'm just asking quick questions. I just want quick answers. I don't want to hear a rant about what you think you should do or not do. Okay. So my question was, do you need to have a rocket to go to space? Answer is yes or no. What do you say?
That's a philosophical question. Why do you
Bro,
ask me this question? Because you're trying to prove a point?
No,
Or
yes,
you
I'm
really
trying to have
want
a point there.
You're not a child. You know how to go to space unless you live on a flat
What?
Earth.
The
I
only
mean,
way to
come
go
on.
to space is if you
It's
jump
not-
into your
that's not a
iPhone, bro.
That's not a conversation, man. Okay, so all right. If you want to go to space, how does NASA send people to Mars or to the moon or to space? They use rockets, right? Okay. So
Currently, as far as I know, yes.
okay, thank you. So
Sometimes they use high altitude balloons and stuff like that. It depends on the situation, you know.
okay,
Wait, for
but
people
the
to go to space? Is that what you're asking? How do people get to space, or how do they go into space, like with satellites? What was the? I want to make it clear, because even flat Earth and globe Earth, I'll get specifics on the topic to make sure everybody understands in the listening audience.
Thank you, Miggy. Thank you.
Are we
You're being very
talking
kind.
about people, or are we talking about like just satellites? What is the context here?
No, I'm talking about people in rockets. That's how they go to space. And I asked him if
You're
that
saying
was correct.
so. The question is, how do people get into space? Was that
Yeah.
the? Okay, sorry, I rephrased it a little bit, so maybe go ahead.
Yeah, so he said yes, people go to space in rockets. Okay, so now how does the rocket goes to space?
It doesn't.
Why do you ask me this question? Do I look like I'm NASA guy? Maybe I am.
man,
Maybe I'm from the elite trying to deceive everybody.
Highly
Well, it's
doubt.
not
Okay, so-
working. It's
I-
not
The
I-
working.
thing is, listen. The thing is, you come here being a globe earther, thinking that yours is a globe and that you have evidence for the globe. So I'm just trying to know what you think and know what you think you know. Okay, so if every time I ask him some basic question, you're just ranting and just deflecting and not answering.
No, that's not true. You are the one doing that. I asked you a very specific question, just like you asked me if we can agree that we can measure my floor to the ceiling, right? And that makes sense.
You
I'm
didn't
not
ask you
going
this.
to say that's not possible. Come on. But when I ask you a simple question like, do you think you need a proper education in order for you to specialize something? You deflect. Not me, remember?
It's not a deflection. I'm just pointing out that having an education doesn't get you to a place that doesn't exist. So it's a begging the question fallacy that this place already exists, and that's why I'm trying to get you to the point where
That argument is stupid.
Yeah, so is going to space. You only go into space if you jump into your iPhone, bro.
You know, it's stupid entertaining is Jagoff.
How old are you, my friend?
Let's not result to name calling, guys. I know there's triggering things that are happening here, but let's keep it civil.
Okay, let's get to the actual evidence, right? Let's me not go on different topics, because you've seen what happens. You don't use common sense, and how can you prove something if you don't use common sense? Come on.
What
So
senses
let me
did
go
you
to
use
the
to go
evidence,
to outer space?
and I want Miggy to remember what he said, like at the beginning of this conversation.
Always,
So
always.
this is a quick reminder. So let me go. First evidence, gravity. Second evidence, space. Go to fucking space if you can afford it.
What about
Or-
gravity?
Okay, let me
Can we-
state my statements, and then you can go from there. I just say gravity. That's it. I don't have
But
to
what is
explain
gravity?
anything to you.
Can we get
Gravity?
a definition, please?
Yeah. Do your obvious NPC stuff, right?
No, just
Gravity,
Could you ask? Could you
Space, and
could
the
you
other
give us a
thing,
definition?
you're interrupting.
Well, yeah, I mean, gravity is important. So can we just get a definition of what that is? You said you could
We'll
just say
get
one
to there.
word.
We'll get to there. Let me give you a couple of proofs.
Well,
Like
no,
you
let's not
spam your
just
chat
stack a bunch
room
of
with
things on
proofs,
top of
right?
each other. Let's go
Okay.
through
well,
one thing at
because
a
you're
time.
not here to learn. When I asked you, how do you
I'll keep-
listen, bro? You say you go
You're
to space.
interrupting.
I
You're
wanna learn.
interrupting.
Guys,
Miggy,
I'll
please take
I'll
control.
track. Trust
Miggy,
me, I'll
Miggy,
keep track.
please take control.
We'll get back to the points. I want to let him go through his like, I guess, proofs, and then let him exhaust all. I don't know how many points he has, but so long as it's good enough to where we can keep count. Maybe
It's
don't
not
go
much,
don't go
guys.
further than
3 or
10
4
each.
points.
That's fine. Just let him go with those points, and we can come back to. We revisit them, but let him finish his points. Go ahead, EC.
All right, thank you very much. So, like I said, gravity, space. The most obvious thing is gravity, but come on. Okay, gravity, space. What else? I have to think for this. For such a stupid. Okay, whatever. And the other thing, for your entertainment, without gravity, without space, we can do it here on Earth. Okay? You guys can go take your cameras, take your gear, have some money. I don't know if some of you have money to afford a flight to some
Yeah, we got money.
specific
We got
place on
cameras
Earth.
here. Go ahead.
Okay. And you go with your gear and you see the curvature for yourself, which you're asking every time. And what I'm going to present to you in this case, maybe you don't agree with it, but I can show it to you. And whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter to me. Okay? I don't care.
Yeah,
You're
well, it's
telling
not a
me,
disagree
present me your
argument.
evidence of globe, and I'm
Yeah.
doing that. Okay, so
Okay, thank you.
the other way to measure curvature of the Earth, or see it, not measure it. I don't know if you can measure it actually, but you're gonna see it. Maybe you can measure it with mathematics. Everything is possible these days. Come on, we go to space, guys. Like, we can't measure curve. Come on, this is silly. Okay, so the way to do. Can somebody mute himself? I can't hear myself. So you do the Minnewanka curve experiments, okay? You go YouTube, which is not censored, by the way. You do the Minnewanka curve experiments, and you see for yourself. There you go. You see the curve. And that's it. I don't want to talk anything about it. You can
What was
state
the
your
name of
points
the
from
last
now,
one?
but that's it.
I didn't hear the name of the last one. Your accent was a bit tough on that one. What's the name of that? Maybe you can type it in the live stream voice text, because it was kind of hard to. What
drop
would you
a
say?
link.
I don't know. I didn't hear the last one. It sounded like something.
Minnewanka curve
Minnewanka.
experiment.
Thank
All
you.
right, so I'm not familiar with that word, but okay, we'll look into that. Has anybody seen that last point that he brought up? But is that all your points, EC?
Yeah.
right, so we have-
maybe there are more. I don't want to hear
Well,
about it.
let's
That's
just say
general, general logic, my
For
friend.
the sake of argument, you presented your case, right? I will, however, remind everybody about the way we do things here. So we did, before we get into your points, we did demonstrate that you conceded that you did not know how the curvature of the Earth was gotten, And we're actually doubling down at this point, saying that there is evidence via what you just described. The concession was made earlier that you don't know how the curvature of the Earth was derived. And I think Kiwi was the one, thank you very much for that he got the concession. And now we know that you don't know, but yet now we're getting some information that actually provides evidence for it. So for the audience's sake, I'm going to draw you back to the earlier statement. People, if you can clip him where he said he didn't know, we can actually use this as a soundbite so that we can play it forward in case he wants to provide more evidence.
No, don't twist my words. Come on.
No, we're not twisting your words.
You said it. It's just going to be clipped directly from the live stream, so it's not going to be anything twisted.
You can open up his mic. Let's
can't twist your own words, buddy.
We're not twisting words here. We're actually demonstrating to everybody the reality. This is truth, right? Because you said it. We didn't make you say it. You actually said it of your own volition. So you said that you don't have evidence for the shape of the Earth. Not unless we're mistaken. But then now we're doubling down, it seems, and we're talking about evidence for the shape. So
hold on. He also stated. I just wanted to say he also stated space and gravity, and then there was a long pause and said, "Where can I go next to prove his globe shape?"
Yeah,
sure.
My globe shape. You're flat earther. Come on.
But
easy. No name calling.
But listen. So we always we do this, right? We keep everybody in remembrance of what's being said here because we're recording everything to make sure that we're keeping everybody honest. So the first thing he did when Kiwi asked him the question, do you know about the shape of the Earth claim? And he went into that and the man said, no, I don't.
You don't need to do that summary, man. Don't fool your viewers. Come on, I'm not making any summaries of you guys.
Right, EBC,
Why would I do that, bro? Just go.
I have to keep everybody honest. I'm sorry, but you do sometimes have to be muted, man, because I have to keep everybody honest in here. Flat Earth and globe, both sides need to be honest, bro. Not just you. But so you did say that you didn't know how the information was derived. And Kiwi was here. He asked you the question. And now you're doubling down and saying that you do know how to get the information for that. So now you got our listeners confused. I'm setting the record straight. You said you didn't know. You got to stick to your guns or say that you do know and then present your evidence. But you didn't do that. We gave you the time and a platform to do so. You didn't do it. You said you didn't know. Now we're on to you presenting information and that you do know. So it's kind of confusing for everyone. So now let's get back to addressing your points, because now we have the opportunity to show everybody, because you didn't know, why your points are not valid. I'm going to kick it off to Coballer. Were you keeping track of those three? I think he said 3 points. The Minnewaca experiment was the last one. And what do we got? The gravity
and space.
Space and gravity are proofs of space.
Okay, so let us respond. So Coballer, you can unmute EC. But Coballer, respond, please. And we're going to go ahead and let this thing roll forward. Don't mute EC, guys. He's abiding. Go ahead.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't.
So we just checked in with someone who has degrees, has money, and has a microphone, and he says, ain't no curvature. What else does he say?
That stuff is flat.
So he says that the Earth looks flat, you don't see curvature. And then when someone asks him what's gravity, what does he say?
Like, what it is? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Next question.
Can you stop for a second? I don't see any videos you're playing, and I don't know why you're playing these videos. I can give you a recording of a girl I'm talking with, and she says some stuff. What's that relevant? Come on.
Okay. Well, you appealed to someone with degrees, credibility, money. So this is a gentleman named Neil deGrasse Tyson. Are you familiar? So this gentleman's got a microphone. He's considered a science communicator. So when people ask him questions like, what is gravity? Like we would ask you, if you say, well, all I have to do is say gravity. Well, what is that? Well, if you need the original videos, I can post it for you, but no one's twisting his words. This is him saying it directly.
Yeah, if somebody has the video, I think for context.
No, don't play that video. It's irrelevant.
No, it isn't.
Well, I think what we're doing here, EC, is just demonstrating these science communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson have said something contrary to what you presented. So it's like
I
we're
don't
using
care
him.
what he said.
Well, I know you don't, but
Wait,
the
wait.
listeners do. We're using him as a hostile. You don't have to mute him. We're using him as a
I just
hostile
would like to
witness.
hear you finish. Is all.
Yeah, we're using him as a hostile witness. So we don't believe the things that he says because he's talking about claims of the shape of the Earth being a globe, right? But in this particular instance, he actually goes against what you're saying. So that's to us important. So
it's also you got to think he appealed earlier. We said just go to school, and here's a man who has gone through all the schooling and the highest education and is respected in his field. So
sure.
this is the man that he was appealing to, and he is contradicting him.
Yeah, he's contradicting what you're saying. He actually said that Pluto's not a planet. So he's got that much authority in the realm of which you believe the Earth is a globe. This is the power that this guy has, and even more. So he does have a great platform to speak about things, and he does not think the Earth is flat, for sure. No. So you can't discredit somebody like that. Yet he's speaking against what you're saying, and so you don't have the correct rhetoric that he's speaking of. And that's all we're pointing out, is that the rhetoric that you have maybe is not the same as he's presenting it, which is he's the authority. You're not. Mm-hmm. So I just like to kind of put that into perspective before we, talk about. And I don't know, Cole Baller, I kind of jumped in there, but go ahead.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Interesting.
He just don't.
So, but why is this goofball in here saying you can?
Yeah, he does. He does, however, go
He's laughing at you. Don't you get it?
No,
are you that dumb?
Okay.
No,
he's and at the end of that, don't you see the curvature? He says that stuff is flat. Yeah.
So
I'm already familiar with your narrative, guys.
You don't have our narrative. You see, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, and I'll give you a little context, okay? Yeah, towards the end of that, he explains what he means. So I know a lot of people on Flat Earth use that, and it's good. But he does explain what he means. He says that you're very tiny on this idea of a globe Earth, and if you would take it like a perspective of it, it does look flat from your perspective on Earth. So, but he says you have to actually get much higher in elevation. He goes on to talk about a little bit what he means, but he actually says you have to be so far up that you can start seeing the curvature. When we hear people from the side of the globe Earth, like maybe yourself, they would say, no, you can go and you can take pictures of the globe, and you can't. Because even the science communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson would say you can't do that. And so it's contrary information. But like I said, the context of what he was saying was basically that you have to go much higher, like way, way, way higher to go see the curvature. But on the side of the globe. But it flies in the face of what you were demonstrating. So science communicator, somebody who's got an education, somebody who's actually in a position to say an authority figure, right? To say things about science, according to them. And you
Why are you dragging this? Where does it get? You convince the very few.
Listen, EC, it gets the listener a better understanding of why you're presenting your case and why it doesn't work. Oh, you were talking still. It doesn't mesh with what the rhetoric is. The rhetoric is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, and the idea that you have is false. Mm-hmm. It's not true. And I'm talking specifically about the globe rhetoric only. I'm not saying about the flat Earth. I'm saying what the globe Earth is saying. You're going against it. So That's kind of why I have to bring it up, because what you're saying, you don't know what you're saying. And a lot of people who are, and I've talked to astrophysicists.
Hey guys, you should pay me. Look how many.
Listen. I've talked to people. They've come into this server. I've had great conversations with them, and they're very intelligent people. They think the Earth is a globe, of course, but they don't speak like you do, EC. They know what they're talking about. They have all of their rhetoric lined up. They go through it thoroughly. They're very good educators in the sense of the globe Earth, but they're still misinformed as to like demonstrating the evidence for it. But they don't speak the way you do. That's the difference. So you are being discredited by the own. I'm you know. You're being discredited by that. So you are doing it to yourself. Either you know the rhetoric and you know exactly what they're saying, EC, or you don't. And that's the issue here. We're finding that you're saying things that are going against the actual rhetoric of the globe.
You're a big philosopher, my friend. You talk too much.
That's your opinion, sir.
All right, well, let's see
Anyway.
what you had to say. Let's just listen to what you said.
Yeah, let's unmute the guy. I like talking because he shows it's demonstrating to the world, guys. It's demonstrating to the world that he doesn't know what he's talking
No
about.
censorship.
Yeah, let him speak. Let the guy.
Well, he's just saying you guys need to pay me, and no, dude, I thought you had money already.
You're the only ones who talk, and I did.
Sorry, dude. I don't want to hear him talk about how we need to pay.
You see who is falsifying things. You see who in control is and who dictates where the narrative goes from. And earlier you said, and you promised you're not going to do that. Remember? And now you're allowing your boyfriends to mute me, even though you said specifically not to do it. You are talking too much, and we're not having a conversation. It's a bunch of flatters here.
Well, yeah, you're opening your mic to say we need to pay you. Just relax.
All right, so now hard mutes are going to come now because I'm going to go ahead and allow them to. But they don't need to, EC. If you're just conducting yourself properly and not saying bad things, then you can continue to be unmuted. But so long as this is what I meant. You said, what do you mean by hostile? Maybe it means a different definition. This is what we're talking about. We're allowing you to speak, but you continue to say bad things, and we don't like that. We just want to have a civil conversation with you and point out some actual fallacies that you're committing right now, where you're stating some things about the globe. You can go take a picture of the curvature, and the guy who's a science communicator says you can't do that. You can't see the curvature of the earth. The way he puts it, real crazy like. So yeah, you can't see it. So you can't take a picture of it like you were stating. We're just pointing those facts out. You're getting your rhetoric wrong. It's very clear to everyone. So I'm gonna mute you one last time. But if you continue to abuse it, you'll just sit on mute for now.
Yeah,
we do want more conversation in here, guys. So you see, so long as you're civil, you can stay unmuted. But I will have to mute you, man, if you continue that. If we don't want to do that. All right. Cole Baller, did you have something?
Well, yeah, just as a third party, let's just say there's some people here as a third party listening in. So we've got two people saying two different things. EDC or EC or whatever is saying, yes, you can see curvature. And then we have the people that he referred to as having degrees and being experts and so on. They say you don't see curvature. And then, actually, not only that, we have the math, which anyone can do themselves. The math says you can't see curvature either. So we've got a bunch of mixed signals coming from the globe. Yes, you can. No, you can't. And then it's impossible. So which is it, EC? Which one are we going to go with here?
Man, you said a lot of crap for the last 20 minutes, you know that?
Say it again.
And you're not allowing me to speak. This is not a conversation. The moment you guys jumped on 30 people here,
well, that was just a question.
Please. If you look at your stream, you're going to see that nobody...
EC, you're speaking now. You're speaking now, buddy. Use your time wisely. Don't come in here and complain. Just speak what you want to talk about.
I apologize for my outburst earlier. I do apologize for that.
No worries, Davey. No worries. And so my reasoning for all of this, and you guys might think I'm a nut by doing this, but I'm allowing him to have a platform because a lot of times people say, well, you guys don't let somebody with the other opinion come in there. You guys shut them down. I'm not doing that. I'm actually showing the world why this type of thinking is detrimental for your way of life. Look at how he wants to. There's so many things that we can point out. I can name a few. Gatekeeping, talking bad about us. He called me and said your boyfriends are like. He's talking bad about like the people who have. I don't even want to say it because you might even get struck by saying it, EC. But you can't say those things. You can't for people who they care about. You can't do that thing. So you're coming against people all over the place. You're really in a bad position right now for doing all of this. The hatred you have in your heart. I think, and the way you're approaching this is not very logical, and you're not being somebody who's reasonable. So you're treading on thin ice at the moment, and you're about to be hard muted. So I don't want to do that because, like I said, I like to give everybody a chance. So you should be able to conduct yourself in a better manner so that we can have a civil conversation. Other than that, it's really pointing out to people that some people that think the Earth is a globe, they just they're misinformed about it. They have ideas in their mind to think that they can.
You're misinformed, my brother.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking to the audience at this point. But yeah, the idea that people are misinformed and they're speaking about things they don't even know, when the science communicators and the authority figures are saying completely the opposite thing. They don't even know. See, that's the thing. We pointed it out to ECC that even Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying something about the globe that you're not even saying. And so when they're met with this, they got egg on their face. They're like, "Ooh, man, did I say that? No, I didn't." And yeah, you did. We got you on recorded live stream, so we can turn it back. And you said that you could see curvature of the Earth, and science communicator said the opposite. So we're actually pointing stuff like that out. And like this is what we deal with, guys. We deal with people with this type of cognitive dissonance, but yet we still have hope that at some point they will then, because some of us, I would say this, some of us were like that at the very beginning. We were a bit apprehensive. We were like, no, you guys are stupid. I'm going to make sure you guys are whatever, gatekeep and all that stuff. We were like that. But, we just put our pride aside and said, okay, if this information is true, then I have nothing to say, right? I could demonstrate to myself. So anyway, but yeah, a lot of people might feel a certain way, but definitely, yeah, I wouldn't say that, EC. That's not a very good thing to say. We'd like to have it kind of an open forum because we want to have people here.
Don't lie. For the last 20 minutes, you kept interrupting me because you don't want for people to know the truth.
Now I'm going to mute you because you can't say what you want in this forum. I'm one person. Listen, I would say this assuredly. I'm one person you don't want to piss off in this conversation. Once you do, you're gonna be in a bad way. Every sock account that comes up in here, I will instantly, automatically take you out of the server. You don't want that, do you? That's not a good way to be, at least not in an open forum. So please, let's not say that. And if you don't remove what you just said, I will remove you from the server. So I will give you a moment. I'll count down from 1 minute. I'll just give you an opportunity. It's at 24 minutes after the hour. If you don't remove that comment, I will remove you from the server. It's up to you. Make your choice. So everybody, we can sit silently for 1 minute until he removes that comment. If not, he will be removed from the server. It's your choice, EC. Free will. I'm counting down 24 minutes after the hour. I'm waiting for your comment to be removed.
Wow, bro.
He left?
There he goes. He just left. Yeah.
Yo, and he stated that too, man.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. We had a great, we had a bad interaction with him last night. He could not stay on topic. He wanted to insult all the time, and he would gallop from topic to topic. Well, yeah, it was a real mess. But the worst part was that some of our crew was entertaining that instead of just, let's go back to the first point that we were trying to talk about before you gallop into something else.
But, okay, so just the example, and I appreciate the fact that he had no numbers for the base. And if he has no numbers for the base, we shouldn't even entertain his crap. He's a very and when I say entertain, presenting yourself as a punching bag in that retrospect and allowing people who observe to just make these statements and ask you these questions shows how much of a transparent model you're attempting to hold up to people. Now that you've been found out and taken to task on what you're pushing, you've now resorted to the last part, to threatening to report us for propaganda. That's not a good sign.
Bye-bye.
Not good.
So for me, it's ban on site. That's in the worst way. And especially in this forum where we allow you to speak. Some of you guys didn't hear his previous comments where he came off calling us Nazis and saying bad things about people that, I don't know. I don't even want to speak it, man. But I won't repeat his nonsense. What I will say though is that this was an exercise for you guys to see that it doesn't matter who it is. Like, we can handle anyone. It doesn't matter what they think or how they approach it. And it's great. I loved it. It was great triggering for everybody. Everybody's chopping at the bit like, man, just let me at him. And I was like, I know this is what it's doing, and I'm doing it for a reason. Because this is the way we should be able to conduct these guys. Exposure is the best weapon that we have, right? So you can stop them, you can mute them, you can do that, but they'll keep coming back. What is better is that you expose them to everyone to show them what their main goal is, their agenda, and that's to just completely be a troll, be a gatekeeper, be somebody who just hates without no reason, and they're the flagrant ones, right? Where we allow everybody to come in here. It's an open forum. You guys are very welcome to come in here. And if you have a different opinion that the Earth is not flat and it's a globe, then please come in here and present your evidence. We're more than willing to listen to you and why you think the Earth is a globe. But when you become hostile and just somebody who's saying negative things, there's a possibility you're going to get removed. So that's how it is. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for enduring that. It might have been a bit painstaking for most, but I think it's a necessary kind of working up. It helped you. It builds character, didn't it? You guys that endured were in here. It like you started to see what I was doing, and then it kind of helped you go into it a little bit. We started to get into the mute button there towards the end, but it was kind of necessary. I just wanted to end on a point where he kind of put a rope that he hung himself. So
there you go. I was just gonna say that, Miggy.
Yeah.
This is a good example of someone who gave themselves enough rope. Remember, you gave me the floor. I didn't have to say a single word. I
That's
just
right.
played the Neil deGrasse Tyson clips, and he's like, "Oh no, you can't say that." Oh, wait a minute. You already appealed to experts and people with money and degrees and all this, so you shot your own self in the foot, my guy.
Doesn't that feel better? You see that whole execution was an exercise for everybody who's listening. The audience is of most important to me. I think when we speak truth and we show people this is how the world is, they're like, no, they're not. You guys are just not letting them speak. And when we actually give them the platform to do so, you guys see the venom that they have without being reasonable, without being logical, without being practical. And so this is what we deal with. We deal with people who are just intolerable, that they're not able to hold conversations. And that's our standpoint. And so, proof is in the pudding, right? So we demonstrated that to you, that people can't handle it and they act this way. But also they're misinformed. Even this gentleman who was here, I felt bad that he felt that way about it, but he's just on a rage about it because it was really working against what his knowledge was previously taught. And it was even misinformed information because he didn't even know that you couldn't take pictures of the curvature. Now Neil deGrasse says, nah, it's not possible, man. Not on Earth. But he's like, take a camera, go somewhere, take the pictures of the curve, and on and on. It's like, you feel bad for people like that, right? You just don't want them to feel that way. You just like, hey, at least say what the rhetoric says, man, that you can't see it from the Earth. If you're saying that as a glober, then you're saying basically what rhetoric is telling you. That's what they're saying. So you're at least in line with it. Even if you don't have evidence, but at least you're believing what they believe.
Yeah.
And that's most important, right? Because at the way he was like, well, let me give you the points of like why it is a globe. And it's like, well, dude, didn't Kiwi just ask you about the metrics of the globe and you said you didn't know? Oh, that's weird. Now you do? How is this possible? What magic is this?
When he stated space and gravity were the reasons. What else can I think of? Really, dude? You walk into the forum and you're struggling about reasons to think about or tell us why it's real.
Gravity, that's all you need. So what is that? I don't know.
What it is?
Folks,
This is gravity.
That's what he would have said, yeah.
I think today, honestly, that was a great way to start off today. I think today's going to be a hot day on the server. And with that, remember yesterday around 5:30 p.m., you had that interaction with that new guy, Miggy?
Oh, yeah.
The 14-year-old? Yeah, the young guy. That's right. Yeah. So hopefully he brings back his people.
Something was a 14-year-old. The other guy was pretty young, I think. I didn't think he gave his age, though.
Oh, okay.
PT Dodo?
Cool.
Yeah, he didn't give his age.
You said, bring all your friends. Let's talk to him. Hopefully brings his people
Dodo.
back. Yeah.
Hey, you guys know when I'm here, it's always going to be a good time. That's all I got to say. There's always going to be
Amen,
conversation. We're always going to keep the forum flowing. And there's never going to be a reason why, you're ever going to see me go like way over the top. I don't need to. It's like, I get really passionate because it's fun. I mean, I love it. Keeps me young, right? But at the same time, I do want to let people talk. Like, let's hear them, because just like I showed you guys, you give enough a rope, they're gonna hang themselves. I don't need to do the work; they're doing the work for me. And this is what they are truly believing in this heliocentric nonsense. And he's like, well, why don't you just go to space? Why don't you believe? I'm like, dude, think about Middle Earth. Go there. I can tell you the same thing. Like, you're going to go tell me how many elves there are over there? Go ahead. Let me know. Count them up. Take one of those senses and see what you come up with. It's easy for me to say that to you because you're telling me the same thing. How can I go into something that's imaginary? That's a concept. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's just the same as I would present to you a ridiculous claim. It's not practical, right? So, hand wave dismissed. Whack.
You start reading a storybook or a comic book, you are you're tied by the author to their mind to understand what they're thinking, because you're entertaining their thought. You will always be at their disposal, so to speak.
Hey, it looks like, is there two people's names in here with Midregard? Joannis, is that your wife or your girlfriend? Like, that's in here, Felicia? Joannis and...
Yeah, they are man and wife.
Awesome. I always said it's a family affair. We should have, like, more people have that, like their husband and wives come in here. I think that's cool. By the way, that's just me. Oh, like Drace and his sister Karma, they're hanging out, always like family. It's always about family. Oh, she's at work. Okay. So how's everybody doing today? Wakey, eggs and bakey.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Walking my ass on the treadmill right now.
I have to say that one of the funnier things about what just happened is, most of these guys are on the YouTube chat, and so the trolls love getting reactions, and you can only imagine how defeating it is.
Did I fire everybody up, a person? Is everybody stoked over there?
No.
Blasphemy! They're probably screaming in the chat with all caps. And now I would say to that, good. Just kidding.
Miggy is the round earth antagonist.
Yeah, dude, come on. Put him out. No, it's just like, these guys, they're all bark, man. Like, that's what they come in here saying, I know what's going on. And then these science communicators are like, dude, you can't see the curvature of the earth. You can't see it. I'll put it more dramatic. You can't see the curvature of the earth, as you put it.
That's pretty spot on.
That's true, right? Like, these guys are like, well, I know what's going on. I'm going to tell you. Just take a rocket and go up there. And like, dude, come on, man.
Oh, man.
What you talking about?
That's right. When I popped in, he's like, well, just go to space. It's like, and when did you do that? Oh, you didn't. Okay, buddy.
He's like, I said, well, you said get in a rocket and go to space. He's like, no, that's not what I said. You're misrepresenting me. He's like, you got to learn how to get in a rocket and then go to space. I'm like, oh, forgot step one. My bad.
Yeah. That was rough because he was saying you need to get an education so you can understand and then go to space. I'm thinking, how does a layman ever learn what you're pushing?
Oh, I get it now. So there's a portal in the school that just poofs you into space. You have to go into the school first, and then you poof into outer space.
Works for me. I mean, if we're talking about imaginary concepts, I'll run with that.
I always say that if you want to go to space, you're going to have to learn how to jump into an iPhone or a screen or something.
Yeah, I like that statement you made earlier, man. Jump into it. Check. Okay, sorry.
I don't know if you guys remember that Blue's Clues show, but he had this ability to do a little dance and jump into like another place by going through a screen or a portrait or something. So that's
I remember that.
Going to outer space.
Obviously, that's real. People do jump in picture frames. So,
I mean, there's no other way to go to outer space.
I can see it. It's happening live. Look at it. I mean, the guy's actually doing it. And so, if you were to present that to him, you'd be like, "Look, man, this is real." He'd probably agree. He'd be like, "Yeah, man, that's just you can
just
do
tell him to try it. This will be what he does."
You can imagine jumping into a wall like that guy. That's funny. That'd be that dude that was in here. Oops, didn't work.
Hey guys, I know it's a little off topic, but I got some pictures of the sun the other morning with it refracting on the chemtrails. It looked like a double sun.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody's interested, I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah, just drop it.
What they say? 2 suns are better than one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy before kept appealing to the impossible. Like, it's like saying unicorns power the sun. If I could only get to the sun and go inside, I could see all the unicorns, and that would prove it. Therefore, if we could just go into space, that proves unicorns power the sun.
I would disagree with that, man, because I think that it's hamsters on a giant wheel that power the sun.
But yeah, it both don't have a logical ground to stand on. You can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you're just appealing to an impossible task. If God would descend down onto the earth today, I would be right. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't change anything. Like, it's a crazy postulation. It's not logical.
We got Jama King that just joined us. What's up, brother? What's going on?
Jam is
All
back.
of you guys are just joining us. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
Sorry, man. I was talking a bit. I'm in work now, so just logging in to see what's on. I just witnessed what's going on with what's this guy's name? EC.
You were listening on the live stream.
Yeah, I was laughing.
We got this under control, man. We got it.
I will be on mute in a few minutes. I'm just meeting up right now.
Did you have one eyebrow raised when you were listening to the conversation? You're like, oh, what's
Got them both raised, man.
Yeah. That's good.
That was funny, man.
It's a good Friday, man. It's like we're all having a great time. Like, it was an exercise because I did want to show people that are in here, like, even to the most, repulsed guys that of the topic, we could still navigate ourselves because this forum is not to be dictated. We're not going to tell. Nobody's going to come in here and say, "Hey, you got to allow me to do whatever I say. You got to allow me to do." I'm like, excuse me? No, I don't think that's how this is going to work. But nice try.
I got like that. You're not supposed to debate. You're just using an example, Everyone can see how this guy is just projecting and obfuscating all over the place.
He said something like, "You guys want to be dictators. You're telling me how the forum's going to be run." And then right out the next breath, "But I want it to be this way. You have to do it my way." And it's like, well, wait a second. You're telling us we're being dictators and now you're being one? Huh.
Last time I don't think you ever walked into somebody's house and told them to start redecorating where to put the couch. If I can have a glass of water and things of that nature, right? Respect the rules of the house, bucko.
I'd say there's one person has done that, and that's Rick James. Remember?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, it's kind of like in our house,
totally
we say,
that.
take off your shoes, but he was like, no, I want to Rick James it and put shoes in your
Put your
couch.
muddy shoes on the couch. But you know what happened to Rick James afterwards, right? They beat up his legs.
So that was him when he got here, and then on his way out.
Yeah, that's him. That's what he was trying to do, and that's his way on his way out. That's him.
Oh man. I mean, dude wanted to measure wiener size at this point. You know what I mean? Like, that was his logic. Oh, but who has more money? Do you want to measure cocks too? Is that what we're doing? Like, come
Could
on.
you just imagine him dragging himself out like that on the carpet saying, I'm going to report you guys for misinformation?
That's exactly the Rick James. I swear, if this wasn't a recreation of the Rick James, skit, I don't know what it is.
That put me in tears. I'm going to report you, nigga. Report you for misinformation.
At any rate, even though it was something that, I mean, we still feel for the guy. I mean, he's living a world of just like full of lies, but it's still, we're gonna stand for the truth, and all those who will abide by it, will become our our friends and neighbors and brothers and sisters. That's it. He doesn't have to make it weird. Like he's like, well, I don't care about it either way. At the very beginning. Like, you should have heard a conversation prior to him actually, because we did. Like, I came in here super early. It was like 5 a.m. when I jumped in here. And he was like, woof, man. He was upset. I think he was speaking to Professor Heretic. He had a conversation with him in the text, or either text or voice, one of the two, yesterday. And the guy was fired up. He's like, you guys are Nazis and blah, 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 blah. I was like, no, man, I just got here. Relax. Let me go into my dialogue, and then you can go ahead, Tim.
Oh, I'll just add, we had a kind of long interaction with him last night, which I mentioned earlier. But it was just more of the same that you guys experience now.
Yeah, if you guys want to, I think it's on the same live stream that's playing now. You can reverse it back to, let's see, what is it, 9 now? About maybe 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago.
My boy was dedicated.
Yeah, you'll hear. Yeah, because he was even here even before I came in, because it showed on my live stream voice text timeline. He was in here like at 2 a.m. when I was asleep. So, yeah, he was debating Professor Heretic, and then I guess there was a long pause where the bot was playing, and then I came in, and he was already muted and deafened, like hard muted and deafened. So somebody didn't even but he kept the faith, so he wanted to stay in here, which that's me. I'll unmute everybody. Let's have it. What you got? So once we started going, he was like unloading all his like feelings about what was going on prior. I'm like, oh, okay, man, yeah, that's great.
It's funny. I was just wanting to say, he used you when he needed to. When people were dogpiling him, he'd be like, Miggy, control this. And then he would attack you for being too powerful in your moderation, etc. The thing about it is,
Yeah.
you can't critique, and again, I'm going to be honest, you can't critique a man like Miggy that's on the mic because you speak from an empathetic point of view, meaning we were all there at a point in time, so you can relate to how he's feeling. You're not speaking from sympathy, which is how you speak. You speak down to somebody. You're illustrating sympathy as a teacher would. Don't you know this? You should know. Let me teach you. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I even told him those exact words, Kiwi. You can rewind the live stream when I said that in the beginning of our conversation. I don't know if it was previous to when because I had put Witsit because he was on the playing on the bot. I paused it and I came in and I said, "Hey, welcome to the live mornings with Miggy." And I started going to the show, and he was in here, so I muted him and I started talking to him, and then we, started on our conversation. Like I said, he was unloading his feelings, but we got past that, and then we started talking about. We never got around to his position, which I always let everybody. It's like you come in here, you have your own ideas of what the Earth is. That's great. Let's hear it. Let's talk about what you know, right? At least we get to know you from that perspective. So he never wanted to say that. He's like, why do I have to say that? Why I can't? I want to do it the way I want to do it, and you guys have to allow me to. I'm like, well, excuse me, like I don't know what place am I in? Like this ain't 24/7. Like yeah, it was kind of weird. He made it weird, but I got him back on track.
Yeah, he had that cog dis, right? He appealed to experts.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys need to go to school. Okay, so here's an expert. Chucks him immediately under the bus.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, but you guys.
He was a lot more fired up this morning. He was.
He was a lot more fired up this morning than when I heard him yesterday in here or last night.
So emotional.
Yeah, I don't.
His real name is Tony, by the way, too.
Hey,
Oh, really?
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
That's what he told us last night. That's what he told us. I don't know.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Julius. I just ran over it. Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
No, I probably got some lag because I'm doing my remote desktop again today, but I don't know what's going on. So if I'm lagging and cut people off, I'm sorry about that.
How dare you?
Unacceptable. May as well be. We're gonna put you on Team Globe from now on.
Yeah, he at some point
better meet me, right?
At some point he said, "Miggy, you are very, very good. Miggy, you're very good." Did you guys remember that when he said that? Kiwi?
That was like it was quarter after 8, 20 after. Dude, I was watching this guy on my clock because I time my mornings on my shit, right? And I was watching my clock the whole time, man. It's like 8:15, 8:20 EST where you held them like that.
He said, "You're very good." I'm like, "Thank you." I don't know if that's a compliment or you're saying it like you're putting me down, but all I know is that like if it sounds good to you, then I think we're good here.
He said that you were well-spoken, you moderated well, you did all the things so well, but as soon as you spoke against him, you were public enemy number one, and that is what a narcissist does. They pick and choose what they need to when it suits them.
Yeah, well. That kind of I would call it craziness. I will go on a limb to say that, but yeah, I would call it that kind of craziness is what people are when they turn themselves into those who are not willing. He even said, "I'm open-minded," and in the very next way that he stated, he was like so close-minded, like the most close-minded person probably right now. So I even told him, I was like, "Dude, how are you being open-minded if it sounds like you want to?" You'll say everything you want and project your. He's like, well, nobody else on Earth thinks that the Earth is flat. I'm like, bro, I was like, how are you divining everybody on Earth's thoughts? Like, you're not that guy. Come on, man. And then he's
for everybody.
He's like, I want to shut you down, and I'm like, dude, so what? Now you're gatekeeping? You're not allowing people to decide for themselves? This is like, and he's all about democracy. I don't think so.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy.
Yeah, he's not that guy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, you're good.
I don't understand you.
Thank you, Donato, for getting those clips out. Like, I think there's some clips out there. Am I speaking there when he's in there? We can probably play that in the live stream.
I got it right here. The one where he says, "Go to space."
So, I said, I didn't say go take a rocket. I said, go have an education first. Be smart. Done. Now what? It's done. Do you have a diploma? Do you have something which proves you're smart? We said a diploma base.
That's an add-on.
CB?
What's that?
Can we put it through the bot? Or does it take work to do that? It might take work, doesn't it?
These are downloaded files, so we'd have to make it into a link. I can just play it. Can you hear this one?
No, you can actually use these because they were dropped into Discord. If you right-click it and copy link, it has a Discord link.
Gotcha. Okay, I guess I can play it. I got you, Mickey. Oh, nice, Trace.
Oh, that format is apparently not supported by this bot.
It's all good. I can just play it right through here if you want. Just Miggy's topic of the server.
For those of you listening right now, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're having a conversation this morning. I called it Morning with Miggy. But anyway, the ECCDLH came in here. As you guys can listen, you can chime in. This is an open forum for Flat Earth and Globe Earth. But right now, we are speaking about, why his disdain for possibly the forum, possibly Flat Earth, possibly like why there's information coming out that shouldn't be. We're hearing him out. And sometimes it's good to hear people out, right? Because we get to hear the other side. But at the same time, the flow of information has to be where the topic of the subject of the Earth needs to be discussed. So at some point, let's get back around to talking about the subject, which is the shape of the Earth, and not feelings. Okay. So.
Yep.
Indeed.
Feelings. They always want to talk about feelings.
Always. Feelings, nothing more than feelings.
Kiwi told me to add that to my soundboard.
I was thinking that.
Nothing more than feeling.
Love that song, yeah. Feelings of love.
Feelings of. You got to change love to globe though. Feelings of globe.
We need Helio to do another song. Dude, that's his next song. We got okay. Next time, whoever talks to Helio needs to tell him, bro, we need to have you sing this song, but now turn it into globe. Oh, that's gonna be great. That would be great. That would be a song for that guy for sure.
Nothing more than feeling.
One thing I will say though, yeah, don't give these guys a reason to like report anything. So just keep it profesh in here, so that they don't say like, well, he said this to me and that's hate. And I'll be like, there's no. If you're speaking professional, clear and true, there's nothing they can get you on, at all. So.
Well, he did say, "Oh, well, you can go to YouTube and there's nothing censored." did you catch him say that?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
I beg to differ, sir.
He was saying things like we were supposed to just leave here and just believe everything. Like, bro, you're supposed to present evidence. You know, picture yourself in a courtroom.
Yeah.
Oh, Your Honor, gravity.
To me, it felt kind of like he was speaking over the internet to a group of people who he didn't know the race or ethnicity of or anything, and then he was telling them that they were white, but it was a group of black people. That's how it felt to me.
Yeah. You guys need to diversify. Okay.
You guys think this. You guys are like that. And we're all like, we're a group of people. We're diverse. We're not all the same entity here.
We should have told them though, Trace. We got some people from Iceland, dude. Do you? I don't think so.
Right.
Just kidding. But like,
if you
just to show them,
his...
like, go ahead,
Mickey.
Nah, I'm just, I'm being a bit facetious when it comes to like, because people think like, well, you guys and you people. I'm like, you people? What are you talking about, you people? What do you mean by that?
I have that on here too.
What do you mean, you people?
Yeah. See,
that's because a lot of people get introduced to this topic by watching YouTube videos. This is how flat earthers think, and this is how you debunk them.
If you played his audio clip for some random tribe in the middle of nowhere that didn't have internet access, they would all be laughing at him. Because they wouldn't be observing a globe if they didn't have any books to read from, would they?
Yeah, space is a fictional place. So what do you mean? He's like, well, just go to space.
Yeah, exactly.
We're supposed to go to King Kai's planet too? Like,
that's my point. That's exactly what. Every time somebody says, just go to space in a rocket, I'm like, dude, how are you going to go to somewhere that's imaginary? You tell me that. Explain to me that. Riddle me that. Or whatever.
Just go to Narnia. All you need to do is construct a magical closet. You get some magical wood and you build a closet, and then you can get to Narnia. Super easy.
Exactly. That's going to be the way I'm going to retort these guys every single time. By the way, if you guys listen to me, every time they come up with, just go to space. All right, so well, as you're asking me that request, I'm going to tell you a request. So long as you can go to Middle Earth, we'll be happy. And I'll go to space if you go to Middle Earth. How about that? That's great. Sounds good. Let's go.
So in Dragon Ball Z, there's this lookout. Yeah? You guys have seen this before? So it's above the Earth, looking over the Earth. So why don't you just go to the lookout? You can see curvature from the lookout.
Actually, he was instructing everybody that you can take your camera. And that to me was like, that's good that you brought up, what's his face? Neil deGrasse about it. Because for him, that was like, oof, that was a glancing blow for him. He was puffed up and saying, all you got to do, dude, it's easy. After he conceded he can't get the method by which the radius was derived, he then doubled down and said there is a method. And on top of presenting his said evidence, he was debunked by a science communicator in the globe Earth. That was even... imagine him doubling down, and on top of his double down, he got smashed by somebody from his side. I was like, oh, this is poetic, man.
I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Immediately discredits the science communicator who has like an authority to say things on the globe side versus him who's just a random dude on the internet who's pretty bitter about the idea.
He's like, well, I can get people to say things. Well, this isn't a random person. This is somebody you appeal to. You know, diplomas and degrees and money. Oh, but that's not good enough? Oh, okay.
That Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Neil deGrasse Tyson hostile witness is some,
Yeah. And I've said before, the guy's a hostile witness. We're not using him as like, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a great guy. But yeah, he's a hostile witness.
Right.
We're using what he's saying against that guy who doesn't know what he's saying about the globe.
Yeah, they like to go into an all or nothing fallacy if you use a hostile witness, like, oh no, you can't use him because he believes something else. No, we're just using that quote to show exactly what your side thinks, at least this man in this instance.
Yeah, we can't use the globe model to debunk the globe model.
As soon as they ask for credentials, they go for one of their own guys because they love these credential talks,
That's exactly what we did, and notice how he just chucked the credentialed guy immediately under the bus.
Yeah.
It's double standard.
Which what I was saying, because of his, and I pointed out that he doubled down on the idea that he didn't know about the globe, and now he's providing evidence. On top of that, he got discredited. I was like, "Ooh, that's gotta hurt." Like you get discredited by the guy whom you're following, who's actually the ones you look up to, and then the ones you look up to, you don't even care about those guys. So what do you believe in? I mean, this cosmology you're making up, it sounds like it's in your own head, right? Has nothing to do with the rhetoric, what they're saying. So someone's misinformed here. I think so.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing, Miggy, is like it is their own made up cosmology, and you're trying to sell us on that made up cosmology, bro. It's already made up for us. The globe model's already set in stone. We're good. We already know that. So you don't have to sell us on your made up cosmology where you can see curvature and stuff like that. There's no basis for your claims there.
Indeed. And what I would say is another type iteration of that guy would come in here. You guys know how to handle it. Let them do it to themselves, guys. That is what they're going to do all the time. And I knew which direction this conversation was going to go. And he was going to expose himself to the world that he doesn't know anything. But we have to allow him to do that. That way it'll create that atmosphere that people can actually see for themselves that these guys are just all talk. They have no evidence whatsoever. And we're always giving them, hey, man, you've got a winning hand. Show your cards. Let's see it. So they don't do that. And they want to talk about their feelings and such. So that's one thing we want to make sure people have a great understanding of. So that when they do look at the information, it's not like, well, they have so much evidence. It's like, man, we've been waiting here with open arms about the evidence. Let's have it. It doesn't come up. Because there isn't any.
Yeah, so his evidence was gravity, which doesn't actually prove curvature in any way. Space, which is appealing to the impossible. And the third thing, which was the video of a man looking over water and then just saying, oh, there must be a curve there at the end where the horizon is. But the problem is he did not have any data from the location he was looking at or temperature or pressure readings from the location he was at. So we have no way of determining the conditions at that point. So it's a very inconclusive little test, not an experiment.
Anybody in here else want to chime in, like on the the previous conversation, or we just want to talk to you guys this morning? We're having a great morning. We're just going through the information with everybody, and we had an interesting conversation with a person who was vehemently against the idea that the Earth is flat. So he was really railing against accusations and such, and didn't even know his own rhetoric. That's how some of them are. But we do want to continue to keep the conversation flowing. So if you are somebody listening to the live stream and you really want to participate, and if you have evidence for the case for the globe, then by all means, come on in here. Click the link on the description and join this conversation. We want to talk to you about it. Want to get to know who you are and why you think the Earth is a globe in 2022. It's important, right?
Gentlemen, we are live.
Let's go. We're live. Yeah, and welcome. And so anybody else, like this was also another great exercise for you to be able to use temperament. There's no need for lashing out to somebody and calling them names in this server. You're giving them ideas of how they're going to report, and we don't want that. So as somebody who's standing on truth, there's no need for that. All we got to do is expose what they got and also show the world they don't have any information to present. So that's where we're at. Okay. So as long as we're all doing that, we're staying professional. We're showing the world that this is what they have to offer, and we make it apparent to everybody. Like we're gonna keep standing on the truth. There's no curvature whatsoever.
What's sad now is right. We have to like correct these globals, teach them their own model, then debunk it.
Every single time, man. Every single time.
Their own claims are wrong. So I'm
Jama, you cut out.
Correct them, then debunk it. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, say again what you just finished saying. You got cut out in the middle of what you said.
Yeah, what I was saying was lately you have to like correct these globers with their wrong claims, which doesn't line up with the globe, like what happened with what's this guy's name? ECC? EC?
Yeah, ECCDLH.
Yeah.
Or something.
Well, I think he just mashed on the keyboard. He just, honestly.
ECC needed an ECG on his head.
No, I think
it's like
it's working.
Type in username and just smash his face.
Yeah, I think that's how Matty was with the flat Earth. He just smashed his keyboard and entered the server like.
When he said, type username, whatever come up.
Well, I mean,
yeah. I was listening to a live earlier. Was a guy from Bulgaria? Was it today?
Nah, I probably wasn't here at that time.
I think it was this morning. Somebody from Bulgaria. Yeah. Anyways, he have like the same attitude. Like he knows everything. We're dumb. We are probably wrong because they are right. They have the consensus. They have science. So we are definitely wrong. So when I ask for evidence, like you always end up.
Yeah, they just start fighting with emotions when you ask them for actual evidence. That's why I'm always trying to put us in a court setting in my mind, because you would never be in a courtroom and be like, "Oh, Your Honor, they're just dumb," or "Your Honor, I clearly have credentials." It's like neither of those statements would hold up in a court of law.
Yeah, it's like they would go in a court of law, be like, "Your Honor, gravity," and the
what else? Gravity. What else? There's more.
No, but like the judge would be like, "Say less." You know what I mean? That's never gonna happen. Like the judge isn't gonna be like, "Nah, I got you, bro." It's like, what is this?
You know what? You did say gravity.
Let me just get in front of the whole courtroom, and he picks up his pencil, drops it. Gravity. Thank you very much. Like, who accepts that?
What it is? Next question. Yeah. I was in what's it called? Earth Awakening. The live stream on YouTube. I was in the chat and I always like engage with these trolls, and this globe was like, the best evidence for a globe is sunset. I'm like, what do you mean sunset? Because of rotation, the sunset. I'm like, okay, let's do a thought experiment, right? So I said, okay, let's go outside in the field, me and you, and we both have a telescope. We are standing like 2 feet from each other. We both gonna observe the sky. Let's be honest. What do you observe? This guy said he observed the Earth turning.
Wow.
Did
I'm
you
like,
see the
oh,
Earth
I'm
turning?
like, I'm like, are you gonna lie to yourself now? I observed. I'm 2 feet from you. I observed the sky moving. That's an honest observation. The sky moving. What do you observe? The Earth is turning. I'm like, how did you get to that conclusion, man? Oh,
Yeah, this weasel.
we know for 2,000 years. We know. I'm like, yeah, but what did they do? They observe, right?
For 2,000 years, they were thinking that the Earth's turning. Man, somebody never talked to them about flat Earth. If they're thinking that for 2,000 years, hey, damn, that's a really bad place to be, holding a wrong idea. You know, for 2,000 years they were thinking like this. Damn.
Yeah, I was trying to like show him like, look, we have to if we use like observation, honest observation, and from my point of view, the sky is moving, right? That's it. The sky is moving. For me to see the Earth moving, I have to be away from the Earth to see the Earth moving. But at this point in a field, all we can observe is the sky moving. That's it.
Separate reference frame for sure.
And he was like, the Earth was moving. I'm like, okay, fair enough.
They can't be more dishonest.
Hey, CB, can you play that clip that Donato just clipped out of ECCD LH?
Mm-hmm. Let me pull it up.
I even put it in YouTube for him, so.
I see that. Yes, 1 second, please.
Thank you, Donato.
Yeah, shout out to Donato. All right, here we go, boys. Oh, one second. Oh. Miggy, are you getting sound on that video?
No. I don't hear anything.
There's no sound.
There's no sound in the link.
No. Let me see. I didn't click on it, but I'm gonna do it now.
I can go back to the other one.
Donato, we don't hear any sound on that, bruh. Ooh. Yeah, no sound.
It's okay. I think I can scroll back to the one that he put in the chat, I think, though. I don't know. Here it is.
I think Donato's gonna correct it. So let me see.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll wait.
So again, ECC for the third time. Who has measured the floor, and what was their process for measuring the floor? I don't know.
That is what we call a concession. So if anybody is listening right now, when Kiwi asked him that question and he conceded the information, so that he gave up the paradigm, completely obliterated everything that precedes that. So that's what you hold on to. That is your trophy for discussing with him. Because when you hold on to that, and like he did, right? This is what I was teaching you guys the other way with the method. Then you always refer back to that. And that's what I did. I pointed him right back to that. So it's a useful tool within the discussion. When he doubled down and then says he does have the method and evidence, then you can refer back to this clip and say, you just said you don't know. Now you're doubling down and saying you're going to give me some evidence for the curvature. Sorry, that doesn't work.
But you can see it.
After his double down, Cole Baller came in with a drop kick to the head, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson just goes against what you just said, sir. So your evidence is bye. So, and that's when he turned from like an enraged Hulk, just trying to.
No, I can't be wrong.
Yeah, can't be wrong. No.
My globe is melting. No.
I think what they do sometimes is like they come in like innocent, like I want to learn about the flat Earth. Teach me, please, teach me. And so when they get the chance, they'll start spewing everything at once. Mm-hmm. We know this, we know that.
Yeah, we got the sauce in here, man. We definitely have the recipe, but that's why I always open it up, man. Just come on in. If you're in the 24/7 Flat Earth live stream and you're listening to us right now, and you're curious about the topic and you want to know more, come in here and ask us questions. You just click that link. It'll bring you right into the Discord, and then you can talk to any number of us that are in here. We'll have the conversation with you, and you'll be able to talk about what you think your evidence is for the case of the Earth being a globe. Definitely love to have you on this forum for sure.
The
Come on in.
globe lost its sauce.
Where's the lamb sauce?
We got the pasta and the
This
sauce.
man has sample for everything, man.
Buddy, it's CB radios, man. Back in the day. Well, I mean, it's still using now, obviously, but these are dude with the clips.
Man has clip for everything. Everything. I like
Comes
in
to
seconds.
24/7, expecting answers. We've also got the audio clips to back up our answers. Damn it.
My time has come.
Good stuff, man. This is good stuff. Even when you're dealing with raging children, it's still easy. Oh, man.
Yeah, we make it look so easy, don't we? So long as you're able to temper yourself within the context of it and allow the information to flow. And of course, if they're not being too apprehensive in the conversation, then, you know, you don't have to mute them. But if they're really not allowing you to speak, then their mutes have to come. So there does come a point where mutes start happening. And usually when that starts happening, they start to circle the drain. And as QE, not Kiwi, as QE would say, at light speed.
Well, dude, when he started saying things in the chat like "I make more money than you" in the set,
Oh, bro.
well,
Yeah.
this is over. This is over.
The posturing.
I like it.
I mean, I don't get it, guys. How can you refute his evidence? He posted this picture yesterday.
Come on.
How can you refute irrefutable evidence like that?
Damn, are you serious?
Actually,
look at that.
We asked him. I finally got people to shut up, and I asked him, just show us your single best piece of evidence. And he linked this to me in my DMs, and I posted it.
What the heck is the top picture? Looks like the Earth. Is that supposed to be the Earth?
That should be an Earthwise from the moon.
Did anybody run that through GIMP?
Huh?
Did anybody run those images through GIMP?
No, I mean
Acid. Actually, I think Julius is here. Julius or Acid, no, they run GIMP, the software, to see if those images are legit or not.
I just asked him if pictures was evidence in a scientific experiment, and we didn't really get any answer out of it. People started to go off on their agenda.
Let me speak a little bit about that, because even the validation for those, even if it was a real photo, it could be a real photo of a set. So it doesn't necessarily mean legitimizing the photo of the position of where it's at. It just legitimizes that it's a real photo. And it could be taking a picture of like a set of something they're using in reality. So always remember that, because you could get caught up in like, well, oh, damn, it checks out as a real photo. So what? It's not the context of the information doesn't mean that that's real. It just means that it's a real photo. They could be using a set or something to provide that. So you can't use that as any way, shape, or form. I always talk about images, right? Because it's something to pull aside to every flat earther. If we start getting into the minutia of photos, then we start talking about how images can validate things. And we always go back to what the gold standard is, which is the measurement. Always lean on that. Don't, because when you go this way, I guarantee you some tricks can be pulled. It could be a real photo. They could be using some kind of set to actually produce that image, and they could trick you into thinking like, "Whoa, it was a real photo. It must be real." You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the good old. My dad can beat your dad.
Yeah. I don't want you to fall into that mindset unless you can provide evidence for the shape of the Earth. Stay there, because once you go other places with like images and photos and stuff, you can get taken in by, oh man, it checks out by GIMP that this photo is real, and so you can get taken away. Think about it. If you're resting on that photo being real or not, being a hallmark of how you can decide if truth is being spoken, then you're going to fall into the category of somebody who can be dissuaded. And we don't want people to be, just by on the merit of the photo, be dissuaded, because it's real. Because they could be using a set or some other method, and we don't know. So Like that's what I'm saying. At least to the point, right?
Yeah. Makes sense.
Always remember that in the context of the flat Earth conversation, if you're talking about the legitimacy of the photo in any way, in any debate, in any whoever you're talking to, that you might fall into the trap that if it's a real photo and that they took in reality, then you're going to have to contest that, and your own side will lose points because you're defending, right? It becomes a defending point. So always bring it up for your benefit, guys. It is for your benefit because you're going to get into a position where if it was a real photo taken in a set, you won't be able to say if it was a set or if their point is real, that it's a real place, right? So you're going to be on the side of like, oh, damn, like how can I respond to this? Because I checked it out and it turns out it's a real photo. Do you understand? Hopefully I'm making sense.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at it like,
what the fuck is this piece of shit?
like, why is it always tilted?
That's what's his face?
Someone knows. I don't know.
Neil. Neil.
No, it's an actor.
That's Neil, isn't it? Neil says that on his...
It does.
I don't want to say that's Neil though, but I know that it could be the actor that you're thinking of.
I don't know. I'll
Joe
post it.
Pesci.
Yeah, there
I think
you
it
go.
might be Joe Pesci.
Play it again.
Well, that's
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Yeah, I would say let's tone it down with that because like we don't want to. I told the other guy like let's not drop F-bombs. Like I want to really get away from that like, as much as we can because it just doesn't give us a look that we're being professional in the way. So if we can, guys, I'm not going to police your language. If you're going to drop F-bombs, you're going to do it either way. But I would just say as a way of being courteous. That's all.
Watch your profanity.
That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Maggie, this is you right here.
Professionals have standards.
I'm serious. Like, I want this to come off as well spoken as possible. It's like, I don't know. I just feel like that takes away a little bit from being that. So,
well, remember, I mean, those that cuss first or yell first lose, right? If you have to cuss or yell to drive home your point, you've lost. As you always say, the truth will remain through all the tests, no matter what. It runs litmus test without issue.
I just feel it's a good way to present. It doesn't matter what forum you're in. You'll always be accepted anywhere you go. But if you have like that type of language in your vernacular, then you'll be like really shunned from other places because people that are covering their child's ears or something. Whereas if you had a professional way to do it, everybody could adhere to what you're saying because you're making it applicable to every vernacular. You're not using redundant vernacular. Anyway. But you know, keep on trucking if that's your way, I would say, because I'm not going to stop you from doing anything.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
Nice. It's just good habits, guys. That's all.
Indeed. Woo-wee.
How about them space balls?
If only.
They better be available from Spaceys with the red sauce.
Dude, I'm getting hungry now.
Chicken balls with the red sauce. Let's go.
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet. Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that. And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Yeah, I gotta get to my cryptocurrency job that I do. So I'll probably be turning out to do that with my company and whatnot. But so yeah, you guys have been great. I'm gonna be hanging around here for a few more minutes. I leave on the hour, so but I'll still be hanging around.
Hey, so what do you like better, getting jiggy with Miggy or mornings with Miggy? Because that was pretty good, mornings with Miggy.
Yeah, I just came up with it actually. It was just something that rolled off the tongue. I was like, yeah, I like it. I'm just gonna continue.
I've been saying getting jiggy with Miggy, but I think I like mornings with Miggy better.
Yeah, I think to me it just opens. It's really open. Like, hey, morning. This is Good Morning with Miggy. And I'll do a little introduction. You know, I like doing all that stuff. I used to have a show before. If anybody knew that or not.
Heard about it through the grapevine.
Yeah, I started the Flat Earth Arena. I started the 3 Points. I've always had my hand in like trying to make the conversation more palatable to the new listener. So now I've come up with the other method that I've shown you guys, the concession first. You know, that way. First, it's like the terms of the discussion, and really it's to set the foundation and the parameters for how the discussion will be moving forward. If these parameters are not met, the person doesn't want to be honest, and they're going to demonstrate that to you right off, so that you don't have to engage in a lengthy discussion. So with us showing this guy, I really wanted to demonstrate to the world that this was more of an experiment for everybody, thought experiment for like dealing with this guy. So it was not meant for like that's the way I usually conduct it. So he would have been stopped a long time ago if it was like just me and the person having an honest conversation. But for the sake of everybody, I wanted to expose like what this character type and iterations of him are like. So for me, it was like just showing the world that we are an open forum, definitely, but we don't tolerate people who are hostile. So we're gonna remove those characters.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros.
Yeah, whack the golf owner. Yeah, but yeah, I'll continue to do that. You guys are awesome.
Well, thanks, Miggy. That was Miggy, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa. Shout out to Daj, D-A-J in the chat. The Globe Skeptic hanging out.
Enemy spotted.
No. Skeptic. It's okay. You don't have to call him out like that. Just a skeptic. Also not a globe skeptic, flat earther. No, it's cool. We appreciate that, but we also like to talk about it.
Yeah, I love people that say it with their chest, but believe me, even in text or even just out loud. I love it. Yeah. I don't like people that are like wishy-washy. Well, I don't like calling myself a flat earther because it says visceral reaction. Good. It's just challenge, guys. We want people to look at the topic. So I love it.
Disrupt the paradigm, right? Shift the carpet.
Because this isn't about feelings. And I always said feelings are what people make something when they don't want to confront truth. So yeah, it will rub you the wrong way to hear it. I don't have to change what it is just so it makes. Oh, you want me to change flat Earth to something nice? Okay. What do you want me to say? A globe person who doesn't believe the Earth is a globe? Okay, I'll say that. That makes everyone feel nice and comfy, doesn't it? Negative.
It doesn't work like that.
Say it with your chest.
What did the science guys say? Science doesn't care about your feelings? Yeah, neither does
the truth. They do say that. Yeah.
Science doesn't care about your feelings, neither does the truth. And if science was really telling the truth...
Exactly.
They would spit it.
Yeah. Like hard facts, bro. They don't do it.
Had that discussion with the sophists yesterday, or last night, I should say. There was a couple of us that were chatting with this guy. And his observation right off the hop was that he has lots of dealings with, quote, physics and engineers, and et cetera, et cetera. So his one of his observations that he presented for the measurement of the floor was that he was in a puddle jumper, i.e. a small little prop plane, and he observed a 3-degree curve over the horizon. That was interesting, how you can observe a 3-degree curve over a horizon, but being a sophist, you won't get far with those guys.
Yeah, man, we know the globe claims enough to know that that's bogus.
If you state refraction,
curve is just automatically revealed themselves. Go ahead.
No, it's these are all the things that we're aware of, right? The methods and methodologies that they rely on to deflate our observation. Oh, that's just refraction. Oh, that's just gravity. Oh, that's just shut up.
I have several questions.
I just say gravity. No, you can't. You don't even know what that means.
Gravity is like picking E on a multiple choice question when you were only given choices A through D.
You just circle both.
Yeah, we even gave you D. I don't know, i.e., none of the above, and you still chose E, being gravity.
By the way, I found an emoji that actually looks like me. Isn't that weird? It's up there in the live stream.
Oh shoot!
It actually looks like that.
I love it.
There needs to be a little bit more gray on that bottom of the beard, but yeah.
You got a bald head?
Yeah.
Damn.
He's got that crown chakra clear.
I would go on camera, but yeah, I
You don't want to make us all faint or anything. We don't want to faint from your beauty.
Beauty or striking features?
Striking features?
Oh snap!
Oh, no,
strike you down. Sorry, Miggy.
I said striking features. Well, maybe that has been said, but in a derogatory way.
No.
What is that?
That wasn't my intention.
You're a very handsome lad.
So, Miggy, how long have you been just like engaging publicly in spoken word?
As long as I can remember. Like I've always been that kind. I'm an extrovert. I'm a social butterfly, my guy. But I usually, like, for me, it comes natural. Like I've always felt like I thought I knew what I was saying, but until I really came across the truth, I examined myself and figured I was just like everybody else, saying the same thing that everybody was saying, thinking they know what they're saying is right. And then I corrected myself, and I did a lot of like soul searching. I retaught myself. I follow the Bible. Like for me, it's most important. All of those values for me are what extend for me to be who I am as a person. And I think it shapes me. Like even that, and just knowing people like with different ideas and opinions, and hearing them out. And then not only just shutting them down, but being able to coherently be able to navigate a conversation and understand why their position is the way they are. Not just address the topic, but understand the psychology behind it. So it's a bit deeper, I think, in the study that I took was more in depth. That's why you hear a discernment when I speak. I know the person's agenda. I can see the position they have. I like by way of understanding where they come from, and all they have to do is just talk. They themselves will let me know where they're coming from. So
empathy. I love it.
Yeah, it helps me kind of like in the way I can't speak on the person and divine their thoughts or assume things if I don't know who they are. Like that's ridiculous for anybody to do that. You stupid Glober. Like, I don't know. Like they have to be the ones to explain, what their position is. And if it comes out that they're fallacious, well then, they are. But by merit of what they say, not by me saying that they are. You know what I mean? Which is some of the ones who are really aggressive like to paint flat earthers in the light.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but all of that and just coming into the knowledge, so biblically I came into the knowledge of a greater understanding of the world around me, and I have a different viewpoint than most I guess you could say fundamentalists. Like I have a deep connection to that. Also with the truth. I think the truth, wherever it's spoken, is truth no matter if you like it or not. You either accept or reject it. That's the way it is. Take it or leave it, right? So a lot of people would say they're speaking truth. When upon further examination, they are just parroting something they believe was true and they don't really know if it is or not. So there's deeper meaning to everything in us. I always say this: we're beings that are spiritual and physical by nature, and we have that intertwined. So there's a deep yearning for understanding the world in the physical form, and there's also a deep understanding for learning the world in a spiritual form. But we don't understand both of those because we've been given all types of incorrect information to follow. So our path is misaligned with like different people's perspectives, and we're just believing other people versus where our path should be in line with like what nature is created to be, and that's to teach us how to live on this good earth with knowledge of how to, with our health, how to eat, how to spiritually be guided and understood, what truth is, right? That was the burning question for Pontius Pilate as he asked Yeshua, what is truth? He asked him that. So it's important for all of us because we're all truth seekers, right? But we get into the same paradigm, like we think once we're holding on to certain information that's truth. And I say this, right? I always say, even flat earth or globe earth, it doesn't matter who I speak to. I can press you on the information to the point where I take you to primary source, where you actually get to the nitty gritty of your method of how you talk about the information you present. And you either get convicted by saying, I know this is true because I've done it, I've researched this, and you can do it yourself. Or you say, I don't know, man, some dude just handed me this and I'm just believing it like them. So flat earth or globe, doesn't matter. And that's the thing. When you self-examine yourself in that way, I don't have to convict you if it's right or wrong. You start to realize that you're wrong or right. Does that make sense? Yeah. So
100%, man. It's again being able to realize where they're at, walk with them, ask questions, and I've also found that when I've engaged with others, and I made the past of trying to project what I see onto other people and try to beat that truth into them or beat my thought into them. But I realized that, again, projecting versus just sharing are two really different things.
For sure. And a lot of times, we often at times within the truth community, I would say we like to kind of bully our way through the conversation and say, you're just stupid. You don't understand. Like, it happens, right? We're human. We get emotional. It's just the way things go. But I think that when we see their position is they really don't know, man. They're trying their hardest to try to figure out how this can be not reality to them. And for us, it's like, my friend, it's a journey of self-exploration. You actually have to go and test this out, because we can argue till the cows come home, but until you go and put what I'm saying to a method and go and do it, you're really not going to be convinced. I don't do the convincing, and that's what ECC was thinking about. He's like, you're going to try to convince me. He's divining my thoughts, first of all, but I'm like, dude, you don't got to do that, man. It's simple, right? You either present your evidence and then we can look into it. I do the same. And, we can start to realize that the earth isn't what they've told us by way of demonstration. But if you don't have that, there's an issue, right? Because if you're not presenting information I can go and demonstrate and test out, then what are you saying? For me to believe you on just what you're saying? Can't do that. That's what we're all used to. But then this other way, it's like I'm showing you a demonstration that the earth isn't curving like they say they were. So
the thing that I found with his engagement, and you can obviously tell me what you think, it seemed as though he was looking for a debate as to whether or not the earth was flat. But in actual essence, like, we don't debate. We just talk about the observations. It's up to you whether or not you see those observations or not. What do you think?
I always, to me, I've examined a lot of methods and ways to administer the topic that we're talking about.
Right.
And I feel like every way that I would try to approach it, because there's other ways you can, that would be another way to do it. But the approach, and it doesn't matter even if you're as calm as you can possible, it won't land because they haven't faced the reality that they're going to go themselves and provide evidence to themselves that it's not doing what they say they are. So when just presented with a logically consistent point, then they could retort that with "nuh-uh," and so you're going to fall to the position of defense, which you're going to be like, okay, dude, how are you telling me that's not real when I'm giving you the information that these guys over here were measuring, I don't know, from a boat or whatever. So you have to teach them the method so that you can say, okay, you don't know the method, and I'm going to show you the method and by which you can actually see the curvature or not. And so that leaves them with no option to come back from. And so that's the clear way forward is to take the globe out of their hands. Now you're on the complete offense, and you can move forward and say, and like the guy, he doubled down and he said gravity and all it's space, the Miragar, what was it thing? Miranda. He used some other thing, the third point that he brought up. And then using that, it's like, no, you're doubling down. You said you didn't know, and I took him back to the first point. So that's the way I found Kiwi that's most effective. Is that
he's talking about Milwaukee. No, he said it, and I thought Milwaukee, but I'd never heard of it. No, it wasn't actually Milwaukee, but it was damn close to that.
So yeah, I'm telling you. So even I've tried every other method, but like I'm telling you, Kiwi, like you might think in your head it sounds great, right? It's just everybody. You're like, I'm thinking of a way to present this. Unless you hear that concession that they don't know, then you can't hold them to it. There's nothing you can hold that person to because they didn't say anything. And they're only going to state what they know as, whatever ideas, because he only had ideas. He didn't even have rhetoric, guys. That's how bad it was. He didn't even have rhetoric. He just had ideas. That's it.
Yeah, that was my thing, is when I was listening to him talk, it seemed as though he wanted to engage in an actual debate with you as to why the Earth would be flat versus round, right? But when it came to the actual essence of the measuring the surface that you're interacting with, he had no clue. In his conversations last night, Tim, did he even render a 3959 measurement? Anything? I'm just curious, if he ever rendered that 3959.
Yeah, I agree with there's some points being brought up, but I agree with Davey Z. There are some people that are like that. And most of those guys find their way in here somehow. They slither in here. But I'm the snake stomper, man. I'm the lawnmower to their snake slithering. So there's nothing that they can do to escape. They're here now. So now it's time to belly up to the bar. I have some questions for you, and you got to answer them because there's no way you're going to escape. There's no other thing that we're going to talk about other than the metrics of the globe. So if you thought that this was going to be a cakewalk, well, you got another thing coming, right? So that's what I show them. It's like, by all means, let's discuss your points. Let's talk about what you think about the Earth being, because we do want to have that open forum. At the same time, we're going to show you how this doesn't match up with reality in a very calm way, in a very way that you're going to be able to understand and test. So yeah, it's not, I'm going to be honest, straight up honest with you. When you begin this journey of like how to temper yourself through this, it's going to be like nails on a chalkboard. Like it's going to feel like it's going against every fiber of your being to be in temper. But at the end result is the sweetest victory you've ever known. Just like what we've experienced together. When we've realized he doubled down and then he was smashed by his own rhetoric, smashing him down. So we didn't do anything to him. He did it to himself. So that's the thing. I want you to be the victors. Also, we don't have to be the ones to like make them leave. They leave on their own. They actually, this guy, what we were doing is while we were watching him, is he was actually stringing himself up on a rope until he hung himself. So that's what he did. To the very end, he was like fighting and kicking until he did it himself. Nobody told him to speak on that rhetoric. He made up his own cosmology. He doubled down and said he knew about, the curvature of the Earth when he said, admittedly, right, now we got it on recording, that he doesn't know. So look what we have now because of the fruit of us being tempered within this discussion. We now have a concession. We have somebody who says that we're spreading lies when at truth he's the one doing it. We got a lot to show the world now. So now everybody knows these are the characters we deal with. And my position was very open, very professional, teaching everybody, showing everybody. And I never once said that you can't say that. Like I said, just don't be hostile, bro. That's it. And he did turn out at the very end, but he was allowed to say what he wanted to. So there it is. So like I said, that might take some time for everybody. Depending on your personality, you might not be somebody who, let somebody speak, nonsense like that. But sometimes it's useful in the way that if you are going to demonstrate to everybody. Other times, you're going to speak the truth. And if they're being dishonest and they don't want to follow, then you can just excuse them from the chat. That's it.
Yeah, just leave your emotions out of this. There's no need to get all emotional.
Indeed.
If someone told you something that you really thought was genuinely silly, say if I said the grass was purple, and you started reacting the way people did, like the guy did today, what does that say about you?
Right.
Yeah. So it's like if something truly is silly, just dismiss it as silly. You don't have to. If you're getting emotionally invested, there's something else going on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that as well for our side. Being emotionally invested is because we're allowing them to invest us in their conversation emotionally. So in that respect, the same way we need to temper ourselves so that we can be able to see past all of that and expose their conversation. So be tactful, like somebody who's understanding that you're going to utilize what they're saying to expose them, right? Not just to call them a dumbhead, whatever word you want to substitute for that, but like you don't need to expose them, show them why they're wrong. Don't just call them names, show them.
Yeah. If it's silly, we don't need to just dismiss it because it's silly. Just ask him a question that illustrates how silly it is. And then he will have to face it and the audience will have to face it.
Yeah, he takes everybody through a journey because that's what he wanted. He wanted to control the forum. He wanted to take everybody through a journey. He's like, well, anyways, I'm wasting all of your guys' time. Like he made it sound like he was taking us for a ride. And I said, turned it right back around and said, no, sir, your thinking is incorrect. You're in our forum. We're taking you for a ride. You're in our car. And so wherever we go, you go. See, that's how this works. And so his idea was like, now was sitting back like he couldn't get us on any point. He couldn't make it sound like he was in control. And so all of that narcissist viewpoints that he was trying to project, it just fell by the wayside. Because like I said, I'm a lawnmower to his slithering. He got caught up in the blades. That's all there was to it.
I know, right? Imagine going up in someone else's house. Hey, put the TV over there. Put that portrait on this wall. You're a guest.
I don't know, man. I mean, when you start talking to somebody about something that they've had at an age that it took you to believe in Santa Claus, and it's that concreted into your subconscious, man. I mean, as fire is hot, water is wet, and hey, man, we live on a ball. It does cause reactions. I mean, it definitely caused a reaction out of me to, a fellow brother, man. I mean, of blocking him, calling him stupid, not to his face, but, I still apologize to him for calling him stupid. He goes, you didn't call me stupid. I said, yeah, I did.
Sometimes
but yeah. Say that again. I'm sorry.
I just said sometimes the shoe does fit. So
yeah.
If you're just joining us right now, this is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We invite everybody on the live stream to join us. We're having a discussion just a bit about the topic of the shape of the Earth that we had with a gentleman who was here before by the name of ECCDLH, and he was providing his animosity, not evidence, towards the Flat Earth conversation. And so all we mainly got was his feelings towards why he has disdain for the Flat Earth topic. And it's cool. We'll hear you out. But at the same time, if it doesn't have any relevance to the topic, we're going to say, okay, you said your piece. Now it's time to either belly up to the bar and give us some evidence, or be on your way and have a good day at that. But don't stay in here spinning our wheels talking about how your feelings are for the topic. That doesn't help anybody. We want to get to the matter of truth, which is just giving the people information, challenging them, and letting them decide. So join in if you want to. Click the link. Come on in here. Have a conversation with us. But I will be having to make my way out of here in about 20 minutes. Or actually 10 minutes.
You coming back for tonight, right? Or this afternoon, evening?
Perhaps I have somewhere to be in, like, I'll maybe be back in an hour or two. I don't know.
All right. We'll do our best to hold down the fort while you're gone, man.
I would say just keep in mind kind of the tone of the conversation, like how we're supposed to be having it. You know, there has to be a certain decorum that we present to the world of who we are. And I think the expectations are for everybody here that we should deserve a better flat earth forum. So all of us should carry that inside of our minds, that let's go for better, you know. The old ways were descending into arguments and calling each other stupid and madness and names. We don't need that. Be a professional at this. Learn how the methods can be achieved where we can talk to somebody without descending to that. And also, these guys, just give them enough rope. They're going to hang themselves. You don't have to do the work. They'll do it themselves. But always be in control of the conversation. This is our house. You know, they come in here as a guest. So we want to allow people to speak, be courteous. And when there's time for a mute, it shouldn't be right away. You know, let's allow them to go ahead and talk about their side. So, yeah. So just remember that, guys, because I do want that to be the way forward, for us to be looked at as a very professional forum that nobody's going to come in here and have anything to say because we don't give them an option to say anything. You know, the only thing they can do is reject the information, and that's just about it. Not because on merits of how we're acting or anything else. So if that's one thing I could ask from everybody, I would just say let's try to carry that, you know, moving forward. If at all possible, let's not drop the F-bombs or any other kind of derogatory images, or, you know, we don't need to put terrible images up on the live stream voice text. I just want to make everybody feel like this is a place for everyone. It's a family affair. You can bring anybody in here. So
I tell you, I don't know what it is about this big winning streak I'm on. I'm in the zone. What can I say? The hole just seems to get bigger.
CB, yeah. So anyway, it's my thoughts, I guess, because I have those great thoughts about what this can be and the future moving forward. Because I do want the next generation of critical thinkers to be taught in a place like this. So I don't want this to be a place where we're in here and a flat earther descends into like the most visceral name calling. We don't need that. That's not useful in any way. This is our house. We'll be able to conduct matters with parameters, as we say. So I just want you guys to know that should be the way forward. Like, all of us should have the attitude of standing on truth. There shouldn't be anything that you shouldn't, you know. So yeah, I just it's all love, bros and sis. It's all love. Trust me.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros.
But yeah, I'm gonna go and open up one more mic before I leave here. Angst has just joined us. Yeah, I want to challenge some flat Earth beliefs. I got you, Angst. We'll do that. Let me mess the server mute. Okay, there you go. We are gonna, before you begin, Angst, we do want to get to know you a little bit better. So if you want to tell us who you are and what you believe, whether you think the Earth is a globe, whether you're on the fence, or whether you think the Earth is flat, that's cool. We just want to know who you are and what you stand for. So I'm going to give you the floor. Guys, please let the Angst speak, and we'll get to know Angst better, and then we can respond. Angst, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sort of on the fence. I'm just really interested in hearing a good, like, rational reason to believe that the Earth is flat. So that's really what I'm here for. I'm totally open to, you know, being swayed that way. But yeah, I'm on the fence.
Indeed, I appreciate you, sir. What I'm going to do is I'm a moderator here, so I'm going to kick it over to the Flat Earth Council that we have in here. I'll call them Council. And then they'll go ahead and go through some points with you. But I just say, like, remember the method, guys, because that's always useful to helping somebody new or at least leaning on the fence. But thank you for your honesty, Angst. If anybody else wants to come in and chime in and talk with Angst, I'll leave it to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Miggy. I guess I'll ask Angst. Just wondering, how much do you feel like you know a bit about the globe? Like, do you know how big it is or anything?
I don't think it's possible for us to really say that we can know things like that, with certainty.
But if I go to Google, it says an answer there.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that that entails any sort of truth, right?
Yeah, fair enough. I guess the reason why I bring it up is because we're actually testing that claim, the claim of the globe being a certain size, in the same way that if you came in here and told everyone, "Hey guys, I'm 7 foot tall," that would be the claim we'd want to test. And so when we go to Google, there's a claim there about how big the globe is. And so, yeah, that's the point. We're trying to test that claim, and we could verify how tall you were with measurements, and then we could verify if the globe was really that big with measurements as well. Do you know of anyone who's ever measured the Earth like that before?
Well, just to sort of preface this, I'm a scientific anti-realist, so I'm not really convinced of any sort of scientific, reason through evidence. So ultimately, I think evidence is unjustified, but no evidence is really going to sway me. So what I'm looking for is some sort of ontological argument from pure reason as to why we think our belief in the flat Earth is justified.
Well, actually, that's what I'm trying to address, is that it's actually not a belief at all. In the same way that your height isn't a belief or a theory or anything, it just is what it is, yeah? You don't believe how tall you are, because you measured it. So you have evidence, and there's no need to rely on reasons or ontological primitives or beliefs. Does that make sense?
Well, surely knowledge is going to entail some form of belief, right?
How tall are you?
5'9".
Okay. Do you believe that, or can we check and know that for sure?
Well, I don't think we can know anything for sure. We can adopt a certain attitude towards the truth, meaning I can have a certain attitude that I think is true based off of maybe it's able to be repeated or things like that. But ultimately, if we get into trying to ground things that way, it's not really possible. So that's why I said I'm more convinced of arguments from pure reason alone to sort of demonstrate the belief that the Earth is flat. And if you're saying, well, it's not a belief, it's it's knowledge, I think not belief is a necessary condition for knowledge. That's what I'm claiming. So it's more of a strong claim.
Would you say that truth is subjective or objective?
True. Well, I guess it depends what you mean by those terms. But in the sense that I intuitively think of that, I would say it's objective. Yeah.
Objective.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with you. We can know things like 2 + 2 is 4, right?
Yeah. Well, so I think that mathematical truths are a bit weird, because I think that there's an important distinction when we talk about mathematical propositions, like you just said, 2 + 2 = 4. I think that for that specific example, that could be. I would agree that that's an a priori proposition. It's logically prior to experience. But I think there's examples of mathematical propositions that are not only a priori but synthetic. I agree with how Kant sort of demonstrates these judgments. And the question is how are these judgments possible with regards to these synthetic a priori propositions? He gives a famous example within math, 7 + 5 = 12. So the subject concept in that proposition is not contained in the predicate concept. And so in that way, it's a priori, but it's synthetic. But that gets into what a judgment is, and then how concepts for Kant are sort of a faculty of the larger faculties of the mind.
I don't know. That sound a little bit complicated. But if I have 7 forks, and then someone brings over 5 forks, and we have 12 forks, so what's the problem here?
It's not a problem. I'm just saying that the proposition 7 + 5 = 12 is an example of a synthetic a priori proposition. We don't really have to get into that. It's not really an issue. The problem is when you say that we can know things and that knowledge doesn't entail belief. I mean, that just seems a
Stevie,
little...
can I jump in real quick just to keep us on the track of observing, like, rulers? Rulers cannot lie. They have numbers. Okay, let's keep on the track of measurement and what we can observe versus bringing this objective reality.
I think it's important to employ like a healthy level of skepticism. I mean, we can't just say that this is for certain because we can't observe.
I'm going to say this respectfully. I think it's important that we stick to numbers in us observing things that require measurement. We're not here to discuss the theory or anything of the sort. We're here to discuss numbers. 1 + 1 = 2. I'm 6'2", right? These are the things that are known based on measurements because rulers aren't subjective. They state what it is, and that's it. You can't ask a ruler what it actually meant by 12 inches. This is my point.
I'm sort of questioning the framework by which that is true. That's sort of what I'm doing. So it's more of like a meta-conceptual framework. We're working within like certain, questions about the necessary conditions for why that is the case. And that's ultimately what's going to ground your claims about there being a flat Earth. So...
Well, the thing is, we're actually not making the claim. As I highlighted earlier, the claim is that the Earth is this specific size and a globe that spins and rotates and has gas pressure within a container and all. These are the claims that are on the table. So we're just addressing those claims and testing them.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't made any scientific claims either way. I'm more, compelled by, like I said, arguments from reason. So,
well, Kiwi's kind of saying what I'm saying as well. It's like it's not about reasons; it's more about like measurement, like that we can verify. We want to stick to things that we can verify and know. I wouldn't agree that we can only believe things. I think that there are things that you can know, but we might disagree.
Yeah, you're saying like you want to stick to what we can verify. So, like you're saying, what's able to be verified entails some sort of knowledge.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, like you said something about like I didn't really understand the terms you were using, like a priori and synthetic and so on. I just heard 7 + 5, and I was just thinking of like, well, in reality, I can have like 7 forks, and then someone comes with 5 forks, and now I have 12 forks. So that's been verified. I have 12 forks now. I'm not sure what the issue would be, but that's kind of what we're talking about. It's like there are things you can verify and know in reality. Yeah.
Yeah, but so going to like the 7 + 5 = 12 thing, the point is that it's a priori because it's a necessary condition for truth, and if we're working under like if you grant that empirical judgments are contingent, then yeah, that proposition would be a priori and necessary, so it would coexist in that way. But at the same time, the issue is that the judgment it's not analytic because the concept of 12 is not like arrived at by thinking of the unification of 7 and 5 upon reflection. Obviously, through experience, that can be the case. But the point is that, like logically, prior to experience, the actual like subject concept is not contained in the predicate concept in such a way that, like, when you're thinking of the unification of these two concepts, you're never going to arrive at that right side of the proposition or the answer, which is 12.
But I have 12 actual forks on the ground. I just count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no concepts or judgments or anything there, is there?
I mean, obviously, there's going to be when you're analyzing.
I just have the 12 forks right here in front of me, and I count them. There they are. They're real. I can eat food with it. So where's the judgment or analysis or?
Well, it's really important because
that doesn't come into the. That doesn't even come into the.
That's presuming that these things exist outside of your mind, right?
What, a fork?
Yeah.
So, are we gonna? Is that in contention that forks may or may not exist? What's going on?
Well, the point is that if we're working under, I mean, I just don't know how you're able to sort of sneak in there the presumption that there is a distinction between subject object. I mean, that's really one of the hotly debated topics through all of the tradition of philosophy. So, I mean, if I have a framework where I reject that there is anything material, there is any physical, paradigm, then yeah, the notion of a concept and a judgment are not just going to be things that are in your brain. They're actually constituting reality in some way. Reality is just a collection of ideas, like the fork.
The fork's an idea?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Flat Earth
Doesn't
is
pick
a
up food. An
philosophy,
idea picks
and
up
it's the
food.
nature of our reality.
So, like, my sort of claim that I was going to get into is that the concept of flat Earth is parasitic on an agent's mental states.
Well, we've not provided you with any concepts or anything.
Yeah, it's not a concept. It's what the world presents to you as it is. It's observably, measurably, navigatably flat.
Is that a necessary condition for causality, for example?
Sorry, I gotta go.
Not a ball.
Go ahead, Miggy.
Oh, 1 second, guys.
Go ahead,
Before I leave, if you're able to have the conversation with Angst, he sounds like someone who's studied, at least at this point, from what I'm listening to. Please have the conversation with him. If you don't have the ability to have the conversation with Angst, I would say refrain at this point and just listen to others who can have that conversation. But there's a way to actually address the topic. So if you're in here and if you've heard me speak many, many, many times, you know the method by which I implore. And it's very simple, it's basic, and it's a good way to get to the heart of any issue. So I'm going to have to leave you with that because I can't jump in and talk with Angst. But Angst, thank you for coming in here. Also, guys, like I said before, if you're not able to, don't address the topic. So, all right, I got to get going. See ya.
Take care, Miggy. Thanks for your help today.
And cutting back to really sorry. Who was speaking before Miggy? I'm so sorry. I don't want to cut anybody off.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm trying to figure out, Angst, is in your research, have you found a number that you can demonstrate in real life that would apply a drop?
A number that I can demonstrate in real life that would apply what?
Apply a drop. I'm not here to discuss any. I just want to know brass tacks. What's the distance I need to go in order for me to observing this drop in the surface you guys talk about?
Wait, I'm sorry. I haven't made any claims about that.
Okay, I'm asking you, okay, if you are a model skeptic, right? Because that's what you are. My question to you is, what is the research that you have done on the floor to find out if there is in fact a deformation in the floor present? Have you gotten a number for that is black and white? Yes or no?
Well, it's not a yes or no answer, so that's...
Yes, it is, because there's numbers are numbers. So I've done the research. I've found out the number. Okay, it's a claimed radius. I would like to know if you have that claimed radius so we can both examine it together.
Well,
if you don't have the number, this is a fruitless conversation. So I'll just excuse myself. I just want to know for the engagement that's taking place right now, if you have a number that we can examine.
Well, that's the whole issue. Is you said it right there.
It's not the
you're
issue.
working under
It's a yes or no.
You're working
Yes
under
or
the
no.
presumption that your idea of numbers is numbers. It's precisely what you said, which is entirely circular. So we need to hash out the notion of what numbers really are.
Circular. It's a 3959 radius. That means if I, in real life, walk out a certain distance, I will observe a difference in elevation, in height, because I'm attempting to navigate a globe. So therefore, when I walk from one node, which is the crown of a ball, to another surface on that ball, there should be an observed drop. So if you don't have that number, that's fine. Thank you.
Even if we grant what you're saying, I think you still have an issue with regards to how you're going to be able to justify that your perception's not deceiving you. You're not being deceived in some way.
Not at all, because these are measured numbers. Don't fool me when I'm applying them, measuring things in real life, buildings and houses and things like that. The numbers are the numbers. Just like I can measure my foot, I can measure my height, I can measure my waist. I know the size of clothes I need to put on and wear so I can engage with reality. Right? We have these numbers. We have these numbers associated with our heights, our waist, our all kinds of different things, so we can engage with real life. So if you don't have the number to engage with this model that you're attempting to enforce in real life, we can't have a fruitful conversation.
Do you know what an inference rule is?
I have no idea what it is, but I know my foot size is a size 13, and I need size 13 shoes.
Right, so stop right there. How do you know that?
Because I go to a shoe store, and they tell me when I put my foot inside of the measuring device.
So the
It's
original
known as a ruler.
The original belief that your foot size is whatever size you said is justified in virtue of another belief that when you go to the store, they tell you, they measure your foot, and then that's justified in virtue of another belief, presumably. And then that's
No, because listen, look, I just want to say, I'll say this and withdraw at this point. When I have multiple confirmations of the same number, I have enough belief to venture forward. Thank you for the engagement.
Well, he didn't. Let's just make it very clear. You don't go in with the belief, and you don't come out with the belief either. So I go into the shoe store unknowing of how big my foot is, and then they measure it. They didn't provide me with a belief there, did they? They just measured it, and that's what it is.
Well, no, it's sort of the idea is that you have to like basically bring it down to other beliefs. That's what's going to justify the beliefs that you're currently adopting. If a belief, well, I just take a belief to be a propositional attitude. So you have some sort of doxastic attitude as a rational agent that stands independently of a proposition, and the proposition stands independently as well. And so it's truth apt. And so you have an attitude oriented towards the truth, but it can miss. It doesn't always hit. So it doesn't always turn out to be true. Now, when you go into the shoe store, you're relying on a set of beliefs or a set of propositional attitudes. You can't really ground so far. You haven't been able to ground how they are true, but they're at least truth apt. And these are things like you have a belief that once you take one step in front of the other, you will move forward. Once you extend your hand to grab the door handle and pull, it will open. Once you step inside, and these are all the sort of things I'm talking about. So I'm trying to sort of break it down and ask you, like, where does this go if we break it all the way down to the bottom? Like, are there any foundational beliefs? Are there...
No, it's not about beliefs at all. Can I ask you a question? Like, someone that typed in the chat a very good question, because I think we should talk about the blacks and whites. The question was, like, are you sitting or standing right now?
Neither.
Someone predicted you would say that.
What does that have to...
I don't think... it seems like maybe you're not willing to speak objectively on things. Everything has to be sort of wishy-washy, and we can't know for sure. Objectivity isn't a thing. It's kind of like the vibe I'm getting. But are you sitting or standing?
Well, I'm doing neither.
So are you laying down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why does that matter?
Well, I mean, just we want to see if you're able to be honest about things, yeah? Like you're saying, well, no, you only believe that your hand can open, and you believe it'll close, and you believe this, you believe that. I don't agree with this redefining of what belief means.
It's not a redefine. I mean, this is like the academic sort of notion of belief. If you have a contention with...
I agree with what Grace said in the chat. It does sound like you're redefining what a belief is. Because we're just trying to talk about things that you can know, and you're like, well, no, you can't know anything. Everything's a belief.
Well, how do you have knowledge? How do you have knowledge? No, I didn't say that at all. But how do you have knowledge with that? How do you have knowledge of that belief?
I have 7 forks, and then you brought over 5. Now I have 12.
Yeah, well, first of all, that doesn't answer the question. That is like incoherent.
But there's no beliefs involved there. We're trying to help you understand.
Sure, there is. A belief is a propositional attitude. 7 forks and 5 forks. These are 2 concepts.
No, but they're not concepts. They're actual... Hold on, wait. They're not concepts. They're actual forks. Do you understand? We're trying to talk about reality. Do you own any forks?
Yes, but that doesn't... It doesn't follow...
Okay, hold on. When you open your drawer with all the silverware, is there concepts in there, or are the actual silverware in there?
It's a process. It's a dialectical scheme. Instantiate. I'm telling you the truth. You don't like to hear the nuance.
Silverware in there. I don't think.
Well, it's not. I'll be reductive. It's not mind independent. It's all existing in our minds.
No, dude. There's this thing called like objective reality. Yeah, it's like if I punch you in the face. No, I don't have any beef against you, but like if say you got hit in the face, is this real, or you just perceived that, or
Well,
what?
everything's real. Everything's real. I believe reality is real. There is. Just
So
I
why
don't
are
want to
forks
grant.
concepts then?
I don't want to grant the sort of terminology that you use when you say objective reality, because
Well,
that
yeah,
means
the fork in your drawer would be objective. Yeah,
what I'm saying is that just because
they're
I
not
can
concepts.
agree, this is very simple. Just because I can agree that reality is real, these things are real, it doesn't follow that there is a subject-object distinction. I'm just saying there is only the subject, and everything is real as an expression of the subject. It's all contained within. That's all I'm saying. It's still fully real. You still experience it. You still feel it, but it's not outside of your mind. That's all I'm saying.
I would disagree with that. For example, like go back to the punch thing. It's not only in your mind. You actually got hit in reality, in the face by someone else.
So the capacity by which you're able to recognize you being punched in the face, for example, you get punched in the face, it hurts, you might be scared or whatever. All of that is dependent on your mind. All of your sensory
No, you
experience
still
is
got
dependent on
hit.
your
Though that's the
mind.
thing. We're not about. It's not about like you could be numb, you could be in a coma, you could be asleep. You still got punched. Like there is objectivity in this world. Does not only exist in your mind.
What I'm saying is that just because you have a sensory experience when you get punched, you feel pain.
No, I
It doesn't
understand what you're
follow.
trying to
It
say.
doesn't
I'm trying
follow
to
that.
tie you. I'm trying to bring you out of your mind into reality, my friend. Like the forks, for example, they are real forks. Like if I poked you with it, it'd probably hurt. And
just
even
not
if you
really
were,
following.
again, if you're numb and your sensory doesn't working, you still got poked. That's the point. Is
Right,
there
you
is
still got
objectivity in
poked.
this
Yes,
world?
you still got poked, but it
It
doesn't
doesn't
follow that.
exist only in your mind, my man. So
You still
let's
got
talk about
poked.
reality.
You still got poked, but it doesn't follow that exists outside of your mind. You're not showing that.
So did you poke your brain with the fork, or?
Well, no. Well, how are you going to say the mind is contained in the brain? So you're just presuming these things without
You know
getting
what I'm
into
saying is I'm saying like you didn't poke yourself from inside your mind.
No, that's not how it works. That's why I was trying to explain to you how it
Exactly.
works.
We're
You
trying to
cut me off.
bring you out into the light, like outside.
I'm trying to bring you out into how reality works.
No, you're trying to take
You know,
us
my
into
friend.
a mind experiment.
Yeah, well, my position is more theoretically virtuous, because if you're going to sit there and posit
But we're
this,
not talking about
material.
theories, my man. Again, we're trying to
Yes,
talk to you
okay.
about things that are real in real life. My height isn't a theory. I am as tall as I am.
Yeah,
And
how
I
do
can
you?
measure that, and I know it. There's no need to believe
Everything necessarily entails a
theory
theory.
involved. No,
Yeah,
there's no theory involved.
there's no theory of knowledge involved in that.
No, there's just no theory about how tall I am. I'm just as tall as I am.
Right. So do you know that you're how tall you are?
Yeah, I can measure it.
Okay, so there's a theory of knowledge involved in that.
No, there's no
Understand?
theory involved. There's no theory involved.
Yes,
Because
there
when a
is.
theory involves science, a hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable,
That's no, a
experiment.
theory
Yeah,
is
well, that's
not.
what a scientific theory is, my man.
I never said a scientific theory.
Well, that's what a theory is. If we're just going to throw around words colloquially.
No, a theory is not only used in science.
Well, that's what a theory is for, my man. So.
No, it's not. So I said, how do you know?
Well, it is. Just so you know, it is. I've taken the time to look into this. I know what science is, and I know what science is not.
Yeah, so theory is only applied to science?
Well, if we're going to talk about theories, this Google colloquially, the word theory can mean anything. Oh, this guy's theory, that theory. But what a theory is just it involves science. Yeah,
That seems like self-defeating. It seems self-defeating. I mean, it seems self-defeating. You're saying a theory can involve anything, but what a theory really is.
I'm saying colloquial people throw the word theory around just like it's a badge. Oh, that's a theory. Just put a badge on that. It's not. We don't use words colloquially like that. We try to use the words for what they really mean. So, like a theory would involve science, and we're not talking about science here. So, no, my height isn't a theory. It just is what it is, my man.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you're in college. I don't want to try and I don't want to try and attack you, but it just seems like you don't know what you're talking about. I think when we're talking about theories, it's obviously not only going to apply to science. We're going to get into predication. And if we predicate about knowledge, and you say, well, I know for a fact I'm this height, well, that's going to involve a theory of knowledge. And in order for you to even say, oh no, I'm stepping outside of any theory, I'm going to just deduce it somehow, well, you still need a theory of knowledge. have logic? How do you separate the two? How do you have logic without knowledge? It all comes full circle. But you can't say that a theory is just contained to science. In order for you to even make any claims about reality, you need to have a theory of knowledge, you need to have a theory of being, you need to have, and then from there, that's where things branch out. You start with this here and now, your immediate experience, and you work from there. You're making a leap by saying, well, I start with this experience I'm having, and therefore, all of the things I see are outside of me. They're outside of me, and I'm experiencing them. No, I mean, why are you making that leap? I think it's far more.
Hey, how many inches are on a ruler?
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
That has everything to do with what we're talking about, my friend.
No, it doesn't.
Everything to do with what we're talking about. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm saying that you're starting.
Kiwi opened his mic to tell you about measurements. I've been telling you about measurements this whole time. So how many inches are on a ruler, my friend?
Well, when we got into the notion of numbers specifically, I was trying to express.
How many numbers are on a ruler?
I was trying to express
Can
my.
we say things objectively?
What does it mean
like
to
we
say
brought up
something?
forks, and you're like, well, the concept of the fork and my theory and this, it's like making things ridiculous.
Well, no, I said because you said specifically if I have 7 forks and 5 forks, then there's going to be 12 forks.
Yeah, I can count on.
And you said that doesn't involve a concept.
No, because the forks aren't concepts. Obviously, they're real forks. Yeah.
So
they don't exist in your mind. That's a real fork.
Right. So even if we grant that, just for the sake of this specific point, just for the sake of this specific point, right? Your mental states with regards to the unification of 7 forks and 5 forks, your mental states with regards to perceiving the unification of 7 and 5 forks are preconceptual. There's no concept form.
Can I ask
Are you saying that there's no concept form?
Can I ask you a question? Is there
It's written on the box I bought
perception
it
in
from.
reality?
Sounds
Wait,
just
I'm
like an
asking you
ego
a
trip. He's
specific
not here with an open mind. He's here just to.
You're saying there's no concept form.
You've custom made. You've custom made your own like philosophy. You just want to be here to argue and postulate. So if you're not here to actually talk about the Earth, the shape of the Earth, using numbers or concepts, then there's no reason for you to continue this conversation. You can find another place to go. Go somewhere where they talk about beliefs and all that other stuff. But that's not here.
Honestly, I thought he had an open mind. That's what he opened up with.
Look, I was just pointing out the incoherency in Coballer's position. That's all I'm doing.
I'm sorry. Really quickly before we go too far, I'm going to unmute you again. But it says who is one of the guys that's like usually like coming in with the calm demeanor and like, hey guys, let's give this guy a chance. So if he's the one saying that there's no chance, you might want to listen. But Angst, I guess my last question would be this: is there a difference between perception and reality?
What do you mean by perception?
What you've been talking about this whole time.
I haven't made any claims about perception.
I could rewind.
Well, no, I did. I made one claim. I said.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I said that.
You've been talking about perception this whole time. How you view it, how it's in your mind, so on. So you've been talking about.
Oh, so that's what perception is to you, then.
Okay, the question still.
You will have to agree on terms.
Yeah, I think that being. I think being depends on perception.
Your own terms, and we can't. If we don't agree on them, then we won't do it. We can't. If we can't agree on terms, there's no reason for us to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to agree on terms. That's why I asked what he means by perception.
Well, we don't agree with your terms. Your terms are not what we agree with, so there's no way we can have a cohesive conversation.
Well, do you think that's how it works as humans?
Well, yeah, you're supposed to meet.
Do you think that's what we do?
You just want to argue. You just want to continue to argue and debate. We don't agree. We don't agree with your terms. Period.
Socratic method, man.
Well, it's called a meeting of the minds, right? If we're not speaking the same language, then what are we doing? So that's why I asked you, like, if there's a difference between perception and reality. It seems like you're saying there is only perception. You're saying, well, you can only experience things in your mind, and those forks are in your mind, and you getting punched in your face is really in your mind, and all this. So we're actually trying to talk about what's in reality, like how many inches are on a ruler. You don't need to come into that with beliefs or primitives or any of these theories. I walk into the shoe store with, I need to come up with a theory before they measure my foot. They just simply measure my. This is so simple. I think you're making it more complicated than it needs to be.
We don't need to reinvent the ruler, right? The ruler exists in many different places. I can go to a hardware store and buy like 6-7 different kinds. And we all know that the measurement system exists, which is what CB is saying. So the fact that we can establish the measurement system exists They've gift wrapped a number for us to unpack, examine. So back to the question at hand, do you have that number that we can examine and look at?
No, he definitely doesn't. I mean, if you guys want to unmute him, we can continue this. But like he said, there is no black and white, and we want to talk about the black and white. So I don't think that's going to be a fruitful conversation, like you said. It's unfortunate, though. I mean,
well, here's the thing: if you're gonna come over to my house, right, and you're gonna criticize my floor and tell me that my floor has a deformation to it, then you have to associate some kind of a measurement, a number, so that we can begin to associate how we can fix my floor if there's a curve in it. Because living on a curved floor is unacceptable in my sample size.
well, Kiwi, before you look at the floor, you need to come up with a theory and conceptual. And then
get the
you
theory
need
as
to
to how to get to the ceiling before I can examine the floor. Is that right?
Yes, you need to think in your mind. You need to come up with a theory and then conceptualize it, and then maybe get punched in the face, and then you won't feel that, and then you'll know that everything's happening. It's like this is kind of like
Wait a minute. You can't use concepts.
Yeah, I dare him to try to take a fork that he thinks is just in his mind, and then get hypnotized to think that the fork is an apple, and then try to eat the fork.
Well, even discussing the amount of forks is bullshit, because all I have to be able to do is read the box that I got the forks in, and on the box it tells me it has place settings for 12. So I open up the box, I see all the place settings for all of my stuff, the knives, spoons, cups, plates, whatever I need, including the forks. I make up 12 sets of things, and if there's a fork missing from that set of things I was told that I was getting on the box, I will call them and say I'm missing a fork because I don't have 12 complete sets. So us discussing the amount of forks is bullshit if I can read the amount of forks on the outside of the box. Now, if you want to discuss the length of the forks, that kind of relates to the length of my foot, but not the amount of forks.
I mean, imagine being a business owner with this type of thinking. You make a product or something, you want to sell a product, and you need to you don't want to just give away stuff, right? You purchase a kilo of this product material, and you need to distribute it. And so we're not just going to give random chunks to different people. We need to give them exactly what they paid for, and so on and so forth. So this is kind of what we're talking about, like being able to sort of say things for sure. Okay, well, this person's paid this much money. This is how much they are going to get, weighed out, measured, however you want to look at it. It's not about, well, if you conceptualize the money and then you imagine the money hits the account, and then you can, like, we need to be able to say things objectively, like you were a business owner.
Could you imagine calling up the manufacturer and having a conversation like that with them?
Yeah, well, actually, this fork, sir, the fork was there. You just need to perceive it and understand that if you calculate and...
How do you know you're the manufacturer?
Yeah, whose reality?
So how do you know this is the manufacturer? We could be in your mind.
Because that's the other thing.
Are you sure that's your number?
He's
I was starting to lag on.
He's the kind of guy who'd walk up with an empty pallet, and the guy would be like, "What's this? You selling this pallet?" And he's like, "No, it's actually filled with a bunch of expensive stuff. Just imagine, it's all in your mind." And then I need a lot of money for it.
Yeah,
I think in the name of Mickey, we should give him a chance more.
Okay, I mean, we have to be able to speak objective, because right now we're talking about how, like, forks are conceptual.
I mean, ask him if he wants to snap back to reality.
We've been trying to snap him back, Angst. Would you like to come back to reality now, or are we going to go back into, like, mind psychedelic?
Well, I think all of you did a really great job of mischaracterizing my position, but I did want to make one comment on the person who said something about understanding the sets of numbers or something like that. What I'm sort of claiming is, in order for you to come to that understanding, there's a series of necessary conditions, because we have
to agree on that number. And that
Even
way
if I grant
we can
that,
say,
yeah.
hey, here is 5 forks. Okay, he gave me 5 forks. We agreed on that number.
Right. Yeah. But the problem is that because there is an ontological distinction between mental states and brain states, if they existed physically, we're just granting that for the conversation, then under your framework, you would have to accept that there is a series of necessary conditions that rely on a second order chain of counterfactual propositions, counterfactual conditional.
Are you
So the
are you
second order
able to say
chain.
things just plainly? I mean, why do we have to speak in this language?
Well, these are formal technical terms, and the concepts contained within them, are there's a barrier of entry. I understand for a lot of these things, but it's not my job to teach you. I'm not going to
You're
reduce the
only
language.
speaking to hear yourself talk. Is what
I'm
it is.
I'm making a valid argument.
You aren't.
That is not a valid argument because you're not.
Then where's the
You're not a
contradiction?
meeting of the minds. You are not speaking on a Socratic. Yeah, it's like really, man.
If it's not a valid argument, where's the contradiction?
We got to think about 5 forks.
Where's the contradiction?
It's something that we've actually agreed on. Is that not right?
When I
So
say
just
it's
because
not
we
related
agree
to
on
the
things, they're
argument,
true?
That means it's a non sequitur.
Well, sure it is, man. That's how we actually. That's how. That's how.
Tim,
Okay, I
look
gotta
what you
mute.
did, Tim.
I gotta mute, man.
I mean, I was just in the spirit of Mickey. I was just like, let's give him another chance. Like, I mean, I can. It's a lost cause. He's definitely not gonna talk about 1, 2, and 3. He wants to talk about, like the vast universe of the mind. Blah blah blah. How can we make up things? Like, whatever.
I was just going to say, Angst, how old are you, dude? But you're muted now. If you could write it in the chat, that'd be great.
Oh, he's not VC. He's not VC verified.
No, actually, I actually wanted to hear him say it.
Go ahead, Angst. Tell us how old you are, buddy.
What was that?
How old are you, dude?
I mean, I'll tell you if I can continue the conversation.
Can you just tell me how old you are? Is that even that's difficult?
If I'm allowed to continue the conversation.
Nah, dude.
No.
Well, he did say how tall he was.
I don't believe that your argument is true. You can use all the words that you want. I don't believe that your argument is true. That's easy to refute. I mean, that's the contradiction, right? I can just tell you that I don't believe it. And so it's over. That's why you're here. Tell us that you don't believe in anything. So I don't believe your arguments. I don't believe the definition of your terms. I don't believe in any of it. And so that's how you're wrong. Because in my mind, you're wrong, right?
You didn't have to make a deal when you told us how tall you were. I mean, why do we have to make a deal now again? Now all of a sudden. But Andy, why did you want to know his age? Or because you didn't think he would say, or what?
Well, there's several reasons, really. But my mother, she's really good at like mathematics, and I hate maths. Oh my god! If I put top of the list of the things I know very little, because I'm one of those irritating. I know quite a little bit about what we call a jack of all trades and a master of none. Which is not very good, really, in the real world.
How do you know that is not good?
In a party or in a situation like this, it's quite useful. But my mother's great at mathematics, and I think it skipped a generation with me because I hate numbers and all that stuff, abstract math. Oof. But I definitely see why they use X, so they don't have to argue about the etymology of words, the etymology of words, sorry. Right? I always like words, and I like Gregory. I love Gregory. I don't want you to think I'm knocking him. I'm not. It's just that Gregory's a very good man, and he speaks in a similar way. And the first time I ever heard Gregory speak, actually, I accused him of sophistry because I didn't quite hear what he was saying, and I feel like I need 5 minutes to just chew it over what he's talking about, But as you get older, excuse me, Dan, 1 sec.
Hold on, Dan.
As you get older, you sort of, and especially when you really know about a thing, you explain it as simply as possible. Right. There's no need for all this, fancy words, sophisticated language. It goes out the window. You just, as simple as possible. That's why I start all this. Anyway, sorry, Dad.
I was just wondering, I was curious, sophistry, what does that mean?
Sophisticated language.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's more than that.
Even Einstein said that, if you can't just explain something like to a second grader, you don't really understand it.
Yeah.
Andy, that was very well stated. I had an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old ask me the other day. They're like, "Mr. Watson, what does gravity even do?" And I said to them, "That is a very good question, my friends. Keep asking that question."
Well, you see, if you think about it in your mind,
be like water.
Again, the only thing I've been able to come up with that even remotely gives gravity any kind of power, i.e., it has gotten there without anybody being able to explain how it's gotten there, is flying rocks. And we have still not proven if asteroids exist. Anything else, I 100% can guarantee you we have initialized that object to begin moving in order for you to observe gravity. And that's what I'm saying. Andy, you said it. It's the simple things that we look at and we're like, why do we require all this extra shit to explain something? Right? Someone earlier in the chat said we've had like 5-6-year-olds in their life picked up that can explain things better than grown adults. Overcomplicate shit. Why? Sorry to cuss.
Yeah, I hope that didn't. I hope that didn't come over like I was hating on Gregory. I wasn't at all. It's just that he's a young man, He's like 22 or something, and he's looking for, he's trying to find arguments where there isn't any, and he plays these word games, and it's like, let's just cut through the BS sort of thing. That's why I like Miggy and others like that. They're just like knife through butter, hot knife through butter.
How do you know the knife is a knife?
Because it's cutting the thing I'm trying to cut, basically.
How do you know it was a cut?
I know, it gets to the point of ridiculousness.
Exactly.
It's like I'm pouring water into a glass, and I'm going to sit there and keep thinking, is the glass getting half full? Is it half empty? And sit there and continually, I got stuff to do. Pour the glass of water. Let's move on with my day. I'm having 4 people for dinner. I need 4 forks. Period. I don't have time to think about if, when, why, or what. The observation of the measurement, the number, right? Because we can examine the number. The number itself, when we write a number 4, anybody can understand the number that we're looking at. So if you present the number for us to look at and examine, and we can't administer it in real life and even replicate/demonstrate it, it makes it false. It's not valid. It cannot be reinforced. I cannot replicate it. Therefore, it is a fallacy.
I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup.
Like water.
It becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Fill the container that you are within.
I said, empty your mind.
Empty your mind. Be water.
Sometimes you crash and sometimes you flow.
All these things that we've come up with, man, are things that we use to communicate. It wasn't to go, well, how do you know that's for? Well, it's because we agreed that was for.
The Constitution, they called them self-evident truths.
Imagine trying to just... Imagine you're communicating with someone who doesn't speak the same language as you. Like, okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. You see? Get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? Imagine trying to be like, well, actually, no, it's not that. It's you have to... You think? Okay. Think You know what I mean? Like, it's very simple. You can communicate this stuff to people in other languages. Simply, numbers work the same in all languages.
Exactly.
4 is 4 in
For the most
Chinese,
part.
Spanish. You know, it doesn't matter. So this whole like,
You
oh
know.
no, you have to think of it a certain way.
Exactly.
You know.
They
Why
all
do I have? Sorry, go ahead.
I would just say, like street lights, you know, they're the same in every country. Everybody agrees, no matter what language you know, to stop on the red, you know.
Yeah, CP, how far do you think it would go in court if he would go and say, yeah, well, I know you said I owed $6,000, but like 1,000 actually means zero for me, so it's only $6 in my
Here's
mind.
5.
So I'm just gonna pay you $6. That's okay.
Right.
You think that would work?
Gosh.
Yeah, the judge is like, nope. We've already got the number set. Well, you have to understand that number involves certain understandings and theories, and then it's like that. He'd be like, "Sir, just pay up. Stop talking."
Okay, so from a standpoint of observing the ball, how is that idea not understood? That if you're walking over the surface, if I walk a certain amount, I should observe a change in elevation. How come they don't understand this?
Because it's all in your mind.
It's all in your mind.
Did anybody explain to this character that the globe is nothing more than a concept that exists on screens and in the math?
I mean, I think CB did as good as a job as anyone could have done, because but this guy, he was not here to discuss 1 + 1 = 2 or the shape of the earth. He was just in here to maybe polish some of his philosophical languages he is learning in university or whatever. Like, he was definitely not here for the shape of the earth claim.
He said it directly.
He's like sophistry. He was practicing his sophistry.
He said it directly. I don't want to discuss the evidence. I don't want to talk about. I just want to hear reasons. It's like we ain't got reasons, bro. We got measurements. We got evidence.
And that guy this morning.
I have a reason.
It's been a couple.
It's flat because it's not round.
Because I said so.
Jokes.
But that right there was kind of the revealing of the hand. That's all I needed to hear. I mean, no, I don't want to hear the evidence. Just give me some reasons why I think I should think. Well, there's no need to do that. Just like your height, you don't need to like come up with reasons for why you are as tall as you are. Just go measure it. Well, you can't measure, and you don't know, and it's not. You have to believe. And it's like, what? We've heard this before. That there's you can only believe things. Nah, dude, just you.
Yeah, I like the fork and the poke analogy you came with. Like, I mean, even if you are sedated or in coma, I mean, you're still getting poked. And if you can't even agree on that, I mean, there's not much hope at that point, you know?
There's not much hope. Are you not responding to this? Okay, he's dead.
Yeah. If you wake up out of the coma and you see those 4 little dots on your arm from my fork, well, what is that? Well, I experienced it in a coma in my mind.
In your mind.
Just get out of here, weirdo.
Yeah. Is anything actually real?
Is this real life?
I mean, you could have this conversation, but that is just not what this forum is about, because there is a forum for that exact discussion he wanted to have, but it's just not here. Here we are dealing with established paradigms. Is that the right word? Well, if we know that 1 + 1 = 2, and we have we have established tools to discern, or not discern, but I'm losing words right now, but yeah.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, we have established things that can help us guide us through life. Especially, for example, with construction, as Kiwi was saying, we invented the ruler. The ruler have set measurements, and we have lined them out with numbers, and those numbers represent x distance. And we use this to construct buildings. Like, it's not a belief that we are constructing these buildings. You can go over there, you can walk into them, you can touch them.
Yeah, I have a rough. And again, guys, I realize. Where do you think the shortcoming is of constantly reinforcing level everywhere, like on the constructed plane, things like that? Where is that falling apart for them? What's this idea, Tim? Central gravity or relative gravity or something to that effect?
Well, I'm not 100% sure what the question is.
So, sorry, okay. The idea how level can exist on a globe. There you go.
Yeah, they've redefined it, Kiwi. They've redefined what level means, and then they will just turn around and say, well, it's locally flat and level as well. So
they basically want to say that level means curved.
Mm-hmm. So even if, like, I know you always post like the level, that GIF, like if I have a level here and then you have a level there, then how is it both level? I mean, they'll just come around and say, well, disco ball, Earth, local flat, blah blah blah.
Right. The gravity, or sorry, the whole golf ball, right? Multiple flat spots on, right. Crazy. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, those multiple flat spots on a globe. If it's on the side of the globe, it's not going to hold water in there, is it?
Yeah.
Gravity.
Nor does 71% water surface work either, and that's a number they fully attest to. Right, 71% of the surface being comprised of water, which is more than 2/3. Which, when everyone knows, when you're voting, when you have more than 2/3 of the vote, you win.
Yeah, if all the water's flat, then the other 30% is flat too.
They also have two explanations to why water is sticking to this ball. One of them is mass attract mass, that the globe is the bigger mass that is holding the waters in. The other one is that the atmosphere in combination with gravity is holding the water in, like pushing down on the water equally all around. So it's like intertwined like that.
Yeah, the globe is sucking the water to its surface,
while also sucking the gas or the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's two effects or two forces, kind of effects. One force, two effects. Something like that. But again, like, I mean, sure, we can play with that idea, but we should still see there should still be a drop over distance, like the dimensions is not gone by that. Like, sure, but yeah, that's the thing about creating the baseline. We don't need to touch gravity before we have actually established that there is this drop over distance, and if there is no drop over distance, there is no reason to talk about gravity.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out we can't even prove that gravity exists. There's no like experiment that proves it.
Yeah, I mean, we can observe things falls in almost the same speed or acceleration, but that's the effect. But there is no experiment where we can test the cause. Well, we can manipulate with things like, density, buoyancy, but not this magical gravity force.
Like you got a large object has some sort of force in it that's going to make smaller objects just either come to the surface or orbit it. That just doesn't happen in any way we can show.
They say it's attraction, but that doesn't explain the force.
Yeah. There is no attraction and there is no force. I mean, there's obvious. You have electromagnetic forces, of course, and frequencies and waves that we can't see. But gravity, not so much. Yeah, I just think it has any buoyancy. I don't see any problem with that.
But there needs to be a bit more than that. I mean, I quite like Austin's idea that the electrostatic forces determine the up and down, the downward, and the buoyancy and density does the rest. But I was just going to say that it's worth mentioning that the gravity doesn't hold the air at the floor, but it holds it 62 miles up. What? So at the ground where it's the strongest, it doesn't hold it. But it holds it. But mind you, now they tell us that this atmosphere goes all the way out to the moon. So they're always moving the goalposts, these guys.
I guess we're just gonna ignore the common line then.
Hey guys, it's been a while since I've been in the chat. So has anybody presented any proof of the globe yet?
Negative.
I'm not surprised.
The globe narrative has been totally destroyed by flat Earth truth. Thank you. It's already been done. It's over.
I think the point of the globe proofs are, it's bending, it's curving, but you can't see it. The world is spinning, but you can't feel it. Things are happening, but you can't tell because of refraction and because we're an ant on an anthill. And that's the majority of the globe claims.
Just all the magnificent speeds that we're supposedly traveling at, but we can't feel them. Millions of miles an hour at the end of the day. It's just ridiculous.
I like how Mickey is putting it. No, we're not looking for any proof or anything like that. Flat Earth is not on the defensive, we are on the offensive.
I had a Glober a while ago try to tell me that gas like helium can be that gas can be contained without a container, right? And he showed me a video of helium. I honestly forgot what gas it was, but I think it was helium being ionized and it being held together by a magnetic field. He was trying to pass off to me that this is what happens with the Earth, and that you can't have gas pressure without a container because plasma. What do you guys think about that?
Was it next to a vacuum?
Oh yeah, he said it was next to a vacuum.
Can you forward what he was showing you?
I posted the video here a while back. Let me see real quick. I think it's called like nuclear fusion or something. I forgot what exactly it was, but it's something about fusion.
It's a plasma reactor. I've seen these kind of things before.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, I have seen that.
The problem is they're using much stronger magnetics. If this were true, like what was happening here, then like magnetics of the Earth would cause all plasma just to stick to the ground.
Didn't it also collapse on itself?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm thinking about something else.
Well, here's the thing. I might be stupid or not, but isn't normal gas, when it's not ionized, is it not magnetic? Or am I wrong?
It's not.
Okay, so there we go. So that point goes out the window. It has to be ionized first.
It's
right?
also like you're like we have a magnetic field, but that magnetic field is really weak compared to our high-powered magnets, which we use. So magnetism can affect the plasma, and we have northern lights and stuff, but it's not enough to contain gas pressure against a vacuum. That's crazy.
And you're not stupid, man. Don't ever say you're stupid. That's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, that guy who was trying to pass this off. true without a container. Drace, wouldn't that be a false equivalency fallacy?
Yeah, they don't have that strong a magnetic field up there to contain the plasma like they do within that reactor. So yeah, they're equating one thing with another that has nothing to do with it, and they can't even verify the stuff up there. So it's all based in their beliefs.
Right. It all is. Are there any Globers in this chat? Or is it just us flatties for this morning?
Glober's been in and out.
Two confused guys. Yeah.
What do you mean by confused? Did they not know what was in their pants, like Brenda, or...
Well, they didn't know that a fork. They weren't quite sure whether a fork was real or not.
They weren't what? Can you say that again?
Yeah.
You're so lucky I was on mute.
He opened his silverware drawer and saw concepts instead of silverware.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh,
Essentially, if I were to hypnotize him that the fork is an apple, he thinks he would just be able to eat the fork with no problem.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it just depends on how you look at it. Because everything exists in your mind.
Yeah, if you believe it's an apple, then it becomes an apple.
Well, he will see it as an apple, but his mouth will bleed when he tries to bite into the fork.
Did you guys bring up the if my girlfriend was cheating point?
Oh, we couldn't even get there.
To.
Oh man.
Oh, that's
he was too confused.
Yeah, he was also too much of a sophist. Unlike Pagus, who that point was used on so brilliantly, who has the same ideology. Pagus actually speaks with plain words. This guy uses narcissistic word salad or specific words that are not actually relative to the context of what we're talking about, but rather relative to his ideas and perception and how he it's kind of like if I were to use super condensed logical words and formats to try to describe a logical fallacy. Some people don't understand the connotations of how those words work, and so when I string them together in a fast sentence, it's hard to decipher exactly where the error is, and that's what he's banking on.
I see.
Yeah, that was a good.
Very eloquent
there, Drace. We picked up on
Yeah.
that bullshit quick.
Perfect. That was really good.
I just had a good idea. I mean, if you have a Glober, just grab a really strong meme, put it up there, and say, "Now, please debunk what the meme is saying." You know, that would be interesting.
Couldn't even debunk that there was 12 forks in front of him, though. You know what I mean? That was this last guy's problem. Was nothing was real to this person, so it doesn't even matter what argument we presented to him. He's still struggling with that. There's real silverware in his silverware drawer.
Yeah, I didn't hear the whole
That's
conversation.
The type of person, yeah. That type of person, you can't have that. You can't really have a conversation about this topic because they're not willing to put their stake in the ground and say things for sure. You know, how tall are you? Well, you don't really know for sure. You have to believe, and then that's based on another.
You have to believe in rulers, and it's just a construct. And
exactly. You have to believe in rulers. I mean, literally, that's kind of like what you were saying.
Yeah, he would worse than that. He was like, you have to believe in the theory of knowledge, like the theory of rulers.
Yeah,
the theory of knowledge. Like, well, dude, what the hell?
Can I get the theory of knowledge in writing, please?
That's called desperation.
Well, Drace, you perfectly said it. He was just redefining words.
Yeah, he tried to do that a couple of times, just because he wanted to make it sound more fitting with what he was saying. It's classic sophistry. They do this all the time. It's so annoying.
Sophistry. I didn't know what sophistry was until I became a flat earther. But that was, I guess, huh?
What's a really good definition of that word?
It's basically a plural of fallacies. It's a argument intended to deceive or manipulate someone.
Oh wow, so common.
Define sophistry.
Here's the definition of sophistry: the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving.
Wow, you said it exactly right. The guy that just said what it is before the Google did.
Yeah, Drace
said this exact same thing.
I've been studying fallacies for a long time.
That's why.
Started because my dad used them all the time, and he was a sophist. So I learned from him to use fallacies, and then descended into almost like narcissistic personality disorder. And on rock bottom, I had to like recover from that and realize I was a fool and re-examine my whole life. And
I think sophistry must.
And from there, decades later, like of studying psychology and all this stuff, I realized like all the stuff that I was going through as a child, it's all documented. This is well known within psychology. It's just the public suffers through this with no knowledge.
I mean, the sophistry, now that you've defined it, this is the main tool of all these politicians. They're just presenting arguments that are full of lies, you know, and of course it's echoed by the news media. But it's just they're making a point based on a bunch of fallacies, you know. It's a fancy way of lying to you.
It is. It is the way of the compulsive liar.
And that's why we try to pin people down to take a stance. You know, that's something that I try to do. Like, all right, well, what is your stance on this? What is your stance on that? That way we can have a meeting of the minds. If there's any disagreement, we can discuss that, where we disagree, and so on and so forth. It's a lot like WWE, man. You got to pin them down to the mat. Get a 3 count. You know?
You got to keep people from, you know, like you ask a question and then they veer off with their answer. No, you got to bring them back to that question, you know, and then build from there to the next question, you know, try to keep them on track.
But how do you know the track is parallel? It could be curving. It could be diverging. You never know.
I'm not so sure that certain governmental agencies don't have a team, you know, a boiler room full of trolls, you know, sent out to go into flat Earth forums and try to,
stir,
you know, shill for the globe.
Zanuck. Well, there's not much they can do. I mean, we know what needs to be done. Nobody's doing that, right? No one's presenting, curvature measurements or any of the things that we're after here. The best they can offer is like the last 2 guys to start coming up with sophistry, or the last guy who was just contradicting himself. Well, you can see curvature. You need to appeal to the experts who know what they're talking about. Okay, so here's an expert that says you can't see curvature. Oh, well, you can't use that.
Yeah, even the great Neil deGrasse Tyson told us you can't see any curvature. If you're doing the Red Bull jump or you're doing flying in an airplane, you're still too low to see any curvature.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways, man. You can't come in here and tell us, no, of course you can see it. and then tell us, well, you need to have a degree and understand, and the experts already know. Okay, well, let's appeal to an expert then. Here's an expert. Oh, well, you can't listen to what he says. Okay, what the hell, man?
Oh, I agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't a real scientist. He's just an actor, you know. Well, I don't know. He's probably got some degree or something, but he's just a total tool.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, and Neil said that stuff is flat, right? Like
yeah,
he lets
that's
out
how he ended up that argument. That stuff is flat,
and he's right about that. Even as deceiving he normally is, he told the truth for once.
Yeah.
Even what's funny? What's his name? Who's that other joke? That clown?
Bill Nye.
Yeah, he said we're in an enclosed system. Here's the truth.
I know.
What?
I called that the one time Bill Nye told the truth.
Right. That's what I mean. Even some of these assholes will tell the truth, and it's just they'll give you it, but a lot of people can't piece it together, even when they drop the truth.
Right after they say it, then they unravel it and backtrack on it. You know.
Well, I mean, if you speak 99% lies and one truth, right? It's like, well, it's hard to sort out the truth from the lie.
Right. Like Buzz Aldrin, he didn't want to lie to one more little innocent kid, and he said, "I think I know because we never went there."
He had a moment of honesty, right?
Yeah,
it happens.
I think he's getting old and senile, and he's sick of being a liar his whole life. He's about ready to meet his maker, and something inside of him wants to just scream from the rooftops, "It was all fake."
But maybe this is the leak out, right? Because the Soviets, the Russian cosmonauts have leaked it out. They said it publicly, like, no, we never went to space. It's flat. He's like, I didn't think you'd ask me that question. There was when Poland was part of Russia, he was one of the cosmonauts, and he admitted, he goes, no, we've never been to space.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so
he's probably in a gulag in Siberia now.
Not really. I think he's living in Poland, but still, I think they're ready to disclose it for whatever reason. I think it's and when I saw it today, there's a guy, Flat Earth Banjo. He's showing all these TikTokers, and it's like mainstream now. It's almost mainstream Flat Earth. There's all these people.
I know.
So I think we're there. I think we're right there.
But look at what NASA does. They double down. They go, "Oh, we're blasting asteroids, millions of miles away. We're so amazing."
We'll just laugh at them. That's the thing. Like, they could do their nonsense, and it's humor, right? They're not fooling anyone. And I don't know what they're going to do next.
I believe they're still fooling a good, probably majority of people.
Well, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, like, we're right at the tipping point to where the person thinking they're going to space is now the clown. They're the one with the kick me sign. It used to be us. We were the ones, if you said, you're a flat earther, it's like wearing a kick me sign. Everybody, you're the butt of every joke, right?
Yeah.
It's not like that anymore. It's flipped.
It's amazing. So many people are like saying, yeah, it's flat. It's just tons of people.
With no shame. There's like no shame. And there are people coming out. It's like, wow. It's almost like there's a certain point where it just runs away, that critical mass, and we're right there. Once you took that first domino and they all go down, we're right at that verge because so many people know it's flat. They just need the encouragement to say it publicly. And then once it becomes like mainstream, almost mainstream, like once you get about half the people, it's over. And I think we're there. I think it's already mainstream. It's one below.
What happens to NASA and SpaceX and all this garbage?
That's a good question. I don't know how long.
They'll just probably keep flying around low Earth, and doing what they do and making their CGIs forever.
I don't know. Well, they would have to cut the budget, but they would just filter it to other people like Tesla. Like Tesla, Elon Musk, he gets filtered the money. Who's the other guy? Jeff Bezos with his thing. They just divert it. But we have to, like, NASA does need to go away. But the problem is they could pull it from another budget. Oh, we'll pull it from the Space Force. It's a military branch. Like, until people know it's all fake, like the space shit is fake.
Yeah. Flat Earth is one thing, but you also got to realize all of space exploration is bullshit too.
Right. It's not just a money laundering thing, but it's the bigger thing is the deception. But the money is what it's like a bribe to all these people that got their hand in the cookie jar.
That's
like,
right.
All these people, They're benefiting from the fraud. Billions
Oh
of
yeah,
dollars.
that's what I'm saying. That's why it'll never go away. It's just, I mean, what about academia? Are they going to finally admit that all the science they taught forever was wrong? No.
They'll be forced to, at a certain point, they'll be forced to, or be like the laughing stock. Like, you actually believe this nonsense? Like, you have a degree in physics and you still believe water sticks to the outside of a ball, that water is convex? Have you lost your mind? Like, you'll lose all credibility. It's like, I think a lot of them know, but they just can't say it. Just like people know about, like, the Crown, right? The Mexican beer that we can't talk about.
Uh-huh.
A lot of doctors knew about it and they couldn't publicly say it because there was a repercussion.
Hell yeah, there was repercussion.
Serious, yeah. You would lose your job, and it's like, I can't afford to lose my job. This is my whole life will collapse.
They'll vilify you in the media and make you out to be a quack and a goofball and everything.
Well, your whole life would unravel if you have a mortgage on a house. You have college tuition to pay for your kids. Like, if you lose that income, your whole life unravels. So people aren't willing to risk that. It was too much leverage.
Part of the genius, the evil genius of how they've, infiltrated everything and taken over everything.
They hold us all by the balls, dude. But the Federal Reserve holds all of us by the balls. And they got a butcher knife. And they're ready to cut our balls off if we step out of line.
Yeah, and it's all done, remotely, and you don't have you don't even know about it probably, but they're there with the knife over your nuts,
Yeah, but it's even worse. They want a central bank digital currency like China, where there is no paper currency, and everything's digitally controlled. So they really got you by the balls. It's horrible.
Let me interject. They can't touch you, so they'll do everything they can to make you cut your own balls off.
Well, they can cut off your money. They can cut off.
They'll have you agree. Consent to all their crap. They make you consent to your own demise.
But I'm saying, even what they've done with the interest rates, the Federal Reserve, by raising the rates, it's doubled everyone's mortgage. So if you want to buy a house, the loan would cost you 3% about 6 months ago to take a loan from the bank. Now it costs you 6%. Bank will charge just because of what the Fed did. So that really is controlling your life.
Mm-hmm. They're not even part of our government.
No, I know. Well, they are the government. They govern all these governments of the world, these money printers. That is the real government, is all these Federal Reserve banks.
Just like, Thomas Jefferson warned about, Andrew Jackson warned about central banking.
Right. And he actually, according to the history, I don't know if it's true or not, but he was a hero. He took out the first central bank of the United States, and because he knew it was a snake. Well, this shit, it's going to kill us all. Our great grandchildren will be homeless in the country we built. Like, according to that, I don't believe all this history, the whole story about that shit with Columbus and whatever. I don't believe any of that. But that does sound, that's obviously something that has happened already. Like the central banks, what they have done, printing money, making debt notes, they own it. They own you. Once they have these debt notes, you can never repay them. Pay us back with interest with our own currency that we control the amount of. And you can't. Ever since the first dollar was printed, right? Where are you going to get another one to pay them the interest from them? It becomes a vicious circle, a death spiral.
I know they figured all this stuff out before we were born, and it's all hidden in legalese, and
it's ingenious, isn't it? It's so ingenious, and so it's so diabolical. And you could bribe people with unlimited fiat. You could bribe all the people that you need to control the fake government. They're all making shit tons of wealth off of these people, right? So it's like you could bribe or blackmail anyone worldwide.
Yeah, they've made made it their business to get everybody compromised like that. And if you got a leader, you want to come in and exploit the resources of the country or whatever and screw over his people, they come with a deal that you can't refuse. And then if you find somebody with integrity that says fuck off, then they send in the agitators. I forget the other word for it. agents and stuff to screw up your government, get you kicked out, and then if you don't comply, then they whack you.
Well, that was like Gaddafi, right? Like Gaddafi was building freshwater wells for the people, and he wanted to be paid in gold, not U.S. dollars. Right now, you have to buy oil internationally. You have to use U.S. dollars. So people in Europe are really getting fucked because their currency was devalued. The euro and the pound they've dropped versus the dollar, and now it costs them even more to buy oil. So for their fuel, their heating costs, they're getting
it's
double.
going to be terrible.
They're
this
getting
winter's
double.
supposed to be brutal for them.
Sad. Check this out too. This is something I found. I was looking for information about Walter Russell, and I had heard about this primary water. Everything's running off artificial scarcity. They say we're running out of fresh water. We're running out of fossil fuels, which is not true. They're not fossils, right? Crude oil is not a fossil fuel. There is no limited supply of fresh water. It's abundant. And this is the shit Gaddafi was tapping into. It's underneath the earth everywhere, virtually everywhere. In the desert, it's everywhere. And it's pure fresh water. So what they want to do is recycle sewage and then pipe it back to us when it's totally unnecessary and disgusting. There's unlimited.
That's what they do now, right?
Artificial scarcity, though. It's all artificial scarcity. They hate us. They fucking hate us.
They want us dead, dude.
I know. That's what the Georgia Guidestones, it said their whole plan right there. Here, let's reduce the world to 500 million, and we'll keep it at that level because that's just enough slaves we can comfortably control them, and no more. There's just too many slaves. We don't need them all. We've got machine.
I sort of had a feeling that when they blew up the Georgia Guidestones, it was them that did it to sort of like put an emphasis on what was said there and make the whole world aware of those things.
What I think is we were using it against them because it's a proof that the Earth is stationary, and it became too obvious because people would point to it. This thing's been here 40 years, and you can still see Polaris through this hole. There's a slot in it. You can still track the sun through this slot. There's a slot in the horizon. You could track it all the way across the horizon every day for 40 years, and it travels the same path. So if we are spinning and orbiting the sun and all these different motions, how is it that you have these perfect cemented in the ground monuments that track their movements, and it points at Polaris? It's like it becomes obvious we're not moving at all. The luminaries are moving, except for Polaris, right? Everything's moving around us. It becomes too obvious the globe is false. It unravels really quick.
Yeah, interesting.
So that's why they destroyed it, in my opinion. It was a perfect weapon against them. Oh shit, we can't have this. Poof, just disappears. They're cocky like that, dude. They're so cocky to put it in the United Nations logo. They'll erase that next. They'll change that shit.
Yeah. It's almost like like the Twin Towers were built with the idea that they're going to come down, at some point.
For sure, dude. It's if you go back to all these old movies and stuff, it's predictive programming. They put it right in there, and it makes sense only after the event happens. Then you piece it together. Oh shit! Look at this. Like the narrative that an airplane slammed into it. There were so many things like an airplane slamming.
So many.
All kind of stuff. Even though it wasn't actually an airplane, that was just the official story, right?
I know. I'm with you there. No planes. The only planes were CGI overlays, and then like fake little parts here and there that they planted.
You want to know something else too? You go down the next rabbit hole from that, and you find out that there's no fuel in the airplanes. At least the wings are bone ass dry. All the wings of the planes that I've seen that were dismantled, everyone, when they're recycling the airplanes, it's bone ass dry in the wings, and they're chopping the wing, section by section.
Wait a second. If there was no airplanes though, bro.
I know that, but there's also no fuel in the wings. Their whole theory was that the fuel caused the collapse. The fuel caused the fire that caused the collapse.
I know, yeah.
There's a lie upon a lie. There's
so many lies.
So, I know planes, dude.
There is some fuel in the wing. It's not a lot.
You want to see?
I've seen a bunch of documentaries on the fuselages and stuff like that.
No, the wings though, they're empty. I'll post some pictures.
It's not like the wings are like a tank for a car. Rather, there's a flexible container inside the cavity, inside the wings, where they store a little bit of fuel. So you are correct in parts, but in other parts it's just a little nuance. They have a little bit of fuel to start the engine.
Yeah, and I'm saying there's none to start it. It's like starting fluid when you spray it to start a diesel engine. It doesn't run on starting fluid. It's a start. But the wings, let me show you where they refuel the planes. You could see when they're connecting the hose and disconnecting it, there's not one drop of fuel that leaks out when they disconnect it. And I had a snowplow with hydraulic lines, and they have quick connectors with check valves. When you disconnect the line, you get oil leakage from the hydraulic oil. Same thing with the fuel. Even with a check valve, you're going to get leakage. And what would happen to the leakage? It would get on the pavement around where the fuel connector is. Here's some of the stuff that I found. Every single video about airplane refueling, where they connect the hose, right, in the pavement, there's supposedly underground tanks. There's not one drop of fuel on the concrete. There's no fuel residue on the connectors, none at all. This is all theater, so that someone sees a hose connected to something in the ground going up to the wing, that they assume fuel is going through that hose. They say, oh, that guy's refueling the plane. It's theater, like NASA. It's all theater. So the pilot sees it, the baggage handler sees it, the passengers see it. So they assume there's fuel going through there. But if you look for the evidence, go to any fuel pump around the diesel fuel. Diesel fuel is oil. If you go to any gas station where they have diesel, go look at the pavement. It's filthy. It's covered in oil. And just say your hose drips a few drops. The cumulative effect of those few drops, it adds up. Every time they disconnect that hose, you're going to leak a little bit of fuel and a little bit more. And you do that hundreds of times a day, and that ground would be soaked in oil. But when he disconnects it from the upright, from the underside of the wing, not one drop of fuel comes out. The connector is dry. There's no oil. The connector on the ground is dry. There ain't no fuel going in those lines. Not to say they use none at all, but they ain't putting it up through the wing. And then once the engine is lit, once it's started, it's self-sustaining somehow. I can't explain how, but they have something figured out to where it doesn't require the fuel that they're telling us.
Well, why would they cover that up? I don't get it.
I can think of ways to engineer a nozzle that doesn't leak. So there are ways to make stuff like that. I would have to see the schematics of how all this works.
It's a check valve.
I have not.
There's a check valve. It's a spring. There's a spring on the opposite side that shuts the valve, but there's a certain amount of leakage. The spring only closes, so you get residual fuel, like I was explaining, like airlines. You know the hoses, the quick disconnects on airlines?
Yeah.
You disconnect it and you hear psst. Same thing with hydraulic lines. When you disconnect the hydraulic line with oil in it, hydraulic oil, there is some leakage. There's always leakage. So it doesn't take 100 gallons. It takes just a few drops. If I take you take a hose of that size, right? There's going to be leakage. Just even just a few drops. Even if it was one drop every time. If I drink,
it makes sense to me. It's a good argument. I like it. It's just a former Glober in me. Who it's like
you got to dig into it yourself.
I gotta see as much as possible around this. It's definitely interesting. I'll dig into this. This is good.
And look at the underside of the wings. It's all full of holes. And it's like, why would they make so many holes in the fuel tank? Because those are the maintenance ports where there's all kind of shit, like hydraulic lines for the actuators, for the wing actuators. There's electric motors. So you got wires, you got things to do repairs. So they just take a little maintenance cover off. On the underside of the wing, they're spaced out every so often. These little oval holes. You unscrew them and take the panel off and you can get in the wing. And then also the wing is like every one, dude, even the older planes from the 70s, they were dismantling them, and the wing is dry. There's not one drop of fuel. And everyone that I've seen, because they say this is a fuel tank, it would be painted. Not so. It's just one of their many lies.
They claim there's like a soft container inside the wings.
I haven't seen it. I watched them chop up planes. I watched a lot of videos on airplane recycling. While they're still there on YouTube, you can still see them. And nobody's looking for it, right? They'll leave them up as long as no one's looking for this information. They'll be gone. If this became popular like Flat Earth, all that shit will be gone. All the evidence will be gone. Any evidence, so they'll allow it to be there because no one's putting it together. It's right in your face, but no one's seeing it.
Yeah, Kiwi makes a really good point. For balancing purposes, you would not put fuel in the wings of a plane. It's too much of a variable for balancing, because that makes perfect sense. That wouldn't be good.
Right. Did you ever have I had a fish aquarium. I had a pet turtle, and I would fill the tank maybe one quarter of the way up, and I had rocks in there so he could get out of the water and he could swim. But eventually the water it would smell because he would shit in the water, and I had to clean his tank. So when you carry the tank, it would slosh around violently from one side to the next. And I'm trying to hold it as still as I can. I was just a kid. I would, going to empty his tank, and it would go slosh, slosh, slosh. The slightest movement would get that liquid like slapping up against the wall, and I get the water from the turtle, the stinky water on my face. I'm like, ah. It's very hard to hold it completely still. So just, your steps from one foot to the other, slightest movement gets that water walking, sloshing back and forth violently. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that they don't require any fuel, right? But the psyop is that they're fueling the plane and the wings are fuel containers. They may have a tank somewhere just to start the engine, but once the engine is lit, it appears to be self-sustaining, because where are they putting all this fuel? You got there's a cargo area in the underside, the fuselage, where they put all their cargo, like the luggage. They put mail, because they have air mail. They ship packages, air mail, like FedEx and stuff. And then they have the above area for the seating. And then if the wings are hollow, where's all the 1,000 gallons of fuel going? And like I said, they might need a little bit, just like starting fluid to start the engine. Once it's revved up, it just goes. And it's a form of free energy. But if it became popular, aside from the free energy aspect, it would prove the whole hoax about the 9/11 and the jet fuel even more ridiculous. I mean, already it was ridiculous that the jet fuel would collapse 2 planes, bring down 3 buildings, the jet fuel would melt the steel. That was a very stupid concept that a lot of people believed. But if they knew that there's no fuel in the jets to start with, no significant amount, it becomes even more impossible. Just like the globe is an impossible ball, right? It just becomes more and more impossible every step of the way.
And no matter how many planes they crash into buildings, there'll still be no curvature to the earth.
Right. Or you'll never see water bending.
But yeah, we shouldn't be going too far off topic.
When they have like emergency landings due to like fuel issues, I've seen videos. They misdid the math of the fuel available for their long ass flight, so they have to like make an emergency landing like in the moment their beep 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 starts going off fuel. Then the expert has to go and see the exact amount. Then he's got to do the math. Then he looks at his radar, see how far away this place is, where they could make it, the closest airport. So I know this isn't a what's the question? What? So is that all theater as well?
I think that there's no fuel and they're landing for another reason. You've never heard of a plane running out of fuel. Like it never happens.
I have.
Well, that's called a cover story. Just like the NASA stuff, there's cover stories for everything. Just like the fuel truck I'm showing you. Do you think fuel is going through that line? If you go watch a few videos, because if you haven't done a bit of research, you can't really make an intelligent comment. You're just guessing and assuming.
You don't say that. If you've done a bit of research, you're just guessing.
I said if you've done none at all. If you haven't even looked into one bit of what I'm telling you, and you make a comment as if it's fact, that's what the Globies do. If you should do a little bit to actually look for yourself.
I didn't make a comment like it's fact, bud. I brought up an example. I've posted this conspiracy on my Instagram 4 fucking years ago, and I still semi-believe in it. Slow your fucking roll.
Right. Dude, chill the fuck out.
No, you chill out, dude. Trying to attack me like I'm attacking you. Now I'm attacking you. Now you're in your spot.
All right, bitch. You're fucking getting muted.
Yeah, cry about it, bitch.
Fuck you cunt.
Fucking egotistical. Fuck, ban me, pussy. Why don't you do?
I'm talking to you right now, you little bitch. And I didn't even mute you. Someone else did.
Yeah, I did. I don't want to listen to the screaming, childish behavior.
Who the fuck is he?
Nobody.
I don't even know who the fuck he's a fucking VC verified cunt. My point being is if you want to debunk something, don't trust what I'm saying. Do a little bit of legwork. And a lot of like the thing that got me is Karen B, who's a flat earther. She was banning people. She had someone on that said jet fuel hoax debunked. And I'm like, okay, what proof do you got? And the guy came on and it was all ad hominems, all ad hominems. I'm like, well, where's his fucking proof? So that got me digging into it more. And the more I looked, the less I found. I'm like, wait, just stuff like the fuel. There's no fuel residue on the connectors. There's none on the underside of the wing when you disconnect it. There's no fuel leaking out.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Worth looking into at least.
Look into it a little bit, yeah, because initially I thought it's bunk. I'm like, this sounds like some fake ass side story, right? Like, but it ain't even one of the things I go like down the rabbit hole that often. I don't, at most 99% of my time, I'll talk about flat Earth or other things that are more significant. But this one is not one to dismiss. It's not something to sweep under the rug because the consequence of it is the free energy angle and then the whole 9/11 being totally debunked on many levels. The CGI planes, if you're a 9/11 truther, you already know that shit. But to the average person who hasn't looked into anything against the official story, this would be like a smoking gun.
But we should get back on topic. So the Earth is flat. Is there anyone in here that would like to talk about that?
What do you guys think about the Snell observations?
I've heard this before. Snell observations. Didn't we cover this already?
I think we talked about it briefly, but I didn't really hear any ideas on it.
Yeah, I wasn't here, so what are you talking about?
Snell did some measurements in the Netherlands. I think it was like 14 in total. He built this huge quadrant, and I guess him and some buddies went around to these 14 different areas and took measurements. And then that was like, I guess, an early form of measuring the circumference of the globe.
Oh yeah, this was the the Eratosthenes thing again.
Not Eratosthenes, but
well, the link that if you can post some information, I think we talked about this, like you brought this up before, and we ended up going through the documentation that you posted, and it all sort of traced right back to Eratosthenes and calculating.
No. He called him
assumptions.
He called himself an early Eratosthenes.
The methodology is the same.
Well, it's entirely, totally different.
Well, they're still calculating. They're not actually
we interrupt this programming to bring you a special news bulletin. Miggy has arrived. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm back. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Welcome back.
There you go. Special news bulletin. Saying what's up to the chat. I see some people have been muted. Interesting. But we're gonna get into all of that good stuff as soon as this few messages are back from Spaceys.
Yes, guys, make sure you check out our new space restaurant. They've just opened up next to the space dispensary. But make sure you guys check out Space Dash, where you can get your food dashed to you from outer space.
You already owe me a space soda for my last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Oh, righty then. All right. No, I was just coming in because I did want to talk about maybe why that guy all is one or whatever is being muted, and also that guy who was in here, Angst. Did he get booted or did he just leave on his own, or what was the deal there?
He sort of left on his own after we couldn't really agree upon whether a fork was conceptual or a fork was a actual fork.
Oh, I love it. I was really dying to I really wanted to talk to that guy, but needless to say, I had work to do. But that's over with, and I was like, man, hopefully he's still here. No, he's not. But it's cool. It looks like you were talking to Forte.
Yo.
Does anybody know why all is was muted? I don't know if can I get some skinny on that.
He was being a dick. Like, he came in, like, I was making a statement to generally the whole chat, like, about the airplane fuel thing. He's taking it personal and getting butthurt and slinging insults at me. And I'm like, I don't want to hear your bullshit, bro. He's not even, like, he just got here. He's a fucking new person. He's got no roles aside VC verified, and he's coming in and fucking talking shit.
Yeah, I muted him because it was just escalating back and forth between them, and he was starting to shout, and so that's
he was
not
shouting?
acceptable. Yeah.
Well, shouting insults and fucking slurs and whatever, but the thing is...
Wolfgang was not shouting any insults or cussing at all. I'd just like to say that for the record.
Thing is, you can go listen to the live stream. Go listen to the live stream. But whatever. The point being, he was being a dick about it. Like, you don't have to agree with any of us. Just don't be a dick. That's all. And you can unmute. I'll unmute you. But
yeah,
those are the rules.
Let me have a go at him, Ron. I just want to see what's going on.
Anyone's cool. I'm going to unmute him. I have no problem with that. The thing is, he's taking it personal when I'm saying, look.
No, it's everything that was just said was projected onto me reversely via a lie. He was talking about the theory of planes and fuel, which I also semi-agree with. I asked him a question, not to counter him or to stump him. It was just a question with someone on the same side as him that also knows about the conspiracy. I asked him a question, then he got butthurt and told me I need to do my research. Bud, I'm on your team.
I want everybody to do it, is my point. Not you just specifically. There's other people in here beside you. I want everybody to look in it. Don't assume what I'm saying is true. That was
we're all listening to you. We're all very much listening to you. You were doing a great job sharing the story.
You took it personal.
I asked the question, then I got attacked. That's why I got muted. Thank you.
It personal.
That's all I wanted to say.
Is if I'm attacking you specifically. I wasn't attacking anyone. I'm saying don't even believe what I'm saying, just like the globe stuff.
Then why would you have told me I need to go and do my research? What research?
I said everybody. Not like, okay, just because we're talking at the same time.
I felt attacked.
I know.
He's clarifying it. Yeah, Ron is clarifying what it was. I know you felt that way, all this, and maybe some people heard it that way, but he's clarifying what he meant, and he meant everyone. So
I wasn't directing it at you specifically.
All right, bud. No hard feelings. I'll just watch out next time you're talking. I won't go at you as a directly. No hard feelings.
So yeah, sorry, but all right. So let's get this kind of a bit on line here and on track with all is. You're new to the server, I think, or were you just admitted into VC verified, or have you been here a while?
I've been around the flat Earth block for a long time. I'm new to this community here.
Okay, cool. And with the flat Earth, are you like on the fence? Are you fully flat Earth?
We're gonna have to figure that out while I'm here. We're not gonna establish echo chamber parameters for all. Let's just enjoy the show. Let's see where this takes us.
What?
Whoa, 1 second. Let me, guys, don't jump in, please.
It's not curving down. It's not curving down. NASA, we've never been to the moon. They're lying as fuck.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
cool, man.
downwards
Like,
measurable curvature.
Mr. All is, I just let me address
Yeah,
this. Okay?
is that better? Can we all relax now?
Yeah,
Can we all relax now?
1 second, bro. 1 second. You're coming in with your fangs out, right? You're really upset for some reason.
Listen, what did I say? What did I say?
Bro.
I said we're gonna keep it now. Let's settle down. Let's settle down.
Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna shout over you. But Aliz, this right here, I don't know why you're triggered, brother. Well, thank you. I'm still gonna keep talking. Hopefully people are listening. See, I don't know why these guys come in here triggered. And there's no reason to be that way, right? and the reason why we talk to people is because we want to discover what they know. I'm very calm, I'm very collected when it comes to this. But at the same time, guys, like, you don't need to go overboard. Like, if you're a flat earther, that's great. But this is our house. We established the parameters by which we're going to have the discussion. And if that upsets you, there's other Discords you can go to. But in this place, we have to establish those parameters. It's most important. So, I'm going to give you the opportunity to return back to the chat. If not, you're going to be escorted out of this chat, completely out of the Discord. So I know you might be listening to me on YouTube. Please come back in here and let's have a civil discussion. We don't allow for this. Like, oh, you're back in. That's great. So let's talk about this rationally, because, like, as I was saying before,
bro, you're asking me to be civil, but you're forcing me to speak on something I told you I don't want to speak on. This is not civil. Stop projecting. Stop lying. Just let it go. Relax.
No.
I don't wish to speak on what you're forcing me to speak on. That's not civil.
I'm sorry. I don't know what this campaign.
It's not civil. What are you sorry for? Just stop.
Relax. Hey, all in. Relax. It's a civil discussion, and you don't have to be triggered. I don't know why you're upset. Okay. What is the reason why?
Bud, Bud. This is step 3 now. You're edging sociopathy now. I've told you 4 times. You're approaching sociopathic levels. I've made it clear. I've communicated with you. I stopped you on your mania. You still want to be civil. You want to know how to be civil? Drop it. Let's get to it at another time.
So you're being a dictator now and dictating how I should do.
No, you're being a dictator by forcing me to speak on something I don't want to speak to. You are sociopathic now. You are.
Hey,
step 5. You're sociopathic now, bud.
Aliz, what forum are you in? Are you in your forum or is this Flat Earth forum? What forum are you in?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the server.
Excuse me. This isn't your server. All right. This is not your server.
He does this on Geos also. Call everyone a sociopath.
Yeah, that's cool. Did he get banned? Did somebody ban
I
him?
typically avoid street wanderers that talk to the sky.
Well, anywho, getting back to the topic. There's people like, okay, we'll chuck this up to the second person that's come into the server, like, completely stirred up, and I'm glad. I love it, because to me it shows that we're doing our job. So that means that the more triggered people are, the better the challenge is for them to actually look into the topic. So hopefully at some point he's actually going to stop talking about his feelings and actually start looking at the subject matter, which is hopefully where we're going to get to with everyone. After you're done throwing your little tantrum on the floor and crying, wah, wah, I can't have my way, then you're...
Is this civil? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a civil man. This is a man with character that he represents himself as.
100%.
You're still running your mouth once I left the server, but...
Yes, I know you like it, don't you?
You're toxic. Why are you so toxic?
I'm toxic? Explain how I'm toxic.
Why are you so toxic to me, bud?
Let's talk about your feelings.
You're absolutely toxic right now. Why are you toxic to a...
Thank you, BB.
Nothing more than
feelings of my... Yeah. Oh, yep. I mean, stop getting in your feelings, dude. Like, it's every time.
Stop talking about your feelings, bud. Let's just be civil. Let's just be nice to each other.
No, you don't know how to be civil. I'm educating you on how to be civil.
Let's just be nice to each other. Let's take the first step by stop speaking at each other and just be nice.
We're not gonna do it your way. You're not a dictator.
All right, then we don't want to be civil. Go on, then. I'll just go on mute. Go on.
All right. Well,
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
Bro, why does he just keep coming and leaving, bro? Like, what are you doing?
Because the energy that he brings, he wants to make it sound like there's so much animosity coming in here to talk about, opposite ideas. I don't even think he's claiming he's flat Earth. I don't think this guy's a flat Earther. I just think
he's a concave Earther.
Oh, he's concave? No way.
100%. He's from Geos.
Concave Earth. Well, see, that type of ideas that they have that they think they're right, or these concave earthers, man, they feel like they're so enlightened. It's just ridiculous, man. I can't even, like, they label themselves as enlightened, and it's ridiculous. All this, you're being ridiculous. Stop doing that. The Earth is not curving in any direction, whether convex or concave. Let's get with it. It's flat Earth, right? Earth is flat, measures flat. There is no curvature, upwards or downwards. So yeah, I'm continuing to speak. And this is a civil forum. You can come in here and speak properly. You can't dictate your way as to like how you're going to dictate what this platform is going to be like. You're in our house. I know it's upsetting. You want to leave and come back and have your way, but you're not going to. Anyways, we're dealing with that guy, but he's probably walking a thin line, which he's probably going to get muted here in just a moment. Now he's DMing me. Wow. Block.
Yep.
Oh, that goes.
How, like, wow. I wasn't even here. He got unmuted and just started off mad. Like, dude, don't tell other people we're mad. It's you.
Yeah.
I got my feet literally up.
He's like, you're the one dictating, and I want it this way. I was like, okay. So he did the same thing the other guy did. I think this is the second guy that I've actually gone on their nerves, huh? Yeah, there's a bunch of people that are being triggered right now. It's all right, though. They can sit and pout. One of the things I like, too, is that like within this forum, these guys who have the opposing mindset, they get exposed. All you got to do is let them. They'll do it themselves. At any rate, I did interrupt the discussion between Fortes. But I just wanted to kind of announce why that guy was muted, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of it, and we did. Well, was he like that before, or was he more civil? Because it didn't.
He's always like that every time he speaks.
Oh, this guy is a known guy within the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's roaming often on Geo's Discord server, Earth Awakenings, and every time he is addressed or anything like that, he does this exactly what he just did now. He's shouting, calling everyone a sociopath, and claiming he don't want to talk about anything.
Yeah, there was another guy that came in here like that too this morning. So we're 2 for 2. Let's make it 3. I don't know. Probably not. Apologies for anybody listening. These characters don't represent Flat Earth in any way.
Hell no.
I don't know what he said didn't he state that though? I am Flat Earth. I'm with you, bro. He was telling Ron that. I'm with you. No, you're not.
Oh, he's with him on the airplanes and how the airplanes work or don't work.
I think even on that point, Ron was saying that he disagreed with him. So that's even. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I'd say.
The point being, I told him, like, dude, you don't have to agree with any of us. Just don't be a dick. That's all. Just be normal. Why are you getting so triggered? Like, he immediately is getting triggered like he did with you. Like, why is this dude getting triggered? And I went and checked his roles, and he's new here. I'm like, well, obviously you don't know any of us, and you're coming in acting like a total asshole, disrupting the whole chat. Just be cool, be anyone. He's like, oh, it's everyone's fucking, on the same team, and you don't accept any dissent or whatever. That's not the point. Like, you're allowed to disagree or dissent, and that's what we want. But we want a civil conversation where we could speak rationally. And what I said when I said everyone should look into it a little bit, because the more you look into it, the more you'll see that they're not fueling up the planes. It's all like a show, like NASA, for big reasons.
It's even proven wrong. Just like. Me and you disagreed on the airplane stuff because I don't know enough about it. So I'm going to look more into it. Like,
That's
There's no
all
reason
I
for me
ask.
to.
Yeah, that's
There's
all
no
I
reason
ask.
for me
No-
to act like a jerk.
Indeed.
Because all of us at one time, like even the flat Earth stuff, I thought it was ridiculous. And then the more I looked into it, I'm like, let me see for myself. Let me just see what these people are claiming and see if it holds any water. And it did. And then I changed my point of view. Until I see the evidence against it, I just believe the narrative. It's easier to go with the narrative because the opposing side sounds ridiculous. The opposing side to the jet fuel thinks it sounds fucking ridiculous. Nothing runs. You can't run without fuel. That's ridiculous. And that's what I'm like, well, maybe there's some fuel somewhere, but it ain't in the wings. That was my point. The wings are not fuel tanks, at least as far as I can tell. They're not fuel. If they were fueling it, there's other evidence, like a crime scene where they look at blood spatter and circumstantial evidence. I'm not finding any circumstantial evidence that they're putting fuel in. I'm coming up with like, hey, these hoses are completely clean and dry. The connectors are clean and dry. There's never been any fuel through those hoses. Like even the wells where they're sticking their hand, there's no residual fuel leakage anywhere. And I've looked at all the videos I could find where they're fueling planes. I don't see it on any of them. I don't see any leakage on the pavement. I don't see any leakage when they disconnect the line. Not a drop. And no safety precautions. He's working overhead with pressurized fuel. He doesn't even wear safety glasses, some of these people. Like, wait a minute. The hose is too thin. You see some of the hoses, how thin? For a 737, he's got a hose like not much bigger than a normal fuel line for a car. And he's supposed to be pumping thousands of gallons through that thin hose. But none of it makes any sense. The more I look at it, I'm like, this is theater. Anybody? Is anybody here?
Is anybody out there?
Listening. I've been listening. I was hearing you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
It's so quiet.
Sorry, but keep talking because I'm doing stuff, and it's really nice to have you in the background.
No, I don't know what to think. I mean, I got my point across. I got really nothing to say about it. But. And my bigger point was like there was some like gatekeeping going on. Like why are they going so hard at people for an opposing viewpoint? I thought you're a flat earther. You should be more open minded. You shouldn't just shit on everybody that doesn't has a disagreement with you.
Well, the problem is the emotional reaction comes from not having an argument, not having a discussion to be had with flat earthers. As a glober or anti-flat earther or whatever. The frustrational, it's a fight or flight response, right? That's what it is.
Right, but I mean, usually flat earthers are more open-minded, and they're like they'll hear you out. Like, okay, 'cause I don't claim to know everything. Like I only know like part of the puzzle. Like I'm still filling pieces in. And when you stop looking, right, that you should never stop looking. Don't think you found the bottom of the rabbit hole because there's lots of branches. There's all these side tunnels. And there's there's many layers to these lies. It's not just this. There's so many layers. And the more you have, the more evidence you have for stuff like this, the more all their other narratives start falling apart. Like, I mean, the 9/11 thing was already far-fetched, right? A lot of people knew that. But if you find out, well, wait, these are not giant fuel tanks, these wings, and then they show the wings cutting through the building, like as if you could put a beer can through a giant steel building through these steel I-beams, and it's going to cut like butter in aluminum. And then you see one airplane that flew through a hailstorm and it's completely destroyed the nose cone. Like hail did this, but a giant thick steel building.
Yeah, and one of the problems with that is like in the GIF that Drace has posted at 51 after the hour in the live stream voice text, there's the news footage, old and grainy news footage that probably had to be dug up from somewhere that we're lucky to even still be seeing, is it says plane crashes in a World Trade Center, and it shows a rewinding and fast forwarding of where it seems to be the one of the planes not even hitting a building, just like going next to it, because you can see the nose poking out the other side as it's supposedly hitting the building. So how does an intact nose fuselage of a plane, or in the nose of an aluminum plane, how does it stay intact as it's hitting a building? Like, There's no fucking way around that. It's ridiculous.
It's like a beer can, dude. It's so thin, and it's like, yeah, as if that would actually happen. But people bought it, man. I'm like, what did I just see?
I had no idea what I was even looking at, to be honest. The first thing I did too was because my mind was like, oh my God, there's a lot to be learned here. My conspiracy mind was already going nuts, but I didn't really know what to think yet or how to think about it, to be honest. And the first thing I started doing was looking on the internet about like Nostradamus predicting this would happen and all that stuff.
Look to the Illuminati card game that predicts.
Yeah. And so anyway, and then I started looking at like Nostradamus stuff, and I was like, whoa, he predicted a lot. And I was like, wait, this is just like believing a comic book predicted shit. Never mind. But the Nostradamus,
they're predicting it because, dude, you want to see something crazy? Check this out. This was a comic book, Superman from 1940, and the villain had a machine that could turn steel into dust.
Oh right, yeah,
Like,
I heard you talking about this yesterday.
What? Yeah. There was a guy, Enter the Stars. He has a channel, and I'm looking. I'm like, no fucking way. 1940, and they called it Tesla technology. I'm like, dude, what? 1940? This comic book? Now, okay, let's say that's their predictive programming. They put that shit out in 1940, and then they used it in 2001. So it's like, is that a fair warning? I mean, that's their predictive programming in a comic book from 1940. And who's going to put these pieces together? Nobody. After the fact, you can repiece it and say, what did I just see on 9/11?
Yeah.
Like, you can repiece it, but it's far too late.
Well, yeah, I mean, hindsight is 20/20, all that.
But to them, it was a fair warning, right? We told you what we're going to do. Yeah, and you know what it is? They already got a second, like a plan B narrative, and that was the architects and engineers narrative. The architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, they already had that ready to go because they knew that there'd be a percentage of people that don't buy the official story. So they had an alternative official story all ready to go. These are credible people. You could appeal to the authority because they're architects and engineers. They build buildings. They know better. Appeal to their reasoning, right? And then they're misleading you. They got layers upon layers of lies.
Right. And the only real truth at least for me, that I can pull from that moment is that buildings don't fall at free fall speed unless they're controlled demolitions.
Or they don't froth into dust. Like you see the top layer of the building, the top section that blew up
just
sideways.
turned to dust, yeah.
Where did that chunk go? There was like 20 floors worth of chunk. How did that disappear before it hit the ground? That should have fell one giant chunk.
Yeah, the chunk should have been sitting somewhere. Yeah, for sure.
Right, it would have tumbled off sideways.
It would have hit other buildings too. Yeah, it would have we'd still see the roof and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
And then even the alternative, if you've seen how slow thermite reacts, you take thermite and then you when it reacts, it's like it starts sizzling and doing its thing. This is instantaneous. What we're seeing, thermite's not instantaneous, but this was.
Dude, yeah, it's really crazy also how if you were going to use explosives to make all of this dust and do all this damage, that would be a lot of very loud explosives. This was quiet compared to that.
Dude, I know.
This fucking thing just fell into its footprint almost silently.
A very rare footage. Some guy was vlogging. Dude, it was like silent. You just hear a rush of the wind. He's like, I hope I live. I hope I live. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. He first man on the street. And then, for 2 minutes, he was completely covered in dust. He's filming it live. He's walking down the street. He's all clean. And then here comes the building coming down. And you hear just you see papers, a rush of wind, and this huge dust. And the guy's like, oh, I hope I live. I hope I live. Completely blacked out in dust. Comes out. It looks like someone stuck him in a bag of flour and shook his ass.
Right. Yep.
Holy shit. Really, really fucking weird. And a fireman's coming down the street with a respirator, breathing. It's like, can I get a few breaths off there? Because he was breathing that dust for a few minutes straight. And he never stopped filming. It's uncut.
Yeah. Gosh, that's weird. That's a weird portion.
Really?
I can't stop thinking about that.
It wasn't boom, 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 boom.
It wasn't boom, boom. No, it was like it was just kind of. It was almost like it exhaled and fell to the ground.
No. There were a lot of firemen, dude. You saw them on the day. There were multiple witnesses. They all said boom, 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 boom.
They did, but listen.
So that's
hold on.
exactly against what you just said.
I know, but listen. You can use boom, boom, boom to get some of the structural stuff going on. But to turn it to dust like that, you would need so many more explosives, way more,
Yeah, I'm open to the fact that they might have used some kind of energy weapon. I'm not denying that. There were some strange anomalies. There were a fucking weird hurricane, lots of these cars. I get it. There's a lot of weird shit. One guy said he was levitated.
I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know about this kind of weaponry. My neighbor put me onto it. She had a book.
There's some weird shit going on, but there was definitely explosions for sure.
Well, there's water tanks exploding from when a water tank heats up, it creates steam, and that's what some people say.
Yeah, right. I mean, a lift could go down, and that'd make a big explosion. Also, I get it, but there's, you can't say that it went boom, 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 because that's exactly what the firemen were talking about. Remember?
And the stairwells.
I've got a video you can watch.
Hold on. I just want to say the stairwells were also closed for weeks leading up to the final day. For what purpose? I can only suspect.
Lucky Larry never showed up, neither did he.
And the building owner took out additional insurance weeks before the incident happened as well. So controlled demolition, explosives, and yes, there was definitely some things rendered. The other interesting thing I want to mention is you mentioned pop or beer can. I want to paint the idea of taking a beer can and throwing it at a brick wall. What would actually happen if you did that?
Oh no, I went over this for hours with Forte, didn't we, Forte? We talked about this for at least 2 hours, and you were like, no, he just still believes official story. Bless him.
If you could make it go fast, it would be like a fly hitting a windshield. Here's the fly. Your car is going 80 miles an hour. The fly hits the windshield, splat. The beer can would go splat. They've done like jet fighter planes into a concrete wall, and the plane goes splat.
Exactly.
I watched a documentary on how the Pentagon walls were designed to withstand the impact of an airplane specifically. But that was before 9/11.
Coincidence? I think not.
Exactly.
Here's a clip. If you want to see that clip that I'm talking about, you could skip away halfway into the video where the dude's like recording this, and you can hear like just the rush of wind as the building's coming down at free fall. You don't hear those series of explosions in sequence like ding, 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 boom, 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 boom. You don't hear that. And this is the only evidence I have is this piece of video footage, but this is pretty fucking rare. It's been scrubbed off the internet where I got this one from. I clipped it and I recorded it. I saved it on a hard drive.
I also remember some people who survived in the bottom of the building or something along those lines, who described it as like the top part of the building just disappeared. So it's not like the whole building just went down into its footprint and into the ground and disappeared there. No, it got dusted away.
The little fireman, he was a smaller guy. He's like, I looked up and I could see the sky. It's like, I thought I'm going to be trapped and dead in here. And I look up and there's the sky. There's nothing above me. I'm like, well, how would that happen? If the shit's coming down on top of you, you'd be buried under hundreds of feet of debris. Even with explosives, it would cut pieces and chunks and it would all fall on you. All those chunks of the concrete, the steel, you'd be buried under it.
Not if I zap them out of midair, buddy.
It's some weird weaponry, dude. And going back to a fucking comic book from 1940, using those terms, it turned the steel to dust. Like, that's impossible. Is it? I don't know. Is it impossible? I thought it was. Until I seen something like some strange shit going on. I'm like, well, wait, where is the steel from this particular building? Where is it? there's other buildings. All the World Trade Center buildings were destroyed, and some of them partially. So the steel was in the other buildings, not necessarily from those 2 towers, but all the other ones.
You guys were talking about the fireman, saying going boom, 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 or whatever. I was picturing this in my mind.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Yeah. Dude, you know one of the firemen who allegedly died? On his hat, it had a 666. There was a 666. And guess how old he was? He was 33. Like, are you going to believe that? I screenshotted the guy, like his pic. So I imagine this guy's still alive somewhere. He got the insurance money. Like, they all got a piece of the pie. Everyone who died on 9/11, they got some kind of money to their family, to the survivors, whatever. And there might have been people that died. I can't say that there's not, right? But the dude's hat, 6669. He's 33. I have to dismiss this. I have to say, I have to call bullshit. My bullshit detector went to 100. It's like, yeah.
Did you listen to the episode, Wolfgang? I sent you the Crow episode with AWA.
By the way, always shout out to CB with the sound effects. Always perfect time.
Awesome. He knows I love that.
Did you say Crow
music.
777?
Yeah, man. I sent Wolfgang one episode about this AWA. He did a total 180 on Tatari business and all that. It was really good, actually.
Hey, shouting out my nigga Crow 777.
He's got a soundboard.
Did you listen to it?
I haven't had a chance. No, I'm going to check it out. I've got a whole bunch of stuff on my to-do list. I've got so many things I need to catch up with. I watch them all at 2x because I can't get through everything I want to watch.
Yeah, I tend to play like pool or like like golf, simulation golf. I play that and then I listen to that in background or whatever.
I do it when I'm watching my crypto markets. I'm like, it gets boring. Sometimes there's like lulls, and then sometimes I need to focus on that because it's so the market's so fast that I can't do 2 things at once because it's difficult enough just to follow it. The crypto markets, I mean.
Funnily enough, I said that to you, didn't I, about crypto? I said, once you've got it, do you just keep looking at the screen like they say?
No. It ain't a buy and hold situation. I'm trying to get in.
I know what you're saying.
Trying to capture some like rapid price moves and like get the hell out of Dodge, right? It's
I get it.
I don't want to hold it. I don't want to hold it. It's like if it went up 5-10%, I'm out. It's like, okay, it's like holding a grenade. How long do you want to hold the grenade with the pin out? You pull the pin. Okay, I got to get rid of this thing. As soon as I make some money, I get rid of it. I don't trust the market.
Yeah, I was just kind of saying it in the initially because I thought, how terrible, how stressful.
I mean, like right now, I'm not in anything. I'm just waiting I'm waiting for opportunities. So say there's some kind of rapid drop, I'll go in and I'll get some. And then you usually get a rebound. Almost all the time, there's a rebound after a pretty hard drop. There's a rebound of about halfway, sometimes a little more. And you can profit off those dead cat bounces, they call them. So that's what I like to wait for those. Because I don't want to be caught holding the bag if it takes another big dump. And then oh no, I bought it. Let's say I bought Bitcoin at 30,000 and now it's 20. Now I'm underwater. Everyone who got sucked underwater? They're all waiting to kind of, not all of them, but a lot of them are like, dude, if it could only get back to 30, I'd just like to have my money back, right? And a lot of people are in that boat, and that's why it keeps going lower. Because every time it creeps up there, people are like, okay, I'm gonna bail out, and then you get in a death spiral. this death spiral. It's the opposite of the greed. You get more fear building up. And who knows how long they last? They could last a long time. So that's why you don't, I mean, like the people who got in at the bottom, in like when we had that 2020 crash, like in March, if you got in there, you're still good. You're still up. But anyone who got in after that is underwater.
Yeah, the powers that shouldn't be were pulling the money out left, right, and centre, aren't they? And these same people, you can imagine they knew exactly what was coming on 9/11 and put the money in the most, the appropriate places. Because we see a massive shift in the markets with the, these plane, airplane manufacturers, etc.
It's the regular guys that get screwed because they want a piece of them. They see Bitcoin running up. They want a piece of the action. They all start rushing in. Initially, they might make some money. Say you got in at 30,000 when Elon Musk was buying it, and then it goes to 60. Okay, you've doubled your money, but you're like, well, everyone's telling me it's going to 100,000. I'm not selling here. And then it goes to 50. Oh, it'll bounce back. Goes to 40. Nah, it'll come back. Goes to 30, and now it's at 20. So it's like you keep holding the bag. I mean, it might come back in a few years from now. It'll probably do that. It'll probably go past these numbers. But you're going to have to sit through a lot of suffering, unnecessarily. So I don't want to be in that boat. So I'm sitting in stable coins waiting to buy the dips.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt the crypto discussion, but is there anybody who wants to talk about the Earth?
I'd rather talk about you, Dave Hinkle. I do love me some Dave Hinkle.
Well, we need somebody to come in here with verification of drop over distance at least 10 miles over body of water. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, what I'm saying. The whole goal is to talk about flat Earth. If there's no noobs in here, sometimes we talk about other things.
I wasn't criticizing, just try to steer us back on topic. This is a flat Earth discussion.
Anyone? Is there anyone in here? Any noobs?
40 thinks he lives on a ball, but I'm not sure if he's worth discussing with. Can you have honest discussion, 40 Are you there? John, his mic open for me. Hello, 40.
Experience tell us that the answer is no.
All right, back to you guys. Sorry.
No, man, that's the whole goal, is to flat smack people. If there's any noobs, any new people, let's hit them.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
I love that clip. Where do you get all these sound bites, dude?
Even that clip starts out with the word imagine, so I'm sure he's on board, though. But, you know what I'm saying? When you start a sentence with imagine, it's usually not good. But anyway.
Mike Tyson ain't the brightest ball, but he's right about flat Earth.
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet.
I would also say that, like, opening up for some topics, it is good to start with imagine what if, just to get the minds going and spark a little fire here and there. You don't need to slam them with a book of facts, for example. Like, just let them think for a while themselves. Plant a seed.
Open the possibility. Is there any possibility that you might be wrong? Look at both sides before you draw your conclusion. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are these dumb flat earthers saying?
I initially did the same thing everybody did. I thought it was too stupid to even entertain. That's how I thought. I'm like, this is not even, like, for a joke to be funny, it has to have a little bit of truth. Like, there's humor in jokes. But this is not even funny. Like, there's no possibility of any truth. It's not even a funny joke. So I wouldn't give them, I'm like, I'm not going to give these assholes any clicks. Like, because YouTube was recommending them at the time. It was recommending flat earth videos to me. Like, because I was looking into the so-called conspiracies, like the 9/11 stuff and other things that we don't always talk about, but people would call it conspiracies. And why are they recommending? The people who watch this also watch this flat earth video. I'm like, nah, I'm not buying that shit. I'm not giving them any clicks, even out of curiosity. And one day my curiosity got me because I thought it would be funny. That's it, just for like humor. Let me
let's see what these guys are saying.
That's what did it. Yeah, I'm like, I just want to. I'm bored and I want to watch some comedy. I thought maybe it will be funny, and it wasn't. It wasn't funny, and it was actually put me where I am today, down this rabbit hole, wanting to know even more shit. Like, okay, once I got there, I'm like, it can't possibly get any stranger than this. This has got to be the most strange, crazy fucking thing, but it's true. Nothing could be bigger than this. And for the most part, it is. Like, this is like the one big piece, but there's other pieces that are pretty big that you might want to learn a little more about other pieces. Like, holy shit. Because there's a lot of stuff. It gets stranger as you go, man. It gets very strange. And there's that saying, the truth is stranger than fiction. Like, who would believe this years ago? Like, just a few years ago, who would believe this? And to not even believe it, but like actually prove this. That's insane.
Yeah,
but in reality,
you guys think it would be fair to say that it kind of opens up a new world to all kinds of possibilities, right?
It's like a decoder ring, right? Or what's the Enigma machine, right? Once you've got the Enigma machine, you can read the secret code. It gives you that. It gives you new eyes. Your eyes now see a lot of stuff that you didn't see. Like the guy with the 666, and he's 33. Like if I had no idea, I would say that guy died. I'm like, well, it's a coincidence. It's just a random number. He just happened to have 666. It's just a number like any other number, whatever. Sometimes you get, it randomly gets that number. But then when I learned about the Earth, the tilt of it, the curvature, the speed around the sun, they're like all 666. That is not a coincidence. Cannot have that many coincidences. If just one of them was random, if it was just randomly 666 falls in it, I'm like, okay, whatever. Statistical probability. Sometimes you get that number, but over and over and over, no. It's just like in your face mockery. That kind of be like someone winning the lottery over and over and over. Yeah, this guy won the lottery 66 times. Okay. And he was 33 years old.
We got a new guy, non-BC verified. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but INS and
LMFAO.
Oh. I was actually just going to say last to that is, how many more times before mathematically impossible? But yes, off to LMFAO.
He's been here before. I'm not sure why he's muted, but we've talked to him before.
No, the INS, and I don't know what the fuck that kind of name is.
Somebody else? Oh, somebody else, sorry.
Quetzal, check the chat.
Speak? What do you mean speak?
Say it out loud.
I just said it. What do you mean? All right, let me screenshot it. Copy his name. And then okay, this guy in the live stream.
Hey, Crypto, check your DMs real quick, please.
Insanity.
Yes.
Oh, Insanity? Okay.
Well, without I and A.
Yeah. Has he spoken yet?
Nope.
Maybe some moderator. Anyone want to pop his mic up?
He might be muted, like self-muted. Might just be like listening.
No, he's not very VC verified. Thought maybe we could check him out from.
I would, but I'm driving. Somebody else do.
Hold up, I'm looking right now.
You go to VC check-in, I'll do it.
Or he can pop up to VC check-in. Yeah, sure. Whichever.
My shit is glitchy. I can't even move.
Yeah, I don't know if the video is VC verified.
I don't know if anyone here's seen that Amazon series called The Boys. If anyone's watched any of that.
Yeah, started watching. I think the first three or four seasons, and then how many seasons are they at now?
I think they're only on their fourth season now, but
yeah.
it was
So
funny.
the first three, and I was just gonna say I watched the first three, and it started getting really kind of a little grotesque, and I'm like, I'm good.
What do you mean started? First episode was insane, dude. Like very grotesque.
Well, I watched the first series yesterday, just back to back. I don't really like to watch one episode at a time, so I just kind of watched the whole series in one sitting. And it was kind of interesting because I was watching it. I was thinking, oh yeah, okay, superheroes, but they're kind of fuck ups. Yeah, interesting. But what I was really what I got thinking probably about 3 episodes in is the parallels between this and like Flat Earth. So you've got all of these superheroes who have got this kind of like public image of being really good guys that never do anything wrong. But then you obviously see their personal lives where they do a lot of stuff that they shouldn't be doing. It just made me think about the belief that globers have in the globe, right? And versus the reality of what's actually going on behind the scenes. And it just made me think, like, I wonder if these superheroes are like, you could see them as like the astronauts of the film or whatever. But then you've got this like unconditional acceptance and love from all of these people who don't understand what's going on. And I was just thinking, like, there's also a group of, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but there's also a group of people who don't like them, and they are kind of censored and silenced, and you know, the government tries to stop them and stuff. So there's a few parallels. I just found it interesting.
Yeah, you're completely spot on. The brain, it's a very good, I guess you could say, limited hangout or exposure of the brainwashing they do to people, whether it's academia, celebrities, etc.
Yeah, but what I find interesting though is that, like, people will watch that and they'll be like, "Oh, that's interesting," blah blah blah, but they won't apply the same thought, critical thought, to what they believe in real life, even though they'll know it's possible because they've been watching a show that tells them that it's possible. And I'm talking about like the whitewashing of bad deeds by these people, you know.
Right, and that's the hex, I think. Putting it out in the open like that, they don't equate what they see on the screen with, like, you know, where they get these ideas from, kind of thing.
Yeah. Anyway. I don't know if anyone wants to add to that, or we can move on maybe.
So just to clarify, I was listening to something else for a moment, but you guys were talking about the show The Boys?
Yeah.
And is it worth watching?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think it's good. I've seen some of it. Yeah.
I keep hearing people talk about it, so I'm like, dang, even the flat earthers are talking about it. Dang, maybe I should watch this.
I would only recommend it to red-pilled people. Otherwise, it's like one of the most subversive shows I've ever seen.
Okay. So you got to have your They Live glasses on, basically.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You actually have to be like a very well-learned individual to not get got.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta know your stuff. That's why I like the show, because it's not your typical kind of deal. One flavor fits all.
Well, I lost my They Live glasses, but I got LASIK, so I got the They Live LASIK eyeballs now.
Can you turn those on and off?
No,
I can give you Creation, but I can give you a rough overview without kind of giving the game away too much, because this is all stuff obvious within the first sort of half hour anyway. Basically, instead of like the superheroes being good guys, there's a company that kind of manages them. And so that company is responsible for their social media likes and follows, and there's like a financial corporate entity structure around these superheroes, right? Without giving you, like, there's a lot more than that to the story, but that's kind of the basic idea. And so what you have is like all of this fakery, and they've got like marketing guys, and they've got like social media guys, and they're in charge of making sure that the let's just say that the public basically loves these superheroes, but they actually do very little superheroing. If that makes sense.
Okay.
And so they're kind of it's a different take on it, because normally when you see superheroes, it's like, oh yeah, Thor just killed whoever, and it was justified, right? But this is definitely not taking that approach at all. It's like, yeah, they are really that hard, but they're not the good guys. You know.
Interesting.
So it's interesting. I wouldn't say it's a quote unquote a red pill show or anything, but it is an interesting twist on what you would normally see with regards to like superheroes.
Okay. Cool. Nice.
I'd say it's a red pilled show, like I said earlier, if you know what you're looking at, because like these kinds of shows, it's so specific and so deep that it shows that these people, these subversive, elites that are making this, they're just as red pilled, as we could imagine.
Yeah.
So they know what they're doing. That's what makes it interesting to me.
It's like they're admitting it with the show. They're saying, yeah, this.
Yeah.
If you take superheroes out of it and apply it to a number of other topics, then it's basically the same thing.
Just like they do in the show, they can capture most of the normies, but for the people that know what they're looking at, it's just a humiliation. And that's exactly what's happening to us with Flat Earth and whatever else.
Yeah.
You guys talked to Mandala?
Yeah, I've been in here pretty frequently since I joined. I think I joined like a month ago.
Okay, cool. Just going through the list is all. Sorry to call you out.
Oh no, you're good, man.
Glad to have you nonetheless.
Yeah, Mandala, I thought you died in the 90s.
No, not the same one, dude. I'm a clone.
Has anyone watched Invincible, the animated series on Amazon?
I haven't heard about it.
No.
It's kind of an interesting take where there's an alien father who tries to raise his son to kind of conquer Earth. The son doesn't want to, but there's some interesting premises in there if you watch it that relate to what we were talking about earlier with the hero show. I'm blinking out on the name.
The Boys. Interesting though. That's cool. Called Invincible on Amazon. I'll write that down. Well, 40's been hanging with us. 40, what's up, man? You still with us? There's also Daj and Kyle, Flat Earther. Some baller named Tim.
Yeah, I think he's from Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth is flat, why can't I see China?
Well, didn't she stop wrestling in the WWE like a long time ago?
China. I would have loved to see Trump introduce her to the ring just once. She's gonna be huge.
Why don't I have that on my soundboard?
I feel like that might change.
Yeah. China.
You need to get the Matthew Learns saying the Earth is flat on your soundboard as well from Justin.
Yeah, I do. I do need to get that from Justin.
That's genius.
You can get it yourself from his video. He made that Flat Earth video, and that is where the little soundbit is from.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's in the introduction, I think. Or the intro of the video. Where he's playing the Flat Earther.
Oh, okay, gotcha. The Earth is flat.
Do they have any evidence? They do!
Well, I've got the Snillis triangulation pulled up that 40 posted. In 1615, Snillis, after the work of Eratosthenes in the 3rd century BC, was the first to do a large scale triangulation of the circumference of the Earth. He came up with an estimation, and he slightly underestimated the circumference by 3.5%. Triangulation.
Yeah, that Snellius gave the Globers a lot of things. They also like to bring up I think it was the density gradient. Isn't that from him also? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's from him. Like refraction, light bending.
Well, it even says here that Snellius was also a distinguished mathematician, producing a new method for calculating pi. He also rediscovered the law of refraction in 1621. So, 40, do you want to tell us about this, or why you brought it up? Maybe he's not with us.
As far as I know, it's about spherical axis or axis, just like surveyors is using. Oh, yeah.
What I know about it is basically like the geodetic bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. They make these triangles, they take some angles, and then there is some quote unquote spherical axis, and they then claim that is the curvature.
Curvature? Where?
Well, according to the goofball we talked to earlier today, he could see it.
Oh, what kind of googly eyes that he have?
I guess you need special eyes. Curvature, apparently.
Oh, right. From where?
From a place he had never been.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So we can't verify that. Okay. Oh well.
Like, if I have to go to King Kai's planet to prove things about reality, what?
Yeah, Crypto, you missed all the fun, man.
Oh man.
Twice. We had a real bad cognitive dissonance person in the morning, and then later on we had a sophist, extremely eloquent in his art. So his name was Angst, and then actually three. Then after Angst, it was this other guy who was I guess he was a concave earther. I don't know, because I didn't know. Some other people recognized him from another server.
Wasn't all glory to the Most High, was it?
I would say that sounds like his name is all is something. All is. His name was on it.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's a very shouty concaver.
Yeah, he thought he could do that in here, and yeah.
Miggy, relax. Miggy, chill, dude. Just, Miggy, you're being toxic, dude. Just turn it down a few levels.
I was being toxic.
You're like one of the nicest, most calm people in here. He's like, dude, stop yelling.
You're being a sociopath.
That's definitely all the glory. That's his MO. He comes in very aggressive, and then tells other people they're being aggressive. Yeah.
Why are you yelling?
That's quite a few of them, though, isn't it? Napalm, like.
Is that Napalm? Yeah. Oh, cool, man.
I mean,
Name's not here.
Where's Napalm?
What up? That's Napalm's voice I just heard.
Yeah, that was definitely.
That was definitely Napalm. Yeah,
Napalm, you back? Hey, I haven't seen you in a while.
I told you guys, man. I said it like 9 o'clock this morning. I'm like, today's going to be a good day. Miggy was slaying that dude first thing this morning, and then you had these guys that rolled in a little while ago. It's been a great day on the server so far, man. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, Napalm, I was just saying, Zannick's a perfect example of this. Like, he moans about people cutting him off. Like after he's tried to cut them off about 6 times. Like, every single sentence they say, he'll clip at least once. And then he'll say 3 sentences of just pure bullshit. And then someone will be like, Zannick, you can't just filibuster forever. And it's like, don't interrupt me!
Yeah. Intentionally taking like 5-second pauses so that somebody does come in and then he complains that they're interrupting. Yeah. That's kind of why I'm in here today. I've been dealing with too many pots and kettles in another server that I needed to take a break.
Your soul. Clean your spirit, right? That's how I see this crew. Sorry.
Yeah, this was a kind of a exercise in like seeing how these guys are, and the guy was epic amounts of hypocrisy. He was coming in there saying, "I'm not going to listen to how you guys frame your parameters, but yet I want you guys to speak what you got to say, and I speak what I say, and that's how it should go." I'm like, dude, isn't that what you're doing? You're establishing parameters, telling me that I'm establishing parameters, but yet you want to establish yours? Oh, that's rich, dude.
The double standards are crazy, dude. The double standards are one of my biggest pet peeves.
If Globers didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any standards. It's like they'll say stuff like, "Oh, this is an echo chamber." Oh, is it? Okay. So it's an echo chamber where when I get up, the radio tells me the Earth is flat, and when I look at the TV tells me the Earth is flat. When I read the newspaper tells me about how flat the Earth is. Oh, no, that's the world you live in. And you've got the cheek to tell me about echo chambers.
Or they'll be like, well, give me proof that the Earth is flat. Like, well, it's not like they gave you proof that it was a globe, so let's not have these double standards all of a sudden. Where you know.
Oh, and I think my favourite one is that everyone already believes it's a globe, therefore you have the burden of proof to prove it's flat. No. You don't get to just have a free, like, this one claim, I pass, go, collect one free claim. Nah.
I've used that, like, when they say that, to go against them. I'm like, oh, welcome to Christianity. Because a lot of those anti-flat earthers, are also atheists. Yeah. So I'm like, if you side with the majority, all right, let's do it.
We can welcome them to Islam or something.
Yeah, just go, where do you live? Let's see what the majority opinion is, wherever you live, and you just got to adapt your whole worldview based on a popularity contest.
Most of them are in America, so I suppose it would be like, oh, okay, yeah, you are a Christian. No, I'm not. I'm an atheist.
I like that you said the pass, go, collect one free claim. We caught Matthew trying to do that the other day. He's like, well, just move past it to get to this next spot. I'm like, well, no, we don't just get free moves to the next spot, dude. You know that's better than anyone. As a math professor.
What's the dart rocket thing? Like, he was. Oh yeah, it hit the asteroid. And what happened, Matthew? What happened to hit the asteroid? Did it deflect the asteroid and save the world?
Yeah.
The screen went red.
They showed you a cartoon and said, nailed it. Bullseye.
Kitty litter in space. It's so good.
It's so hilarious, too, because, like, on Facebook and stuff, like, there's people out there saying that NASA saved Earth from an asteroid. And you're like, what the hell? How can you guys be so uninformed about, even in your own model, like your own idea, that you think that flat earthers are ingrates because NASA deflected an asteroid that was going to hit the Earth? You just, like, you mix Netflix up and a bunch of other things and just,
They're always mixing up fiction and reality, always.
So one of the most annoying things to me or frustrating things to me now, like, I pretty much let a lot of stuff slide, and nothing really gets me too agitated. But one of the things that does is what I would call the arrogant we's, the people who will arrogantly make statements about we did this or we did that or we've known, right?
Yeah.
Very arrogantly, since we know and we went to the moon, as if like they were the ones doing all these things. They were standing side by side with Eratosthenes putting the stick in the ground, you know?
Well, I used to describe this as them weeing on themselves.
Well, Napalm, that's a good point. They're not standing shoulder to shoulder with these goofballs. They're standing shoulder to shoulder with us.
He's like, yeah, we are the Borg. You know, they're going to tell you the globe, like, resistance is futile. You will assimilate to the globe model. No.
Myself and a couple other guys had a chat with Zanuck last night at like 7 o'clock Eastern, and yeah, hour and a half was my cutoff limit for that guy and his toxicity. Him talking about observing physics and level and all, or sorry, physics and being an engineer and all these different things. And again, I can't get past the idea that you are making claims about a surface being circular, being a globe, being round, where how do we observe multiple points of level on a
It's
ball?
like, all that fictitious stuff they make up. They're like, he's a race car, driver, and he has he's an airplane, and like taught high school, and was a product engineer and designer. He retired when he's 40 because he's got some patent. There's some groundbreaking patent that revolutionized the world, but he won't tell you what it is. He'll just let you know that you got it in your house. That's something that he designed. That everyone is a everyday use item that changed the world. But he doesn't want to dox himself. I'm like, dude, if you designed something like that, you'd be like saying, "Hey, my name is,"
Yeah, kiss my feet.
Yeah, exactly. Like you'd be tooting your horn for that. You'd be like, "I invented X, and you love X, so you should listen to what I'm saying. Because if you don't like it, then what's up, dude? I mean, come on now."
He says he saw the curve in his puddle jumper, which I found hilarious. Anyways, so
yeah, it's all that that's what I was getting with that. Yeah, sorry, bring back on track. These fictitious claims that they make, like they go on and on and on, just bold-faced lies, and you're like, dude, you just answered why they would lie. No one believes you that you're some sort of race car driver, engineer, like paratrooper, tank blower upper. No one believes that you're just a Discord mod, and a bad one at that.
He's a Discord mod.
Who are you talking about?
Like Zanuck?
Just those folks.
Maybe Zanuck's not a Discord mod, but some of the other globalists, like they're.
Well, everybody has to have their authority in their respected sections and such.
If you pay attention to the patterns, there's certain times where many people are, let's just say their shift starts and they have a lunch break.
We can set our watches to disappearing act. Check.
Or like you get those guys who are always on their 4th year of their like astrophysics degree. Like for 6 years in a row. It's like 6 years ago they're on their last year of college to become an aerospace engineer. I go, that was 6 years ago or 5 years ago. You said you were on your last year. I'm on my last semester. Yeah, that was like 5 semesters ago. You were on your last semester.
I mean, it's hard to take any of them seriously, especially Zanuck when he starts to argue that water flows upwards. Like, it's really hard to take him seriously.
There was a funny discussion we had a while ago where we were talking about ice on the the ice ring that Saturn allegedly has, right? And he made the claim that because, as we know on Earth, ice in a vacuum it just evaporates, right? And water boils, all the rest. So I said, we're having this discussion. Oh, why doesn't it happen there? And he said, oh, well, the temperature's too low. I was like, okay, cool. So I did a bit of Googling, and the temperature wasn't too low. And it was too low at points, but as soon as the rocks get in the sun, then the claim is that they heat up to a slightly higher level. And as soon as I mentioned that, he just kind of wanted to obfuscate and change topic. So he kind of has this surface level knowledge where he sounds convincing, and the second you actually look at any of the things he's saying with any kind of critical lens, you understand that he's full of shit. But also, what's more is that he knows he's full of shit. So the second you call him out, that's when he starts filibustering and gish galloping.
Yeah, for Zanuck in particular, that's where he's going to start down a path of trying to bring a whole bunch of numbers and situations into his argument, right? So be like, well, if you're looking at it from a 15-degree angle in your azimuth, based on, typically it's 15, but sometimes it's 25. But then when you go 650 miles, to your south azimuth at 265 degrees, then what you start to experience is 750,000 degrees of blah, blah, blah. And he just keeps going on with numbers and situations and numbers to just confuse the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of it has any application to what you were saying at all.
But if you press him on the numbers, he doesn't have them. The surface.
No, he just keeps making shit up. That's all he does.
Right.
If you believe every story that Zanuck has told, he's basically claiming to be the Dos Equis most interesting man in the world.
It's like Iron Man.
Or the greatest show.
What's that? What's the dude Iron Man? Like the
Tony Stark's.
There we go. Yeah, he's Tony Stark. But he just can't move on with his life because there's a couple of people on the internet who think the Earth is flat. So he's got to stop what he's doing and solve that first before he moves on to, inventing like a quantum space flux capacitor engine for.
His heart. He did this back in the 80s when I was working on the gyroscopes. When I get done with my physics degree, right before American Gladiators, before I decided to go into racing cars, we did a lot of this stuff with my physics degree and blah blah blah. Blah.
For a second, I thought that might have been an audio clip.
I know. I was going to say, wow, it played like slow it down, like because it sounded like an audio clip sped up, Because he'll drag it out too, like so people are like, oh, move on, Zanuck. You said the same thing in a monotone, drawn out sentence like 6 times in a row. And he's always almost done. That's the thing too. I'm almost done. He's got to tell you he's almost done, that he's almost done without almost being done.
The kicker for me was the personal attacks. Calling people in the panel idiots, and I can't believe I have to describe this, and this is the third time I'm explaining this, etc., etc. It's like, wow, you're a great teacher.
I think what really gets my goat is that when one of them fundamentally doesn't understand what you're saying or what you're critiquing, and so then they just re-explain the thing that you're critiquing. It's like,
let me explain it to you again.
Well, let me just declare my position again. Well, I know your position. That's why I'm critiquing it.
Exactly.
Like, I don't need you to. You don't need to state it for the 4th time. Like, I had this with Smooth the other day, or New Leaf, or whatever his name is now. Talking about the atomistic kind of reality or whatever. And I was saying, well, what if the effects are the same, but the the way it works is different, and all you see is the effects, and you say, well, the effects are like this, therefore the reality is like that. But you don't actually know that the reality is like that. All you know is that you can predict the effects. And so, I mean, it might not be protons, neutrons, electrons. It might be gremlins, goblins, and dragons, and it's working in a totally different way. And then he said, oh, it doesn't matter what you call them, they're still the same thing. And I was just like, does he really think that my contention is in the naming of these things?
Yeah,
he's bricked.
I remember that conversation.
He's just bricked.
I was just like, why does he keep on saying this naming thing? And he said it about 3 or 4 times. And eventually I got so frustrated, I started cutting him off. And he's like, oh, let me finish. I'm like, you're just saying the same wrong thing again. Like, I don't care what you call it. Like, the name of the thing is completely irrelevant. It's the nature of the thing that matters.
You wrong, boy.
Yeah, that guy gets me so frustrated. I think I might have actually jumped in on that conversation you were having with him, because that guy in particular really gets me frustrated. He is one of the we guys that wheeze all over himself, right? And he gets me super frustrated. I'm pretty sure I jumped in because that's the problem with their side most of the time, is that they want to claim the effects as if it's only specific to their side. I mean, Whitsitt was pointing this out the other night when he was debating that physics guy, Bryant, I think his name is, the physics guy who's now going to be, I guess, the new anti-flat earther who now has a website and all this kind of stuff. But that's kind of like Whitsitt was saying to him. He's like, my man, you can't just call 9.8 meters per second gravity and then attach all this other stuff to it. All you're doing is you're measuring an effect. You can't own that effect as if it's your own and then claim that we can't use 9.8 meters per second because that's what we measure things to drop at. Like, you can't just own effects without giving any type of cause, but then going well past explaining the cause into La La Land.
Mm-hmm. Right, but it works. Napalm, you see, and Crypto, as I tap you on the head patronisingly. Don't worry, you pretty little head. We've got it all under control. You don't have to worry about. Trust the science. How about show me the science? Trust it. Anyway, I've decided that because of the way I was dragged up, if there's any kids listening, just please, mums and dads, cover their ears. I'm going to say some bad words. But basically, from now on, when somebody's being a silly sausage, I'm just going to call them a silly sausage. Because I realise that I tend to say pretty horrible things because it's just the English way. I don't know. You Americans, I know you hear the word cunt and you think, oh, that's... But English people, Scottish people, we can use these as terms of affection. But I realise now they're very weak words, and I've got to stop saying them. So it'd be easy for, if somebody were acting like a daft twat, for me to just say, oh, you daft twat. But now I realise I've got to condition myself just to start saying silly sausage from now on. I just have to make that statement, you see, because I need this to happen.
Yeah, you have to use what I might call the Southern Belle approach, where the Southern women in the United States, if you're saying something ridiculous, instead of them calling you retarded or ignorant or anything like that, they'll just say, "Well, bless your heart."
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Oh, that is so patronising. I love it.
So yeah, later on, you might hear me come in at some point and say, "Oh, you silly sausage."
Bless your heart.
You think the afterglow? Bless your heart.
The epitome of pity.
Oh, that's delightfully patronising. Maybe we should just go in there one day and just take the Southern Belle approach. Just the whole room does it. Like, one of them's going, oh, and this is how we know that super mega asteroids are coming to the Earth, and space-time bent them here, and he's like, bless your heart.
Like have the whole room in on it, right? Where one person's like, "Oh, you believe that's going to take place?" And then another person comes in, "Oh, well, bless your heart."
What if the next new person that came in, we tried to sell them the idea of the globe from the complete opposite side? The antithesis, if you will. Could we do that?
Yeah, but do it.
We've done that. Games. We've done it before, but you take the opposite side and you pretend to be a globe person, and then a globe person pretends to be a flat earther. They can't do it. They just aren't able to even take the flat earth position at all.
I think if you can deconstruct them as you talk to them.
But Kiwi, you're saying like basically the whole room, like a new person comes in and the whole room is actually going to act like they're globers and try to convince the new person that it's a globe.
Oh, it's like a globe server.
By deconstructing the globe, though. It's like the kind of good cop, bad cop without the good cop.
Yeah, where it's like, oh yeah, it's totally a globe. I mean, we've known it for 2,000 years. We don't even have to use modern technology because we have sticks and shadows. Like, we can totally put sticks and shadows and replicate this today. All we have to do is make the same assumptions. It's fine. It works out. Our model works.
I'm dripping in your
sarcasm.
Well, I was going to say your dry crackeredness, but yeah, I'll take that.
Did you say crackeredness?
Crackeredness, yeah. Because you take crackers and you crinkle them up, and they get you touch them, they dry out whatever they touch.
Oh, I thought that was a reference to my either my whiteness or my location in Florida. I didn't know which.
Nah, that would be suicide at this point. If I were to do something like that.
Well, I like what you're talking about, Napalm, because I found this. Somebody was talking about the weight of the Earth. So I just Googled it, like, how would they have done that? How did they weigh the Earth? And it just simply says, well, we already knew the radius.
Right. I mean, isn't the alleged claim that was what Cavendish set out to do, right? Was to get the mass of the Earth. If I'm not mistaken. Isn't that the whole...
How do you begin to even... I don't even understand how you can begin to ask that question. In terms of, okay, where do I start? Because where do you start from?
I know, right?
Everybody around the world, put your hands up in the air. Report your weight when you take a record.
You know where you start? Balls. You start with balls. Then you hang them.
Oh, no, we start with the sky, right? The balls in the sky. That's where we start with. We must be the same as everything floating in the sky. Right. Yeah, the chat is... I don't even know how many people are in here right now. Do we have a... Oh, yeah, 30. Boom. Nice. Well, shout out to everybody that's here. Truly. Great panel that's here. Holy smokes, man. Good to see you guys.
Hell yeah. Feels good to be a flat earther.
When you're surrounded by people like this, the truth does amazing stuff. It binds, it collects, and it stands the test of time.
It's like that "Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangster" song.
Damn it feels good to be a friend.
A flirter.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Remix.
A lot of the globalists believe the Earth is a globe because they took a science class in junior high and got a B.
Got a B.
Oh, jeez.
Or like, was it some Americans?
Yeah, I caught what you were putting down. Good. A lot of flat earthers think the globe's real.
They think it's real.
Gotta be.
I think we could also Rihanna's work. We could flip the globe. Globe, 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 globe.
I don't even know any of the words.
Oh, it's. I definitely have to learn lyrics.
But for the average person, right? Like we're told that it's a globe from basically from birth, right? But if you ask the average person on the street, like, hey, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Most people are going to say, well, we have pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the funny thing about that is when you talk to people who have been in this conversation for a while, they're like, well, it's not deceptive what NASA did. They tell you right there that it's images. It's not that big of a deal, blah, 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 blah. But if it wasn't that big of a deal and it wasn't that deceptive, then why does the average person think that those are photographs, not stitched together photo images of the Earth?
Yeah, and on top of that, if they hadn't been obviously deceived, why do they have such a visceral reaction to being told that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's like well, we know it's a globe because of the pictures. And then when you're like, let me show you something real quick. You see this guy here? This is Robert Simmons. Let me read this article to you real quick. They're immediately like defensive. Well, I don't even know if that's true. Okay, it is true. All right, fine. Even if it's true, it's fine. We know because of blah, 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 blah. And they just get like super defensive and they have no real argument outside of pictures. And I say the average person.
Yeah, that's a good point. It shows that the thing that they presented to you had no weight. That's why they'll just throw it out. What about this? Oh, it doesn't work? What about this? Oh, that doesn't work? What about this? The things that they're presenting to you don't have any weight if they're so willing to throw them away. Oh, we have pictures. Oh, do you really? Oh, well, that doesn't matter. So why did you present that as the thing that, like, come on, man. You guys aren't even paying attention.
Yeah, like you would think the average person once they're told like, hey man, you know that image that was on the first iPhone you had? That's not actually a picture of the Earth from space. And if you Google it, there really aren't any that they even claim are actual pictures from space of the Earth. What do you think about that? That we have no pictures of Earth from space in 2022? Like, why wouldn't that at least get the hamster back on the wheel within their head and thinking along the lines of like, ooh, well then why do I believe it is a globe? If they can't present me with an image, what do I really know about this? What really proves it to me?
The words of an honest man asking questions.
Honest man, ladies and gentlemen. Honest man.
I mean, that's legit, like probably how most of us started, right? Like you honestly just start with asking questions. I'm sure the average person, that got into this after 2015, there was some information out there for us, whether it be like Mark Sargent's clues or Eric DeBay's 200 proofs or whatever it is. Even if they're not all correct, there had to be at least one of those things where it gets you to scratch your head and you're like, that makes sense. Or that's interesting. Let me look into this a little bit further. Does the average person just not ever take some information and think like, this is interesting. Let me look a little bit further into this.
Yeah, that is weird. There does seem to be a distinction between, like, some people are more curious about this place than others. I know I was. Doesn't even matter flat Earth or not. I was definitely curious back when I was on the space team. Damn sure I was curious about that. I was looking into all that stuff. So, but like you run into these people today and they're like, well, what does it matter? Like, what do you mean? What does it matter? Of course it matters. It's fascinating either way. If we're in space, for sure, look, that matters to me. I'd want to know. So why does it not matter, dude?
Yeah, if somebody says why, well, then why does it matter? Be like, all right, cool. Then just go ahead and start calling yourself a flat earther and let people know that it's flat. Doesn't matter, right? Like,
good point. Good. Oh, I don't want that reputation. Oh, so maybe it does matter then. Yeah, that's a weaselly cop out. Oh, it doesn't matter. What? I don't know, man. I disagree with that.
That is the last resort. At least I found that was the last resort from like my closest friends and family. Like when I first started to make the realization, right? The first people you go to typically are the ones around you that you think you can trust with like information or something that you might not want to broadcast to, everybody at work, but you might tell your best bud, right?
Yeah.
I found that after exhausting myself with trying to provide information, evidence, and things like that to a small group of my friends and family, that it got to a certain point where each one of them would make a decision to just adopt well, why does it matter? And that was where the conversation ended. And they all dropped off at kind of like different points, right? Like I kept going with most of them, but they all started to drop off at different points. And they're like, their street sign on their exit was the, exit number 759 is why does it matter? And they all got there at some point.
Yeah, it's a weird way to sort of like just shut down the conversation. Oh, just to stop thinking about it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. Like, I always say this, how I look at this whole conversation as if we're in a courtroom. So you just imagine saying that in a court setting. Your Honor, it doesn't matter. What are we doing here? Do you not have a case of any value? Okay, like present your case. Oh, well, Your Honor, what they're saying doesn't matter.
Why does it matter if he killed her? Why does it matter if he killed her? Come on.
Exactly.
The motivation.
Exactly. There's no motive. What does it matter?
I have a funny story about that, right? So one of my friends is a lawyer, and we hang out at a bar pretty often, and it's kind of like Cheers, where everybody knows your name. And one of the things that he'll do is since he's a lawyer, he's pretty egoistic and he's very competitive. And anytime he feels threatened by either like the conversation we're having, he's getting like destroyed intellectually by me, or if it's like something about physical looks or something like that. One of his things that he'll always do to me is he'll try to say as loud as possible, well, you think the earth is flat, and just kind of like look around the bar to try to like embarrass me, which I'm not embarrassed by it. And we were having a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and it got to the point at the end where, he's just saying, well, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Blah, blah, blah. And he keeps going back and forth with why would they lie? And I'm talking with another gentleman whose brother is legit an astrophysicist, and we're having a text message conversation with him. And my lawyer buddy's like, why would they lie? Just get on and on about it. So I let him drone on about this why would they lie thing. And then as I'm exiting the bar, like leaving for the night, I'm going towards the door and I'm like, hey, lawyer. He's like, yeah. I'm like, why are you trying to sell us all on the motive when you haven't presented any evidence?
Shame.
And he goes, fuck you, get out of here.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a powerful statement right there.
He should know
like
better.
A lawyer of all people asking publicly why.
Yeah.
Yep.
He should know better than anyone, right?
Right? You're the one that's supposed to do your homework based on evidence, not motive. Since when do you waste your time theorizing and crafting the motive? Anyways, we all understand. I don't need that horse.
You start going on motive once you have evidence to back your claim, then you can start on motive.
Yeah, they always want to work backwards for some weird reason. Your friend this lawyer guy should know better than anyone that's how it goes. Sad.
But maybe that just goes to show how either deep the indoctrination is, or the brainwashing, or the way that they've kind of trained our brains to think that even somebody who is trained in the profession of, talking about evidence and then, eventually alluding to motive, is initially coming at this with a motive. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the most well-trained are using that as their get out of jail free card, is the motive.
Yeah. Why would they do it?
It's like, well, we found the murder weapon in their car. Their car smelled like a dead body. There's DNA everywhere. We have receipts of them getting gas, and we have cell phone pings from their house to where we found the body within the time frame in which the murder took place. But why would they do it? We cannot convict this person unless we know why.
Case thrown out. Dismissed.
Yeah, I mean that's just a ridiculous question in a court setting. But why would they do such a thing? Objection, Your Honor. There's evidence on the table here. Can we discuss that?
Got fingerprints on the weapon and everything. I even got a picture off the guy's phone with him with the dead body.
But Your Honor, I just can't think of any reason why they would commit this crime.
We need motive.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you think about it within court, and like even fictitious court dramas or real court cases that you see on television, like all the things that you see, it's like the person could have all the motive in the world to kill this person or do some sort of crime, but if there's literally zero evidence, you're going to be hard pressed to get any type of conviction there. Period.
All set. Well, yeah, in court, you don't even need to prove motive. Motive is a completely supplemental piece of evidence. It's not even necessary at all.
Yeah, that's the cherry on top. It's not even the
I refuse to even answer that question anymore. I refuse to answer it. It infuriates me.
Yeah, you'd make a good judge then, probably, BK.
In 5 kilometers, keep right, stay 180.
Yeah, these guys want to make a case only with motive or the lack thereof. Yeah, they'll be like, "Well, there is no motive clearly, so just judge." Can you go?
It's not even that. It's really, in my experience, when I've taken the time to answer the motive question, they just laugh. They just laugh and they go, "Oh, that's so stupid." It's really just an opportunity for them to laugh at you. As far as I can tell, it's happened to me multiple times, and now I've learned I will not answer that question under any circumstances. Piss off.
Do you want to know the best answer for the question?
Crypto.
You might not know.
I'd love to hear that best answer from you, bro.
Okay, so you might not get like a satisfactory answer that you're thinking, "Oh yeah, this is great." But just say to them, well, why would they tell the truth when you believe them anyway?
There you go.
You just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's dealt with. You don't have to then speak, because what they're looking for you to do, yeah, this is what they're trying to do. They're saying, "Dance, monkey, dance," right? And then you're going, "Oh, Freemasons, Illuminati," and that's what they're looking for. They want you to sound weird, so that they can then talk to their friends and say, "Oh, this guy was so weird," right? So don't dance. Just be like, well,
"Hey, Crypto, can you do me a favor? Can you just say dance, monkey, dance again, and have CB record that for us so he can have that on his board?"
No, Crypto, that's another. You've reiterated. Like I've said it in another way. I've said like, well, you'll believe them. Yeah, like they could just say anything at this point, and you'll believe them. So why would they not?
Exactly. Like, why would they tell you the truth when you already believe whatever they say? And then you don't have to go down all these like rabbit holes. Oh, it's the Satanists. Oh, it's the globalists. Oh, you don't have. They basically want to make you into Alex Jones. That's what for their own amusement. That's what that question is there for.
That's true. I've actually had people try to pin that on me. They'll be like, "You think that it's because of control?" It's like, well, I never said such a thing. Like, this is what you think I should be thinking, bro. And that goes back to the court setting. You can't hand your the opposing party their claims. Like, you can't give them claims.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, I was talking to someone in another server the other day. No, I can make claims for you. Okay. He was trying to present a flat Earth for me. I'm like, okay, well then, what flat Earth are you presenting? Oh, well, any flat Earth. Well,
What did he say?
Can you be more specific? He's like, well, you have disk. So whose position is that? Well, there's also infinite plane. Okay, that's also not my position. What else you got? Well, there's triangle. There's a square. I'm like, dude.
Guessing.
Stop trying to give me my claim. Okay. I'm a big boy. I can make claims for myself. But this is what they want to do. They want to provide you with a claim that they will attempt to debunk.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
what
why.
they do is.
Sorry, Crypto.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that A War, whatever his name is, AE War on YouTube, who pushes the Tartarian narrative. That's why I'm so impressed with him, because he has looked into it further. And okay, these megalithic structures where they're all joined together, and he's not talking about that because they are bloody bizarre. But he were talking about the actual cathedrals all around Europe, and he was saying, yes, we could build them, because he looked into it further, and he saw them how they did it, and then he changed his mind, because that's what the information should do.
Yeah.
Evolves.
Have you heard of Red Pill Philosophy? He's a YouTube guy. He used to be kind of like one of these like anti-feminist left-hard debunker types, right? And so that was kind of his thing. That was his lane. He liked to criticize feminists online. But then about 3 years later, I went back to one of his videos and he's talking about flat Earth, and I was like, well, because at the time I was a flat earther and I realised that the Earth was flat, and he wasn't even anywhere near that. And I was thinking, oh, this is like Babby's first look at society is criticising feminism, right? Because you've got so many levels to go from there. I thought, oh well, I wonder if he's even going to make it, sort of thing. Like, it's called Red Pill Philosophy, but he's nowhere near red pilled. But to be fair to him, he got there, and I guess this is the thing, isn't it? If your philosophy really is of the red pill, then you would want to look at all of the red pills and not just the kind of socially convenient ones.
Is that the brunette gentleman with the mustache?
I don't know what he looks like now, to be honest, but he's a Cuban guy. He's Cuban anyway.
Oh,
and he had like a big beard and kind of bushy hair.
I mean, there's still plenty of holes in history to go at. There's all the middle, the so-called Dark Ages. That's all a huge mystery. There's the people they assign these buildings to. There were one in Canada. Sorry, Kiwi.
What you talking about with this?
That they attribute like 79 buildings to or something like that, and it's just there's so much BS, but so there's plenty to go at. I mean, one of these buildings it looks to me like it'd take 25 years to build. I mean, what do I know? I've never built one, but it looks like it'd take decades to build. So the idea that 79 was just attributed to one person, I mean, he was knocking them out, 5 a year. Anyway.
Andy, I like how you bring up like the difference between like math and in language or English. If you're not a big math buff, I am not a big history buff. Like, not even in my forte, not in my wheelhouse at all. Like, click on the news today, and the news is saying stuff that's obviously ridiculous.
So, oh yeah, it's such a shit. It's such a shit show as well. But it's fun. I just see it as fun. I just try and find a thread of try and stitch it all together as best as I can, because I always think truth's it's usually somewhere in the middle, isn't it? There's all kinds. If we look at the 20th century and we see all these things that happen and all the nonsense that's them, truth's usually somewhere in the middle. It's always written by the victors. That's always something you've got to take into consideration.
True. Good point there.
Does anybody ever think about the the schooling systems that we go through as like their overarching main goal when it comes to educating young people is to make sure that in the end, the biggest thing that is accomplished is that individual puts all of their trust, obedience, and faith in figures of authority.
Yeah, sorry, I'm cutting somebody off.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a really good point, and also, I'm not knocking memory. Memory is obviously very useful and needed, but this accumulated knowledge, that's something worth exploring and talking about. But also, they seem to want direction to the left brain, don't they? I mean, even mainstream science will back that up. But anything creative, over on the right side, they seem to not that keen on that, and the reasoning faculties as well, just out the window. So, what does this thing do? And well, we just Google it, so you don't need to reason it out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think what you said was much better than what I was going to say. I was just going to say that, they get you early, don't you? You have to raise your hand to go to the bathroom and stuff like that. It's like,
the bell goes, and
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like this slow progression of obeying an authority figure, and then those authority figures, right? Whether you consciously think of them as such as you get older in life and you deal with them, you still have that subconscious propensity to believe, trust, and follow anything that those authority figures say. And when I say authority figures, I mean it can be your doctor, it can be your graduate school teacher, it could be your boss, it could be the news media, it could be any form of control mechanism, right? Particularly more so the media. And I don't think the average person, when you say, or if you ask them if they feel like the news is an authority figure, they would probably say, no, the person on television isn't an authority figure. But all the things that individual does and how they receive the information from that person on television, the way that they act based on that would lead you to believe that they 100% believe that that's an authority figure.
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice in here, Napalm.
Yeah.
We were just talking earlier, weren't we? Talking about that something in Geo was talking about the most dangerous city in America. Should we play that same game in here? Does anybody like to guess what the most dangerous city is?
Well, I already know it.
I know you know, Napalm. Shut up.
I'm going to go with Chicago.
Southside Chicago.
Nope. Anybody
Detroit.
else?
Detroit.
Ooh, a second. Anybody? That's the second.
London.
New York?
Vallejo, California.
I thought we were just saying American cities. Sorry.
Yeah, American cities. It's St. Louis. I think that's in Missouri. Correct me if I'm wrong. But did you say, Napalm, that you grew up there?
Yeah, St. Louis, Missouri. Yep.
That's awesome. I used to love it in the old, because I love all these old, westerns, even though it's probably nonsense. Anyway, let's not go down that road, not that kind of worms. But I do love it with these old Clint Eastwood movies where they're like, you end up down there, Missouri.
Missouri. Take your ass down to Missouri.
Well, it was, during the quote unquote westerns, right? So St. Louis was kind of a pivotal city because it's right on the Mississippi River and where the Missouri River.
I was looking at the Mississippi River. It goes right across, doesn't it?
The Missouri River goes most of the watershed east of the Rockies and west of the Mississippi, all flows into the Missouri River and then into the Mississippi, which the Mississippi runs north to south.
Yeah.
Or so. And St. Louis is kind of right at the junction of the Missouri and Mississippi River. And they call it the Gateway City because it was the gateway to the West. Everybody who was going out west, Louisiana Purchase days and Gold Rush days and all that kind of stuff, they would really come through St. Louis. That was the gateway to the West. That's why they have the big arch there, which is called the Gateway Arch.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. Another bit of trivia, if anybody's interested.
I'm interested.
The Gateway Arch, the Arch Grounds is considered a national park, and it is the smallest national park in the United States by square footage.
Well, I heard that the arch was there so you can see curvature.
You can't see any curvature from the top of the arch, which you can go up in it, and there's little windows. My wife's grandfather actually put the windows in it.
Yeah, so what I was saying about that article that I read on Yahoo, whatever it is, nonsense. The headlines were sort of reading crime is growing and etc. etc. But then when you read the meat of the article, it was more about the uptake of a certain medical procedure a few years back, and I just thought, this is interesting. So basically, folks, if you're listening, go to St. Louis because there's probably some good people down there. Some pretty awake people, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I can't really get on board with the. We have this. I'm going to try and be very specific but careful with my wording. We have this idea in the kind of truth community that while I understand that authority is often abusing their power and all the rest, but we have this idea that there aren't any bad normal people. And I can't get behind that narrative because there are a lot of very bad normal people as well who aren't in authority.
The bad people always get into the government. That's the filter, right? Like everyone who's evil seems to find their way into the top levels of government, police departments. So yeah, the general population is not good by just because these guys are bad doesn't make the general population good necessarily. But for the most
part, I'm not talking about the general population. I'm talking about parts of the population. So, like, there are some people who are just nasty people, and they're not in authority. They're just nasty, And so we have this general idea in the truth community that, like, everyone in prison didn't deserve it or something. It's like, no.
Really?
Look, there are people in jail. There are loads of people in jail who are actually nasty assholes and just belong there. But there are also lots of people who don't belong there, and that's like we need to be more. Let's just say we need to be a bit more nuanced when we're talking about this stuff. You know.
Yeah, usually there is a lot of dirtbags in jail, and they deserve it. I'm not one of those guys.
Hey! I just thought I was doing a violation. Come on, bro.
What was that?
I just got done. I just got out on Friday, bro. Come on. I'm one of the most upstanding pillars of the community.
I was actually in jail myself, so I'm like just the county, but like you can be put in there for things you haven't done. So it's not always justifiable. I'm not painting everyone. I'm just saying they're not all angels in jail. There's a lot of rough characters.
Well, there's a lot of Hell's Angels in Ventura.
That's my point. Right? I think some people who, especially if they've been in jail and they've been wrongly imprisoned, they might have this impression that, oh yeah, all these good people are in jail, and it's probably true. But there's also a lot of very nasty assholes in jail, and there's a lot of nasty assholes who have managed to avoid jail, even though they should be there. So that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not.
I'll tell you.
There's very few innocent people locked up. But if we let the entire world's prison population out and locked up all the politicians and bankers, the world would be a better place.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing though. If you've ever been to county jail and you know how boring and like tense it gets, right? Well, if you guys are ever in there with me, believe me, dude, you'll be like, oh my god, this guy's crazy. But I make everybody laugh. I flat smack everybody constantly. You know, I'm just dropping truth on all the gangbangers. You know what I mean?
Guys flat smacking people in jail.
And
that's gangsta.
The guards, the shrinks, the fucking COs, the people who work the bubble, and all inmates, even if they don't speak English, dude. I'm flat smacking them. Yep.
Yeah, you've got people's undivided. You've got people's undivided attention in jail and prison, man, for the most part. Especially if you got a cellmate, right? So if you're just like in jail and you're locked up for a period of time, which I have been to St. Louis City Jail, by the way. Yeah, you got somebody's undivided attention for hours, bro. Hours. They can't leave. There's nowhere to run.
You know what I mean? I've actually been in 2 fights over it because I'm like, I kind of turn into like Jim Carrey, Fire Marshal Bill. I'm like, let me show you something. And I'll just pull out a pencil and start drawing on the wall and shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is how this works. And they're just like, some people get so mad though. Dude, they want to hold on to that religion so bad they want their ball, dude. Yeah. But you know what? A lot of those dudes are really, really open and receptive to the flat earth, you know? Like surprisingly, like over half of them, bro.
Dude, that's because they know the world lies. I'm convinced the number one obstacle to realizing where we live is the inability to believe that people lie and that big lies exist.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Once you've been tainted from a young age, though, like me, you don't believe anything, bro. And I mean, my mom and my girlfriend, they were trying to coax me back into the house, and I just didn't believe them, bro.
Yeah, no, criminals understand that the world lies and the big lies exist. That's why they're probably easy converts.
Yeah, it's true though, bro. It's not even hard to convince them, you know. And then like later on, I'll hear them telling another person like why they think the Earth is flat, and it's like, dude, it makes me happy in there. You know what I mean?
You're starting with someone that has this distrust of the government. The average normie trusts the government far too much. But by the time you're in jail, you know how corrupt the system is. And I'm not saying everyone there is innocent, right? I mean, some people get thrown in with, they get railroaded. But a lot of people are in there for a legitimate crime.
I'd say over half the people are for somehow drug related, and then like there's a small percentage that are like, bad people that do bad things to people and physically disrupt whatever there is, or like, whatever they do, they put hands on people, and those people are in a different section. So like every single person that I'm in there with is like for like DUIs or like multiple DUIs or like got caught with drugs. You know what I mean? Like stupid stuff like that.
Yeah, non-victimless crimes.
Yeah, dude. Pretty much. Like I'm a 5B on this probation that I'm on. I get off in like 3 months, dude. I've maxed it out. Most people get off in like a year or two. I've maxed it out to the longest they can keep me is 3 years. So I'm almost done with it. But I have a 5B condition where there can't be alcohol in my house. So they went to do a probation search, and my roommate had like a couple beers that were open and like a half a bottle of some cheap vodka. And they're like, "Oh, you can't have this." I'm like, man, all right. I didn't even know it was there. It was in the cabinet, but whatever. I didn't cry about it. I just said, do what you guys got to do. And they threw me in there for 10 days, and I flat smacked at least 100 people, bro. You know what I mean?
They threw you in jail for your roommate's beer?
Beer and vodka he had. I'm a 5B. I can't have any. I can't like go to places where alcohol is the main chief item of sailors. I don't even know, dude. It's just whatever. Though I sign everything with my initials, and I put IV for I'm signing under duress. Not that it means anything, but it means something to me. Did I cut out?
No, you good, dude. I don't think people are in too much of a talking mood anyway. It sounds.
Okay.
I was just gonna.
I always tell Sonny and Flat Earth Dude, I go, as soon as I come on and I say something, it's cricket. Straight up.
Well, I was just gonna say, you can definitely tell somebody who was put away and who was innocent, and that was Andy Dufresne. An impression that I can't do, obviously, but still fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it could happen if you're with someone else that commits a crime and you're just an accessory to the crime.
Dude, right now, my lady, her baby's dad, is in Terminal Island in Long Beach. He's only been busted once in his life for like stealing a bike at a college campus. He's looking at 80 years for having a bunch of ghost guns and little things to modify it, and I don't know what, but man, I don't even have a knife in the house that can do anything more than cut a slice of bread, bro.
So how about Big Crit Nasty? Anybody talk to them?
Who?
Their name is Big Crit Nasty.
All I heard was nasty, and I thought you were calling me.
No, it hasn't escalated to that yet.
I saw him. I saw him on the thing yesterday. Not on this, but he was on a different stream. Can't remember which one it was. I'm subscribed to like all kinds of different Discord things.
Oh, he's in here right now. He's just a user who's in here. I'm just interested to hear his thoughts on Earth.
Oh, okay.
If he has any to share. If not, then yeah, moving on.
And also ask him if he earned the name Nasty, because as far as I know, that name has to be earned. Just kidding. Go ahead, you can use it. I don't own it, bro.
You scared him away.
Sorry. I'm all gangbanging Flat Earth on the mission. Flat Earth
Damn,
Mafia.
he dipped when we started talking about him. All right.
Well, I have that effect on
a lot of people. But a lot of people are
some
mic shy.
Some like 15-year-old kid that just pissed his pants. And
yeah, he didn't expect to see 30 guys in here.
He calls himself Big Crit Nasty. He can't piss his pants and run away.
Hey, you know who I've heard who can go blow for blow on the microphone with me? Is that, do you guys know who that chick KJV or whatever her name is?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she'll shut me down so fast. She'll be like, brrr. Oh my god.
Yeah, girls can do that. They have that power.
They have a habit of shutting down guys. Oh!
Yep. Dude, Jackie May has become a professional flat nasty denier. She's so good at it, dude. It's crazy.
we got LMAFO in here too. What up, LMFAO?
Laugh my flat ass off.
That playing in the chat. Good to see you too, man. Oh, hey, man. What's up, homie? Shout out to Plugman in the chat.
You new to the server, LMFAO? You've been in here, right?
Yeah, I've been in here. I just haven't been on in a few weeks.
Gotcha. Do you live on a flat stationary plane of existence, or what, bud?
Seems like it.
Seems like it. Cool.
Looks like it.
Hey, I've got something I've been wanting to talk about.
Shoot.
So when Globers, they always, once you prove that there's no curve, they always turn to refraction. And I want to get better at well, I guess I want to know more about that and learn
Well, the refraction model is based on the globe radius itself, so without a measured globe radius, they have no globe to refract. That's what I like to say.
Yeah.
That's straight to the point, yeah.
And their standard refraction, right, that they use on their Earth curve calculators can pretty much go to infinity. So they can extend the radius as far as they want, to where basically, if it was a clear enough day, you could see the back of your head all the way around the ball. So yeah,
And then there's different types of refraction. So you have terrestrial, and then you have atmospheric, right? So once you learn the differences between them, it's easy to tear their whole shit apart. Refraction, or you have looming. Don't forget about looming. Looming is another one. So you learn what they are. It's really all you need to do. Learn the definition of each of the three that they have, because refraction is not even used by the military, right? They use diffusion and they use dispersion, I think. Diffraction, but anyway, they don't. Whenever they're using lasers or anything, they don't use that term because it doesn't. It's nothing that they come into contact with when they're using lasers. So people like to say when refraction is the bending of light or some foolishness like that, which is not. So that has to do with when like especially with the let's go with the black swan. People they tend when you're trying to get them to focus on the horizon. What they do is look at the oil tanker. It's all warped.
Right.
That's refraction. And warped with something you're looking at, but it's not going to bend light. You see what I'm saying? So right at that moment, and that's because of heat in the atmosphere and water and all that shit. They're not even paying attention to the fact that you can see the horizon behind the oil. What is it? The oil rig. So, I mean, they don't a lot of people don't even understand it. They invoke it, and they don't even understand it. So,
right.
It's an explain away an excuse. Yeah, they don't even understand it. If you ask them to account for it, specifically give you the numbers, tell you exactly how they wound up with that 10-mile horizon there in the 39-59-mile radius sphere, none of them have any clue. They don't know what they're talking about.
No idea. So, then that's really what you come with. Just learn the definitions of them. That's what I did to figure out. Because it used to bother me, like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, even before I knew what refraction was, I knew that atmosphere could not bend a laser, right? Because, I mean, you have, if anybody has, like, weapons or you have a pen light laser, right? At no point does that light bend when you're pointing at a target, right? I've never seen that happen. So, it might spread out, and that's because of diffusion. It's coming into contact with molecules, particles in the air, stuff like that. So, it'll spread out over distance, but it's not going to bend. It's just funny that's it. They don't know what it is. They just like to say it because they think it makes them sound smart. They
just want to prove globe.
If you want to make fun of them too, if you look at the voice stream or the live stream voice text, I put up just to share that rainbows are a result of refraction as an example. Now think of the Pink Floyd album cover, Dark Side of the Moon. That's light entering into a medium, changing direction and shape. So as Fraud was saying, you need a medium, two mediums, and have the light interacting with that and observing the change that takes place. Underneath that, I put up another 40 after the hour, what atmospheric refraction actually does. So just think of it like a mask. right? Where refraction is a mask that you wear, and visual things will change, but refraction cannot change the location of physical items. It's impossible. Like refraction can't pick up a building and move it.
Great when someone actually says, oh, well, the horizon is farther because of refraction, because then you can just go ahead and welcome them to flat Earth. Because what they're essentially saying is that because there will always be air, there will probably always be some sort of moisture or particulates in the air, and there will be a temperature gradient to some degree. They're saying that the horizon is at a location that could never be pinpointed or measured. So it could have never been measured in the first place, and so therefore the curvature could have never been measured in the first place. So they're admitting that there is no curvature to be measured.
Totally.
So you just say, oh, refraction, welcome to flat Earth, thank you very much. And they won't know because they're too stupid.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say just really quickly is something that people don't realize is the contributing factor of angular resolution and how that affects. Like, your eye has a certain angular resolution, and once items are beyond that, your eye can't deal with it visually, right? It starts to screw everything up. So then you start to get the interaction with the horizon and stuff. Sorry, Banker, go ahead, man.
Well, that's what they try to attribute to Earth curve, right? Is the angular resolution limit of the human eye, right? It's around the exact same distance that their geometric horizon is supposed to be, because that's about how
3
far
miles.
you can see, right?
Exactly.
But it is just optics, of course. It's not geometric because, you increase the angular resolution limit of the observer and you can zoom in further. You can see the horizon further. But like what they're telling you with like the black swan is that is actually a 1.2 mile horizon, but it's been distorted to look like this instead. So I think it's pretty easy. You just ask them, show me the 1.2 mile horizon that's actually there, and then we can talk about how you know it got distorted to look like that. They'll never be able to do that.
And angular resolution limit with the human eye, 3 miles apparently is in perfect conditions, 20/20 vision, 3 miles is the limiting distance.
Yeah, and that 1.225 number comes up in the Rayleigh criterion, right? Sorry, go ahead.
0.02 is the limit, I think it is. Anyways, I digress.
And then with the when you compare like a human eye to like say an owl or an eagle, so if you put a human that's 6 feet tall, you put an owl or eagle on a perch, it can see 3 times further than you, right? So they don't even understand these simple understandings. They don't understand it. Like, so if my ability to resolve an object is only a certain distance, the owl or the eagle can see 3 times fucking further. So it's going to be able to see that thing even further out as it goes out. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if I'm looking at a boat and then I can't see it anymore, the owl or the eagle can see, can continue to see it. It's like having a binocular. You know what I'm saying? So they cannot understand this, for some reason. They think refraction is causing it to go away. Not the fact that, hey, I just can't resolve it anymore. It's outside of my limit. Fucking retarded.
With reference to that, though, understand that the foundation that they're attempting to prop up that visual observation they are making, they still haven't understood the floor measurement. Who has confirmed that the floor is actually, in fact, distorted? Nobody's confirmed this.
Who confirmed what it actually was or what they claim it actually is in the first place in order to know that that's what's there getting distorted?
Mm-hmm.
You'll never get the answer.
In order for you to firmly destruct what's happening in the distance, you first have to understand what's propping it up. I can't talk about the things on stage, how they're being held up there if I don't understand the stage construction. Ridiculous.
Yeah, so it's like saying that there's a distorted unicorn on the horizon. You just don't see it because it's distorted, but it's there, right? It's just nothing but an excuse.
Bingo.
Like, they can't show you the thing that they say is distorted, therefore it can't be distorted. And they always like to say that you're saying, oh, so refraction doesn't exist? No, of course not. We're saying the curve, the thing that you say got refracted, that's what doesn't exist, because you can't show us that. You can't refract a thing that isn't there. Have we talked to Felicia?
I'm just looking through. That's Johannes's wifey.
Okay, cool.
It's been a family affair. They've been hanging out
Nice.
all day today, which is awesome.
Thanks for
what
joining.
about Rabbit 007? Haul it to the
He's in the lobby.
They're in the lobby now, or in the chat now.
firmament and stuff like that. Let's see what he has to say. Hi, Rabbit. How are you? Okay.
Now's your time to shine, Rabbit.
This is your chance.
Hitting the firmament?
Yeah. That's what he's talking about in the lobby.
What were you talking about the firmament?
I can't talk. He's got people around him. No worries. Feel free to check in and get voice verified at any time if you do want to talk, Rabbit.
Who's George 5?
He looks pretty new.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, George 5. Another strong silent type. All right. Fair enough.
So, the curve, the edge, they have something in common. They haven't been seen. They're both like pokeroo. Anybody seen the curve? Anybody seen an edge? Didn't think so. Just checking in. 24/7 chat.
Actually,
Go ahead.
He's from Space QE. I didn't know. You didn't know?
I gotta leave the surface to investigate the surface.
Exactly.
I gotta leave the surface to measure the surface.
You got to get as far away from it as possible.
I need a better vantage point. Check.
You can't do it from the surface. Try maybe getting 1,000,000 miles from it.
Well, today I learned that I need to get an education first so that I can get money and get to space. And then I can, once I get away from the surface, I can make an assessment on the surface.
Yeah, I heard that.
Got it.
That was bad.
I was like, hey, they've given me the number already. Like, I can just take it and plug it into an IRL condition, IRL standing for in real life. I can plug it into an IRL condition and actually just see if it works. Guess what? I don't even have to do that. I can stay at home and figure it out.
That guy didn't even follow his own criteria for proving the globe, though. He says, go get a degree, go get a job for NASA, and then you will know that it's a globe. Like you claim to know already, you mean? Without doing any of those things you just told me to do?
Ask them for the number. The number didn't come. And if you don't have the number, you can't. Like, how am I supposed to get a couch for my living room if I don't know how big my living room is? I need measurements. These are black and white. Numbers don't take language to explain them. I can write out a series of numbers and we can deconstruct it without having to explain anything. simply by that triangle with 3 dots standing for therefore. There are a series of calculations. You can destruct it. Sokotoa. Sine, cosine, tangent.
Is there any tech nerds in here? Because I'm a technophobe completely. I only got a smartphone like a month ago.
What do you want to know, man?
I want to know something, and here it is. Is Windows 11 any good?
Hell no, stay the hell away from that bitch. Windows 11 is like Windows 98 SE. Shout out if you remember Windows 98 SE.
See, we're going to chip in.
Yeah, no, it's not that good because like there's a lot of bugs and it's not really. I mean, it's not quite finished yet. So basically, just wait like 1 or 2 years until everything is resolved. Like, if you have a good Windows 10, there's no point to go to 11 yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I did look on YouTube initially, and there were loads of people moaning about it. That Linus guy and a few other people. So I didn't bother. Also, I've got to think about number 10. I don't know, this geometry thing, I don't know. It annoys me, quite honest. But there are certain numbers that, I don't know, resonate. 10 being a sort of complete number, but... yeah, I think I'll wait.
What have you got right now? Windows 7?
I've got Windows 10, yeah, dude.
Oh, no, okay, yeah, tell me. Okay.
With it. Don't change.
They keep offering it to me. I'm like, is it any good? If you look at the curvature of the Earth, that NASA says is, what, 23.4 degrees from 90. Do the math. So, you go exist in the math. Is that what you're telling me?
Say what?
No, this guy in the lobby.
Oh.
Sorry, everybody. I should have been more clear there.
I was like, wait, what? We got a number? Somebody seen the curve? Because again, if there's an edge, if there's a surface, there has to be an edge that you have to leave, and we haven't found it yet.
I mean, these guys are the consoles that you see at NASA and these other space agencies, all that. We don't think they're all in on it, guys. All right? They believe what you believe. They're just running a simulation. That's all. And then they all go, yay!
I like how they stay in the lobby and text, but they won't come in here. It's obvious they don't have any knowledge of what they're talking about. If they came in here, they would probably just be silent. But in there, they can text and say all the things they want to say, but they can't voice their opinion.
What about when you're talking in here and they tag you in the lobby because they have something to say? You ever have that happen to you?
Nah,
you be talking about stuff a couple times I've been talking in here and I've had people tag me in the lobby saying something. I'm like, bring your ass in here and say that, man. You talking shit out in their keyboard warrior and ass.
Actually, if you're at work, maybe if you're at work, they can't talk. But I mean,
fair. I respect that.
But it's just silly. I just think it's. I mean, really. I mean, like 12 or something. But if you're an adult and that's how you carry on, it's like, come on.
Yeah, I know that when I first came about, I was quite late to this topic because I was having some kind of existential crisis. So I was probably 2 years behind everybody from 2015. That was one of my first things that when I was like, no, just hand wave it away. And I've told this story before, but one of the things that calmed me down, because I did have to lay down. I mean, I was in a mess anyway, to be honest. I literally had to lay down. And the thing that calmed me down was just thinking, there's too many people. You know, I may not know a lot about this and that, but I do know a lot about the human condition. And it's just too big a lie. It's too big. And there's too many people involved. But then you realise there's something called compartmentalisation. Big word. And the people around there, they're on a need-to-know basis. The people that build the little bit that goes on the glove, on the so-called spacesuit, yeah, they're not all in on it, guys. I don't know how simply I can put it. Of course, you have to go into the old secret society business, you know? The secret handshakers. And, you know, I can paint you a picture from the Magi from Egypt, the degeneration of a very simple tradition. Beautiful religion once upon a time until it degenerated into what we see now with these fake priests, these people who they've just decided that they're going to be our masters. Now, people call these other people elites. I don't like this word. Not at all. I like megalomaniac. I think that suits them much better. Or egomaniac. The guy can't leave me alone. He loves me. Didn't understand me when we do the math from NASA. They say the Earth's curvature is 90 degrees, 23.4 degrees. Dude, you're welcome to come and talk to me. As you can tell, I'm a bit of a chatterbox. I can waffle all night.
Well, you didn't fully unpack that number for people to really observe what you just said, though, Andy.
Yeah.
What is 90?
The first thing out of his mouth was NASA. So there you go, right there.
And what is
Yes.
What is 90
Kiwi, please unpack that number for him.
Well, no, I'm going to say, what is 90 minus 23.4?
Yeah, I think he's trying to do the 666 thing, yeah.
Yeah. And there's 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. 2 plus 4 happens to be 6, not 7 plus 5 equals 12. Reference to this morning if you were here. But yeah, 666, it's everywhere in everything you do. Well, I can't say everything you do. I'm just saying that to be dramatic, of course.
My personal favorite is the the NASA countdown thing. Being like an acronym of Satan. So this is why they say T minus, because NASA's T minus. I do love that.
I don't get it. T minus.
Well, if you think of NASA and you rearrange the words, there's a T missing for Satan.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Thanks. Yeah, I got you there. Yeah.
They say T minus, so the countdown.
And the red tongue.
Now, when I actually Googled that,
around the logo.
I like that one. T minus NASA. I like that.
Well, I don't know. It could be quite meaningless.
It's still interesting, though.
It is. It's funny. But I Googled that, and then, I don't know, I mean, this is some years ago, but I don't know what I'd say now. But at the time, it gives you like two options, like it were, and I forget now, so I'm sorry, everybody, but it was something like, well, it just means time, or it means this other thing, or we just don't know what it means, is what Google says. Yeah, that's it. It stands for test or time. All right, we cleared it up. I'm going to restart my computer. And we're back. Anyone got anything they want to talk about? Yeah, Amish professor's on it. As I say, I get a bit frustrated with all that stuff. I'm not knocking you, dude. It's just sometimes people start reaching, and I don't know. I just get a bit like, ugh. But yeah, there's definitely something to it.
It's Amish professor. Yeah, I agree with you. And I think a lot of people do look into it too much and they reach wrong conclusions.
Yeah.
It's conspiracy with itself, this gematria.
Right, and that whole situation annoys me a little bit. Just going, like I say, I've been down that many rabbit holes. I don't really want to go down anymore. I've had enough. I've seen enough, and I'm just kind of done with it, to be honest.
Me too. I think it's part of this whole Luciferian maze that we've been stuck in.
So I do tend to invert anything the mainstream news tells me, though.
That's a safe bet. I mean, you could probably trade on that and make a lot of money. So yeah, I know I don't get on here that much, guys, but thank you for the silver recently. I appreciate anybody who was involved in that decision. If there was any decision, I don't know, but appreciate your trust. So thank you.
That was just well earned, and you definitely deserve it. I don't know if there's what the process is. I mean, I'm fresh myself, but dude, you demonstrate continuous knowledge in the chat and everything. I appreciate you very much, man. Very solid contributions.
Thanks, Kiwi. I appreciate you too. And I'm happy to see you're part of the Silver crew as well. I mean, you with your side stream too and everything. I mean, you've been in this game a lot longer than I have, and have certainly contributed a lot more. So, yep, appreciate you having on board.
Thank you so very much for the kind words, my brother.
I love that dude, that Mustafa video. It won't play on here for some reason. It did last time I posted it. You know, the black guy dancing outside the car. Like, it's Friday again. Saturday, Sunday. It makes me laugh so much.
I'm on my porch right now drinking some beers. The weather is perfect. Sun is out. No chemtrails in the sky. It's blue with some cumulus clouds in the distance. I'm like, man, this is the moment to cherish. Nice. You don't get too many days like this, you know?
Yeah, it's freezing cold here now. It's just sort of actually, we're quite nice, but for the time of the year anyway, the last 2 days has been really nice in England, but you really start to feel it now. Like it drops 5 degrees and then it doesn't really pick up again until March, April. Yeah. Now, I talked to Tim about that, actually, taking some vitamin D. But I've heard mixed things, so I'm not sure. I usually start to take vitamin D around Christmas time, but I'm not so sure now. But anyway, it's not
that
real.
Fish oil should help with depression too.
What's
Y'all
that?
in the northern latitudes there.
Sorry, I missed that.
So yeah, that and fish oil.
Oh yeah.
You know, yeah, when you're in the northern latitudes, can help out. Infrared blankets and lights. I used to live in northern Germany and used to have to do that during the winter time.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'd love to go to Germany.
Just get so depressed. Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just saying I've never been to Germany. I'd love to go.
Yeah, it might be a little too late now, right?
Yeah. Especially with my extreme views and all.
Yep.
Might never come back.
Hey, now's the time where you have to dig a hole and dig it as deep as you can, I think. Don't move.
Yeah, I just want some bratwurst and some sauerkraut. That's all I want to do.
Is that what we'll tell the border guards? Hey, man, come on. It's October. Oktoberfest. Come on. Let me in.
I want sausages and cabbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a BMW fanboy as well. You know, I really do like BMWs, but the thing is, I'd never own one because they're just notoriously unreliable.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
Hey, I'm a Volkswagen fanboy. I drive a GTI. Love it.
Nice.
That's playing for the buck.
What year's that?
I've got a 2014 Wolfsburg, and this is the last time that they started making them out of Germany before they shipped them off to Mexico for production. So I'm quite happy with it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because once they merged with the VW, Audi, Porsche, and everybody else joined in, the products definitely got worse. And the more complex they are, the worse they are, in my opinion.
Oh, is that ever true? Mine's slightly modified, so I'm probably going to take some years off its total life, but I don't care. It's a lot of fun. It's got the room I need for getting around. It's fast, suspension's tight. Yep, no complaints.
What do you do to it?
Yeah, so I lightly modified. I've got a spacer for the turbo. I've got an upgrade for the ECU. I did need a stage 2 downpipe, but it's basically got a beefy stage 2 tune. The downpipe that comes with stock is enough to handle. And the turbo back stock is enough to. A lot of people waste money upgrading those, and you don't need to. Right. I upgraded the rear sway bar for some extra stiffness around turns, and
nice.
Yeah, that's it. Audi R8 spark plugs.
Increase the spark plug on there.
Yeah, and they're gapped.
Nice.
So besides that, you wouldn't know. I haven't slammed it. It's already low enough to the ground. I've got enough speed bumps around here that I already scraped the bottom on. So, it's not about looks for me, but performance. Yeah. And I actually live out here in the farmland of Amish country, and we've got some good straightaways if there's not an Amish buggy in the way. So I told others, I'm like, hey, I probably should record my commute to work so you can see what I'm dealing with. I mean, I've got Amish buggies. I drive past an airport with some Gulfstream jets. We've got hot air balloons. There's a world-class pharmaceutical company nearby, and lots of farmland. It's like the craziest juxtaposition of technology and time that you could ever see. It's weird. It's like an episode of Lost. Everything's just thrown in together at once.
So you're right at the point of everything turning. You've got 2020 happening currently, and you've got 19th century stuff, right? Happening.
Absolutely. Yep.
Kind of sick.
Yep. It's really cool. It's kind of a safe place to live too, given our current times. I mean, everybody out here, if you're not Amish or Mennonite, you still got a backyard garden. Everybody's doing it. Yep.
Yeah, I think we need people like the Amish. Personally, I don't. Obviously, I'm in England, but we look at them as like backwards and stuff. And to be honest, sometimes I think they've got it all figured out.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably from the future, right? Everybody thinks they're from the past, but we're staring at where we might end up someday.
But like we were you, and we didn't like it.
Yeah.
So we went back.
And their numbers are growing, which is insane. They had a problem with inbreeding for a while, but that's not the case. They're getting new recruits by the day. And I didn't know this, but they've got communities all over the United States, like vacation hubs in Florida, on the Gulf Coast. I mean, they've got all kinds of stuff going on. Like, you can plug into their community and you're taken care of. I actually hired them to build my house. They did a great job.
It's awesome. I love that. I love
construction, man.
Yeah, dude. I love the fact that they all just gather together and build a barn, and and they all get around with these big tables and they all eat. I think it's brilliant sense of community. I love it.
Yeah.
But we've lost that, haven't we? Well, yeah, it's kind of just gone from our societies.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I can't speak. Of course.
Yeah, they're all flat earthers, right?
No, I didn't know that.
That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. That makes they have no love for the Copernican revolution and the Jesuit conspiracy. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
They teach flat Earth in schools. Some of the rebels are actually geocentrists. They're like, yeah, it's round Earth, but we're in the center of God's world, God's universe. But yeah, I know some people. A good friend of mine works with the Amish school systems. And I don't exactly know how she does. I think she just inspects their curriculum or something like that, and she helps them advance it. And she's a flat earther herself. I mean, she's part of a local meetup group I have, and she's like, yeah, they're all flat earthers. They got it going on, every single one of them.
That's
and
super
it's really
interesting.
Recognition too amongst Amish that leave the society. I got a crazy story. I've mentioned this in Discord before, but. So a buddy of mine now is at a bar that I like to go to every now and then in Flat Smack, and he's ex-Amish. He left after Rumspringa, which is when they can go out on 16 or something to roam the world and decide if they want to stay Amish or not. So he left. He's now a bar owner, and we were talking about this. He's like, yeah, so it's kind of like a thing that we have where we can recognize each other, where where if like we identify as a flat earther, we'll ask, how long have you known? And if you say something like you've known your entire life, then it kind of indicates that you're also ex-Amish too, because you grew up with this. So that's how they ferret out the fake Amish from the real, ex-Amish. I guess, a lot of guys, a lot of ex-Amish can't give it up. They grew up flat Earth. They know flat Earth. They get out in the world and they see this stuff, and it kind of grates on them. He was telling me just how crazy people are with the globe. Even though he left the society, he's like, I just can't do it. I still see flat Earth.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That's like what they say about the truth, man. You can't put it back in the tube like a tube of toothpaste. You squeeze it out. What are you going to do with it?
I can't release the idea. I can't give it up. It's the ghost that I've seen that I can't unsee. And it's the idea that I'm observing level where I am. And I know for a fact that my buddy in Timbo in Australia is seeing level as well. And he's constructing on the same principle. Where does the curve show up?
So your feet is touching the same level as his feet.
Bro. Same aspect, right? It's the same observed aspect level.
Right.
Perpendicular to down.
Yeah, everybody has the same down. It's still a trip for me too, man. I'm like 2 years into this. I was telling Wolfgang before, like, I'm still driving home from work, like, thinking, oh my gosh, the Earth is freaking flat. The flat earthers are freaking right this whole time. Unbelievable. How crazy is that? I used to think they were all nutters. What the hell's going on? I mean, I still have these moments, and I look in the sky, the sun and the clouds and the sky is all different to me now because I can see it for what it is. I don't have this crazy idea of the solar system when I do. I just look at it and I'm like, that's there, this is happening. Yeah, it's like connecting with creation and not some lie that's been overlaid in front of us. Feels good.
Yeah, they say that the Earth's moving up towards something you drop. I don't know if you've. I don't really keep up with it, to be honest myself, but I would, like you said, you sort of think about these scenarios, and I was thinking about, me dropping something and Tim say dropping something, and which one? Which way is it going? So
yeah, it's going like a pizza slice to the middle. No, what?
But yeah, I do find myself just sat there thinking, like, I'll be, quiet, I'll be still in a chair, and I'll just imagine this globe hurtling through a vacuum, covered in water, and it just seems absurd to me. I don't know how we ever.
Yeah. Yeah, you look at that GIF that people post of that corkscrewing double helix, whatever solar system with the sun moving through space. It's like, oh my god, like this is what I used to believe was real. No freaking way. I mean, I know the scales are all off, but yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, so I just tell people I don't know what the Earth is. This flat Earth term's a bit of I'm not sure about it myself, but it reminds me of mud flood. It's like a slug line. But anyway, when people talk to me and I ask them, I just say, look, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not flat, it's incoherent as hell, right? I mean, come on. But yeah, it's more of a realm to me too.
Mm.
It's a lot more mysterious than just being flat.
Right.
It's like you mentioned, like Tartaria. Like I'm not into Tartaria specifically, but stolen history definitely has a backing behind it. I mean, our chronology is messed up.
Like I said earlier, yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, I said earlier, the truth's usually in the middle somewhere,
Mm-hmm. Ding. Who is that? Hey, Sasha, I see that GIF you posted. That's exactly what I was talking about. Is that like life of a tadpole in a pond? In a vortex?
Tell me some more things about the Amish.
Well, I know their theology's a bit screwed up. I won't go there right now, but in my opinion, but they're against things like rubber products and plastics. They're kind of freaked out about oil.
Well, plastics. I mean, there's all sorts of, dare I say, conspiracy theories about microplastics and what they're actually doing. Perhaps confusing people with the gender and all this sort of thing. So maybe they're onto something with that.
I've wondered about that. And like the whole weird black goo conspiracy, whatever that's about. I mean, they just avoid and sidestep it all. Like, so they won't put rubber on their buggy wheels. They are wooden wheels with like a metal band around it. Nope, no rubber. None of it. They step away from hydrocarbons.
Well, they just pretty much stick to how they've always done it then. Nothing changes. They're just hardcore.
Totally like 17th century America and Europe too. I mean, a lot of them. So here's another weird thing I found out. Like most of them come from like southwestern Germany, but there's a large contingent of Russian Amish. There's something called the Old Order of Amish they're from Russia, and I'm like, what? Like Tartarian? Like, are you kidding me? What's going on here? And they've got like these. They're basically like hardcore Amish. Like if you can imagine what goes beyond typical Amish, these are those guys. Like you can't have an Amish buggy with gray paint on top to slightly reflect the sunlight. No, it's got to be all black top to bottom.
And what about doctors? Would they go to a doctor or?
That's a weird thing. So locally, we have. So in the doctor's office I go to, there is an Amish newspaper that's written in High German on the table, and it's because they get Amish people coming in. I can read German. I can pick it up and read it just fine, but it's written and it's local news written in High German. I'm like, this is freaking nuts. I mean, I'm kind of new here to this community. Been here about 6-7 years, and that was a total mind trip.
Yeah, I was enjoying looking just into history. Again, it's all a bit of a hodgepodge, so you can really know what's true and what's not. But apparently, a lot of people from where I live in Germany, the original people were Scythians. I don't know if you've ever looked into this, but have you heard of the Goths?
Like
the Goths and shit. Sorry.
Yeah, like Scythians, could they be related to the Scots? You know?
Yeah, that's from. Funnily enough, I was just about to say that. Yeah, they go to the Goth tribes. You know, you've heard of the Goths and the Romans and all that stuff.
Sure.
They paint them as these sort of backwards farmers who've never picked a sword up in their life, and it turns out that they were legends. They never really lost a fight. I mean, the only time they ever lost a fight was when they had sort of infighting, and they had Goths on the Roman side as well. You see, because they'd often steal their children, and they'd have them leading the Roman, garrisons and whatnot. So, yeah, the Goths, by all accounts, even don't forget these accounts that I'm telling you were written by the Romans. And they really respected these people. You know, it was all about integrity, and they went to battle and death like it was just honor. You know, it was just a thing. I don't want to say it's fun, but it was just the thing that they did. And like I say, they must have been extremely wealthy, and they didn't even want these gold and jewels, these trinkets. But they took them anyway just because they knew the Romans wanted them. But
Oh man, that
so
reminds
they
me.
weren't poor. Is the point? They weren't poor. They could have had anything they wanted.
Right.
Yeah, I can post you some videos about that if you'd like. But yeah, they were legends by all accounts.
No, go ahead and post them. I think it was C.S. Lewis who had this great poem who said, "The great Gaels of Ireland, are men whom God made mad. For their wars they are so merry, and their songs they are so sad." They love their war, and their songs are so bitter.
Right. I just reminded me. I just read a few passages of this book I've been reading for a bit. It's called The Veil of Isis by W. Winwood Reade, as a Scotsman, and it's from like mid 1800s or something like that. And there's an absolutely beautiful passage I'd love to read you. It's like goes into the sort of. I remember I read it to Tim, and because when we went over to Earth Awakenings, we went into this part, wherever you go, the chat thing where you're supposed to go. What's it called? Verification, whatever.
That was garbage disposal, dude. I hate that.
I was just sat there. Oh, sorry, predisposed.
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry. I thought you were predisposed. I can just keep talking anyway. Don't you worry. I'll just waffle to myself.
It's okay. I'm just laughing. That place is crazy town to me.
Oh,
it's just like romper room.
So anyway, I'm in this other server, and I was sort of I don't know, just reading something, I think. And then Tim just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and he's like, "I'm here to interview you about this." But he weren't. He was just taking the piss.
Like Art Tim?
No, yeah, Art Tim, yeah, who's Danish. Him,
okay.
He was just messing around, but it was funny. I'm here to interview about Earth Awakenings, this, that, and that. So anyway, we just got to talking, and we must have talked for 2 hours, just in this thing, the verification point. And I read him that passage from that book, and it's funny because the start of it is horrific, because it's talking about how these people turn death into a joke. They'd literally rip each other's hearts out and shit, when they'd have a big banquet and drink too much. And it's just totally horrific. But then I'm so glad, because I put the book down then, you see, and then we carried this conversation, and then just a short time later, I read him the bit after. And I'm so glad I did, because it then went into how kind they were also, and how, so it just sort of put a nice cherry on top, rather than just leaving him with this horrific scene of what they were, they painted this picture of them just being horrific. But no, they also had this camaraderie and this, I can't really explain it, the integrity about them that we've lost now, sort of thing. I ought to just go and fetch you and read it, but that'd be me going downstairs.
That's interesting to me. I mean, like if you aren't willing to go all the way to defend your people, your family, and that might include horrific things like what's been depicted. I mean, then what are you? So yeah, your enemies will certainly resort to reading or to writing about you in such a way to put you in a monstrous sight. But maybe you're just defending yourself.
But I mean, at the minute I'm studying these guys, Wilson and Blackie, and they make some outrageous claims like Jesus is buried in Wales, basically, in England.
I've read that stuff. Yeah, Alan Wilson's work.
Yeah. And what else is there? King Arthur's stuff they do is brilliant. But there's some outlandish claims. Some of it I think is warranted. Some of it I think, that's reaching. So you just got to use your own discernment.
My grandmother, who was born in the early 1900s, told me about the Welsh-speaking Indians.
Yes. This is what turns up.
River Valley, out in Kentucky.
Yes. This goes back. This goes back to like 5th century and before, even 800 BC. This language is called Colburn.
Mm-hmm.
Or Colburn, and
I'm partial to it.
The internet will tell you that it's it's all just a hoax, but it shows up.
It's a hoax.
Shows up everywhere.
It really does. It really does. In our own family lineage, I mean, we've got old records. I come from old stock in America that goes back to the 1600s. I've got old family members that were chased out of Jamestown, 1622, and had to flee for their lives from the invasion of the natives. But we've got stories of blue-eyed native peoples encountering my ancient relatives out in the hills of Appalachia.
Yeah. Bizarre.
How did that happen? Yeah.
I don't know.
Like late 16, early 1700s kind of stuff. Like, really? Yeah, what's going on here? I don't know.
So this guy, Asher Logos, he's done a hell of a lot of homework, a lot of research has gone into his stuff. But what I like about it most is I fall asleep to it. He's got a lovely, calming voice. He's got he's American. He's got a lovely, calm voice, and he just basically talks like this. And there's several videos of his I like, more than others. But sometimes he'll have like a lovely flute in the background, and it's so good to go to sleep to. So, because I've always fell asleep to philosophers, you see. I always used to fall asleep to Alan Watts and Eckhart Tolle and people like that. So now I'm falling asleep to this guy.
Yeah, go ahead and share. I'm definitely into this kind of stuff. So
yeah, well, I've just posted one. I can post you. Like I say, just go through his stuff. I'm not saying that it's true, but it's better than the TV.
Yeah, I'll drink to that. I don't know what's true about this stuff either, but I know what's been sold to me is not true. So there's that. All right, I'm going to have to get going, guys. It was really nice talking and touching base with y'all. I have some work to do, so I will see you later. I'm going to be listening passively for a bit. Yeah, likewise. Take care.
You do.
Andy, did you catch his one on Alexander yet?
Oh, yeah, I love this dude's stuff. I watched, that's the latest one, is it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet, but I've got friends that watched it, and they say I need to.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, you were an interesting guy, clearly. Yeah, I remember because there's a lot of talk about his horse. Even his horse is famous.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like I said earlier, I'm trying to paint this picture. And what I tend to do is I sit still, and then it's like I'm not thinking of anything at all in particular, and then the sort of dots sort of start to, come together.
Right.
And that's as best as I can explain it, really.
It's your subconscious still working in the background.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's not. This is an interesting subject, actually. Because there's the accumulated knowledge that we all have, and that the school certainly teaches you. I suppose that would be the crux of an IQ test. What you've learned and what you can regurgitate. But then there's something else, and I don't know how else to put it except that it permeates our bodies. This is why I often say the mind's clever, but the body's intelligent. You see, and I sometimes, it's a bit silly, but I refer to it as the internet in the sky.
Yeah.
And can we get in touch with that? And do you believe in divine inspiration?
Yeah, I mean that's what you're talking about. Things are connecting, and you're connecting things and learning things without you trying. It's just happening, kind of.
Right.
It's like one could say it's coming from within, right? So.
Yeah. And this kind of goes into Sheldrake's work about these sort of memories inherent in species. The shared sort of what's that thing they call the 100th monkey or something like that. And I've talked before about the sparrows that used to peck the cream from the milk. I remember that as a kid. I actually remember that happening because we used to have the milk delivered in a glass bottle, with a tinfoil top, and the little birds they'd peck away at the cream, and that became a countrywide phenomenon. They weren't telling each other. It was just something that was shared between that species. And they sort of did the same thing with rats, didn't they, or mice, where they'd send them through a maze in different places. It wasn't the same maze, so it wasn't smell. They were just learning it somehow. And, I often point to people who've been in a coma and they suddenly wake up and they're fluent in a different language. I mean, what the hell's all that about? They can still speak their own language, but suddenly they can speak fluent French.
Right.
Hello?
Yeah, and I mean, if you take this logic and apply it to human genetics, then it's even more mind-blowing.
Yeah, there's something going on in there a lot deeper, and we're all clearly connected, and that should be obvious. So, yeah, I enjoy thinking about that kind of thing.
Dang, I've been in the chat. Are we still live, ladies and gentlemen?
I think so.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. I'm just out here on this porch looking for some earth rotation. Y'all hear these chimes are ringing, but I don't think that's the house moving.
No, that would be wind, which is air. Air moving.
All right, just checking, because I know some people think that the house is moving, so just making sure.
Yeah, no, it's definitely air moving around and not moving with the ground.
That'd be something, huh? If these houses really were moving, that'd be crazy.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
I think that should be pretty cool. Like I would go door to door and tell people. I'd be like, "Yo, did you know your house is moving right now?" Like, what? No, for real. I can prove it. I would actually do that probably if they were moving. You'd blow everybody's minds. But the problem is, you go door to door and you're like, "Hey, do you know your house is moving?" They're like, "Nah." But they secretly believe that. Isn't that wild?
Not only are you moving, but you're upside down.
Yeah, that's another one. You have to think about that, how if we really are on a globe the way they say, then there are people standing upside down under my feet. There's sky under my feet. There's what else? It rains upwards under my feet. The sun goes under my feet. I mean, these are all these things sound absolutely bonkers, if you ask me. Now, the sun going under your feet. Go ahead.
And we're the crazy ones.
Yeah, these flat earthers are so crazy. Well, what did they say? Well, they said that these houses weren't moving. Wait. What?
That's pretty good. That's pretty.
I mean, that's... So who's the crazy one? If I'm saying the houses don't move and you're saying they do move, but you're normal and I'm crazy. Sign me up, dude.
Well, they'll say that it's not moving and moving at the same time. It's funny, we quiz people on that, and they'll say, "Oh, no, I'm not moving. The ground is." Or they'll say, "No, the Earth is spinning. The ground isn't moving. The Earth is spinning." They just totally contradict themselves in the same sentence.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to sort of trap them on, because all you're doing really is you're just holding up a mirror to their thoughts, their deeper, most inner thoughts about what reality is supposed to be doing. They haven't really thought about it. They haven't considered it. So you have to sort of put that mirror up and so here's what you think. And they don't like it. They really don't like it. What? Houses don't move? Of course they don't move. Welcome to Flat Earth, dude. That's what I'm saying. Wait, no, they actually do move, but relativity and all this. It's like I've got people to flip flop on this topic. It's one of the fastest ones they'll flip flop on too.
And not only is it moving, it's moving in 4 different directions at 4 different speeds.
Yeah, that's not even talking about the other vectors. We're being yanked in all these different directions.
Yeah. So which way is it moving? Well, it's moving this way and that way, all at the same time. But how's that possible?
You're asking too many questions. Just believe it.
It's relative.
Oh, I forgot it's ladies' night. Boys, we got 1 hour and 13 minutes and 30 seconds.
I haven't been around for that in a while. We still got some ladies' night happening here. That's good to hear.
Hell yeah. Usually get a pretty decent turnout. Maybe we can rile up the VC, get some energy going in here before the ladies pop in. We got to give them something to, like the opener, right? You have like a stand-up show. You got to have an opener for your main event. You got to have, like I watch MMA, you got to have some prelims. You got to get people kind of warmed up before the main event. So, yeah, we got this. We got the prelims right here. We got to get the crowd warmed up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live!
Nice. Yeah, I was thinking about that warmed up kind of thing. You talk to a lot of people when you get into this topic, about the topic, and you have hope for some of them, right? You think you're getting somewhere, and okay, they acknowledge, they've never seen the curve. Okay, they acknowledge no one's ever measured it. Great. Yet there's still this massive psychological barrier that gets in the way where they just can't recognize how simple this is, right? Like, well, if there is no curve, then there's no globe, right? It's that simple, right? Like, no, it's got to be. What are you talking about? And how that disconnect happens from a simple fact leading to a clear and concise answer just gets so jumbled. You're like, oh man, is there ever going to be any hope for you? You get lost on the most simple thing. Then you recognize that the picture here is a lot bigger and it's a lot deeper, and it started so young, and there's so many different aspects besides the earth that they're being lied to, that it almost as if they have to address everything when they just address that simple one question, right? They just can't accept that one simple fact to be enough. It's like, what? No, I can't.
You made me think of the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Acid.
Yeah, they want it. They want both, right?
Yeah, they want the globe with the lack of curvature. You can't have both.
Why not? I want gravity. I want it all. I want it now. Like a good old American. America.
Yeah, you can't have a globe without curvature. And so I think crypto touched on that. Like in a Monopoly game, you pass go and get one free claim. Like they would really like to slide with just one. Give me one or two free claims, and then I'll build upon that. Unfortunately, you can't do that. You'll have to build upon the foundation, that being curvature.
Yeah, something you can prove.
Mm-hmm. We actually talked to Matthew yesterday about this exact thing. He, coincidentally, name and all, is a math professor. And so I said, well, you know probably better than most that when you present a question to your classroom and you say, show your work, we all know what that means. And we all know why it says show your work. Anybody could just whip up a calculator, doopity boop boop boop, pop in the answer and write it down. It doesn't really demonstrate that you arrived at that answer using your own, 2 brain cells to figure it out. And so we talked to him yesterday about, well, why can't anyone show their work with this curvature measurement stuff? Oh, well, no one did that with the mountains. But Matthew, if you provide your classroom with a question and they start saying, well, here's some other examples where I don't have to show my work. That doesn't matter. I need you to show your work on this problem. This is what's on the table. And so we've been beating the same drum. Nobody showed their work for the curvature. And he was trying to do let me just pass go and get this free claim, and then see what happens.
Yeah, my surprise was, curvature. Okay, you've got a few distractions. They brought up the refraction thing earlier. Okay, you've got two different ideas you have to break down as well. Is it the curve too small? Is the ball too small or is the ball too big? Right? Can I see a boat going over the curve, or do I have to go to outer space? How far away is it? Is the math right? Like, am I really supposed to see the curvature of the Earth within this specific distance? Is that accurate? So there are some hoops to go through when it comes to curvature to completely understand it. But movement, holy shit, there's no hoops. They've got nothing. Like, you don't have to figure anything out. They just say, believe it or not, right? Like, believe it or not. I mean, Coriolis you can drop in a heartbeat, right? Like, okay. But the rest of it, they just say, yeah, believe it.
So, does Matthew whistle past the 3959, the radius?
He'll admit that there are calculations that have never, there's no direct measurement. But he would say, well, there's no direct measurement of the mountains either. But it's, right here.
So he'll lily pad with a comeback. Got it. Mm-hmm. That's unfortunate.
I mean, so even the most honest person will admit, honest baller, excuse me, will admit that there's no measurements.
Right.
I mean, I'll take that as a concession.
For sure. I fold that one up and stuff it in my shirt pocket, and I'm like, cool beans. And anytime I hear them squawking off about something, I'll just tap my chest and be like, remember what you said. Can't have that bass without space.
Hey. It's all about that bass. You got no space.
And that drop. Gotta have that drop. If your shoulders don't start moving when that beat hits, something wrong. You have to. Gotta park it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. And if that globe ain't there, you gotta drop it like it's hot.
There you go. Yeah, I don't usually talk about drop in that way. I probably in my, like, for example, like on this soundboard here, there's little tickers that say how many times I've clicked a certain button. So for me, in my vocabulary, I probably use the drop word like very little. But I know there are some people here that, like Sasha, will bring that up a lot, and you will sometimes. So I never thought to add this to the board until recently, but I'm glad you made me think of it there, Aki.
Well, it's the floor. It's the observation of ensuring the floor is, you tip your hat to the idea of the floor and the fact that the floor has to deform. That's what you're suggesting. Sorry, Clay, go ahead, man.
The misinformation on Witz's channel must be so strong that this is the third time almost, or even the fifth time or whatnot, that I'm subscribing to this channel. Literally, I get unsubscribed so many times. It's unbelievable. Like, you can't tell me that it's me or something. Like, I have subscribed to this channel so many times, and I always get unsubscribed. Yeah, anyways, I mean, YouTube is definitely not, deleting subscribers.
But you can't do this to me.
I'm not trying to advise anything here. Sorry, YouTube. You're the best. I'm like, you never do something wrong, YouTube.
You know how much I sacrifice?
What do you guys think about this 9.82 meters per second squared? What's the prevailing thought on that?
We'll drop whatever that thing is in some wind.
What do you want to know about it?
Well, I heard Whitsitt talking about it the other day, and he was talking about how this is electrostatics explains
I am nowhere like Witzit's wheelhouse is beyond my wheelhouse of understanding.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to go there. I'm just trying to get an overall feel. Like, what do people think of this number? Right? It's associated, gravity, right?
Yeah. So the big thing for me when it comes to gravity and how I observe it is the first thing I'll do is I'll ask somebody, how do you propose we demonstrate the observance of gravity? So if you want, that's my question to you is like, how would you demonstrate gravity?
9.8 where?
Sorry.
9.8 where? Where is that acceleration? In vacuum or in normal nature?
And that's what the question arises from is like, okay, what object can I use to illustrate gravity? So Neil deGrasse Tyson, his response to B.O.B. the rapper was to walk on stage and drop a microphone and say gravity and walk away. But everybody forgot in the moment that he picked it up, like his muscles picked up that item, right? So the deconstruction of the 9.8 is literally observing how did the 9.8 get to act upon that item. So it's the first question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with that for sure.
So that's my first thing is like, how did you, because by that same method, if you're going to introduce that there's an attraction force of 9.8 and it's called gravity, then by me watching a tree grow up, that tree is an anti-gravity machine or an anti-gravity growth. Like it's so stupid.
That 9.8 is not correct.
But whatever the number is, like it doesn't matter because even a 10-gram weight or a 10-gram piece of greenery, you know what I mean, can be set on a scale and it's held in place by their magical force called gravity. Yet I don't get the credit of picking up that 10-gram piece and putting it on the scale.
What about a blade?
1 kilo of sphere will not fall down the same rate like 1 kilo of sheet. The board.
Yeah, I think Sausage touched on it. It was brought up that the 9.82 meters per second squared was an average of some sort. And I question the equation itself. Is like, well, how was it derived in the first place, right? To associate it with things falling, fine, but you have to do some sort of experiment to come up with this equation. It's an average of what, right? So I guess I question the number itself because I never experienced or seen or heard of anything accelerating exponentially to the point where, who knows, right? The idea is foreign to me because we know that everything we drop hits terminal velocity, right? It stops going faster. So having an exponential equation associated with it in the first place makes me question, well, where did they even derive it from? How did they come up with it?
But to get to the place where I can observe gravity happening is a leap of faith.
Well, they don't explain gravity as that. That's not the scientific claim anymore. The so-called claim is bending and warping of space-time, right? That's a totally different thing.
So did we deconstruct it then? Does it still exist? Or are we just propping it up on the same leap of faith that we took to get there to observe it? Because I observe objects as energy. I see a weight. It has potential energy because it's listed on the side of it or on the top of it, whatever. I pick up the weight. I work with it. It's kinetic energy. I put down the weight. It's potential energy again. I feel the weight. It becomes kinetic energy. At some point in time, it runs out of that kinetic energy. Potential energy takes over. It begins to fall down, so to speak, and then it becomes resting or potential energy again. Right? But I find that it's blasphemous to class every single item that is held in place by one thing. Each item is to be observed under its own merit, i.e., its own weight, mass, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Excuse me for cussing, sorry. But yeah.
Not only weight, also shape.
Sash, why are you so damn quiet, guy?
Yeah, you are kind of low, Sasha.
Okay, it's not just me.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2, buddy. There we go. I like that.
Now you're there.
Yeah, that's my thought, man.
But yeah, not just weight. He said not just weight, but shape, and I'd also say the medium that it exists within, right? Like that obviously matters.
And height of the object. Drop something from aeroplane and tell me that is going 9.8 seconds from.
Now you're quiet again. What the hell are you doing?
What happened there? But yeah, I guess the idea is that 9.8 meters per second squared, there is no demonstration of it. There is no experimentation of it, right? This has never been demonstrated or shown in any capacity to be an accurate number. They say kids do something in school and drop something and they say they measure this. But I would say, well, what are they dropping? Where are they dropping it? And how accurate is this measurement, right? Like, obviously, to get an exponential number, you have to show incredible speeds at some point, right?
Like, stuff falling. What is falling? Nothing is falling. Only rain is falling. And leaves sometimes. And fruits. But nothing else is falling.
Are you saying rocks aren't falling from the sky?
Never.
No space rocks?
Space rock? What's that?
Well, what am I going to do on eBay now? I got a whole slew of space rocks.
Do we have any space rocks in the museum?
They're everywhere, man.
No, that is complicated rocks. They're not space. You are one of them.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Falling from the sky.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
You serious?
I'm complicated.
Dude, if that laugh doesn't get you like rolling, nothing will. That laugh is so funny to me. That scene is brilliant.
Makes me thankful I don't watch TV much anymore. That has to be something that was aired on, Discovery Channel or something.
Oh, that lady? Yeah. That's Michelle Thaller. She works for NASA.
Sounds about right.
CB, do you have that? She's saying that we have beautiful evidence. Something like that. We have beautiful evidence.
She was the one. I don't know about that one, Sasha. I know she was the one that was like, "It is not right to think that the Earth is flat." You guys have probably heard that one before. It's just not okay. Like, she's just cringe. I posted her little quick bio in the live stream.
He said it's not okay, and it's getting a little tiring having to talk about it. Bitch.
So spoke about Aristophanes, I think, in all that presentation.
Looks like somebody jumped into the Cogdis VC, so maybe someone will work their way out of timeout into here. Yeah. Looks about right, Kiwi.
What happened? Sorry.
I said that picture looks about right.
Bro, she has an uncanny resemblance to the troll. She really does. Got the bags underneath the eyes and
the hair.
Yeah, man. I'd like to know how she proclaims that something with a heartbeat can be related to a rock. Because rocks don't have heartbeats.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Oh, I just realized, you know who she's referring to, CB? NPCs, non-personality characters.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as life. Kind of like that guy earlier, huh? That guy we were talking to. There's no... Everything's in your mind. That was so cringe.
It's really how they sell the story, though, right? They say such fantastic things, it just blows your mind. Like, no way. I'm related to a banana. 98% of me is exactly like a banana, man. That's amazing. I came from a monkey, dude. Everything came from nothing. Absolutely nothing exploded into everything.
I used to believe that. Did you guys kind of believe that back in the day, or no? Or what?
That blew my mind. I was like, hell yeah, everything came from nothing. Hell yeah.
Yes, but without thinking, only like that. Yes, it happened. Without any thinking about that.
True. I just believed the whole. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That checks out.
Nature exploded and whole thing. Everything is in sentence. It has sense if you don't think about that. You forget it and say, yeah, that's it feels like that.
Well, nowadays I don't see it any different than like watching a good show or a good movie. You don't. I mean, I'm watching a show about freaking dragons right now. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, stories are made to make sense. Of course, it makes sense. Doesn't have to be reality, though. Stories are made to check out. You don't want to be like in the middle of like Harry Potter, like, wait a minute, that wouldn't work. No, like, you know what I mean? That you just kind of roll with it. Oh, the wand does this. Oh, damn, okay. Oh, that guy's a wizard. Okay, gotcha. So you just sort of build the narrative as you go. Oh, they have a spacesuit, but the spacesuit protects you from. Okay, you can't breathe in space. Okay, gotcha. Is it hot in space? Well, there's a sun, but it's cold. You just sort of build it as you go. I remember for the Big Bang, I would picture. Not even gonna joke, dude. I was like, well, I was thinking that maybe it wasn't just this one Big Bang. Maybe it's like a heartbeat. Boom, boom. Because they were saying like, well, everything's expanding, and oh, wait, now it's reversing. So I'm like, wait a minute, maybe it's like a heartbeat or something, and it's like we're made up of a giant cosmic giant or something. I was like making stuff up in my head that sounded good to me, and I was like, well, that makes sense.
I have problem with water again. Where fucking water came from? And only for Earth, and for nobody else.
You know what's crazy? Like pretty much just before my flat Earth awakening, I saw this thing about this article talking about a star that was shooting water. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Fuck.
Yeah, star found shooting water bullets back in 2011. I remember coming across this, and I was like, it almost like brought me to tears. I'm like, wait a minute, there's more chances in the universe. That's amazing. Here, I'll post a link.
Today I watched the Croatian TV. They had like that news about NASA moved asteroids successfully.
Oh.
Look at that sand. How do you say sand castle? The nature making sand castle, on the beach. Wind and water. Explosion making perfect mechanism. From chaos to the mechanism.
Fire team, this is a rescue mission. You're boarding the Tonga.
So let me post that link. I didn't grab that yet. Yeah, so how would that even make sense? They say they found a star that was shooting water bullets, firing epic quantities of water at Superman speeds, faster than a speeding bullet. A young star may be helping other stars to grow. Wow. Stellar sprinklers may help irrigate cosmos, studies suggest. 750 light years away from Earth, a young sun-like star has been found with jets that blast epic quantities of water into interstellar space, shooting out droplets that move faster than a speeding bullet. The discovery suggests that protostars may be seeding the universe with water. If we picture these jets as giant hoses and the water droplets as bullets, the amount shooting out equals 100 million times the water flowing through the Amazon River every second. Wow.
You are fake news.
Let's see what other space news is out there. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up on Ladies' Hour, Ladies' Night, and at the top of the hour, about 46 minutes or so. 45 minutes.
Because it's ladies' night and we feel it right. Because it's ladies' night and it's flat. Oh, right, it's flat.
Oh, and it's flat. Dum, 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 dum.
Oh, what a night. That was a great song, man. The remix. Missy, Elliott. Who else was on that? Angie Martinez. You know what I'm talking about, right? Have you heard the remix to that?
It's been a while. I think I've heard it before, but I can't. I'm not. It's not. Doesn't come to like forefront of my mind. But anything Missy Elliott's a hit.
Yeah, it's hot. You're right.
3 hours ago from the Atlantic, the Russian space program is falling back to Earth. CNN, 3 hours ago, astronauts returning home from the ISS. AP News, 2 days ago, world's first space tourist signs up for a flight around the moon. Here we go. Pioneer Dennis Tito books private moon trip on SpaceX's Starship. Dennis Tito.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
NASA 3 days ago, NASA confirms DART mission impact changed asteroids' motion in space. Julius? That's brilliant. You have to...
NASA shut down. NASA shot down kitty litter in space. That's what it looked like to me, anyways. A box of kitty litter.
Well, here's brilliant Euro news from one day ago. Scientists dream up a massive floating solar farm in space. Here's how it would work.
Find that one with when he closed the hole with the finger. Astronaut, because it was leaking.
So what happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Everybody dies.
Investing in space, CNBC, one day ago. You must be this rich to ride. Let's take a look at that one. Oh, and here's our boy Dennis Tito. A man who left NASA and built his fortune in finance. Oh, so this guy's in the club. Sorry, Felicia, did you want to say something?
Built his fortune in finance. A fortune he used to become a space tourist. Tito's no professional, though he did have to train for months with the Russians. Recreational astronaut. He paid his own way for a stay on the International Space Station in 2001 and wants to return on a SpaceX Starship flight to the moon.
So he's been in the club then. Let's see how much money you gotta have. It doesn't really say. Kind of a misleading title there. But it does say buying a seat for less than a small fortune is unlikely before 2030. But we have options. PC Mag 3 hours ago. Just look up how to track the ISS. Post these. Also, it is 4:20 for anyone that needs a reminder.
Alex, you forgot smoking lamp. I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything. I guess there's a new Air and Space Museum.
University of Central Florida one day ago. New NASA-funded study hopes to put risks of space junk on people's radar. NASA 2 days ago. Star duo forms fingerprint in space. You can check the live stream for screenshots. Actually, I'll just post a link instead. Oh my gosh, space.com. Black hole is burping out a spaghettified star it devoured years ago. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me post a screenshot of this one. I mean, this is... They're literally barfing out mom spaghetti in space, guys. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Space.com 10 hours ago, mysterious dust ring around Uranus spotted in rediscovered Voyager 2 data. So there's a mysterious dust ring around Uranus, published 10 hours ago. Dude, there's...
That's baby powder.
Dude, I mean, is this a new ring? Because that's old news that they discovered rings around Uranus. That was already pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the link.
Disgusting!
Freaking... Let's keep going. Hey, Lou, how are you?
I'm all right. Isn't it ladies' night, or are they going to just let us talk about rings around Uranus all night?
Well, we gotta hype it up, man. You got like an opener. You gotta have an opener for your main event. So I'm trying to open up this crowd, get this crowd going before we got 30 minutes. So
35 minutes. 35 minutes. The countdown.
All right, so get it out of your system, boys.
Yo, let's go.
Rings around. Never mind. I won't yell the battle cry. Sorry. It's flat. Hey, did we have a battle cry? Did we get one? We had a battle cry, didn't we? TB, did we find one this past week?
Did we?
I thought we found one. I don't know. I'm just talking on my ass. Never mind.
Heads up, I'm pretty sure I figured out what my next I might give it another go at Flat Earth parody music. I think I know what my next one's gonna be.
Oh snap. What'd you find?
I don't know if I should tell you guys. I should just probably save it.
Yeah, you should just do it.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm sure whatever it is gonna be brilliant.
All right, you know what? Nah, fuck it. No, Behind Blue Eyes, but the Limp Bizkit version. And like, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's really lame. But he's got like a Stephen Hawking going like LIMP discover. So I'm gonna change it to FLAT discover. You know, like that part. But yeah, I gotta get a good Stephen Hawking voice in there. And the lyrics to that song are already pretty good. Like it's halfway there already. Easy to move over to change it into a flatter song.
I like it.
No one knows what it's like to be hated. And to telling the Glober's telling only lies. I don't know exactly how that's going to go, but I think you're getting the idea.
Sounds good.
You don't have to lie to me, man.
I don't know the song, but I like the idea already.
You know the song Behind Blue Eyes? Come on. You might not know the Limp Bizkit version, but I know you've heard the song.
Let me look it up real quick.
And I figure for the parody title, it'll be Behind Globe Lies instead, Behind Glober Lies or Globe Lies instead of Behind Blue Eyes. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. You know that one?
It's weird. You were singing it as it was playing, like exact line, word for word. That was weird for a second.
It's meant to be.
Do you see that other cringe article I just posted? There's going to be a college football team wearing space uniforms. Oh my gosh. I think that might be tonight. Wait. Yeah, they're playing tonight in about 2.5 hours. Space U, no. It says, oh God. The UCF program will honor the university's ties to the Kennedy Space Center by wearing space-themed uniforms tonight. The all-black uniforms will prominently display Space U above blue numbers in a custom font. The inline of each digit shows the transit method for detecting an exoplanet, which involves observing a star to see if it dims. What the fuck is this? The numbers are outlined. The numbers are outlined in a reflective gray material, while the sleeve stripes are a nod to Spitzer Space Telescope and 2 exoplanets. God damn, I feel bad for any flat earthers on the team. The pants have a pattern based on the transit method and solar panels on the telescope. Oh my gosh. It says that
Space U should be playing against, like, I don't know, is there a Florida U, like FU?
they're playing against Temple. So we could put some brain references in there maybe. Here's the picture of the Space U on the front of the uniform. But listen to this. It says, the pattern fades from blue to gray, representing the light emitted from planets as they move closer. The shift can also be seen on the logo on the black helmet, which they claim is the darkest black they've ever used to emphasize the vastness of space. This is the 6th time they've worn a space-themed uniform.
Dude, there is this, have you seen this, like, they got a new, like, black paint that, yeah, it's supposedly, it's pretty freaking cool. And it absorbs more light than, like, almost all light. So it's practically like looking at a black hole. Like, even when you shine a flashlight on it, it looks it looks like a hole, like black.
Yeah. It's blacker than black. It's like black. That's black, yo.
Yeah, it's the absence of anything. It's got no reflective property whatsoever, and it's like you're looking at nothing.
You better be careful how you interact with it. There literally might be nothing there.
You know what's even worse? Like the very end of this article says they haven't lost a game ever wearing these space uniforms.
Bro. Yeah, you know they're channeling some crazy ass magic power with that stuff.
It's rigged.
Blacker than black, and that's black, yo. Black.
I hope they lose tonight just for that. Well, boys, we got 28 minutes.
If you want to talk about space poop coffee or anything like that, do it now.
You know what? I'll take you up on that.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is. Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit.
You've inspired me. I think I should go make a cup of coffee right now. Let's go. Coffee time.
When you're on an astronaut and you're doing a mission. I mean, he has a whole nother video where he talks about it. I don't even have that one on the board, but it's crazy. You need certain pleasantries. Hold on a second. A proper cup of coffee. Hold on a second.
So I think it's the most expensive coffee in the world. It's actually they collect the coffee bean after it's been. I forget if it's from a bat or some other rodent type animal or whatever, but the animal eats the beans and then it shits it out, and then they collect the beans and then they make coffee out of it. It's like the most expensive coffee in the world.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I watched. It's totally a hype thing. It's like for dummies, you know. It's not actually good coffee, but yeah, I have heard. Apparently, the animal has a certain something in their body that does something to the coffee or whatever. But I mean, that's weird.
So I know it sounds gross, but Don Pettit's not that weird for drinking poop coffee.
Well, I don't know. Because here's the difference. They're actually eating what it is the bat or whatever eats the fruit where the coffee beans reside. So they're eating the fruit.
Yeah.
The beans don't ever get digested or anything, so they come out and you just clean off the shit, and then you have the bean left over. So then you just roast the beans, and then you've got coffee. It's just a really
then couldn't you just go and collect the fruit and get the bean? Do you have to wait for it to be shit out by some rodent?
No, that's what everyone else does. But they're like, oh wait, there's these certain animals that eats the beans or eats the fruit, so we'll just sell it to these dumbass Americans and say that it's delicacy. It's probably how it goes, if you ask me. But Don Pettit, he's drinking coffee, pissing, and then making another coffee with that piss. It's not the same thing.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the Corvid.
Well, I'm going to skip that part. I don't want to say the actual
thing. The Corvid? It's okay. He said Corvid.
Corvid. Working from home, start off with the second most important activity that most human beings do after they get up in the morning. Get yourself a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee? You start off with the toilet and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee. What can you do to transcend from drinking your coffee through a straw from a bag into something that's more fitting for a proper cup of coffee?
Wow. And that wasn't Glat Flobe just pretending to be him. That was him.
Well, bag. I don't know how he talks like that. Space station?
A proper cup of coffee.
He said, "Work in a few pleasantries," and this was the screenshot. I didn't even make that. I just grabbed it right out of the video.
What? Liar. Fucking gimp mask and fucking some rails.
He's like, "We gotta work in a few pleasantries." Like, what? We're just talking about coffee, man. Relax. Like, whoa.
Get the gimp. The gimp's sleeping.
A coffee. So we float around the corner to where the galley is, and you can hear all the machinery. The pumps are pumping, and it's going chugga chugga chug. And
all right, I can't do this. Going on mute. Just, I gotta take care of something quick. Be right back.
Oh, good. That was Lunatic, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got about 20 minutes and 50 seconds. Gentlemen, if you got something to say it with your chest. I think shout out to Kiwi. I added that to my board today.
Say it with your chest.
So, I'm always listening.
Timon! Yeah? Ever wonder what those sparkly dots are up there?
Pumba. I don't wonder. I know.
I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
Who told you something like that?
Yeah.
What mook made that up? Oh!
Yeah, pretty dumb, huh?
Oh, you're killing me, son.
I love that clip so much. Yeah? I don't wonder. I know.
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place? What the fuck y'all talking about? The moon landing. That's bullshit too.
With all the brainwashing and propaganda that's in Disney material, you wonder why they do that kind of stuff sometimes. Why do they put that in there? Is it just to sort of like appease the people that know? You know, poke fun at people that know?
Well, I think Disney knows, but I did chop it up just a little bit because it doesn't go exactly like that. But that it does work really nicely, though, when you put it back together the way I did. But yeah, no, I think Disney knows something. Walt and Pixar. They made a short film back in the 90s, I think, maybe earlier, called Knick Knack. I'll post a GIF. But this was like, for me, I grew up in the 90s, so like before like Lion King and these movies and stuff, they would show these little shorts that Pixar had done. And one of them was this Knick Knack short. If I can get the good one. Here it is. So they show this guy in a snow globe, basically. And he's trying to get out, and he tries to blow it up. You know, what is that, Operation Dominic or whatever? And then he ends up pushing the snow globe off this shelf into a fishbowl, which is what he's not at Operation Fishbowl. But he can never get out of the space you. Yeah, he can never get out of the dome or whatever, you know. So yeah, I think they know something. Maybe not everybody that works there, but somebody.
Yeah, the more you know, the more it gets, right?
Definitely. Well, I guess we still got a little bit of time before the ladies jump on, if they do come around. Maybe we could fill the time with some fun. Let's see what I got. We've been doing a little bit of space trivia lately. Maybe I could ask you guys some questions. Unfortunately, these questions are all booty. And they're hard to find some good ones, and most of them have nothing to do with the Earth at all.
Any, mini, miny, mo, catch a glober by the toe. Go ahead, CV.
Test your knowledge of the universe.
If he hollers, let him show he knows nothing about the globe.
Hey, let's
Got
go.
him.
I think I hurt my throat. Excuse me. Operation Fishbowl? Bruh. Operation Dominic? Bruh.
It's a good. I should pull the real clip up. It is a very, very cool clip that they made. A short film. It's called Knick Knack. Let me type that out for you. Definitely worth a little watch. This website sucks.
Ain't a game, ladies and gentlemen.
I got a good clip that I got to get my coworker to send it to me. Someone sent it to him, and it was a link on Instagram, but neither one of us are on Instagram. So when he tried to dig it up, it all of a sudden he couldn't see it anymore. But maybe one of you guys could freaking find it. There's these two, I don't know, young kids, young boys, and the garbage cans where you step on the pedal and the lid pops up.
I have that.
They're twins or something, and they're taking turns stepping on the pedal and smacking each other in the face with the garbage can lid.
Yes.
And they're just laughing their ass off about it for a couple minutes. And the whole I was laughing my butt off at it, but I'm like, oh, they're gonna like this in this server. This is he presented it like this is proof that we're going into idiocracy. I'm like, no, this is just how globers start.
I've seen that. I have that video saved on my phone, but oh, here it is. I found it.
Yeah, find that.
I found the GIF at least. It's funny. It's so cute because the kids are laughing. Like, that's just good old horseplay.
Yeah, man. Oh, but you're never gonna get the full thing with just a GIF. You got to get the laughter, and you got to get because they take turns like 10 times in a row, and just keep doing it.
Oh, to be a kid again. That's a good question. How many linear dimensions physical space is? Wait, in how many dimensions is physical space often conceived?
3.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a trick question, but it's not. You're right.
Yeah, no, I think it's supposed to sound like one, so people say like 11 of them.
Yeah. That's what I was looking at. 11 dimensions.
Yeah. I'm going to give people a head start, just like last time. I still killed it.
Yeah, you smashed it last time. Let's see. This one might be a little bit more tricky. Which stars in space can spin 600 times per second? I would never guess this.
Quasar?
No. There was a children's show on Nickelodeon. First name Jimmy. If that's a good hint.
What's neutron star?
Yes, there you go.
There you go. So what percent of the solar system? What? How many? It says how many percent of the solar system takes up the sun's mass? How many percent of the solar system takes up the sun's mass? That's not worded very well.
Throw that one out. That's stupid.
It says 99%. I don't know how that makes sense though.
What?
I'll post a screenshot of that. How many percent of the solar system takes up the sun's mass? 99%. That's a good one. We'll ask a Glober. See if we can get that one right.
It's just a completely incoherent question. And all of a sudden, you know how they're always like pretending like they don't understand your question? All of a sudden they'll be like, oh yeah, I get this. Yeah, you guys are stupid.
Yeah, I know. How did you guys not get that? Yeah.
Right.
Oh, man. Okay. It says, how many times... God, these are worded very poorly. How many times an asteroid about this...
These are written by some dude in India, man. Fucking get a different...
It's how many times... I think it means to say, how many times is an asteroid about the size of a car enter Earth's atmosphere?
Per what? Per year? Per month? Per day?
Yeah, it says once per year. Yeah, these questions are trash. Where is the highest mountain known to man in space? Look, it says it's on an asteroid.
Mars.
Somehow it's on an asteroid. Like, dude, how do they
Really?
Like, I know,
Asteroid
like,
was,
really?
Asteroids can have mountains.
This is just ridiculous.
I was off. I thought it was that giant volcano on Mars.
I did see a question about that. It says, which volcano on Mars is 3 times the size of Everest? Guess it has a name.
Oh, they want the name?
I'm not even going to try to win today's trivia. This is stupid.
These are stupid. Yeah, these are stupid. I'm going to go. This is not
it Olympus?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
There you go. That was bonus question there for Twa. Yeah.
We should do this week in NASA news, right? They successfully nudged an asteroid out of position. So there is hope for mankind not to be hit by giant space rocks.
Could you imagine an F-150 coming our way? Oh, man. That's what they're trying to sell you on.
We also have an announcement of Tom Cruise being the first so-called non-government employee to go to space.
Yeah, they wanted to say he filmed a movie for, what was the movie? Mission Impossible? I've been waiting for Globers to come in here and be like, don't you know they filmed Mission Impossible in space?
A minute. I mean, didn't they say like Bezos and Shatner and like freaking some like didn't they? Even though obviously we know that they didn't go to freaking space, didn't they just get done calling them like space like tourists?
Yeah. Shatner came down with a speech ready to go. He was in good form. Good form. Yeah, I think that happened this week too, right? Shatner and Bezos shot up in the sky for 10 minutes, came back down.
Wait, they went again?
Oh, was this a long time ago?
This was a few months ago. Yeah, this was a few months ago. They came back. They had their cowboy hats on. They were spraying friggin' champagne all over everybody like they did something.
Nice.
Well, yeah, they just released it back in the I saw that. It said, I saw death, William Shatner. That was the article that was shown to me, at least. I saw death. He also
Green and blue women, not quite women, in miniskirts. Oh, it's a terrible Shatner impression, but I think you get the idea.
Yeah, CNBC one day ago. White House is pushing ahead research to cool the Earth by reflecting back sunlight. Great.
Four minutes. Ladies to the floor, ladies to the floor. 4 minutes, ladies to the floor.
Calling on broads, calling on bronze.
They don't really have to wait till 4. If they're here, they can start talking.
SpaceX and NASA targeting separate moon launches days apart. We're going back to the moon, boys.
Let's go.
I know. I'm glad you, Themor. I've been looking through the space news also. It's so fun to go through it. Most of the time, they just put stuff on my screen that's ridiculous. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is this? I remember they said something about marbles on the moon.
Yeah, no, it's like Morvis just was saying. It's all tabloid, like clickbait shit that pops up for space movies all over the place.
They sprinkled on NASA.gov stuff in there, though. You'll see it'll be like NASA.gov. We did something crazy today.
I mean, it's years and years old already, but that, like, Analema Tower, if you're not familiar with that one, that's, like, it's actually relevant because it's kind of related to what they were saying they're doing with this nudging an asteroid and all that. But yeah, probably like 4 years ago or more, like on a bunch of magazines and whatever websites, like, put out this article. Forbes had it for this Analema Tower where it's supposed to. They were talking about by like this year or last year even that they were supposed to be going and doing a test about wrangling an asteroid. Basically, they want to tow an asteroid into the Earth's orbit.
Yeah,
and then and then they want to dangle the world's largest skyscraper from it and have a traveling skyscraper that moves between like New York and Paris or something.
Wow.
Well, if the moon and space was really what they said it was, wouldn't we be doing shit like that right now?
No, because that would still be impossible, dude. What the fuck do they come up with this? How do they come up with this stuff?
I know. I don't know how they come up with this. It's wild.
Well, you're going to dangle a string from the moon to Earth, right? And just shoot up it and like.
Well, yeah, it's the whole idea also with the space elevator, but and with all that stuff a decade ago, like they were talking about how it's, because of carbon nanotubes, like it becomes a possibility because of how strong these things are and strong and light. Their tensile strength is so great. Like, but even then, it was like all these ideas of like a space elevator doing that. It's just in fantasy land. Like the speeds at which the shit would have to be traveling. Whatever. There's a lot of flaws in any thoughts like that. It's all just dreams of dumb globers, not like actual science.
But why, guys? Why would they lie?
Like this Analema Tower, like I think somebody worked it out. Like it would be traveling at like Mach 4 or something like that, dangling above the skyline here. And how would anybody get on or off the fucking tower?
It's all relative, man. It's all relative. I know the answer to this one. It's gravity. Yeah, they'd use gravity.
Hello.
Somebody said this the other day, and I haven't verified it yet. Does anybody know if the all the Snell's law, refraction, all that kinds of stuff, does that actually presuppose the radius into the math?
If you're talking about like 7/6 R, yeah, of course, that's the R.
No, the Snell's law is separate. That's like just dealing with changes in medium. So it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, I understand that, but when somebody said the other day that the way that they do the mathematical refraction, just like the way that they do surveying, they presuppose the radius 3959. They introduce that number into the math to get the number that they want. They presume the radius and then come out with a mathematical equation that demonstrates the radius because it was introduced into the equation. And I wasn't sure if that's true.
Exactly. That's what they basically. Yeah, that's what they did. They say this is how far you'd see on the globe. Here's with refraction on the globe how far you would see. So all they did was just extend the distance that you could see. They extended it like the dude Rumpus said with enough refraction you'd see the back of your head. it's still the light just loops around like a complete circle all the way around, and you'd be looking at the back of your head.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, Rumpus is just a highly respected troll for the Globers. Like, this, seriously, he's just, I don't know why they freaking like when he's in there when he's talking, like they're all like hanging on it. Like, all the other Globers are like, Rumpus, what do you think? Like, dude, that
Rumpus is an
fucking
ass.
trolling me, dude.
Yeah, dude. I haven't had good interactions with that guy at all. And Rumpus is also the name of what is the butt part on a pig or something? The butt, the rumpus.
Well, it's now become a verb as well, and it's hilarious because I'll be hitting people in real life on a date. I'll be like, "Dude, you're rumpusing me," and people will know what I'm talking about. It's like, dude.
Yeah, people get it. I use it from time to time too. Like, quit rumpusing me.
Yeah, that dude exists for the same reason that a guy like Louis Farrakhan exists, bro. Because religious extremists like religiously extreme leaders.
We do, we don't.
Who's a good example of an extreme religious leader these days? The Pope?
Well, I would say Louis Farrakhan for one. That's why I mentioned it.
Neil, or any academic for that matter.
That's what I was going to say. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Or any of these goofballs.
Just want to read this for impact purposes. He caused a rumpus with his flair for troublemaking. Sounds about accurate to me.
Would an astronaut classify as an extremist religious leader?
Yeah, I was thinking Don Pettit, honestly, bro, because that guy says outrageous things and people eat it up.
Guys, if you have any lady friends or know anybody, so go ahead and send that DM, send out some pings. And if they don't come, well, I'll be a lady. That's okay.
No, please don't.
See, there's a Felicia in the chat. We got Vandegar has some questions. Hey.
Do you hear me?
You guys, is he low for you guys too?
Vangadar, you need to speak up a bit.
Yeah, bro, I think so. I think so,
My mic
CB.
is a little bit weak. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah, we hear you good now.
Yes.
If you want to hear me, I guess you have to volume
I'll
up.
crank you up, but yeah.
No, I'll turn them up. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, welcome, man. I'm glad to have you. I saw you said in the chat that you were a globe earther. That's fine. We're
Yes.
glad to have you. No, I'm just messing around, but we're definitely glad to have you. I would say there's 22 people in this call, 20 besides you. I would probably assume that most of us were globe earthers our whole lives. So we're right there with you, bro. It's okay.
I did ask a question in the chat. How did you come to conclusion that the Earth is flat? I'm curious. How did this happen to you?
Good question. It's a good question. Does anybody want to take this? Acid or anybody feeling chatty today?
It's what I see, right? That's how you know. You know because that's what you see.
Yeah, well, I would say that I don't think. Well, for me, I didn't wake up one day and then just was like, you know what? I think it's flat. Like, it's more of a. You know, I woke up my whole life, every year, every day, thinking that it was a globe. So when I heard the words "flat Earth," I'm like, what? What is that? And so I think the first step is sort of going to check on the thing that you currently believe in. Yeah, so we all believe. We believe that the Earth was a globe and it has a specific size and everything. Yeah. And so we're just wanting to go and check to see if that's really true, what they say about the globe. And I think that the problem is that upon your investigation into the globe is where it starts to fall apart, unfortunately. So I don't think people woke up and just concluded on a one-day thing. I'm going to conclude today that it's flat. I think the globe starts to fall apart upon your investigation. So I think that's one of my first recommendations is let's go learn about the globe first. Like, Van, do you know how big it is or how big it's claimed to be?
I don't know how big exactly it is.
That's okay.
I have a rough idea of how big it is. I'm a guy that like to ask a lot of questions.
Questions are good.
Yes. I like to question everything in my life. So
yeah,
I'm trying to understand what is the logic behind the statement "Earth is flat." I like to know the steps of your investigation. How did you prove to yourself that Earth is flat? Because I'm trying to see valid points in your statement "Earth is flat," but
okay.
in my mind, is very hard to even see a bit of valid points that the Earth is not globe. Everything, my common sense and my logic points to that Earth is globe.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. We can definitely get there. So I think the investigation starts with addressing the claim that's on the table, being that the Earth is a globe with a specific size. So we aren't actually claiming that the Earth is flat. We're trying to address the original claim of the Earth being a globe. For example, Van, if you came into the VC and you said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Van. I am 7 foot tall." So then that would be a claim that we would then start to investigate. Let's test that claim and see if it's really true. So the globe has a claimed height as well. It's claimed to be, the radius is claimed to be. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't even think that the Earth itself is a globe. If you remove the water from the Earth, you are left with a piece of rock. In reality, the Earth as we know it, the hard Earth, is just a piece of rock that has strange shape. That what makes it a globe is because the water can take any shape and can fill the gaps between this strange shape. So that's why I think first point that I think the Earth is globe. Because
is it just me or is he coming in real low?
Yeah.
You have to crank him up.
I've got him at max, and I've got volume turned right up.
Yeah, maybe just if you have to be quiet, I understand. But if you can say
it, that's from my mic. It's not because I'm quiet. I'm screaming actually.
I guess if you're in the channel, turn them up, guys.
Do you hear me clear now?
Yeah.
A little better. Okay, I will try like this. Did you hear the last thing I said?
Definitely. And I think what you were saying, I think most people would agree that, like, under the water, it's probably a little lumpy, bumpy. Yeah, I get that.
Yes, and the actual shape of the Earth is like asteroid. It's not spherical. I think that what makes it spherical is the water.
Okay.
That feels that's my point. It's for me it's logical because when I go outside, I see mountains, I see stones, rocks that have similar shape.
Right.
Yeah, that's called topography.
Yes.
What's Mars's
Yes.
excuse?
So it's
wait, guys, hold on.
It's common sense to me that the Earth, with the water that fills the gaps, it's
Yeah.
a sphere because we live in 3D world.
Yeah.
And it's more believable.
Yeah, well, that's perfect. I'm glad I don't mean to interrupt, but actually the water that's the important, I'm glad you brought that up, that you said that's where it would be curving over the water. And so that's one of our tests. We go and test to see if the water really is curving.
Yeah.
So do you think that water curves, or would you say that water doesn't curve, or?
I think the water is curved, but dirt is huge.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard to see it with simple eye. If you go to the beach and if you try to look really further into the horizon, you will see a tendency that more far you try to look, it's like there is something that is disappearing slowly.
Yeah, like a ship going over the horizon.
No, the ship. I mean, if you look really hard with your eyes, you will see like more far you look, it's like the water is trying to go down. That's how I feel.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess my question would be, is there a certain size where the water starts to do this, or is it always do this? Let's start with an example of a bathtub. Does the water curve like that in a bathtub?
No, the bathtub is above the sea level. The water is the water in the bath. It takes the form of the bath, so there is not enough space to. I think everything have some kind of force. If you understand me, or energy.
Yeah.
If you put a water in certain object, that object with his shape will contradict with the water. So the water is taking that shape form. That's what I think. So for me, it's not a valid point to say that the water should be curved in a tub or a huge pool.
Okay, no, I was just asking because some people, to be honest, Van, some people will tell you that actually the water is curving in the bathtub. So I just wanted to get your take on that. So maybe we go try natural bodies of water, maybe a pond or a lake. And we're talking about the water at the surface, of course, the surface of the lake or the pond. Would that water be curving as well?
It depends of the shape of the lake, or it depends of the shape.
Well, remember, keep in mind, we're actually talking about just the surface of the water. So not like if you were a bird in the sky and you were going to trace around the lake. Of course, like you said, like the rocks and things it's kind of a regular shaped. We're actually talking about like if you were to put your eyes, like your nose in the water and your eyes are above the water. We're actually talking about like the surface of the water itself. Is the water? Would you say the water is curving at a pond or a lake or anything?
I don't think that the water in the pond is curving because usually there is a river.
Level.
To
Okay.
have a pond, you need a river. That river is going down. I mean, there is force, and that force is is working on the pond. So I don't think it's hard with English.
Could you maybe demonstrate that for us somehow? Show us something, anything that proves anything you just said. Maybe.
I think to
would
water
be
to be curved,
more interesting.
it need to be still. I think so. To see the curve in the water, it need to be still. That's what I think.
So, but not in a pond or lake, but maybe something bigger. You're saying
Yes,
like
something bigger. That there is not a lot of force working on that type of water container, because if there is a pond, usually there is a river that go into the pond, and there is a force that is working with that pond. You can't say that it's not still. It's not in perfect still shape. That's what I mean. You need a bigger mass of water to see the curve. That's what I think.
Okay, so maybe like the ocean.
PB, can I ask a question?
Could I just wrap this point up into a quick little bow, and I'll hand it off to all y'all really quickly, because I think we're sort of getting right to where it originally started. We can circle back right here. So then the bigger bodies of water, like the ocean, would be curved. So this is what takes us back to the size of the globe.
Yes.
So we need to know the size so we can test at what distance would that curve be where at the water. And so that's why I think it's important to know the size.
I don't have the information of the exact size of the
That's okay. We can help you.
I can't do that experiment myself. So if I can't do it myself, I don't think it's a valid argument in the discussion.
That's fine. You don't have to yourself. We're not requiring you to go measure the Earth, I guess. The thing is, though, this is the globe that you likely believe in, the one that we're supposed to believe in, and the one that everyone else believes in, the one that has a specific size that we're about to address. But BK, did you want to go ahead with your point?
I was just asking him. He said as long as energy was acting upon water, it wouldn't curve. Is that kind of what you were saying, bro? If this water wasn't perfectly still, it won't curve?
Yes.
Where is the ocean perfectly still?
Sorry, I'm trying to say that if the energy that's interact with the water is strong enough to alternate the shape of the water, I don't think the wind in the ocean is strong enough. I mean, there is a lot of mass in the ocean.
You just went from perfectly still water to raging waves.
I think you guys I know he's saying things that that we know are silly, and I think he does too. If we explain it to him quickly, we could probably kind of cut to the chase with him a little bit, like get rid of the semantics and stuff like that about the shape of the pond and the the tributaries to it or whatever else, right? Like, does water at rest seek level? Or is water at rest level, or does water try to seek level?
The ocean water is at a level.
So you're gonna say that there's different. It behaves differently depending on the size and the shape of the water, of the container.
Depends on the sea level and the force.
Okay, that's okay. Sea level, yes, sea level, yes. Right? And so sea level that's a pretty good baseline, right? Like it might not be, sometimes the water when there's waves, it's going to be the tips of the waves will be above sea level, and the crests and the valleys, right? The valleys might even be below it in high winds. But you're talking about an average sea level, right?
Yes, average sea level, yes.
Or mean sea level.
Let's make one thing clear. Even if the Earth is flat, there should be a sea level, right?
No, especially because the Earth is flat.
Okay, even if the Earth is flat, there should be a sea level. There should be a point where there is 0 meters on the scale, because you have below the level of the water.
Technically,
And you have
curvature is a
above the
change
level.
in altitude. Curvature is a change in altitude, so no, there would not be a level at which you could say the sea.
See, like, and no, I mean, I've heard this argument plenty of times, and I disagree. See, like, to say that, you have to actually put yourself into their model. Like, if they were correct about their model, about living on the ball and how they think it works, then level for them is not a straight line. It's a sphere. Level is a sphere for them.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that if the sea level, if the Earth is globe, the sea level have a curve. That's what you're trying to say.
Absolutely. In fact, all bodies of water would have that curve, no matter how large or small. But you wouldn't be able to test for it over a very small body of water, just like you said earlier.
Yes, I understand that argument. What I'm trying to say that even the Earth is flat, you should have a point where the sea level is zero. The only difference should be that sea level is not curved. That's what I'm trying to say.
Correct. I think we're exactly on the same page.
Yes,
and so the thing is, we actually want to go and test
Yes, and the
those
other
bodies
thing
of water for the curve.
my English is bad. The other thing I tried to say is that to see a curve in the water, it need to be still. One of you guys told me that if the sea sometimes have waves or hurricanes or some tsunamis. I don't think if there is tsunami, you can see the curve on the water. So
yes, but no, you're looking for a situation which would be a very bad day to test.
Yes,
but you could find a calm bay, or
that's what I'm saying. I said that to see a curve in the water, you need still water.
Yeah, and you can find that. You can find that in ocean, like maybe not the open ocean would be a tough place to do it, right? But you could find a bay or a port somewhere, right, where they have like a breaker wall. Those things are large. Those are large areas. You could or a large lake, like you said, lakes and ponds would be too small, but that's not all lakes are as small as you're probably imagining. I mean, there's some very large lakes, and you can find very calm days.
Yes, but there is a lot of forces that's interfering with the water. What I mean is, it depends that the topographic terrain is.
You're telling us all about how you found out the Earth is curved. Is this how they proved to you the Earth was curved? They said the oceans are curved.
That's not how. I never heard him say that.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think. Yeah,
he's saying that he sees it and you can see it when the water's calm. Is that how it was proven to you that the Earth is a ball? How was it proven to you that the Earth is a ball?
No, I didn't say that. That's a question you asked me. You asked me that. Do I believe that the water is curved? I said yes, but it's not how it's proven to me that it's a globe.
So
that's
how
a
was
question you asked me?
How is the Earth proven to be a globe?
The Earth was proven to me not by someone, it's by my own experience. What I'm trying to say is that when I believe that there is all kinds of energies, forces that contradicts with each other for the world to exist. And it's logical for me things to rotate, to create energy with rotation. That's why I think that the theory of the Earth is a globe is very refined for me, because I believe that something to function needs energy. If the Earth is flat, cannot create energy, cannot exist in my mind. That's how I think that is globe.
Yeah, that's known as an appeal to incredulity. It's not a logical stance.
Why is not a logical stance?
It's called an appeal to incredulity. You can look it up, or I can post a citation for you.
No, I'm not that smart. As I like to keep it simple.
Can I say, just to address the water part really quickly? You're talking about how like there's different factors and forces and things that affect the water, and you say that you have to you need to like a calm water to observe curvature. So I guess
a large quantity of calm water.
Yeah.
Very large.
All right, yeah. So very large quantity of calm water. And so here's my issue with it. Let me try to tackle this, because in my observation, there only seem to be two options for surfaces. They can either be curved or not. And so these forces and things, they wouldn't be, in your worldview, they wouldn't be making the water flat. Yeah. So you said like the globe has like, it's bumpy like a rock with curved water around it. So it doesn't matter what the forces are doing. They wouldn't make the water flat or opposite of what it should be doing. You
I
understand?
think that the measurements of this should be very, very big to see the curve on the water. My point is that the water takes the shapes of objects, of everything what you like. If the globe is curved, the water in large quantity will be curved. In small quantity will be flat. It will be flat. That's what I think. I don't think there is a much of difference if the Earth is flat or globe. I don't think the water even is an argument. What I'm trying, it's not something that make me believe that the Earth is globe. What I'm trying to say is that my belief that the Earth is globe is different. So I don't think that conversation for water is relevant. You see.
Well, I would disagree, because it can only be one or the other.
Yes, but you ask me why I believe the Earth is globe.
Someone else asked you that. Someone else asked you that.
Yes, I don't believe the Earth is globe because the water is curved or flat. It's irrelevant to me. That's what I'm trying to say.
So if we could prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that the water is not curving as expected on the globe, it wouldn't matter, and you would just ignore all the evidence?
No, but I don't think you can prove it to me in Discord. No, that's what I'm trying to say. To prove me that the Earth is curved or flat, we have to go physically, and I see the proof.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me give you an example. If I take two lasers of different wavelengths and shoot them across a lake that should be large enough that the curvature of the Earth should block the lasers from hitting the target, and the laser should therefore go way up into the air and never hit the target.
Yes, but I have to see that experiment myself. That's what I'm trying to say. The only thing
no
we
problem.
can debate here.
I have a citation where the American military, did this with two lasers. We also have infrared cameras which operate on the same principle, because infrared doesn't refract nearly as much as visible light, and so using two different cameras, one visible and one infrared, we can show the difference, if any, in refraction. And so we can see far beyond the visible limitations or the constraints set upon the world through the globe. And so that story just isn't true.
Yes, I understand your logic and I accept it. But I need to see it with my own eyes. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh, bro.
I need to see this experiment in my own eyes.
But you haven't seen what you already claimed is the reasons you believe in a globe with your own eyes.
Yes, that's what I say. I believe that the Earth is globe because there is forces and energies in the world.
Right.
So for me to
so I'm gonna submit to you, my friend, that I can debunk everything you said right here on Discord, right here and now.
Okay.
It's very simple. All I have to do is provide one example of forces and energies in an object that's not a globe, which is easy.
No. Look, you have to explain to me how the Earth is, for Earth to exist, in my opinion, it should move. But the only logical, because let me ask you a question first. Do you believe that there is a universe outside?
But you have to define what you mean by that.
I mean, do you believe...
Universe just means one reality. Is there one reality? Well, of course.
No. There may be hundreds of realities. What I'm trying to say is, do you believe that outside of the Earth there is a cosmos, stars, and other planets? That's what I'm trying to say. Do you believe in...
Well, stars definitely exist.
Yeah. Do you believe
But the heliocentric, Big Bang, expanding cosmology with differential rocks at varying locations in free space, where space itself is expanding at a differential rate faster than the speed of light because they need that for their math that they predicted from the Big Bang, which was wrong in the first instance. No, I don't believe that nonsense.
Okay. I'm not trying to say that the Big Bang is a real thing. I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that when I go outside and see the sky at night, there are stars and objects.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Everybody sees stars.
Yes, and I believe there are stars and objects outside the Earth. That's
right. There's the Earth. There's the Earth, and the Earth is what it is. And then there's other things, whatever they are, which we don't know, that we all can see with our eyes.
Yes.
Of course. Now, that being said, okay, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yes, but let me make my point. What I'm trying to say is there is stars in the sky. I can see the sun. I can see the moon myself. That's what I can see without anyone telling me they exist or do they not exist. I'm going outside. I see moon. I see sun. I see stars.
Yeah, and
night.
do you see those moon and those sun and the stars move?
Yes, I do see that they move. If I stay at the same space and watch the sky 12 hours, I did that actually. I see the sun moving, changing place.
Yeah, well, that's our stance. So welcome to our world.
Yes, let me make my point. So I see the moon, I see sun, I see stars. So I see that there is something outside the Earth. So I believe that there is our solar system, and I believe there is a galaxy. And I do believe that if we follow the same trend in logical way, there should be other systems. And
can I object? Because I have
I also want to object. That's not logical. That's just a bare assertion and your beliefs that you have not supplied any evidence for or logical reasoning for. It's just like saying you believe something and chanting.
Yes,
well,
my
yeah. Before you go ahead, Van, because I just want to add one thing as well, because it doesn't sound like logic. What it sounds is the same mainstream narrative that everyone is already very familiar with. So we're actually trying to prove the narrative to be true, but by just saying, "Well, I believe the narrative," doesn't really lead us anywhere. Somebody's got some feedback.
Hot mic, yeah. Solar.
Sorry, I didn't hear you because there was something else. What did you say?
Yeah, basically, like we're familiar with the narrative that you're providing us. Like, I believe in galaxies, I believe in the solar system, and so on. That's fine. We all used to believe it as well. We actually would like to prove that to be true. So, but just saying I believe it, I mean, that's cool. We appreciate you sharing your beliefs with us. We actually would like to know if we can prove that to be true or not. That's not logical, just saying it.
Yes, but I can see them in the sky.
Wait, here, but I would object to that as well, because we all see the same thing. That doesn't mean what you see has to be what the bedtime stories say they are.
Yes, but
it's also that what you see, just as you described earlier, you see the sun and the stars moving, but in your belief, you're supposed to be moving, and so they just appear to be moving. They're not moving in your belief.
No.
Yeah, but we have to draw attention to something else before we continue. Okay. Hey, hold on a second. Before we continue, we got to draw attention. Earlier, you said you look up and you see stars, right? And then you jumped and said, "I see galaxies and solar systems." No, you don't.
No, I
The
didn't.
only place you see galaxies and solar systems, you said that. Now, so let me finish my point. You jumped the gun from connecting the dots between how your observations of the sky got you to a solar system, right? Because you don't see that. The only place that you have an idea of a solar system is in a graphic that's constructed from data that's gained from the world. It's an interpretation of the data. That's all it is. Nobody sees a solar system. Nobody.
No, actually, my country is not very rich, and there is only one telescope you can go and use, and you can pay. I did go to that telescope a few times, and I was looking at the sky, and I saw objects, stars, planets.
Can I object again? 'Cause I would still raise the same point: is that we all see the same thing. The telescope isn't whispering in your ear things about you, things that you saw, or about. It's not telling you things about the things that you saw. Right? We all see the same thing, and we're all left with the same mystery about what they are. So it's like the telescope doesn't whisper in your ear things that you want to hear.
But the common logic in my head is like this. I go outside, see a human being, see another human being, so there are a lot of human beings outside. I see
You can go and
I
verify
see
that that's a human being,
star.
my friend.
Yes, I
You
see.
can verify.
Do you see a human being and make up a whole life story about them just based upon seeing them? Just see a random stranger and then you just make up an entire story about who that person is and what they do.
How old they are, where they
Yeah,
came from.
because that's what you're doing. You just see a random light in the sky and now you're attributing all these stories to it.
No, what I'm trying to see. No, I did not say that. What I said is because I see stars in the sky, I believe that there is other skies that I can't see.
How is this any different from ancient pagan religions where they looked at the stars and the sun and thought the gods were moving them on chariots? It's the exact same thing. They would argue the same way. I believe the gods are driving the chariots and driving the sun around.
No. Exactly what I'm trying to make the point is that the human observation is the same. If you see people outside, you believe there are a lot of people you don't know. If I see stars in the sky, I believe that there is a lot of stars. The thing I try to make as a point that there is globe is because I see stars. I believe the other people that are smarter than me that are saying that there is a galaxy and a solar system. That's why I believe some things that I can't prove myself because I can see the logic behind it. That's what I'm trying to say. The other thing I'm trying to say is the Earth is globe because for
AI,
me to
sorry,
exist,
I'm
I
Yeah, if you're trying to get the word in, you're roboting pretty hard right now.
What?
Sorry, I was just trying to address some things. Well, at least he's being honest that he believes the narrative. That's fine. We're actually, as I said earlier, we'd like to prove whether the narrative is true. That's fine if there's people telling you these things. That's great. But we want to know if it's true. We don't want to just leave here and just believe other men telling you strange things. That's probably not the best thing we should do.
But I don't see strange. What I mean is, what I mean is that
AI.
for me to exist, I have to eat, I have to consume energy, and I have to insert energy. I think for Earth to exist, there should be energy that is working on the Earth. It is very logical to me. For Earth to be
you can call it logical. That doesn't make it so.
Yes, but
it's not logic.
You did not make a single point more logical than that. That's what
we can. We can. We've just been trying to address your. We were trying to allow you wanted to make your point, so we wanted to give you the floor to make your point.
To address my point, you have to give logic by yourself, so I can judge if your logic is better than mine. That's the whole point, I think.
Okay, well that's fine. We would love to get there. So far, all we have that's on the table that you've offered us is the is like a regurgitation of the same, like, I hate to call it a stories, but that's how I see it. We're already familiar with all these things. So as I said, we'd like to prove whether they're true or not. We appreciate you providing your beliefs, but we all used to hold, I'm sure most of us used to hold the same beliefs as you. So if you want to get into logic, we can talk about gas pressure if you want to. AI, I think you've been roboting for a little bit, so if you wanted to go ahead and make a point.
Let's keep it to the earth. Is it?
Oh yeah, we'd love to keep it to the earth.
What? Yes, everything around outside of this is pointless, I think.
But that's what you've been bringing up to us for the past 15 minutes.
No. What I said is I believe my first point. That's my first point. I believe the earth is round because
that's not logic.
Because let me finish. Can you
wait, hold on, but Van, before you continue, as I've already highlighted, you're not saying anything new, my friend. We're aware of the claims of the globe. We know you believe. We used to believe too. We want to move forward past the believing stage into, all right, let's verify some stuff. So you said, well, we can't really talk about things outside space. All right, well, let's not then. Let's come back to Earth. You said, yeah?
Okay. I think there is a language barrier. You're not getting what I'm saying.
No, we get what you're saying.
We are getting what you're saying.
What I'm trying to say.
Your objection is concluding that because you can't or refuse to believe something, it must not be true or improbable.
Totally wrong.
No, that's what you said earlier. You said that.
No, I did not say that. What I said is I believe the Earth is round because.
But you haven't measured it.
You believe 1,000 times.
Yeah.
You haven't measured it. You have no number, right? You have no radius to present.
I cannot talk.
In a nutshell, you're just saying you believe the mainstream narrative. We are aware, bro. We used to believe the same thing. It's okay.
No.
Sorry.
Can I?
All right. Well, I'll allow you finish, but okay, go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is I believe the Earth is round for a 10th time because for me to exist, I need to consume and exert energy. The only logical, the only logical thing.
That is what I was talking about. That is the appeal to incredulity. You're saying you do not understand how it could work, therefore it cannot be true because you believe there needs to be some energy. This is a fallacy. This is not logical.
Yes, but you did not give me any better logic. You just said that
no one needs to bring any better logic versus a fallacy. A fallacy is faulty reasoning. It's reasoning that's so flawed that you can dismiss it on that grounds alone.
Show me something that is not faulty.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Yeah, I already did. I already did. I already did. I gave you two methods to measure the surface of standing bodies of water to see if your postulations and beliefs are correct.
Trace, just one sec. It's like this may be all true, but look, you're kind of escalating it. Like it's gonna get nasty if we all start stepping up with our tone every single time.
I'm sorry. I tend to get annoyed, and it hears really well in my tone. It bleeds out, so I apologize.
I love it for what it's worth, but maybe it's not productive. I don't know.
Well, let's just because we can take it to our arguments. We just haven't been able to go there because you wanted to share your beliefs with us, and we appreciate that. Now we're aware of your beliefs. So if we want to get into the actual argument and the logic,
before we continue,
go ahead, AI.
Let's run over the logic. So he presented nothing but fallacies. First fallacy, appeal to incredulity. Second fallacy, a tautology. Third fallacy, appeal to authority. So, my friend, stop talking. I'm speaking.
Please don't shout at me.
I'm not shouting.
It's rude.
Oh, really? Cool story.
I just corrected that to look. You were starting to get shouted at. We've already addressed that. You don't have to worry about it now. Just listen to what he's saying.
Okay, all I'm saying, friend, is you told us that you would be willing to who has the better logic.
Oh my God! Why is he shouting nigger?
What the? Wow, cool story, dude. Wow. Nobody cares about that word, by the way. You're wasting your efforts coming here saying that. Like, it's literally pointless.
Did somebody get him already?
Oh, man.
Go ahead.
See what we deal with around here, friend?
Yes.
Anyway.
If you
so anyway, friend. So check this out. You've presented us not one logically sound reason or argument yet. Okay, so now you're going to sit back and listen to at least one of our other friends present to you something that actually is of merit, that addresses the argument proper, which is the shape of the Earth in question. Not what experts say, not what something in the sky is doing, but like you said, the Earth itself. So I yield the floor to one of my competent friends.
I'm curious to know if we've established a measurement for the floor that you're observing versus your belief. I just want to know numbers. I don't care about your words. I want numbers. Do you have numbers?
Well, he doesn't know.
Numbers because
Okay, cool.
I don't have the money.
Okay, so we're just theorizing, theory crafting without numbers. Then
Yes,
that's cool.
but
Okay, cool.
you're
Thanks.
doing the same because you don't have the measurements yourself. You can't prove it to me because you have to show.
Well, no, that's the point. Is that we have numbers. We've broken down the numbers, which is a gift wrap present they give us every time. We demonstrate those numbers, and you can check them out too if you would like to. And those numbers do not demonstrate IRL, which is in real life. So your belief is falling on nothing at this point, my friend. Go ahead. Sorry.
If I can't see the experiment you did myself, it's only numbers.
We can do it right now.
Yeah, we can do it.
How we can?
Do you have access to Google? Do you have access to the Googles?
Google is the same thing that you're trying to say. It's it's really hard.
Okay, understand.
If I type in Google, is Earth is globe?
No. Here's the thing. We're not going to ask Google questions. We're going to put numbers into Google's or into the Google's calculators that they supply so that we can further break down the number, which is the known geometry of the model you are entertaining. Are you willing to do this, or do you want to sit here and continue to theory craft a video game that you have based on your belief?
Sorry, I did not understand what did you say? Video game?
Okay, let's try this again. Would you like to go to Google so that we can unpack the number that they supply for us to observe the floor that we're walking on?
Man, that's really not. You cannot prove anything to me with just some numbers. What you're trying to make? You're trying to make me go to Google to see how big Earth is. What you're trying to?
Okay, well, do you agree that if we have a known number, that we can assess the known number by establishing what a drop over distance would be? What do you think about that?
Are you talking about the horizon? How far
so are we.
object will disappear?
Hold on. No. Listen, I'm not even bringing the horizon into this equation right now. I'm establishing the fact that there's a ball. I'm establishing the fact that if I travel a distance over the surface of a ball, there will be a drop over the distance. I'm asking you if you would like to attempt to establish that there is no drop over distance in real life.
And how you will prove to me that there is or there is not a drop in the distance? That's what I'm asking.
Well, eventually you'll have to go check, my friend. Eventually we'll show you, and then you'll have to go check for yourself, as you said earlier.
But
That's
if
great.
I don't go to the sea or anywhere and I can see that with my eyes, it's just numbers. That's what I'm trying to say. If you give me some numbers, then I have to go myself and try to prove those numbers in real time, in real life, outside. Yes, but that's the
Don't
same
be
logic
lazy,
I'm
Russian
giving you.
dude.
If I have a ship and go outside and try to fly my ship in the space and I can see the
You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to do that.
Yes, but
holy crap, though, friend, you just shot yourself in the foot because you already told me you believe these other things because of these people that are smarter than you.
Hold on, Van.
That's not logic. It's easier to me to go and buy myself an airplane ticket to fly with that airplane to see for myself if there.
See what?
If there is a
kid, stop talking, kid, for real. Okay, We could play this game all day long. Okay? What you're failing to realize, friend, that you're skirting the issue, okay, that the Earth is claimed to be an object of a certain type, which is a sphere, which has certain dimensions, which has certain aspects to it that must be present. So thinking that you can buy a ticket, okay, and go up in a plane and see the Earth curvature is foolishness. If you actually took the dimensions that they claim the Earth is, put it into optical calculators, right, you would realize that you can't see a curvature from any plane ticket you could ever afford to buy. Do you understand me?
And did you ever jump from a plane with?
Oh no!
Did
Wow!
you hear,
No.
Ben? Did you hear what he said though? This is what we've been trying to teach you. You're not aware of the claims that you even need to test. That's what AI just told you. There's certain dimensions, there's a certain size, there's certain geometry to this ball. If you knew this, you would know that you can't see curvature from a plane. Doesn't matter what ticket you buy or what plane you jump out of. You ain't going to see it. But you don't know that because you're not aware of the claims that you need to test. And I brought this up. The very first thing I said to you is, do you know how big the globe is?
But I want to answer your question, friend, about the plane. And I want to use a real event and a real person. Okay, since you only trust experts, we're going to use an astrophysicist, okay, one of the most famous in the world, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, so famous guy number one, company, Red Bull, had a jump. They had a guy, Felix Baumgartner, jump. Not out of a plane, but out of a balloon that was in the upper atmosphere, higher than any plane can go. He jumped out of the balloon. He was wearing a camera. Okay, the camera was a GoPro camera, which is known to have a fisheye lens. People saw him jump, they watched the footage, and they thought they were looking at Earth curvature when they looked at the footage. Now, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, honorable as he is, decided to set the record straight of whether or not people were saying this is Earth curve or not, because it's not. So he said to them, "Do you know?
You see this curvature of Earth's surface," and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Right, so that's the man's own words right there. Now, why is he saying that?
Just don't.
Right. Now, the reason why he said that is because what he did, being an astute astrophysicist, which you should believe wholeheartedly without questioning, like a good, appeal to authority would do, he did the math. And he realized that there's no way you would see the curve from that height. And that's why he had to set the record straight, because people were looking at a GoPro, which basically took the state of New Mexico and made the state of New Mexico look like it was the whole Earth. Right, so what I'm trying to tell you, friend, is it's time to cut the nonsense and actually address the dimensions of the claims. Okay? If you're willing to do that, we're willing to help you.
Let me think first.
If you're just going to say, "Oh, if I go on a high mountain, I'll see the curve of the Earth,"
no. Let me.
Then you're not being sincere.
No, let me say. Let me think what you're trying to say to me. If I get you right, you're trying to say to me, if I go, I need to go higher than the plane to see the curve of the Earth. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
No, what I'm saying to you, my friend, is that experts, okay, who are globe believers, astrophysicists, world-renowned, okay, are saying that.
Yes.
You understand? Not me. I'm just telling you what they said. Now, mathematically, that checks out. If you do the math, you'll find out that they're correct.
I cannot follow your logic. You're saying to me that the other scientists are saying to me the Earth is globe.
Hey, friend.
But you're saying that one exactly scientist is right.
Friend.
That's what you're trying to say to me.
Friend, pay attention now. Pay attention very closely. What I am telling you is that the dimensions of the Earth that they claim exists as a globe are fixed. That means you could do math on them and discover the answer for yourself. Now, it just so happens Neil deGrasse Tyson is correct. That from that range, you wouldn't see any curvature. So all these people claiming that they see curvature at that range, right, are seeing curvature of a lens, not curvature of the Earth.
You're saying every single person, myself included, is delusional because we see curve above the sky from airplane.
Yes, correct.
No, what I'm saying is, no. Let's be fair. Okay, what I explained to you in the Red Bull jump is that the optic itself is what caused the curvature of the image. Now, I want to be clear. You could see a curved image, even with your own eyes, and it not be a curved physical object. That's the difference. You see or perceive what you think is curvature of an object when it isn't.
Man, you're trying to say to me that if that when I'm flying with the airplane and I see for myself and it looks pretty curved to me, the globe, and you're trying to say to me that I don't have to believe my own eyes. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Van, we covered this already. If you knew the dimensions of the globe, you would know that you absolutely, mathematically, it's impossible to see curvature
Mathematically, if we live in 3D world, it's
No,
impossible
buddy.
for us to live on.
Listen. And we just played you. The XP said there's people smarter than me, remember? So we just got you that person that is given a microphone to teach people like you. He's telling you, you are not seeing curvature in an airplane. I know you just said I can buy a ticket and go see it, but we're telling you, you cannot. And if you have to consider that you're not the only person in this VC. Hold on, Van.
I did.
You have to consider for a moment that you're not the only person in this VC that's ever been in an airplane, bro. Come on.
Well, let's go through the math real quick since he is obviously a mathematician, right? Willing to challenge astrophysicists, experts in their field. But anyway, let's go through the math. Okay. Now, you don't need to answer yes to any of these questions. The answer is yes. Okay. So, if an object takes up your entire field of view, right, and it has a ubiquitous color field, meaning it's all the same color, and there's no differential information, then all that you will see is that object. Correct? Yes, of course. Now, if that object is curved and it's all the same color information, it'd be impossible to tell whether it's curved or not because there's no differentiation of the information. Is that correct? Yes, correct. Now,
you're asking me or you're answering?
No, I told you that the answer to all these questions is yes. There's no need for you to answer.
Listen, Van. Just listen. Listen. All right. Well, this is why he has to stay on mute. I unmuted you because I didn't want you to just sit on mute. But if you can't listen to what he's saying, Van, we'll have to mute you. So just allow him to speak, and then you'll be able to you'll be able to rebut. So go ahead, Ava.
Right. So now we have a line, right, or an object that's further away from us. Okay. So the curve of the Earth would only be really witnessed in the horizon, but it doesn't matter if you take a sphere. Okay. Any point that you're on the sphere, the point to the horizon is equidistant. Okay, so at a certain arc in your field of view, the information would have no differential from which to determine a rise or a fall. It'd be one, equal. This is the same math that Neil deGrasse Tyson was mentioning. It's also the same math that the planetarium director who actually spoke after Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned. So there's no differential in the information. The horizon's equidistant. You have to get very, very far away before that changes in your field of view. Now, it's argued somewhere between 700 and 1,200 miles between different people that make the claim. Planetarium director said beyond the ISS. So even the ISS is showing you false curvature.
And again, this is according to the math that you're not aware of, that we've been trying to teach you, Van.
Right. You must have a differential in your field of view in order for there to be discernible information. So when you're up in an airplane, sure, you may be seeing a curved image, but you're not seeing a curved Earth. Lo and behold, you have an angular field of view and a lens that's curved. And because of the restrictions of that, it appears to you that you're seeing a curve, but you're not. It's an illusion. Just the same way that Neil deGrasse Tyson corrected the record about the Red Bull jump, where everyone thought they were seeing the curve of the Earth, and he said, no, my friend. You're seeing a curve of a lens. And that's what I would submit to you is going on. Yeah, play that again in his own words.
And I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
He tweeted it.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't.
So if you're going to ask
my friend,
telling me that I can't see it, take it up with Neil. Don't take it up with me, bro.
Yes, or provide me an example where you can see curve without a differential in the distance between the points. You provide that example, and I'll be very much interested. All right, floor is yours to rebut what I said, or ask questions for clarity.
Yes. First, you told me that my points are false. Right. Then you are trying to make points. You're giving me Neil deGrasse. Just a name. It's yes, it's scientist, but it's a name. You're telling me there is a math that he did, but you don't have the equation that proves you're right. So it's the same what...
I gave you the equation, actually.
Where is the equation?
I set the baseline for in order to have any differentiation in your field of view, you must have a differential of angle or distance. And the horizon's equidistant, which means it's all equal to 1. So if you take 1 over 1, you end up with 1. So there's no differentiation, which means no discernible information of curvature. There's the equation. It's not my fault if you don't understand it. If you want, I'll draw it in crayon.
That's not an equation.
Well, okay, we also tried to provide you with the dimension.
It is an equation. Okay, friend, 1 equals 1 is an equation.
No, that's your statement that 1 equals 1, and you're making something yourself.
Pretty sure 1 equals 1.
Oh, well, my goodness. It's my statement that 1 equals 1. What is this, 1984?
No. You're telling me that that's
Van,
the equation.
we've already tried to give you the size of the globe so you can do the math yourself, my friend. We've already tried to give you the size of the first thing I asked you when you got here was, do you know the size of the globe? But now you're asking us about the math we've been trying to teach you this whole time.
No, but you're not giving me any real equation. How I can...
You don't even know the claim you're supposed to be testing. What is the size of the globe? Because that number is going to be in the equation.
Why do I need the size of the globe?
Because what are you doing the math based off of then? Just making up numbers, or
all right? Let's go deeper into the math. And look, I forgot that he's a mathematician.
1 second before you do, please. Look, just like CB just said, you don't really know what it is you're trying to test yet. You need to get more familiar with the topic before you start trying to look at formulas and stuff. And you also need a better understanding of like what we are doing here. Okay, we are basically here falsifying the globe. We are disproving the globe. So the globe is what's actually in question. I know you are very curious about why we think the Earth is flat. But the reason we are here is because we think the Earth is flat because we have falsified the globe. So now you need to do the same thing to understand like we understand.
Yes, but you're not making any point. Why?
You're making it very difficult. You're being very argumentative. Every time we try to actually present you with good evidence, you say this isn't what I'm looking for.
No, you're doing the same thing to me. You're saying my logic is false. Then you're trying to yourself.
So far again, you've only really given us the standard, the beliefs, the model, what we hear from about 100 of you. We hear the same crap from that we're hearing from you from about 50, 60 different people every week. Like and we've been doing this for years.
And we used to believe it.
But it's really hard for me to speak to 10 different people.
Yeah. I'm only butting in because I'm trying to direct the conversation in a more productive manner.
Yes.
Like, I'm trying to help you understand where we're at and where you need to try to be at to do this. You can't just say, prove it to me
No, I'm asking.
with
I'm
math
asking
in my
what's the
way and
method.
please in my language too. So we don't, you might as well be asking us to speak whatever your home language is, like this is not going to get us anywhere.
No, I'm not trying to make you speak my home language. I
I'm just making an example, man. But notice how the last thing you said was, give me the equation. Well, you can't even begin to formulate the equation until you know what
just
numbers you're putting. Van,
in the chat.
hold on, buddy. Hold on a second. The thing is, we're trying to tell you this. You're asking. The numbers that you're supposed to put into that equation involve the size of the globe that you just said was irrelevant. So we're trying to teach you that it is relevant. You need to know what you're testing against, which is the size of the globe that you're not aware of. But you want an equation.
Give me the equation so I can see it with my own eyes.
Okay,
yeah, I already gave you the equations and all this accompanying evidence in the live stream voice text chat. If you would just look in there, as we're speaking, I'm constantly dropping information that relates to the conversation.
No, I'm asking for the exact same equation. Just type it in the chat.
What's the equation? What's the equation of a circle?
What do you mean? What is the equation of the circle? Do you need an equation to do the math for the distance and for the curve? Give me that equation.
Friend. What's the equation of a circle? Do you know it or not? I'll tell you if you don't know.
What do you mean equation of the circle?
Okay, so if you don't know what equation of a circle is when I ask, how do you expect me to give you an equation? It seems like you don't know anything about math.
I don't think I understand
I'm not in the math all that much, but isn't it pi r squared?
There you go, pi r squared. And guess what's constant? R.
The R.
Now, well, it is and it isn't. Like, you could change the R.
The standard.
You could have 10. Right, if you put 10 in place of R, how long is R? 10. But it's equidistant, correct? The radius is equidistant. That's the definition of the radius. Okay. From the center point to the extremity of the circle, correct or incorrect?
Okay.
So no matter which direction you look, if you're looking in a circle and your boundary of your vision is in a circle, then everywhere you look is going to be how long compared to the other point you look? Is it going to be the same or is it going to be different?
If it's a perfect circle, it's going to be the same.
Right. So we go back to the previous example with the Neil deGrasse Tyson and the planetarium director and the explanation that the horizon's equidistant at all points. No discernible information. Therefore, it'd be impossible to see curvature at those ranges.
Okay, but
there's no okay about it, dude. Those are the facts that you just already agreed, unless you want to deny how circles work.
I agree. But let me ask you, what is the height I need to go to see the curve of the Earth?
There is no height you can go because there is no curvature, my friend.
Okay, but if we say in some,
I think he's asking mathematically, like what if they say mathematically we can't see it from the ISS, how far do you have to go before you can with your eyes see it?
That's what I'm asking. Yes.
Yeah, fair. So the planetarium director in question, how he explained it to the students, because it was a lecture. Okay, he showed the imprint circle of your equidistant horizon from the ISS, and he expanded it out, and he got up to about 700 miles before there'd be discernible information. Some people have done similar types of things and got about 1,200 miles. Either way, something that's 200 miles above the Earth isn't going to see any discernible Earth curvature in their field of view or their periphery.
So, and like we said earlier, there is no ticket that you can buy that's going to take you there.
Yes, but let's elucidate a point real quick. You don't know whether you should or should not see the curve of the Earth at any given height. You just think you saw it, and so therefore you believe it.
Right.
I mean, if Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't correct all the globe-believing lapdogs, right, that just jumped on it and said, look, everyone, this is the curve of the Earth. He had to correct them because he recognized that they're wrong. Because they just saw a curved image and assumed it's the curve of the Earth. They didn't scrutinize it any further than that.
Okay.
Yeah, you would essentially have to go far beyond low Earth orbit, or about 5 times, to get it in one camera shot, so you could see the whole Earth. Jeff Bezos and them, the height they went up to is just flat at that height.
No, I don't mean to see the whole Earth. I'm asking what height I need to go.
He told you, for what, 700 to 1,200 miles away from the surface of the Earth.
Not
And I
to
said,
not to see the whole Earth, just to spot a.
No,
That's what they're saying. Just to be able to see curvature with your own naked eye, if you were there.
And think about
that's what
this.
AI
There is
said.
no.
And then I said you would have to go 5 times further than low Earth orbit to even get it into a single camera shot.
Yeah, and then just to clarify, there is no seeing the whole Earth. You can't see the backside of the ball either, so there is no seeing the whole Earth anyway. But I get what you're asking, though, and the answer has been provided.
Okay. And the point you are making that the Earth is flat is
we didn't make that point. We had to correct you because you said that you could buy a ticket and see curvature. That's what this last 15 minutes was about. We didn't even get a chance to argue that the Earth is flat yet because we have to teach you that you can't see curvature even though you thought you could.
But how do we explain?
On the table is that you assume you can see the curve of the Earth, and you said that you believe the experts who are smarter than you, who study these things.
Okay.
I provided you two.
Come on, Van.
I provided you 2 experts, friend. Okay. So you're not even consistent with your own standards. So how can I trust that you're even going to take anything we say seriously? Because you say I'll trust the experts. They tell you can't see the curve of Earth from an airplane. Yet you're now in contention with them. So I would submit to you, my friend, that the math is available for you to research and find. Okay, and you can figure it out on your own. You don't need Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you don't need us. You could do it. Or you could put your fingers in your ears. Those are your choices.
And I said I agree with you, but my point is why when I am in the sky I can see in a clear day things that on the other side of the Earth.
Well, let me answer that really quickly, and then whoever else can take it. One, let's just get this clear. Nothing changes. The Earth is the way it is. If you learn today that the Earth is flat, you're not just all of a sudden going to get Superman eyes, Superman vision, and start seeing across the Earth. So that's just not a thing, bros. Just understand that the Earth is the way it is not going to change.
Okay, but if I have a device that can see really further, I still can't see. I still can't see very far.
We got one of those. It's called a P1000 camera. We can see further than we should be able to on the globe. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay, but no, this is a great opportunity to talk about the other reasons why you cannot see forever, like atmospheric light extinction, angle, what is it?
I don't
angle of incidence, so on and so forth. There's plenty of reasons why we can't see forever in the real world. You don't live in a mathematical equation or in a simulation on a computer or anything like that. This isn't a world that's been programmed, like a video game, where you have to add haze in a video game in order to make you not see forever, right? Okay, so there is haze in the air here on the Earth, and it all limits like what you can see. There's particulates, but perspective as well. So, your eye can only distinguish things down to a certain angle and everything else. So, like, there's a lot of aspects that will come into play for why you can only see so far. Some of it we can extend with a lens, like he said, with a P1000 or a P100. But you're still going to be limited to other things that we can't control.
Yeah, like the weather, for example. Some people, then their reasoning will say, well, we have telescopes that can see very far, so why don't I just take it to the beach with me and then just point it across the ocean? Well, number one, like Lou said, there's other factors, and one of them could be weather. What are you, Moses? Are we going to start parting the seas with the weather, start clearing a path so you can see? Even if it is a clear day, it doesn't mean it's clear in the town next to you or the town next to that. So seeing across the whole Earth is just like kind of a cartoonish idea. It's not a debunking of anything. No one holds that position.
So
if I have a
just
laser.
epic goalpost moving too, because all we have to do is see further than the globe would allow, and then the globe is falsified. We don't have to move the goalposts all the way out to like the whole Earth.
Yeah. Not only do we okay, so you guys smashed what the globe predicts, but why don't you see forever?
No. Let me ask you something. If your logic
That's
is
a good one, by the way.
and I can see, okay. But if I have a laser, in your logic, if I fire my laser from a high point and I put on the same height on the other side of the Earth something to receive that laser, I should
That's
be
not
able.
our logic. That's not our logic.
that's
That's
your
your
logic.
logic.
Hold on, let him finish.
No.
Let him finish.
I
He's
should
about
be
to step in it.
I should be able to see the laser on the same spot on the other side of the Earth.
Okay, perfect,
so
friends.
just to be clear, that's not our logic.
If it's
That's
on
your
a
logic.
high enough point.
We already addressed the weather thing. How do you shine lasers through?
That's a laser.
bad weather?
Wait, that's a light. The light it's really hard to. And it's a laser. It's really,
Right.
really
So
hard.
okay, friend. Let's go. Friend. Let's break it down. So your claim is that if a laser is unimpeded by any disruption, it will continue on indefinitely.
Yes.
That's your claim? Sure. Fine. Okay. What's wrong with that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If I have strong enough laser, I should be able to fire it across the Earth. If I'm on high enough point, is that possible for you?
Look, if a laser when fired continues ad infinitum unless impeded or obstructed, right, then that would follow. However, you have the problem of collimation, where all lasers have a divergence over time to where there will be an extinction point where there's no more real discernible information. Now with super sensitive equipment, maybe, but you're talking about being in a point where there's no atmosphere, right? You're not talking about the surface level.
Yeah.
So I want you to concede, before we go on, I want you to concede that you must bring the laser high to get it out of the atmospheric occlusion, which shot you in the foot from your previous argument.
But I'm saying if I have strong enough laser.
It's a made-up scenario, man.
No. Let's do research. Let's find the strongest. Let's find the strongest laser.
Van, he covered this already. Even the strongest laser isn't It's not a collimated light source, so it's going to have beam divergence, just like a flashlight. Even if you get the strongest flashlight, it's not going to shine miles away or whatever. However.
I feel like he's still completely missing the point that we don't have to send a laser forever. All we have to do is send it far enough to test the globe geometry and find that it doesn't work, and then that's it. We're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's already been done.
Yeah, like Central's saying, it's a good point. Like, we're just, at this point, we're just picking up the goalpost and putting it on our backs and then sprinting away with it. If we're talking about, well, why can't we shine it across the whole Earth? Like, that. What laser?
It's also light. There's something called the inverse square law. So, like, light will decrease in intensity away from its source. So, like, it's never gonna go forever.
And as I said earlier, like, nothing changes, man. So even in your worldview currently, you're not gonna shine a laser that far. So why would that just all of a sudden happen if you realize the Earth is flat? Why can all of a sudden now I can shine a laser millions of miles or whatever? Nothing changes, man. Sorry, let me unmute. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
Far in the distance, but they're not visible. That's what I'm trying to say.
What?
He spoke through all of us essentially and didn't listen to any of us. Is what happened.
No, I did listen to you, and you said that there is atmosphere, and the laser will eventually fade away. That's what you said, right?
Right. Okay, friend. Let's cut the crap. Okay, real quick. Is there an atmosphere on the Earth? Is there an ambient air on the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Cool.
Yes.
So that being the case, okay, a light isn't going to penetrate thousands of miles of atmosphere horizontally across the surface of the Earth. Not going to happen. You understand that?
I'm saying that there are lasers that can actually penetrate thousands of miles. That's what I'm saying.
Thousands of miles?
Yes.
No, you believe that when you're trying to look into your so-called space and everything else, right? But like, even if we were to accept your globe model and everything, you'd be looking through the least amount of atmosphere by looking straight up, right? If you were looking along the horizon, along the Earth, then you're going through the densest part of the atmosphere the entire way. So your laser, no matter how powerful it is, cannot see nearly as far.
Right. And if you don't trust us, just go to Google right now and search maximum visibility. Okay. And Google will take you to a website which will tell you what it is based on atmospheric occlusion of the regular ambient density of the air at ground level. Okay. So you could do that right now with your little fingers and your brain and get the answer.
Yeah, and Central, my boy Central always brings up if you go to the freaking Weather Channel, what does it say? Today's visibility is blah, 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 blah. And they'll never say 1,000 miles, bro. So
yeah. So now I said that, listen, friend, I said that in a little condescending tone, but you could actually do it. Okay. It's very simple. And then you would know for certain from this point forward that the idea that you could see forever across the horizontal plane is ridiculous, or that you could shoot a laser indefinitely across the horizontal plane through the atmosphere is ridiculous. They're both ridiculous. So don't ever use it again, please, for the love of God and all that is holy.
If you have strong enough laser, you should be able to.
No, dude, this is your broken logic. This is nobody's position here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's you make a lot of claims. You ever notice that you make a lot of claims not supported by logics and facts?
It's you.
It is true. You're right. It's true. I agree.
Yes, I make a lot of points. You do too. There is not.
Oh, really? Really?
Proving your point.
So when I explain that the horizon is equidistant because of the literal formula for a circle, and when I explained that you can find out that atmospheric occlusion is a hard limit, those are somehow illogical and non-factual.
And I ask
so far, everything that he's really had has just been nothing. And I think we've got him to a point where he'll admit it, actually. So far, it's all just based off of the beliefs in the model. It's an appeal to either the masses or appeal to authority. Populum, sorry. Appeal to populum or appeal to authority. It's one of those two is why he believes it.
Okay, if you have a long enough rope,
Ad populum, I think is what it's called.
You should be able to that rope you should be able to go across the globe. If the globe
Nope,
is not round.
not possible. Sorry,
Why?
not possible.
Why?
Well, hold on. Let me rehear what you said.
If it's a rope.
Well, what do you mean? You just wrap it around the Earth and end up back where you started?
No, if the Earth is what, you should be able to. You should be able to.
Can you do this thing today, right now?
Look, the rope should be able to go in straight line.
No.
Perfect straight
No.
line across the globe. Why?
No.
It should be able. You have.
Buddy, wait, hold on.
Laying on the ground?
No.
Hold on a second. I've already told you, Van, that the Earth doesn't change when you realize it's flat. So can you go and draw a rope out, just walk out your front yard and just start walking in a straight line? No. There's bumps. There's hills. New Orleans is at, what, sea level? Some dudes are living in the mountains. So flat Earth isn't a smooth sheet of paper that you just draw a rope across it and then we're done. The Earth, as I said... Go ahead, Drews.
In what world does the rope not sag?
That too. Yeah, that too. I think the ultimate point, I'd like to be clear.
Yeah.
Ultimately, my ultimate point is that the Earth is the way it is. So if you can't do this with a rope today, right now, then you making an example, well, you should be able to.
No, see, this is where I think he stopped. Look, this is something I've heard a lot of flat earthers talk about too, is using a string or something like that to check. It doesn't work. You'll actually probably get a concave Earth out of it.
Right. We did have this argument in the past, especially when we did have our concave Earther friends here.
Yeah.
and back when Brian Mullen was positing the idea called force the line and torque the line, which is essentially he wanted to use a string for this purpose. The problem is, obviously, that string isn't perfectly rigid. Neither is cable of any type, and it sags under its own weight. And there's actually formulas you can do to figure out how much sag and how much force is needed to keep it tensioned. And based on the math, and it was going to be on a boat over the water, we did the math, and it was like, you need so much force to keep this cable straight.
We don't have
it's impossible.
We don't have a material that has enough tensile strength to do it. And in fact,
or a ship.
It would technically take an infinite tensile strength. Like, it would have to be the strongest material ever made. Like, and you could never do it. It's just.
Yeah, but we also did it on how much. We also did on how much force the boat would need to exert in order to do it, and that's I can't remember the numbers offhand, but it was impossible. There's no machine on Earth that could put out that much force in a boat.
I think you can.
Oh, you're going to tell us you could pull a string?
No, I think you.
Good. For the love of God, thank you.
I think you should be able.
No, the Earth doesn't change, bro.
Look, no. You should be able. To go to the ocean. Because the ocean is at the same level, right? Do we agree that the ocean is at the same level?
All of them?
Yeah.
It should be able. You should be able. You should be able to make platforms in the ocean. In theory, you should be able to make platforms in the ocean, and you should be able to put to those platforms a rope or a cord or a metal rope. I don't know, something that
Can I ask a question, Van?
In the same line across. Let take a sea across the whole sea. You should
listen, Vanguard. Listen, we don't have to tie ourselves up into a twister move and then start doing jumps and dances and stuff like that. The globe's already claimed to be a specific thing. We've debunked that.
So we're left with only, if it's not curved, it's flat. So we don't have to tie our hands behind our back and do a 360 dance or whatever. Right, yeah. I need you to put your hands behind your back and then start jumping and then start clapping and rubbing your belly at the same time. It's like, that's kind of what this is getting ridiculous.
No, what guys, we got to address this, friend with a foreign accent. Okay, check this out. Okay, I want you to take a self-assessment. Okay, how disingenuous you are to yourself. We just got through explaining to you what's known as the catenary curve physics problem of why this cannot be done physically. And then you went on and gave us a new thing after I said, please don't talk about pulling a line, and then explained that you're going to do just that we just explained is impossible. So, my friend, we have what's called high-tension cables for electricity, right?
Yes.
Go look at them. Are they straight? No, they're curved. Why? Because of the physics we just outlaid to you. It seems to me, son, that you're a denial of science and physics. You're a denier. You're a science denier and a physics denier.
I am physics.
Because let's take account of what's happened so far. You denied an astrophysicist. You denied the science of the catenary curve. You've denied optics. You basically denied all of reality that's been presented to you. So you, my friend, whether you want to accept it or not, are a reality denier. I rest my case. Now I'm going to eat some pizza.
I am denier. What? You're calling me a denier of the reality because what the fuck?
Obviously.
Well, your examples, the last few examples, aren't even based in reality. Stretching a rope.
They're based in reality. If the Earth
No, seeing across the Earth isn't based on reality, my man.
There are strong enough lasers in existence to go miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why? We've already sent them far enough to test the globe geometry, and it didn't hold true. So why? Why do you want to go further?
You're saying that you did that. There is no evidence for me that you did that.
We can present it.
Friend.
Where is your evidence?
You just made a claim simultaneously that there's lasers that can go thousands of miles.
Oh.
Then you changed it to miles. We already told you that there's a hard limit of atmospheric occlusion. So I'll submit this challenge to you, my friend, and let's see if you actually got the balls to back up the crap coming out of your mouth. Go to Google right now and find the atmospheric occlusion limit of the maximum visible range. Do that and come back with the figure and let me know what it is. If you fail to do so, you're not a man and your mom's ashamed of you.
Based.
I'm not going to sit here and be lectured by somebody who's so disingenuous with themselves they can't even keep their own story straight, can't even provide facts, immediately are told of physical problems, and then say, oh, no, that's not real. It's laughable, kid. Please, for the love of God, take assessment for how you're acting and behaving.
Yeah. And like we'd be happy.
I'm going to stop berating you. Hold on, friend. I'm going to stop berating you because I trust.
He's actually polite at least. He's got that going on. He's not, but keep going. He's.
We're going to see how polite he is. We're going to see how polite he is because if he truly is sincere, he'll go and get that information and actually put his fingers to the walking.
Yeah. Well, he was like, well, you haven't presented me the evidence, but because we're having to continually correct you on your broken logic, like seeing across the whole Earth, we have to teach you. Well, no, that's no.
So you mean in all this time, you guys haven't even got to the arguments? You just have to slog through this?
It's education. We have to do the education first.
Yeah. So like he conceded that lasers go indefinitely, right? And that if there was impedance in the way, it would block it, right? So if you could prove, right, by shooting a laser at a level across a sufficient sample size where there should be an impedance of the Earth curve in the way, then it's not shown to be there, then that would mean the Earth can't be a globe.
Look,
right? So we never can make it. We never can make it to that argument because we have to hear if the Earth was flat, you could see forever.
Don't go thinking that he just got lucked out and avoided those questions like accidentally. Like, no, he's being very strategic, purposely avoiding anything that we're trying to get him on. He's doing this very well. He's doing his whatever. I don't know what his motives are, but whatever they are, like, this is not his first rodeo. He knows what he's doing. Okay, so, and he also knows that he's already screwed. Like, that's why we're never going to get to that. Like, I think perhaps he didn't know coming in. I think we already showed him enough where he's kind of shook by it, you know, and now he's like, well, now I'm going to avoid all the rest.
Well, at least we'll have something to think about. If you thought before you entered this call today that I can buy a ticket and see Curvature, and you learned in this conversation that you can't, I don't know, that would turn some gears in my mind if I were that person.
But basically, no, I really think it's, like I said, it's cog dis that's sinking in. That's why it's becoming combative. He was actually really cool for quite a while. It's becoming combative because he's backstepping. He's backpedaling, right? Like, so when you see guys, when you see people doing that, it's not the time to like go in for the kill. Like, it's like fucking. It's time to like be like, well, welcome to Flat Earth. We're gonna move on to somebody else, or hey, would you guys, like, let it sink in. Give them some time.
Yeah, AI gave him some homework. So who else is here? I see some ladies popped in. We can do a little delayed ladies' night, maybe. Ildiko was here. I think she might have left. I see there's an It's Beautiful. Sorry, Tony, you want to say something?
Ladies, all the ladies, help me out now. All the ladies. Yeah, my favorite part was, how do you know Earth is a ball? Because of energy. Yeah.
That was a weird one, wasn't it? There, he said, well, I have to eat and have sustain energy, so then the globe, it's like, wait, how do you go from, how do you jump from that? Like, what?
Hey, whatever
One
works.
last thing to finish off my last statement. If we do always go for the kill, because you guys know we act like it's a sport, dude. It only can lead to banning the dude. That's what it seems like you guys are trying to do a lot of the time. You're trying to get them set off so that you can ban them.
Nah.
Once they're getting to that point where they're getting combative, tell them, hey, we're done with this conversation. Mute them if you have to. They'll be good. There'll be a way better conversation the next time they come back.
True. Round 2, 3, 4. Yeah. If you can get them to go the distance and make it to a decision. Yeah,
I think it's also, if someone like Mickey or someone using Mickey's soft hands or soft gloves, you can come in there and be like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Calm down. Let's just forget about all this stuff. Let's relax. Like, we can talk like human beings. You can admit, like, at least, like, that it's not constructive to the conversation, like, if we're not on the same page, right? And, like, you drag him back into the conversation like Mickey does.
Also, I know a lot of you guys are big cat fans, like, you know how your cats love to play with their food? Like, think of your cat.
My cat is super sassy and needy. He's just like, come, pet me. I need attention right now.
All right. Unintended consequences. I did not want this to turn into a let's talk about our cats fucking conversation. Like, nobody cares about your cat. Any of you.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what you're telling me to do, so I don't agree.
Well, we could talk about social.
You did ask him.
What was that, AI?
Yeah.
Any further development on Moore's law?
AI first, go.
Hey, Lou, you shouldn't be a pussy about
this. That's a response from a cat owner.
Well, let's not pussyfoot around this topic.
It is like a cat. They completely ignore what's going on and do what they want.
He said pussyfoot.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't hear the directions. But you ever wonder if when cats look out the window that they just want to jump and be like, I'm sick of being inside this house all the time. I'm out of here. Kind of like when you're listening to globe arguments.
I want to smoke some of that. Getting in cats' heads.
But yeah, so the only thing he provided of substance was an allegiance to the mainstream narrative based on the presupposition that they're smarter than him, therefore he should trust them.
Isn't, going 700 miles away from 1,200 miles away from Earth in order to see any curvature sort of misleading in the sense that we should see it from the ground if it really was a ball? Like, I mean,
what?
Would you see it at 3-4 miles away?
No.
No.
Well,
I mean, you wouldn't see any implications or curvature. The edge of Earth.
See, that's a big difference, buddy.
Well, I don't know how. It's curvature, right?
No. Okay, if I saw somebody in half and you can't see the bottom of them, is that curvature?
That's a good one.
Yeah, so I don't know whether you're flat earth or a globe earther. It's irrelevant. Your logic is bankrupt, and I just pooped on it.
Curvature of the Earth, is it in front of you?
Well, it's everywhere, but you're not seeing the curvature. Okay, claiming that I can't see the bottom of something, therefore I'm seeing curvature, is a false statement.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the idea that you have to go up 700 to 1,200 miles to see the curve of the Earth mathematically is misleading.
Right.
Is misleading
Not really.
because if the Earth was the sphere the size they said it is, at 3 miles we would see it, right? We would see the implications of it, no? And you're saying no.
Okay, here we go again. See it versus see the implications of it. Okay, please take a moment and recognize those are two different propositions.
Would we see a curved horizon if the Earth was a ball?
No. Why would you ever expect to see a curved horizon?
Why would you expect it not to be curved if it was a ball?
Because it's equidistant in your field of view. There's no differentiating information. If you turn around 360 degrees, it's exactly where it is. How could it have curved?
Good conversation. That's a good conversation. See, I'm not really decided on that. I get the argument from the globe side about this equidistant circle that would be created, but you only have a limited field of view. So you're never going to see it in your field of view. You would have to create.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. Out of sea, you would be able to have that.
I just think because I think it's a stalemate for both sides as a bad argument for both sides.
I don't think it is. AI, can you explain why it's not if you believe so?
Well, look at what I posted in the live stream. The definitive foremost expert on the horizon weighed in, and that's his answer. If you have any questions about how he could possibly be wrong, feel free to ask them. So I'll read it out loud for the people that aren't looking. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. It can't. Look at the horizon. Now look to the right. Did it drop? Now turn to the right more. Did it drop? Keep turning to the right. After turning 360 degrees, what happens? It's exactly where it started. How could it have possibly have curved down? Anyone who thinks the horizon on a globe can curve
I like that. Yeah, I do like it. No, yeah, it's if it meets at the middle, if it meets on both sides. No, see, like that works on both models. I hate all arguments that work on both models.
Well, yes, but what doesn't work on both models? Their claim that if I go in a plane,
very few limited things. Yeah, very few limited things, and that's what we should focus on. Because if we're bickering back and forth about things that can work either way, then we're going nowhere.
Well, we're not even. The thing is, Lou, we have to educate these dumbos. We're not even arguing with them. We have to teach them.
Yes, you're correct. And Lou is suffering from "I've already done it" syndrome. He's already progressed past that argument. So, for example, people will tell you, "I went up on a hill and I saw the curve of the Earth." Flat earthers don't say, "I went up on a hill and saw the curve of the Earth." So it's not equal in that sense. When you present to a glober that there's no way you're seeing a curved Earth at that height, it only applies to them. We being flat earthers would already make the claim, well, of course I'm not seeing curve. Nobody's going around on a flat earth saying, "Oh, I should be seeing curve at this height." So, I mean, it is true that if the Earth was a globe, from our scale, it would present itself as flat. Therefore, the Earth's a globe, because it looks flat. See how bad that is?
Oh, look, my point seriously is, though, I mean, let's say we're dealing with perfectly honest people who are educated, all on an equal level, people who've been in this game for a long time, but they just see the world differently. You got an honest glober and an honest flat earther, because let's be fair, not all flat earthers are honest and not all globers are. Okay? So this is a theoretical situation, but let's say they're both educated and they're both honest. Why would we talk back and forth about the things that work equally on our side?
Well, because that's where they want you to argue indefinitely. Because that way you're both on equal footing. You have your beliefs about the data. I have my beliefs about the data. We're both equally right.
I have one that nobody ever really seems to want to talk about. And in my opinion, it falsifies the globe. The fact that Antarctica is the antithesis of everything having to do with anything in the north, as far as ecological or otherwise, but mainly the fact that Antarctica is 50 degrees colder in the summer and the winter as opposed to its northern cousin. And living on a ball, the top and the bottom of the ball should receive equal amounts of light and heat from the sun at opposite times of the year. Therefore, the heliocentric ball model would predict that Antarctic winter and Arctic winter should be relatively similar, and they're not. There's nothing about them, though. What do you guys think of that? You think